chat a little bit. Come in here maybe at 5:55, but today came in here at 5:45, got everything set up. Then as soon as the Open's about to hit in 10 seconds, realized that the headphones don't have them.
Oh, yeah.
The microphone cover don't have it. It's in a certain place. Had to run, come back here, and now we are all set for the show. It's going to be that type of morning here on a Friday. But good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in to The Roast. Happy Friday. Of course, you can catch us live on YouTube, live on Twitch. Bonte Hill is going to be back in a couple of weeks. Just one more week with me at the helm here. And, of course, Joe Shasky, as always. We got a lot to get into today. Gabe Kapler getting ejected yesterday.
Oh, that solves it.
We said we wanted him to show some emotion, but did he show the emotion in the right circumstances? We'll get to that all throughout the show. Lubman had this ice cream take that we also have to get into later on. I mean, we can even get into it right now. It's going to be all over the place for the show. We got Brad Spielberger.
Well, I want to have fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun Friday.
I'm tired of being negative, and I'm really... Baseball, you're stupid. How are you not playing a game on a Friday night?
Especially between the A's and the Giants.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
They had these split series where it's 2 games each, and now you're just skipping out on a Friday night game, and instead we have to wait till tomorrow to watch the 2 powerhouses in the Major League Baseball and the A's and the Giants.
So before we get into the negativity that is the Giants, because I know a lot of people are probably fatigued by it, and I get that, and I don't want people to be. I want to have fun today. We're going to do Pandora's Box, 45 minutes, all right? Let's have some fun. Spadoni is a very eclectic music man, if you will. DJ Spades, as I'm starting to call him, the ace of spades. And then, obviously, Sam Lubman is just a weirdo, and so he's got weird musical taste, so we're going to play some of that. But I want to start here. Before we get to baseball, football, I know your Raiders played last night.
Yeah.
Have you been paying attention to what's going on in Live Golf and the PGA Tour?
So the latest that I've seen is the amount that was reported to be offered to Tiger Woods.
Okay.
To play in Live Golf, yeah.
Which is about $800 million. So the way I would describe this to people that maybe aren't paying attention, and maybe you don't care about golf, that's fine. This is like a larger thing that we've seen in other sports, and it correlates to the modern era.
This doesn't have to do with just sports, and this doesn't have to do with golf specifically. No. This has to do with sports revamping their tradition.
So think about this. Last night, your team, the Raiders, they played. They were once part of the AFL, which was not a part of the NFL. It was a league that was competing with the NFL. Eventually, what ended up happening was they merged the two, and they created what we now know to be the modern NFL. In the NBA, same thing kind of happened with the ABA. Some of the teams got obviously extinguished, if you will, and some of them were absorbed into the NBA. These were competing leagues that were created in the 70s, in the 60s, that would go up against what would be the breadwinner of the category, which is kind of what's going on now. The breadwinner of the category for many years has been the PGA Tour. And I think a lot of people get kind of confused because they see PGA Tour and they think that maybe the tour itself owns and operates all the majors, which most people know about the majors. They have zero affiliation with any of the majors, but they have this thing called the official world golf rankings. And because of these rankings, they can qualify. You win a bunch of events in all these different circuits, the Japan Tour, the European Tour, maybe it's in the PGA Tour. You get points based off how you win, and those points qualify you for these majors, right? So the equivalent would be in the Premier League, right? I'm sure you have all these other little leagues, and then they kind of come together based on how you do, and you make this big tournament.
Yeah,
is that kind of how it goes?
There's the league below it called the Championship League, and Premier League actually starting up today. Today's the first matchup, 12 p.m., so the Premier League officially underway.
And you're Chelsea, right?
Chelsea guy, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to paint the picture here. So for the longest time, the PGA Tour, everybody kind of think, most people, and I didn't know this until I got really deep into it, oh, well, the Masters is run by the PGA. No, it's not. Oh, the U.S. Open is run by the... No, it's not. So that'd be like the playoffs not being run by Major League Baseball. Right?
Right.
It would be like the playoffs in the football and the Super Bowl itself not being run by the NFL. Kind of weird.
Completely separate entity.
Okay. Now, in all of those other sports, you sign a contract and you play for that team, right? Those are all team sports. I get it. It's a little different because it's individual. In golf, okay, you don't get a W-2. You know, at the end of the year when you work for an employer and you get a W-2 and it's a little pay stub and it explains all the different taxes and how much money you made from your employer?
Yep. Then you got to bend and you got to tear at the right seam. Oh, the W-2, the old W-2. Love a good W-2.
And for people like me that are in like the real world, you know, we do TurboTax these days, Steven. All right.
Hey, I'm going to click on this picture of a house. That looks like it applies to me.
I know, I'm teasing. So, but the point being is that all these other sports leagues, if you, for example, are Steph Curry, you sign a contract to play in the NBA and you're playing for the Golden State Warriors. When you go on the road, they pay for your hotel. They pay for your room and board. They give you a stipend to go get food. If you get hurt, they're paying, while playing for the team, they pay for your rehab, right? Who's paying for the coaches? Is Steph Curry paying for the coaches or the team or the league paying for the coaches, right?
Right.
In the PGA Tour, you're a 1099 worker, almost like an Uber driver or a Lyft driver. And what you are is like a mercenary who can come and go, but you have to pay all your own expenses, your own room and board, your own caddy, your own team. If you hurt yourself, you're paying for it.
That's why a lot of people are against the UFC. Is because with these fighters, they all got to pay for their own coaches. They got to pay for their trainers. They even have to pay for their own health care. Like UFC doesn't provide them with health care. So yeah, I see where you're coming from.
So and kind of to parlay it to the UFC, a lot of people make a big deal about Dana White underpaying his performers, right? His athletes. And I think the same thing's going on right now in the PGA Tour. It's the only sport outside of the UFC. You make your money based on making cuts, meaning you're one of the half people out of any field that has a good enough score to qualify for Saturday and Sunday, and then based on where you finish, you make money, right? It's kind of like a very capitalistic, you know what I mean, in that sense. You don't just sign a contract and, hey, Steph gets $50 million no matter what. Right? No matter what he does next year, he's getting his $50 million. Well, that's not the way it is in golf. And so what ends up happening is you got this bottom end of golfers, all these guys that none of us care about. And even me, a diehard golfer, I don't care about a lot of these guys. Davis Love III, for example, he's 58 years old. He's got lifetime membership on the PGA Tour, and he's just been hanging around. It would be like, you know, let's say player X in the NBA, let's just say Harrison Barnes, has a lifetime exemption in the NBA, and he's just going to make money forever. And he can go into any of these tournaments and take up spots on a roster that would otherwise go to a younger, more promising player. Right? That just doesn't play out in other sports. So what ends up happening now is you got guys like Phil Mickelson and you got guys like Bryson DeChambeau who want to be paid what they feel they're worth.
Greg Norman at the very top, right?
Who was kind of a renegade guy who was a great golfer in the early 90s.
The Shaq.
He tried to break off and do an Al Davis and create a competitive league that would go up against the PGA Tour. Well, now he's got all of this money and it's coming from Saudi Arabia, period. Point blank. This is where it's coming from. They have a financial bank that's bankrolling all of this league, all right? And this bank that they have is basically synonymous with their government. They call it a bank, but all of the experts and the people that I've listened to that know what they're talking about when it comes to Saudi Arabia is saying basically this bank represents their government, and their government has done a lot of shady things. And where I think a lot of people get, you know, kind of caught up in the mix is, you know, our government at times has done business with Saudi Arabia. Also, Saudi Arabia has committed some heinous crimes. And so there's a lot of sports washing that's going on here, meaning Saudi Arabia is trying to pay and get legitimized by sports, by paying these athletes to create this league. They have a team in your soccer league, for example.
Manchester City.
And what happened there?
Well, they paid a bunch of their players, and now they're at the very top of their game. And they just acquired another guy, in Erling Haaland, who is going to be fantastic for them out of Borussia Dortmund. I mean, they spent a bunch of money and eventually earned themselves top tier. Like you in the Premier League, it was always these top 6 teams, right? And Manchester City has catapulted themselves to the very top, And so you're talking Chelsea, Manchester United, Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal, and I'm blanking on the other one right now, but nevertheless.
The point being is that they bought that team, and people think that they're doing it because the average Joe in, let's just say, Kansas.
Tottenham, excuse me. That was the one.
That's okay. The average Joe in Kansas is going to look at Saudi Arabia different. No. They are buying these teams up and trying to create these sports leagues so that big-time investors and money people will see them as a legitimate business entity so they can grow their money exponentially. This is all about growing money. Now, they've invested in a lot of tech companies. The Saudi Arabia bank company that represents their government, they've invested in all kinds of different companies. There's a laundry list of companies that you and I all use on an everyday basis that they've invested into that is public to most people that are in the know. But us, we wouldn't know the difference. So where I'm going at with this is that Phil Mickelson gets in, and he basically tries to create this entire league. And now, because he's created this entire alternate league that's totally screwing up the PGA, they banned him for 2 years. Now, he has a lifetime exemption for how good he's been. It would be the equivalent of Kevin Durant, you've won 2 MVPs, you have lifetime exemption in the NBA. That's how the rules of golf is worked. And imagine the NBA saying, well, wait a minute, you played in Rucker Park during the summer, and we're going to ban you for the next 2 years. That's what's going on. Now, the difference is Kevin Durant signed a contract to play in the NBA, which has very direct language saying you cannot do that because he's on a W-2, because he's paid like a normal employee. When you go drive for Uber, is there anything that says you can't drive for Lyft?
Not that I know of.
Nope. You can do both. You can do both. And so what the argument being made by people like Phil and Bryson DeChambeau and all these golfers that have now defected and gone to live is that, hey, I'm a 1099 employee. I should be able to float between the two leagues because you're not paying me on a W-2. So now that I've said all of that, they are fighting right now in court on an antitrust thing. And what's going to end up happening is that I'm telling you right now, the PGA Tour is either going to fold or it's going to dramatically change in the sense where they might end up combining with LIV. Do you think anyone cares in the sports world?
I do not. I do not because of that particular sport. Like people,
just because it's golf?
Just because it's golf. And, you know, the sports really, I'm not going to say it's the athletes is what drive the sport, but really, I mean, we're talking about with the Giants consistently is, hey, they need a star to bring in fans to watch the games. Like, you know, of course you have baseball, you have Oracle Park and all that, but you do need somebody that's a draw. Golf, I don't know, outside of Tiger Woods, anyone who's, you know, unlike just excluding diehard golf fans who really know who they're talking about. Like, I don't think the casual fan really cares. I don't even think the casual fan knows what's going on right now.
No.
I mean, I'm not going to consider myself like a golf fan. But
you'll watch.
I'll watch the 4 majors. Like
exactly.
That's what I'll watch. I'll take a weekend, take the 4 days. But there's, if it's a Sunday where nothing's going on, then sure, I'll turn on whatever tour is going on just to put something on TV and maybe fall asleep. But I don't think people really even care or know what's happening right now.
No, I think you're right. I think you're 100% correct.
This is the first time that I'm hearing about it, and I just looked it up, and ESPN has it. It's the top story if you look up the golf page.
And the reason why I think it's such a compelling story is because it kind of wraps in politics with the whole Saudi Arabia thing. And people have their own opinions there. Biden was just there a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And I'm not asking people about Biden because I really don't want to hear your political opinions, nor do you want to hear mine. But I think it's fascinating on many, many, many levels. And we look at these other sports, and what we see now was created in the 60s and 70s by guys kind of doing things that are going on right now in golf. Rick Barry left the Warriors to go play in the ABA for more money.
Right. They wanted to be more flashy, didn't they?
Well, they wanted to be more flashy. These guys wanted to get paid. They wanted to have freedom of movement between teams. Think about what Curt Flood was fighting for in the 70s. He was fighting for free agency.
Right.
He wanted the ability to be able to control where he played. All the owners got to control everything. So you've seen this in the NFL, the AFL. When they merged, obviously the AFL was a different league and trying to upstart and take over the NFL, and the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Raiders, and there's all these teams from the AFC that were all part of that league. And now we look at it and we think, I think a majority of young fans are like, oh no, it's always just been the NFL. No, it hasn't. And I'm sure you as a Raider fan know about the rich history of the AFL.
Yeah, I'd say that, and with that creepy 30 for 30 with the deep fake of Al Davis's face.
Dude, it was so weird.
I watched that once. I enjoyed the story, but I didn't need the deep fakes.
I'm with you.
But to those leagues, though, the reason that those other ones were starting up is because the original leagues were kind of deteriorating.
Yes, which is what's happening with the PGA Tour.
So that is what's happening with the PGA. That's what's surprising to me is because I didn't think the PGA Tour was like that. I just thought, the PGA Tour is a PGA Tour and it has its golf fans. That's it.
Well, the way the other leagues are set up is there's collective bargaining. You saw this right now. Why did baseball go on strike? There's a chunk of money, okay?
Yep.
And they're arguing about how to divide the money up, right? The players' union and the owners.
Ugh.
And depending on the sport, it can be anywhere from 40 to 60% in either direction. They try to be about 50-50. That's what, but we're talking about fractions of percentages, which end up being billions of dollars. In the PGA Tour, the players are only seeing like a drop out of the bucket. That's the argument that they're making, okay? The purses, the amount of money that's in every single tournament that they're trying to go after, they signed a $500 million deal. Fox did, to broadcast the U.S. Open. The purse for the championship went up like $3 million. Where's the money at? That's what guys like Phil Mickelson are saying.
That's crazy.
Where's the money? Why are we, the players, the product, not getting more of the money? Why is it going to these executives behind the scene? So I think this whole thing is going to explode right now. Again, there's the political angle. Where do you stand on Saudi Arabia? And I'm one of those people that's like, hey, look, I got an iPhone. I know where this comes from. I don't even want to think about it, and I'm addicted to it. Hey, I like Nike. I wore Nike baseball pants last night. I know that they're one of the worst offenders of sweatshops. Like, if I went through all the things I use on my daily basis, I wouldn't be able to use any of the things I like. I don't love that it's Saudi Arabian money that's backing all this. But at the end of the day, if somebody gave me $500 million to go jump and I'm Tiger Woods, it's easy for him to say, I've got all the money in the world, I'm going to stay. I'd leave.
Yeah, that's what I thought when Tiger Woods had made that statement. When he made that statement, though, and he's talking all against the Live Tour, and I'm all about the PGA Tour and all this stuff, and I don't get why these guys are doing this. And I'm like, okay, you're pretty much a billionaire, Tiger. I know you've gone through some struggles with money lately, but you're a billionaire, Tiger. You've done just fine. All right, you're not like these other golfers right now. But it just, to me, on both sides. In 650, thank you guys for not starting with the Giants. They don't want to start my morning in a crappy mood.
My boy Rocco texted the same thing.
That's all coming up in a couple minutes.
We'll build ourselves up to anger.
It just feels slimy on both sides.
No, I agree with that.
On both sides. And this, as a matter of fact, this does not even, this isn't an allure for me to watch golf. It's not like I'm going to go watch the Live Tour.
Well, what's the one argument right now for baseball and the NBA? The regular season kind of stinks. Wouldn't you agree? Like the common thread between the two, not that there aren't moments. It's too long. There's too much product, and there's no sense of urgency. Like regarding the regular season.
Yeah, and that's why they're trying to create this midseason tournament within the NBA so that the players would have incentives for load management and all this stuff. Yeah.
So I guess, and Spadoni watches a lot of golf like I do. I'm being real. I love golf. I don't give a damn about the Rocket Mortgage Challenge, which is one of the names of the tournaments. I don't give a damn about the 3M tournament in Minnesota, right? And so you have all of these events on the calendar all throughout the year that kind of stink, and nobody really watches, and nobody really cares. And so the PGA needed a shakeup.
Yeah.
It just is unfortunate that it's backed by Saudi Arabian money. If this was somebody else financing this entire league, I think we would all wrap our arms around it. The point that I'm going at this morning, this is ending up in court. And antitrust is something that we do here. Like, you take these modules at work. You're not allowed to share information. You're also not allowed to be a monopoly in any industry. You're not allowed to do X, Y, and Z. And we take those training modules that we all do. We just keep clicking. You know which ones I'm talking about, where you have like tests at the end and you just click, 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 click. So the same thing happens here. This is an antitrust case that's going to be settled in the courts. Well, the Saudi Arabian government has put together like $150 million to basically fight this. And they put out all this information yesterday, and come to find out, Phil Mickelson banned for 2 years, Bryson DeChambeau banned, Dustin Johnson banned, everybody that took the money banned. And here's where they found a loophole. To be on the PGA Tour, you have to qualify, right? So they say, hey, you got to have status. You need to win X, Y, and Z events, and we invite you to come play because you've qualified. Hey, Patrick Baldwin, you were drafted by the Warriors. Doesn't mean anything. We have to invite you to come play in the regular season. I'm trying to use
Aren't there only so many slots, too?
156 every week.
Wow.
Right?
Okay, gotcha.
So one of these guys didn't have an opportunity to play. But Liv had an event across overseas. And what he's saying is, hey, I wasn't allowed to play in this tournament because I didn't qualify. But you're not allowing me to jump over and play in this other one. That's like you saying, hey, there were no Uber Lyft rides, but you're not allowed to take no Uber rides. You're not allowed to take a Lyft ride.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. I'm an independent contractor. I should be able to float between any job that I want. And so it sounds like to me, they're going to win in court. Liv's going to kick their butt, and the PGA Tour that we know now is going to be dissolved in some form or fashion.
My question is, how long is that going to take?
It could take years. It could take months.
Years. Okay.
I mean, we're talking about somebody in the PGA Tour trying to fight with a pen, and the Saudi Arabian government is fighting with a machine gun. Like, think Scarface.
The ESPN article that I mentioned earlier. So the headline is the biggest takeaways from the Live golfers' eye-opening lawsuit against the PGA Tour, and I'm looking down, and I'm not going to read the entire thing as we're on air because we're on air. So we do have some Bay Area sports to get into.
We'll get into it.
But one of the sub headlines here was DeChambeau signed with Live Golf twice.
Well, here's the best part. So these guys were all.
He said, "Yeah, I'm going to sign," and then he said, "No, I'm sticking with the PGA Tour." Then he signed again.
Well, think about it this way. Like, if you're one of these golfers, Dustin Johnson, he's made $70 million on the course. Okay, $70 million on the course. They gave him $150 million contract, 3 years. He's like doubling his entire career earnings of 20 years, and he's a Hall of Fame golfer. He's doubling all of his earnings. Boom, 3 years. You're taking the money.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So here's where it gets...
Steve Miller Band.
Yes.
Go on, take the money and run.
Here's where it gets even more fascinating. They want to introduce a team element into this. And so you'll get 4 or 5 golfers on a team. All right. And then the apparel companies will come in and say, we'll buy the rights to that team. So Adidas, for example, is already being rumored to buy a team.
So is this going to be like when you're on 2K and you're playing Team Adidas versus Team Nike?
Exactly. Well, don't we already do this in a lot of like NASCAR and Formula One? Aren't there like certain teams? I don't know Formula One that well. Do you know
Formula One's the only one I do know. I don't know about NASCAR.
Okay.
I'm not.
So then, how does Formula One work? There's like Team Ferrari.
So there are 20 drivers, 2 drivers to each team, and each team is a different company. So it's Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren. There's Haas,
and they're all car companies.
A majority of them, yeah.
Majority. So I don't know if they're all going to be apparel companies, but the point that I'm going at is we see what the price is for a pro team. Denver, what'd they sell for? $5 billion? What was the Denver Broncos sold for?
I don't know, but they were sold to Lewis Hamilton. He's a part owner now.
Right?
So Mercedes.
Imagine what these golf teams are going to garnish in terms of the amount of money.
$4.6 billion.
$4.6 billion. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that these golf teams are going to net that, but eventually that's what the hope is, and you're going to have these teams. So you'll have Team Adidas versus a South African team, because there's already like a South African team kind of molding together, and you could see where hundreds of millions of dollars are going to be generated from these team formats. But no one seems to really care, and I think it'll actually be easier to gamble on, and that's where I think the general public will really start to hop on board.
Well, in this generation, and I've learned this, the reason I'm a Formula One fan is because of Drive to Survive. Like, my dad used to watch it, right? He used to watch it all the time. And every time I'd walk in on a Sunday morning, walk to the living room, and I'd see him watching it, I'd just see Lewis Hamilton in first, and he's just way ahead of the pack. Like, there's no chance of catching him. He's 30 seconds above he's 30 seconds ahead of whoever's in second. And I'm watching it thinking, like, what's the point of this? Then Drive to Survive comes out, and you watch it, then you realize, it's not just about who comes in first, but it's about the points, and also they get you to care about the drivers.
The individuals?
Yes, because they're being 100% vulnerable, honest, and what we need in this generation, and this is unfortunate to say, but we live in this generation where we need reality television type stuff. We need drama, and I thought that's what the PGA Tour was going to do
with Netflix
prior to everything with Live Golf, because they saw the success that Drive to Survive had. Like, there's an event that they have in Austin, the Formula One race. They have one over in Austin, and it is like they don't even have enough resources because of the amount of people that are buying tickets. They call it the Netflix effect. Like, everyone is buying tickets now to these races. They're holding one in Vegas now. They hold one in Vegas because it's become so big in America. Everyone knows, like, hey, let's go to Vegas for a Formula One race, and everyone is going to be there. I think it's happening in November of 2023. So that's going to be a huge event. I could be wrong on that. It might be later, but I believe it's November 2023. So I thought PGA Tour was going to do that. I saw the report.
Everyone, they were going to. And they hired the guys from F1.
And then all of a sudden, Live Golf took over and then shook everything up.
Well, and I think one of the things that, like, people say, where are all the baseball stars? There's a lot of young stars. I mean, they don't market them properly. The PGA Tour has not marketed their product properly. There are intriguing whack jobs. Bryson DeChambeau is a whack job.
Well, this is why I had an issue with the reaction to the home run derby. Because
what do you mean?
After the home run derby, you know, it was like Julio Rodriguez was an absolute stud. And, you know, I saw this tweet, and a lot of people were tweeting about this. It was, baseball's in good hands. And it's like, it's been in good hands with the players.
Yes. It's the owners.
It's been fine. It's
and the executives.
The owners. It's the actual organization itself. So until you get yourself in different hands, when it comes to like Rob Manfred and guys like that, baseball's been in good hands with the players. The players are fine.
I know. It's crazy. And here's a great text from the 510, which I didn't know. Red Bull owns 4 soccer teams and the best Formula One team. They're 100% going to buy a live team. That's where I'm going with this. Like, this is going to be, look, at some point,
fascinating, man.
At some point, the dam will break, and Nike and Under Armour, they'll have their own teams, and they'll figure it out. It's just, I think this is the biggest story no one's talking about, and I think it's got so many layers to it. There's the whole Phil being just a gambling addict on one side, Bryson DeChambeau and all these guys who are already millionaires crying that they're poor. Then you've got the political angle. You've got the PGA Tour and the old school, the history. I mean, there's just a lot going on here, and it's just something that I think I want to monitor over the next couple of weeks, because I honestly believe the PGA Tour is going to either dissolve or merge with LIV, and it's going to be wild. We haven't had a merger like this in 30, 40 years in the major sports.
If they don't have the viewers that they want, I'm telling you, you just put a documentary on there, and your viewership is just going to skyrocket.
Well,
once you get people to, like, once you get to know these golfers, if you do, I'm telling you, if you create a documentary in real time of what's going on, it's kind of like, you know, Hard Knocks or what's the All or Nothing with Amazon Prime.
Well, did you think that Charles Barkley, like, because I still think Barkley's going to go. I know he says he's not. I think he's going to go. Wouldn't that make it a more compelling television product?
It might. It might.
You'll tune in just to see Chuck.
I probably would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. All right, we are going to get to
Let's get miserable.
Let's get miserable on a Friday talking Giants baseball. 8 straight losses to the LA Dodgers. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, Juan Soto, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. Lubman, did you put Juan Soto in there?
5 p.m. emails from your boss, surprise visits from your in-laws, missing soccer cleats? Let Lucky California help you out with home delivery powered by Instacart. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50 using promo code LUCKY.
because he came over and said something. He's defending his pitcher, Harleen Garcia. And then Gabe got into it, and he gets tossed. So that means that with Gabe Kapler being ejected, the manager now is going to be Kai Correa.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Credit to NBC Sports Bay Area for that audio. The Giants have lost 8 straight to the LA Dodgers in 2 of their previous 4-game series. Yes, Shasky.
Keep the beat going. I don't know what you heard about me, but I'm angry, K-A-P. I'm going to get thrown out, can you see? And nothing changes the SFGs.
I like that one. That was good, man.
Angry Cap.
Angry Kapler. For once, we've seen him show
Flip a spread.
We have seen him show some emotion other than clenching his jaw. Finally.
Now that he's done it, okay. You are one of many, because you're not the only one. I'm not trying to point the finger at you, but I'm doing the ET.
No, feel free. It's fine.
A lot of people. I have buddies like, dude, Cap, do something. Yell at someone. Rip your shirt off. Break a bat. Do something. This is what they're saying the other day. You got swept at home to the Dodgers for the first time since 1977.
Right.
And in the middle of this game, I don't even know what he was arguing. Honest to God, it didn't even make sense what he was arguing.
So everyone was confused. I was at that game.
Okay.
I was sitting in 305. So I
had the game on mute.
I was all the way, in right field, third deck.
Yeah.
Shade, which was great.
Yeah.
Thank God
Isn't
for the
that
shade.
So beautiful, that side?
Yes.
I want to buy season tickets in the 203, 204 section, which is club level.
Yeah.
Just because I love that little particular part where you can overlook the bay.
Yes.
It's not that windy.
You get both sides of the Bay Bridge.
Yes, I love
the
that.
shade came over. It's
Perfect, isn't it?
It was a great day. It's a great day at the yard. That's why people go to Oracle
Great
Park.
angle.
But we didn't know why Kapler was so mad. We saw Harleen Garcia throw his hands up.
Garcia.
We saw Harleen Garcia strike out whoever it was. It was Trey Turner, I believe. And no, it wasn't Trey Turner. It was the nice batter. Who was the nice batter last night? Whatever. But anyway, Harleen Garcia strikes him out, and he has some gestures to the Dodgers dugout. So we saw that, and then we see Kapler get mad. And I did that thing that fans do where, you yell something and you hope that it's going to get some reaction.
Okay, what'd you yell?
I was like, he showed some emotion! And nobody reacted.
Did you stand up and say that?
I did, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just like nobody here reacted at all. Lubman's like, Spadoni covering his mouth just to show the lack of disappointment that he has on his face right now. But nevertheless, no one had any idea what was going on. So we all go on our phones and try to replay what was happening, and then we see that Harleen Garcia was gesturing towards Mookie Betts. So I was happy that Kapler showed that emotion. But then the Giants ended up losing the game. Brandon Belt gets on with the double in the last inning as he's a pinch hitter. Ugh.
Mark brought this up. Mark Willard brought this up, and I agree with him.
Yeah.
It's just not in his nature, and it's not in his character. And I'm not saying that yesterday was disingenuous. It felt
right.
I just felt bad for him. I felt like he did it because he felt like he had to, and then he was all the way in and was just kind of venting over everything when it really wasn't that particular thing. You know the nothing fight where you and your girl get into the fight about nothing, but it's really about something else? Like some underlying thing that's been sitting there that it's really not about you putting the jar back up on the peanut butter.
Right.
It's really about like 50 other things that have added up to that.
Yeah.
And that's what it felt like for me. And I honestly, I felt bad for him. And I feel like everybody's making him into the bad guy. And I don't think that is fair. I don't. I don't love everything that they do in the dugout. I think that they are very smart. But I think that this is all Farhan. This is the way Farhan has put this team together and how he wants to operate. And this is just one of the many links in the chain of how things are going to be run. And the end of the chain starts up top, and that's with Farhan.
Well, I understand it's all part of. That's why I was even hesitant to say it yesterday, because I understand it's just who Kapler is. He's going to be a very stoic personality. That's what he wants to. He wants to have that rubbed off on his team. It's just don't get high, don't get too low. That's
who he is.
That's what he's always been about.
Yeah,
going back to
yourself.
last year, every time you'd ask him, can you believe you're on the verge here and you're toe to toe with the Dodgers? We don't get too high, don't get too low. Blah 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 blah. Actually, let's hear from Kapler after the game, talking about his ejection, because he answered it in just such a Kapler way.
The conversation was essentially, and I didn't articulate myself well at the time, but the conversation was basically that wasn't okay, that behavior wasn't okay, and obviously I took exception to sort of being scolded in front of our dugout about how to approach and address our players, which obviously I have done, our veteran players have done, and I would do no matter what. So we didn't really need any prompting there. I had already gotten Harlan off the field. He was in the dugout, and at that point, things were completely under control. So I took exception to that. No reason for us to have that conversation right there in front of our dugout, and Harlan has been addressed about it, and he understands that the competition between the lines and showing some emotion is totally fine, and you can go right up to the line, but probably cross the line in that situation. Take responsibility for that and move on.
I think what you're talking about too, the way that it's just everything has just boiled up to this where he lost it.
Yeah.
He lost it. He lost control because the umpire was coming at him. I think it was the same thing with Carlos Rodon back in that Diamondback series when he kicked the bat at Tyro Estrada.
Sometimes we black out with anger.
You do.
I do it all the time. I mean, I takes one to know one.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Right.
But here's where I get a little coach speak. It drives me nuts. It does. It drives me nuts. And I know they all have been conditioned to do coach speech. Ask me the question that he was at. What was the exact question from Gabe Kapler? Do we even know that led to that long-winded word salad of eloquence right there from Kapler? We don't even know. All right, why don't you pretend to be one of the reporters? You're Stephen Langford, 95.7 The Game. Okay. And I will be, this is how I'm different from Kapler. This is how I would answer that exact same question.
Hey, Gabe, this is the first time that you've been ejected since being the manager of the San Francisco Giants. You haven't been ejected since being with the Phillies. What led to that ejection, Gabe?
You've been watching us since the All-Star break? We stink. I'm frustrated. I'm pissed off. I took it out on the umpire. You know, we're getting clobbered by our rivals right now. And, you know, I got a pitcher on the mound who's, you know, mad at guys celebrating when my own guy, Mauricio Dubon's bunting when we're up 10 earlier this year. I told people we're reinventing baseball, and now I got my own guy on my own team getting mad because someone's having fun on the other side as they're drubbing us. I'm frustrated, guys, and I took it out on the umpire, and we just kind of stink right now. Like, that's what I wish. That's what I wish Kapler would just say. I wish all coaches. I'm not exclusive to him. I just wish we could just be real. Why does it have to be these word salads? We stink. I'm frustrated. I'm trying to motivate my guys. I'm searching.
Well, why can't it be that way? It's the same reason why he doesn't show emotion whenever his team's playing poorly. He doesn't want to get too high or get too low on his team. Like, I get why he's talking like that. I'd love to have him be 100% honest. I'd love any head coach to be 100% honest, but
that's why I like Steve Kerr.
It's not just Kapler, it's everybody.
But that's why I like Steve Kerr. Does Steve Kerr do the, it's not political in the political sense. I mean, like, political in that locker room. Does he dance around certain things? Absolutely. But there are nights where Steve goes to that podium and he's like, our defense stunk. We just couldn't stay in front of anyone. Like, where it's just, it gives me the real. And I'm not expecting everyone to be Steve Kerr. You have to be yourself. No, but part of what frustrates me with Kapler, just at the podium, is these word salads of everything has to be perfectly generic.
No, it leads you to believe that Steve Kerr, I mean, that was just a light dose of what Steve Kerr is giving the team when he's actually in the locker room and what he's telling them. Whereas Gabe Kapler, it's just like, like the Luis Gonzalez thing. I'm way more like, this isn't the way that I wanted Kapler to show his emotion. Not when an umpire is coming at him just because Harlan Garcia, can't take a beating from these Dodgers and having to, gesture over to the dugout when they're kicking the crap out of you.
You can't be the team that says you're going to run up the score on everyone, and then you're mad that someone's running up the score on you and celebrating. You just can't be that team.
Instead of an outside factor, get mad at your own team.
Well, get mad at yourself, Garcia. Get mad at yourself for serving up donks.
This segment is presented by Golden State
Dingers.
Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Actually, coming up at 7 o'clock, we're going to make a move here. Pandora's Box is coming up at 7 o'clock because on the other side, I want to read Sam Lubman's rundown verbatim here because what he wrote about the Giants is just written in such Sam Lubman fashion on the rundown, and it's fantastic. So
I miss Friedel.
We'll get to that on the other side.
What would he ask Gabe Kapler? Gabe, why
I don't agree with that, Nick.
Why is Garcia showing that kind of emotion?
Wow. Don't even try to impersonate him. His voice is the voice of God. All right, that's all coming up.
Tell Michelle I said hi.
That's all coming up. It's the morning roast.
Every time I see him.
What's up, buddy? On 95.7 The Game.
I missed you.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus...
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
You know, if the Live Golf thing that you're talking about and the lawsuit that's going on between Live Golf and the PGA Tour, I mean, if this lawsuit is ongoing, you said it could take years.
Could.
I mean, if this thing goes all the way up until
It's like the Giants rebuild.
Steph Curry is done with his career, the PGA Tour needs to sign Steph Curry right away. That's how you bring in viewers. That's how you draw people away from Live Golf. Bring in Steph Curry, let him play the PGA Tour after he's done playing basketball. Although that's not going to be for quite a while.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know if that lawsuit's going to be ongoing for that much longer. But good morning, everyone. It is Friday. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Shout out to everybody live on Twitch. Of course, 888-957-9570 is the Comcast business text line and the phone number. In about 9 minutes, we are going to be doing a Pandora's Box. As you know, Bonte is on this station whenever he's hosting. He always likes to go after music, and especially one that he hasn't heard of. So we like to play Pandora's Box with him, where we play a song and he tries to guess the artist. It's a lot of fun. But this time we're going to have Lubman and Spadoni choose the music and see if we could guess whatever they're choosing. So I'm very curious to see what happens there. That's coming up.
People need to smile.
Yeah.
It's Friday.
Yeah. It's 7, and it's coming up at 7 o'clock.
And we have no baseball game tonight. I cannot get over Major League Baseball not scheduling a game for the Giants and A's tonight. It's so stupid.
It's ridiculous.
A Friday night.
But
in the summer.
I'd also counter that with how many Giants and A's fans want to watch the Giants and A's play. I think Giants and A's fans both just want a day off.
Well, now that we're here, where are you at with the Giants and A's in terms of does anyone care about this rivalry today? Does anyone care? Now that both teams kind of stink, is anyone losing their minds? And I'm sure NBC Bay Area is excited to give out the Bay Bridge Trophy.
Bridge Trophy.
Thank you.
Huge.
Lubs just couldn't wait to jump in there.
It's right up there with the World Series for me. So I'd be a little bit bigger.
I love you, Spadoni. By the way, Spadoni came in here today.
Bay Bridge Series trophy, the Stanley Cup.
He's a diehard A's fan. Comes flying in here today. I come in, hey, what's up, Spadoni? And he's chuckling. And I go, what's up? He goes, 7 home runs. I go, what? 7
It's crazy.
Explain what you said to me.
The Los Angeles Angels yesterday hit 7 home runs and lost to the Oakland A's.
All solo shots.
All solo, most ever in a game in MLB history. All solo home runs. And Shohei had 2 of them, and they lost.
And take it another step.
And the A's are now only 3 games behind them. So the A's are last in the AL West, as you guys know, for most of the year. Angels are only 3 games ahead of them. There could be a chance that the $100 million payroll of the Los Angeles Angels could finish in last.
I'm telling you, they made a mistake in not trading Shohei.
You're sure about that?
Yeah, I am sure about that.
Okay.
You can rebuild your team if you trade away Shohei.
You think the Nationals are feeling pretty good about where they're at?
They're terrible at giving out contracts. We can't, dismiss the Anthony Rendon contract or the Albert Pujols contract that they originally gave
Hamilton.
him. Everything that's happening with Mike Trout is unfortunate.
Who was the pitcher?
C.J. Wilson.
C.J. Wilson
from Texas.
He's stuck in Texas, too. Giants killed him in the World Series.
Look at you, Spadoni.
But I think
nice job, Spadoni.
When it comes to the Bay Bridge Series, from the 925, I'll be out there tomorrow talking bleep to Giants fans.
Okay.
But
I just don't care.
What kind of bleep do you have to talk? That's what I've noticed from yesterday going to the Giants and the Dodgers. I'd been to damn near every Giants Dodgers game that I could possibly go to the past 3 seasons. And it felt like there was more to it because these teams could actually be competitive with each other.
They're on a similar playing field.
Especially last year. So you could jab at each other, but now it's just, there's a bunch of Dodger Blue out there. What are you going to say? Hey, your team stinks. No, they don't. Hey, your team doesn't spend money. Yes, they do.
Your ring is not real. Well, that's what I say to them.
Okay, but then they'd counter that with, we beat you last. It just feels like if you're a Giants fan, you'd be in a losing fight. There's just no point. It doesn't feel like any Giants fans wanted to go at Dodger fans yesterday. It was just hanging out at the yard, which is cool. I mean, you do want that. You don't want fights or anything happening like that, but it's fun hearing the back and forths between fans sometimes.
We've done this exercise many times. If you tried to put a team together by combining the A's and the Giants, they'd still finish in 3rd or 4th place in both the AL and NL.
It's crazy.
Can we agree?
That's crazy to think about.
No. it's 100% accurate. Can we all agree if they combine rosters and we pick the best of the best?
Just put Chad Pinder and Laureano on this Giants team, they could win. That's a real winner right there.
That's a 107-win season right there.
Zach Jackson closing? Man.
Sean Murphy and Austin Wynns would really be battling it out for the catcher
Sean Murphy's
position.
actually pretty good. But other than that, it's not, it's slim pickings.
So this is the most ZZZ Giants A's battle.
I liked Pache at the beginning of the season, but he kind of petered out.
Everyone did.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you tweet out that you're sad that you're coming to Oakland, then what do you expect?
So just to give you a peek behind the curtain. So Lubman, he does a great job. Puts in a lot of work.
Strong.
He does for the show every single day.
He's above
he
average.
And he writes out these rundowns for us. And these rundowns, they have, maybe 5 or 6 pages, just a ton of information. And normally, it's just surface level info. Doesn't really give an opinion on it, just gives the facts.
Yeah, he'll tell you his opinion. So it goes on forever.
He will tell you the opinion. He's not afraid to. But now he's starting to put a little snark into his rundown, especially the Giants. So I'm just going to, actually, do we have it? No, we don't have it offhand. But Lubman on the Hang Up and Listen. That's about as real as it gets with Lubman when he's on Hang Up and Listen, and he was talking about platooning with Ruff and Slater, that segment that he did on NBC Sports Bay Area. So when I'm reading this rundown, I'm reading it in Lubman's voice. Oh, we have it. So let me play the Hang Up and Listen first. So I'm going to do that.
This is his television debut.
And then I'm going to read what he wrote on the rundown this morning for the Giants, just so you have a voice to picture it in, because when I'm reading it in Lubman's voice. But just to give you an idea of what Lubman sounds like when he's heated about the Giants, this was his segment on Hang Up and Listen back on NBC Sports Bay Area a couple of months ago.
He wasn't quite ready.
Do you have more calls?
We've got more calls. Okay. Sam in Concord, you're on the line.
Gabe Kapler's starting to get into that habit of over-managing again. Jock Peterson's the best player on the Giants, but got a lefty pitcher coming up, so we got to pinch hit Jock for Austin Slater or Darren Ruff because we got to get that righty-lefty matchup. Never mind the fact that Jock is hitting better against lefty pitchers than either Slater or Ruff. I mean, if you want to follow the data, that's fine, but at least follow it correctly. I'll hang up and listen.
It's either Slater or Ruff. So that's Lubman when he's heated, right? And I think they cut out like 2 minutes of that call.
The best part is just he's been talking for 2 minutes already, and they caught him up.
Yeah. Jock Peterson, 4 for his last 37.
I mean, very few calls have aged worse than that one.
That's when they actually started. That's when Ruff and Slater really started to turn it on. But
that's legend, Darren Ruff.
This is how Lubman wrote the rundown here. The last time the Giants lost 8 straight to the Dodgers, 41-year-old Willie McCovey was in the lineup at first base, and Jack Clark was in right as the Giants stumbled to a 71-91 record in 1979. So that's the first fact. I mean, that's something, though.
That's a good fact.
Yeah. 8 straight to the Dodgers. First time since 1979, and Willie McCovey was 41, and Jack Clark was in right field. Wow.
Jack the Ripper's my dad's 22. As much as I love Will Clark, when I bring up 22 and Clark, my dad's like, no, it's Jack the Ripper. So for a lot of older Giants fans, the Jack the Ripper was that dude.
But he continued.
It's a great name, by the way, as far as nicknames.
Jack the Ripper. Agree? Jack the Ripper's awesome.
When you're a baseball player.
Although, not the actual Jack the Ripper.
Probably can't get away with that nickname today.
But the nickname.
He's probably grandfathered in.
Come on, dude. Jack the Ripper might be one of the sauciest nicknames ever.
But he continued. Lubman did.
Like, you think of a hitter and Jack the Ripper, and you're up there ripping.
I get it, Shasky. I'm trying to get through this.
Sorry. Just want to feel good about the Giants.
The last time the Giants got swept at home in a 4-game set against the Dodgers, people were still having their minds blown by that new Star Wars movie.
We got to say the year, too, to add the context.
1977, July 1st through 4th.
What a great year 77 was. I think that's the year my mom graduated high school presentation.
Those who wanted Kapler to go nuts, you got your wish. Now what? That's it.
Is
Just
Farhan
now
Yoda in this scenario? Who's Kapler?
No.
Han Solo?
We are.
You know he'd be, honestly, I think he'd be...
You guys would be better at this than I would. You guys are bigger Star Wars fans than I am. So I don't know.
Who's the guy that is the general that he chokes out, that Darth Vader ends up choking out at the very beginning of A New Hope?
Oh, I don't remember that guy's name.
Oh, all the different admirals that he does that to?
Yeah,
okay. The guy who's talking smack about the Force.
Yes.
And then he's like, your clairvoyance,
yes,
conjure up, all this sort of stuff.
It is Conan Antonio Moti, according to Wikipedia.
Oh yeah,
Wikipedia.
Yeah, Wikipedia is actually it's a very good site.
Yeah.
I am holding out casting Farhan as any of the Star Wars characters. It's too early.
It is too early. TBD is a Star Wars character.
I don't know what he is. If I had to guess right now, he's definitely not part of the Rebel Alliance.
Is that a conversation for next week? Try to build this team out of Star Wars characters.
Well, get me a damn Luke Skywalker while you're at it. I mean, that'd be nice.
Who is that Luke?
It's a great pod idea for garlic fries and baseball guys, am I right?
No, it's Luciano. He's the new hope. He's just hidden somewhere on like Tatooine for years.
He's looking at that sun in Eugene.
Sacramento is
Imagine
Tatooine
if Luke
now.
Skywalker had to go through pre-Arb 3 before he can, leave Tatooine and go destroy the Death Star.
That's so good.
Was it the
Is it
arbitration
Super
arguments
2?
that got Anakin over to the dark side?
Okay, one too many.
That's way too deep inside Star Wars. Anyway, I'm and not to get you wrong, I love Star Wars. I do. I just don't remember all the. There's a lot of names that are being thrown out there. It's like Samuel L. Jackson's all of a sudden in Star Wars. Like, what the hell is happening here? I've had it with these mother effing sabers on this mother effing starship. I don't know.
The Giants yesterday, honestly, was just so bad. It's like, why when Mookie hit that home run, everyone knew, like, game over. Everyone knew.
Everyone was super thrilled with how they pitched to him in the beginning of the game.
Oh, Junis goes 4. I mean, we're ready to throw a parade for Jacob Junis going 4.
I looked up at the pinch count and I'm like, 79 pitches and you're taking them out? All right, whatever. Look, we'll get back into the Giants. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, Shasky, that you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game.
This is the year from the 510. This is the year, if any, that split hats are allowed.
Disagree. No matter how poorly the teams are playing.
Kozumor online too.
Kozumor, he might.
I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, he might fly in from Nashville just to go to this game and wear a split hat. He might. I've seen it. Dude, I saw a split jersey there. It was like a...
Well, if you could split a jersey between two players, A's and Giants, oof.
That'd be a tough one.
I know. It'd probably be DFA.
You have a split Ray Durham jersey?
Player to be named later. PTBNL. That's the jersey,
I like that.
Hash considerations.
Right. So we are going to have some fun here. You know what Pandora's Box is. Normally, we get on Bonte for the music and the lack of him knowing the artist. He knows the song, but he doesn't know the artist. So we have a lot of fun with Pandora's Box. But Spadoni and Lubman are going to test us here, Shasky, with Pandora's Box. Hit it.
Bonte Hill has a vast knowledge of sports.
If you do watch the film, don't knock us for watching film, Shasky.
But if there's one kind of hole in his game, it's music.
All right, do you know the
Sweet Home Alabama?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
They later changed to the Noble 5 before...
Oh, it's Maroon 5. This is Maroon 5.
It's time for Pandora's Box.
Just for a quick second as the music rides out, we're doing Pandora's Box. The boys are going to pick 3 songs.
Yep.
Me and Steven are going to work together as a team to try to answer who the name of the band is. I don't know. Lubman has very specific musical taste. The beginning of that intro, it brings me back to the pandemic.
Yeah.
Bonte screaming at me about not watching film of Mac Jones. That's how sad and angry and lonely we were during the middle of the pandemic with masks on in our own homes for some of us as we're doing Zooms, and he's screaming at me about Mac Jones film. Oh, God, it takes me back.
The one that took me back was when we first did Pandora's Box and just how confident he was when he knew the song. He was thrilled when he knew the song. He like gets back and he's like, and he hears it and he's like, sweet home. And he's like, yeah, all right, let's go.
Dude,
and then as soon as you're reading the clues, he didn't even care. He didn't even care. As soon as you just said the Noble 5, Maroon 5.
Dude,
Maroon 5.
We walked into Chase Center. We were broadcasting live out there. First thing Bob Meyer says, not, hey, how you guys doing? He goes, Bonte, Maroon 5? And it was like weeks before. I'm like, dude, it's just so good.
All right. What do you guys got? Song number 1.
Take over, Spadoni.
I've been the breaker and broken. Every mistake turns to moments.
What?
Couldn't take anything back. I still love it. I see. Yeah, that's just like baby.
All right, I think I can make a guess here. This isn't an official guess. I'm talking with Steven out loud. This feels like Bieber and Selena Gomez.
It's close. I know this. It's Camila Cabello.
Who's that?
Featuring who?
Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. I don't know who it's featuring, but I know the song.
A red-haired English artist.
Oh, it's Ed Sheeran.
Oh, the guy from Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Yeah.
The one scene that he had in the intro where he was singing.
What's his
at
song?
The campfire.
What he's got a very popular song.
He's got awful lot of popular songs.
Oh, you know
Ed Sheeran?
Ed Sheeran, he kind of reminds me of Lubman. The looks. Redhead.
I mean, you could say that about any guy who has red hair.
Looking like a Game of Thrones character.
Wow. Camilla Cabello.
All right, good job.
There we go. All right,
Wow.
we got one. We got
I didn't
one.
have to give a hint or anything.
How old is that song?
That was this year.
Brand new.
It was on the Billboard Top 100.
Yeah, Billboard Top
Camila
100.
Cabello, her most famous song is Havana, you know that one. So
No, I don't. Wow. Might have to
Okay.
play that for me.
excuse me.
Your boy has. I'm like stuck in the '90s, yo.
All right, let's get song number 2.
Make a move extreme. Shortcut to your dream. A road straight to the stars on that flying thing.
Yeah.
Getting snowblind games.
I have no. This is from a musical.
I don't know. I have no idea. Can you give me a clue?
Your first hint is this is a Norwegian glam metal band.
What?
That mixes a little bit of glam metal and hard rock.
Is this your pick?
It is my pick.
When did it come out?
Well, let me see if I can find the year this particular song came out. But in the
Knocking it out
meantime,
the park, Lubman, yet again.
yeah, there we go. I will say this: this was the
Radio
theme
bull.
song for the show Peacemaker on HBO Max.
Oh. Well, I know the song.
I have no idea.
That show is. I heard that show is fantastic.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's with John Cena.
A Norwegian what band?
Glam metal is what he said. Glam metal.
This song came out in 2010.
I have no clue.
I mean, you want to talk about
I have no
snitching
clue.
music? I mean, where's Bonte?
Yeah, Bonte.
Jesus.
Bonte.
Sam,
I wonder if Bonte's listening right now from Europe because he could.
So this song is called "Do You Want to Taste It" by the band Wigwam.
So.
You wanted weird music taste. You got weird music
You want to
taste.
taste it, and then the name of the band is Wigwam. I can't make this up.
This is what happens when you allow me to have this kind of power over segments.
Yeah, this is true.
Oh my God.
This is true.
What
Normally,
does your playlist look like on your phone?
Oh, it's all over the place.
it's full of Wigwam's greatest hits.
Hey, hun, get this toe tapping Wigwam music up. Let's go dance.
They got some bangers. I discovered them through that show, and then I looked up some of their albums, got some of their songs on my Spotify playlist.
You know how
Wigwam,
you
not
know
a
how
bad band.
Wigwam?
you know how you're invited to a wedding, and in the invitation they might say like, "Hey, can you add 3 songs that you'd like to hear played at the wedding?"
So much Wigwam.
It would just be all Wigwam for Lubman. Just Wigwam. Any
Wigwam?
Wigwam. Any Wigwam. 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 Wigwam? I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Can we go to the third song? I need to stop talking about
Oh
Wigwam.
my
I think
God.
Shasky will appreciate this one.
You can tell it's Friday. Oh, Laffy Taffy. It's Laffy Taffy, huh?
Who's the artist?
I don't know.
You don't know, huh?
DL4?
Well, you got that sort of right.
Very close.
Is it DL4?
D4L.
D4L. Hey, come on. That's not bad. This is a one-hit wonder, huh?
Yes.
Number 1 in 2005 Billboard Top 100. 2006. Check that.
Come on, man. You know I got this. This came out the same year as, what's the guy from St. Louis that had the one song? Oh, this is going to bother me. Chingy. When Chingy came out. Didn't this come out around the time of Chingy?
2006 sounds about right.
Yeah.
Holiday Inn.
Yeah. Look at Laffy Taffy. All I can envision in this one is them doing the dance that you're doing right now with the big white tees.
Yeah. This was a banger in 7th grade. Shout out
It's
to
a
my
banger now.
I
shout out
danced to this at Club 26.
Shout out to my guy DJ Hightop.
Oh, DJ Hightop.
DJ Hightop would be DJing all of our junior high dances. He'd be selling CDs outside.
Was that the homie?
And it would just have Party Like a Rock Star and Laffy Taffy, then Bartender by T-Pain.
Oh, dude, T-Pain had a moment in time. Hey, not bad. Not bad. I know
nicely
my one-hit
done,
wonders.
Except the Wigwam.
Wigwam, dude. I mean, I can't believe it.
Wigwam.
I'm ready to do what Kapler did yesterday and come out and scream and yell at you fraudulently and get tossed out of this game for just even bringing up Wigwam and the word bangers in the same sentence. Are you kidding me? More like sleepers.
Did you watch the show Peacemaker?
I don't even know
Lubman?
what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, was it good?
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I mean, I'm into the superhero genre a lot, so yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, and yeah,
I heard it was
recommend
fantastic. I heard John Cena was built for that role,
But I couldn't see him.
I mean, yeah, once you get through that part, the whole not seeing him, yeah, the show really does develop very well.
So when Kapler got thrown out of yesterday's game and you're in the booth, what were you saying? Were you clapping? Were you happy? I know you did a poll with Giants fans as you walked around the stadium, and we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, let's actually do that on the other side.
Yeah, but I want to know, like, what happened? What was the reaction in that media press area, whatever it's called, when Kapler got tossed?
Well, first off, it's the press box, so you're not allowed to show emotion. That being said, I was sitting next to Steven Risotto.
Oh, yeah.
He was tweeting something going on, and I see Kapler kind of start to get animated. I see Garcia and Betts start to jaw at each other, and I kind of smack him on the arm like, yo, dude, something's about to happen. And then we look over, Kapler's getting
turn down the wigwam, yo. Look what's happening.
Yo, yeah, Rizzo, he's a big wigwam guy. And I see Kapler getting animated in front of the dugout. I'm like, dude, I think it's about to happen. I think it's about to happen. And then he gets tossed. I'm not gonna lie. I let out a cheer and I started clapping. Not a huge one. You gotta be respectful in the press box. But it sounded a little bit like that, but not exactly like that.
Oh. Wigwam. Two separate.
God, I love you, Lubman.
Two separate words. Wigwam. All right. My goodness.
Oh my God.
All right. What's coming
Did
up
you
on
go
the
get garlic fries right after that?
I already had the garlic fries by then.
Speaking of which, I had them on Monday, and they like extra crispy them, and my God, they are hella good. I don't care what anyone says. Them garlic fries are cracking.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The 4408. What are you doing? The music segment isn't even enjoyable. Wigwam. What's coming up on the game? Lubman did do a poll, and I think this really shows how Giants fans are feeling right now about the team, because he went around, asked some people some questions, so we'll get Lubman's thoughts on the other side, and we'll continue to talk about what happened with the Giants losing 8 straight to the LA Dodgers. We'll get to all of that. Again, that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The faithful.
Dibs always puts it so eloquently whenever there's a player who gets injured and we got to deal with a season-ending injury, which we're all too familiar with here in the Bay Area. Dibs puts it so perfect, the way the 5 stages of grief and what you go through. Well, there's the 5 stages of an NFL fan. So you got OTAs. Oh, man, OTAs. OTAs. Then it's like, all right, that's kind of wore off. Let's move on to training camp. All right, training camp, that's kind of wore off. Let's go to the regular season. Oh, man, I can't wait for the playoffs. Let's go to the playoffs. And then as soon as the playoffs are happening, your team, depending on where you're at, oh, man, I can't wait for the NFL draft and to see which rookies we're going to get. It's 5 stages of being an NFL fan, and then it just continues to go in a cycle. But as a Warrior fan, cannot wait until their season gets started. Now, the Beat the Streak game. There's $5.6 million up for grabs with MLB's Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot and due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. We'll want to continue with the Giants here and everything that's happening with the NFC West. It's with the Cardinals and the Rams. You haven't heard too much from the Seattle Seahawks, because what is there really to talk about with the Seahawks? But the Cardinals and the Rams, something interesting going on with them. So I do want to get to that at about 7:30. But the Giants and the Dodgers. The Giants lose 8 straight.
I mean, Jesus.
To the Dodgers. Gabe Kapler gets ejected. And I just want to play this one more time.
Yeah.
Gabe Kapler talking about his ejection, and he feels like he was being scolded by the umpire.
It was essentially, and I didn't articulate myself well at the time, but the conversation was basically that wasn't okay, that behavior wasn't okay, and obviously I took exception to sort of being scolded in front of our dugout about how to approach and address our players, which obviously I have done, our veteran players have done, and I would do no matter what. So we didn't really need any prompting there. I had already gotten Harlan off the field. He was in the dugout, and at that point things were completely under control. So I took exception to that. No reason for us to have that conversation right there in front of our dugout, and Harlan has been addressed about it, and he understands that the competition between the lines and showing some emotion is totally fine, and you can go right up to the line, but probably cross the line in that situation. Take responsibility for that and move on.
So the Garcia thing was prompted by Mookie Betts' celebration off of a home run earlier in the game. Did you see what the celebration was when Mookie did this?
I didn't see it in real time. I had to go back and watch it. I was all the way in left field in the third deck in 305.
So
I was
you had
behind
no
the Dodgers
idea.
dugout. Had no clue.
So okay, my bad. You had no idea in the stadium.
Not in real time. No.
Gotcha. Okay. At what point did you see the celebration of Mookie?
That was after when I got home. That was eventually when I got home. Yeah. I didn't even. I thought it was just. We just thought it was just talking.
Okay.
Because on the broadcast there was something with Mookie Betts, so we thought it was just them jawing at each other. We didn't know there were any gestures being made.
He comes into the dugout and he's kind of like doing this dance, and I don't know. They said it looked like he was grinding pepper, right? And then he gets down low and they spray water into his face. Now, there's a million ways that you can interpret this, or maybe a couple of ways that you can interpret it. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what they were trying to do? Clearly, the Giants felt like they were rubbing it in. And it's just, you can't be the team that says another team is rubbing it in when you made such a stink at the beginning of the year saying that you're going to play your game the way you do and you're going to rub it in on people and you don't care about people rubbing it in on you. Well, that time has now come. And one of your pitchers took offense to it. And then Kapler ends up getting ejected, essentially. There's like a domino effect here.
Yeah.
And I just, I wish they showed this kind of fight when there was bases loaded. You know?
Right.
I wish they showed this kind of energy when they have no outs and the bags are loaded and a guy's up there and the bat doesn't even get off his shoulders. It's frustrating. I honestly felt empathy for Kapler more than anything else. So I'm curious if any fans were outraged by the Mookie Betts celebration in general, because it could be interpreted to be not PG, if you will, maybe a little explicit.
Yeah.
I don't have a big issue with it, but I understand if somebody does.
Yeah, so 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast business text line and the phone number. What did you think about that Kapler ejection? Did you love it? Did you hate it? Were you happy that Kapler finally showed some emotion for once? We were calling out for that yesterday, or at least I was, and I know that's not a part of who he is. He doesn't want to show anything in the dugout. He doesn't want to get too high, doesn't want to get too low. He just wants to remain composed, but he lost that composure yesterday, and at first I loved it because it's like, oh, finally he showed that emotion. But then when you realize why he showed that emotion. And what I was calling for yesterday was, hey, when your team stinks, when your team is making mistakes like it did in the 7th inning, when they are in the previous game not hitting one in, when you cut the lead to 6-5 and you have an ample opportunity here to take the lead and you just don't even score any runs, that's when you need to show it. But instead, it happens when the Giants are already losing, Dodgers look like they're about to sweep them in another 4-game set, and I just don't know what I didn't really know what to think afterwards when I really thought about it. You know, you have one reaction when you first see it, and then afterwards when you sit down and you kind of think, "Oh wow, okay, he got ejected.
It
fine.
just did nothing. It
didn't do anything for the team.
No.
Like it didn't light a fire under them. I don't know. Brandon Belt led off the 9th with a double, and that got everyone all excited. And then, of course, he ends up getting home. They score a run, and then, you almost hit one out to left field, and that one ends up getting caught. That's what most excited the Giants fans were all game. The two times that they were most excited, well, the J.D. Davis home run. Everyone was stoked when he hit that to the opposite field. But then it was the Kapler ejection, and then Brandon Belt possibly hitting a home run where it ended up being a double, and then, him scoring. Like, that's about as excited as they were, but I don't know, man. Just this Giants-Dodgers series, when the Dodgers have your number, it just doesn't feel like you can even say anything.
They own you. I mean, there's no other way around it. Like, they've basically came into your house and completely snuffed you out.
Yep.
This team is just so head and shoulders better than the Giants, top to bottom. And the celebration by Mookie Betts, although weird and strange, and I don't know, I wouldn't have done it, nor would I've wanted my team to do it. You really can't say anything once he yaks it.
415 is saying, to be honest, that celebration makes the Dodgers and Mookie look worse than anything. Not exactly sure who came up with it, but it was very strange.
It was an odd celebration, and it's not a good look. I agree there, but I'm not outraged over it, and nor should the Giants be outraged over it when they're the team that thumbed their nose at everyone and said, we're going to change how baseball's played. All right, we're going to bunt when we're up on people.
888-957-9570. I just can't believe we're here. After that, when he said, we're going to drive up the score. If you don't like it, then deal with it. I mean, I was so excited.
11
for the
games
season,
under 500,
and now we're here
since 14-7 in April,
and now we're here. All right, we're going to a caller here. There's no name and city. All it says is just take this call. Trust me. So I'm going to take this call right now. Who is this on the line?
Well, boys, I figured you need to pick me up, man. You've been out there suffering in the Bay Area, watching those lousy-ass Giants and watching Gabe Kapler talk about outside lands and little Uzi Vert. It's your boy. The game needs me. It's so good to hear from you guys, but you're wasting your time talking Giants baseball. Shasky, Langford, London, what is going on, baby?
What's happening, Vontae? How you doing, man?
Hey, well, I wanted to check in on my guys, man, because I'm sitting here in Italy, across the globe. It's beautiful, by the way. The water's beautiful. It's 90 degrees. The pizza's amazing. It's the best pizza I've ever had in my life. The ravioli's fresh. I mean, I'm living life. And you guys are out there suffering from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. talking about this baseball team that plays at Third and King that's lost 8 straight to the Dodgers. Now, what's so funny about the Giants, and Shasky, you feel me on this one. The whole World Series shine, the whole thing about 3 titles last decade, I never want to hear about it again. I don't. Not when you're shopping at the San Leandro flea market while the Dodgers and Padres are on Rodeo Drive, shopping at Gucci, grabbing the belts, the shoes, the shirts, and everything. And I'm looking at the lineup from yesterday just online, and I'm laughing. But I also feel sad for you guys that you have to talk about this team.
B, am I allowed to talk to you? I got a text from Anna this week that I'm not allowed to text you while on vacation. I'm taking the private show to the airwaves here. Am I allowed to talk? Is it okay to talk to you right now?
Well, yeah, I think Anna's somewhere. I think she dipped off to the pool. So, you know what? I got a few minutes here.
Nice.
Good. Just calling and checking up my guy. Right.
So let's get into it. B. Major League Baseball has no game tonight. All right. There's no game between the Giants and A's, and then they play the A's this weekend. This is the most ZZZ baseball matchup between the Giants and A's that I can remember. I don't care about it whatsoever. The Giants are dead.
You know what? They are dead. 8 straight to the Dodgers. I mean, 8 straight losses to the Dodgers. And you know what? I knew it was going to come back and bite them in the ass. Look, we all talked about it before the season, fellas, that they'd be unwatchable or whatnot. But what I didn't believe was that they would be frugal. How am I supposed to believe they're going to go out there and get an Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani? They're out there making moves, Darren Ruff for J.D. Davis and sending Kirk Caselli up to the Pacific Northwest. And I see Giants fans. It's gotten so bad that Giants fans are saying, oh, Darren Ruff, what a great Giant. Thanks so much for the memories. The guy was here for a cup of coffee. Come on, Giants fans. Fuck up. Fuck up. It's Darren freaking Ruff and Kirk Caselli for crying out loud. And they're ready to throw out the red carpet, give them car service to SFO and say, you know what, Kirk Caselli, thanks for the memories. What memories? 5 for 76 in the last 3 games against the Dodgers in the NLDS? That Kirk Caselli and that Darren Ruff and that Wilmer Flores? Look, dude, no game today, which is good for you guys. But the Bay Bridge series, I mean, you're right, Shasky. And I've seen Casper get kicked out the game and show some fire. Hey, look, man, this team's done. It's over. But it's perfect because Trey Lance is here. So the Giants did what they were supposed to do. They were unwatchable. We got through July, and now it's football season. Because you know what Farhan told us at the deadline? Don't pay attention to us. We're non-existent. And you know what? They're going to be non-existent for a few years here. Everybody thinks that, trust the process and the farm system, you want to give up prospects. Well, I'm looking at the Padres.
Oh, my
God. Josh Bell is a throw-in. All right? Josh Bell, I don't think people realize how good he is as a switch hitter. Then you got Juan Soto. You got Machado. Tatis is back next week. And then you got the Dodgers out there backflipping with Mookie Betts and Trey Turner. And I knew it was going to bite them in the ass when they were running up the score on the National fan. We're going to play baseball our way. We're going to play hard for 9 innings. Now look at you, San Francisco. Now look at you. Another score. And now you're getting kicked out of games because you don't like it. You're being too mean.
Well. Oh, no. His phone's cutting off.
I was getting like Scarface vibes. Now look at you. You stupid. You stupid. Look at you. Look at you. I told you no wife, no kids, no children. Look at you now. As your brain is blown into the side of the window.
It sounds like his phone has dropped off. Maybe we could get him back on, but you know what, man? This is just a week's worth of takes that Vontae needed to give. Because I can't imagine what his reaction has been like when he's been seeing what's going on at the trade deadline with the Giants, with the Padres, with the Dodgers. I really wonder what's been going on. And somebody says there's an angry guy with an American accent in room 201. Can someone please go up?
Angry American in room 201. I mean, he's right about the whole Trey Lance thing and the Giants kind of just taking this up to 49er football. But football, we're still a couple weeks away. Yeah. A couple of weeks away. The whole, run up the score on people and it comes back around. I mean, look, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
I've been saying that all morning.
No, and you know what, man?
When you want to reinvent the wheel.
It really has come back around. Like, now teams are running it up on you. And the Dodgers weren't even running it up on them yesterday.
They were just playing the game.
They were just playing the game. And now this team has beat you. They were on the brink of losing for an 8th straight time for this team, and they have proven that last year, like if you want to say last year you were overachieving, fine, but the Dodgers have just proven that, look, last year, even though you won 107 games, I mean, we didn't care. I mean, come on, you won 107 games. We weren't scared of you in the NLDS. Like, that's what the Dodgers are saying, man. It's just all of that last year. Forget last year. Forget the 107-win season. I'm also with Bonte on the World Series magic. We talked about that yesterday. We don't need to hear about something from a decade ago. Don't need to hear about anything from 2014.
When they acquired Angel Pagan.
We don't need to hear about any of that.
And how much has baseball evolved since that era? Dramatically.
It's done a total shift,
dramatically,
including adding the shift and having it be more prevalent in today's game.
So I was listening to David Sampson, who used to run the Florida Marlins, the Miami Marlins, and he was talking about value and how you view certain positions and when to trade them, when not to trade them. And he was talking about starting pitching, and the most desirable time to trade starting pitching is with 1 year starting pitching with 1 year left on the deal. But if you're having a monster season and you're going to hit free agency, you still have tremendous value, and you owe it to your organization if you are not one of the contenders to move that starting pitching if it is not somebody who's going to be a centerpiece of the organization. So, like, he's looking at the Rodon thing, and he's like, the Giants should have moved Rodon. Like, you cannot come out of the trade deadline saying that your asking price was too steep when other people were out here surrendering 2 top 5 prospects for a guy with 1 year of team control. And Castilla's been very, very good this year. But, like, you could have gotten something that would have been very important for you. The other thing they were talking about is that the best time to deal bullpen arms is within the season. And his mark was not necessarily about the Giants having bullpen arms right now, but that bullpen arms outside of the closer position are so fluky year to year. And guys come and guys go, right? Lou Trevino, who we've talked about, he was good a couple of years ago. He's been terrible. Absolutely terrible. And they throw him into a Frankie Montas trade, and people are like, yeah, we're getting somebody back. But you don't know. Maybe he regains the magic. Think about Melanson. He was so bad for the Giants. He's had moments the last couple of years on multiple teams.
Then all of a sudden you're seeing him in the postseason for the Braves.
Exactly. And so basically, like, we all go, what's going on with this bullpen? I don't know. A guy who was kind of random in Tyler Rogers had a great year and then fell back down to earth because that's what a lot of the bullpen arms are. They're not superstars or studs. Like a Devin Williams taking over for Josh Hader in Milwaukee, who was the setup man to Hader being the closer. Yeah. He's the heir apparent to being the closer. That's why he's really good. These other niche arms that you have, they're going to be hot and cold.
Even when he was winning Rookie of the Year, Devin Williams, that is,
Yeah.
I think he was closing a lot of those games.
He mixed it up.
Yeah,
Yes.
Josh Hader was the setup man in that case, and then Josh Hader started picking it up, and them two were really battling it out for the 8th and 9th inning spots. Man, they really, I don't know, man. You're going to see Rodon and Webb over the weekend. At least your 2 best pitchers are going up against the A's. Woo! All right, Nick in Berkeley wants to weigh in on Kapler's ejection, what he saw yesterday. Nick in Berkeley, what's going on, man?
Man, he tiptoed into the ejection, first of all. And that's not even a time to get ejected. You're supposed to be arguing over, like, strikes with, or a play or something. And, man, like, you're going to whine about celebration. Just wait till he gets up again and drill him in the back. Like, baseball is so sanitized right now. It all started to crumble when they outlawed chewing tobacco and all that other stuff. I mean, it's just, why is the game so sanitized, man? Baseball is about eye black, pine tar, chewing tobacco, and bazooka gum. Getting dirty, diving for balls. You know what I mean? Wearing one in the back and you're talking smack. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. I mean, it's like you get more excitement from college ball.
Well, it's interesting that you bring this up. I don't love guys getting thrown at. I'm just going to be honest with you. You could seriously injure somebody and ruin their career, or, like Giancarlo Stanton, which was an accident, got hit in the jaw and had his jaw wired shut. And it affected him for multiple years.
Can't we just... can't we just do it where, you could celebrate, like, do it through celebrations, though.
But I'm going to give you the big but.
The big but.
When I watch The Captain and I watch Roger Clemens, and that's the Jeter doc, and I'm listening to Roger Clemens, I will admit, after hearing Roger Clemens and all of their teammates, there was a level playing field in the sense that I could get somebody back for something that happened before. I don't love it. I admit this, but I also understand that at that given time in that era, it was baked into the game like hard fouls were in the Bad Boys era, and I know we've evolved from that. But I do miss guys throwing inside. I do miss the intimidation portion of baseball. There was something that you feared when Nolan Ryan was on the mound. When Roger Clemens was going to get the ball the next day, you didn't necessarily act a fool all the time. Now, I'm not saying that you should still be able to celebrate. Like, we all agree. Like, Jeter used to, like, throw the bat. He'd get a hit and, like, fling the bat all the way into the circle. But, like, I do miss the leveling off of being able to kind of get one back. Like yesterday, old school baseball, Mookie's getting drilled. Now, Mookie already got drilled accidentally by Doval earlier this year, and surprised nothing happened to that. But if that's how Garcia would have handled it back in the day, or someone of his teammates. So I guess on one level, I do kind of miss that, but you can't be throwing it, guys. Like, I get why it's gone, but the game does miss some of that equalizer intimidation stuff.
But these guys are also professional baseball players, and they can aim. Like, if you're just going in there and you're trying to intimidate, you could do that. You could do that without hitting the batter. Like, they are that accurate with their pitches. So I agree with you, but you don't need to hit the guy, but just, brush them off the line a little bit. Let them know, like, hey, that's not okay.
Well, when you see Roger Clemens go, yeah, I gave him a bow tie, meaning I threw from the neck up, you're like, oh, God. And he would say, like, I had the magic bullet. But, like, that's how these things were settled back then. And I don't love it, but I also I do think the game at some level is missing some of it. Not all of it, just some of that.
All right, let's go to David in Santa Rosa who wants to weigh in. 888-957-9570. David in Santa Rosa. Then I want to pivot off this and move on to football. David in Santa Rosa, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? Good morning. Just simple as that. I mean, I was helping my kid on the coaching this summer. There's a team just bragging and all them stuff. They coaching them 8-1. There's 2 innings going, and the kids start like complaining and crying about what they're celebrating so much or whatever. And I just told them straight up, "Hey, you guys don't like it? Go do something. Go do something out there. You got 2 innings. Let's go do something." Well, they ended up losing 8-7, but at least they put up a fight.
Appreciate the phone call, David.
I mean, that's where we're at as Giants fans. At least they're putting up a fight. I don't feel like the lineups they're trotting out are putting up a fight. I mean, we're more worried about what's going on in their dugout after they yak one over the left field bleachers than how our guys are batting with the bases loaded. How our guys are running the bases. Like, I don't know.
They're playing fundamental baseball?
Yeah. I know.
I don't know what to make of this team, man.
I know what to make of them. They're not good.
They aren't.
They're not good. They're uninspiring. They're not good. They're not compelling. They don't play a fun brand of baseball. They're kind of an energy drain.
Yeah. I mean, 21 and a half games back of the Dodgers, Shasky. Think about how we were talking about this team last year. Normally in radio, it's, oh man, baseball season's coming to an end. It's time to transition to football. But this Giants team, throughout the month of July, throughout the month of August, gave us nonstop things to talk about because they were competitive every single night and doing something every single night. And you're thinking, oh my God, the Kapler magic, the Farhan magic, all of it is there. Wow. And now this year, it's gone to bleep because, players have gone on the IL. I will say that, but there's just nothing to be looking forward to.
There's another thing I want to dispel.
Yeah.
This notion that, the next 3 years, I mean, you just have to tear it back down and you just can't compete. Mm-hmm. What? What? David and Goliath on line 1? We are the tech hub of the world. You think if Uber, when they started up, the taxis, and they own the market. Cabs own the market. We're going to have to fold up shop and not compete for a few years. That's not how I operate. I'm sorry. They need to try to continue. I'm not saying you're reckless and try to spend like a drunken sailor and get a bunch of guys that are way past the hill just to build up that salary cap. No. What I'm saying is you need to still stay the course, and you need to be as dedicated to building this thing out as possible. It'll make it sweeter when we get on the other end. But this thing that you got to do moves for the way down the future now because they got Juan Soto and that team has Mookie Betts. No. You just need to be better and smarter. You think the Rays are competitive? They're looking at their division. They're like, okay, the Sox have infinite money. The Yankees are going to be there. Toronto's always going to be a problem. They're still competitive. The Orioles are still competitive. Pick your pants up and let's figure this thing out.
Well, I have a feeling
Get to work.
I have a feeling Rays fans are growing frustrated, though. I mean, I know they're 56-49, which is far better than you could say.
But they might be the odd team out.
But they might be because they're not spending the money. If you're not, if you're in a different division, then maybe this style of building your team would work. Maybe. But you're in the National League West where the Dodgers and the Padres have built their team for the next 5 years at least. And I don't even, the contract details haven't even come out for Juan Soto. And yeah, you're going to see him next week too. So you just saw the Dodgers. You got swept in 4 games. You got these 2 games set against the A's. It's preposterous that they're not having a game tonight. But then you get this series against the Padres. Now you're really seeing. Now you're going to really see what you're up against.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about the Giants, how boring they are right now. You go through another couple of years where you're not showing any hope and any life.
Yeah,
your fan base is dwindling. The Bay Area checks out on you. I'm sorry. If you don't want to field a competitive team, we move on.
That's it.
And it's not about bandwagon. It's about, hey, we're discerning and we have other things to do with our time.
Now, it feels like the Dodgers and the Giants rivalry is petering out. Feels like it's on the downslope. But, I mean, I know there's history and everything, but you also need the two teams to be competitive in order to actually build on that rivalry.
It just feels lopsided.
Yeah.
Right now it feels lopsided.
It can't just be based on history alone. Like, during the season when you're actually watching the games, it has to be these two teams are competitive, and they don't like each other right now. Well, they don't like each other, but these two teams aren't competitive. The Dodgers have the upper hand. Well, two teams that could be competitive for the next couple of years are the Rams and the 49ers. And I loved this question that you threw out there. 888-957-9570. Do you feel like this Rams-49ers rivalry that's kind of new within the NFC West now that these two teams are competitive, can that usurp Giants-Dodgers?
Or fill the void.
Fill the void of it.
Fill the void to begin, and maybe eventually, because I've been at look, the reason the Niners are a franchise is because of LA, going way back to the 1940s, all right? And so I look at this rivalry, and I look at what they've done the last couple of years in terms of these are the two teams, for the most part, that are competing for the division. And then you look forward, and you're like, all right, McVay, Shanahan. There's so many ties between the two of them, and it feels like every game is super close. We're starting to get that NorCal, SoCal thing back. And they, as in the Rams, are everything the Niners aren't. Glitz and glam and star-studded in terms of, like, we're going to get every free agent we possibly can.
Right.
And you look at the Niners, and the Niners, like, we're a little more under the radar. We play a physical brand of football. We're blue-collar. I don't know. I think this one it's got the hallmark of a great, great, great rivalry. And when you play in the playoffs, for all the enchilada, that's when these rivalries are really forged.
888-957-9570. If you're just a San Francisco sports fan in general, if you're a 49ers and you're a Giants fan, has this Rams rivalry that they've created so far, has that filled the void for you? Is that the one that you're most looking forward to this upcoming season? Because the latest from LA. Now, we know what's happening in Arizona with Kyler Murray and the Cardinals.
Drama. Had
the independent study addendum. They took it back because they saw the outrage, the reaction to everybody, seeing how ridiculous it all was. Then they said, they misinterpreted what we were trying to do. They think that Kyler doesn't study film. Kyler's not happy with the reaction to it. All right, you know what? We're just going to revoke it. Just take it out, put it away. And there's also something that just came across, too. This was from Josh Weinfuss of ESPN, or Weinfuss. I could be pronouncing the name wrong. But he says, I asked Cliff Kingsbury about having Kyler Murray call the plays via radio on Saturday, because I guess that's what they did at practice. Quote, this is from Cliff Kingsbury. I just wanted him to know that, hey, this bleep ain't easy. Every now and then he starts shaking his head when I'm calling it there. I'm like, all right, go ahead, big dog.
Wow. I mean, that's your coach and quarterback who you just locked in.
You got that in the NFC West already happening, and it's way too turbulent right now. This is not...
That's crazy.
That's insane. You never hear Kyle Shanahan say that about Trey or even Jimmy G when Jimmy was starting. No.
Wow.
Go ahead, big dog. Call the plays. You think you're better than I am? Call the plays. That's what I'm reading into it. That's that might be paraphrasing there, but that's what I think it means.
Wow.
So you're seeing that with the Cardinals. And then I'm looking what's happening with the Rams. And this may be much ado about nothing, but Stafford did have an elbow injury last year, and he received an injection into the right elbow during his offseason. And Sean McVay said that the pain is a little abnormal for a quarterback. Now, they said they're getting him progressing, and they're putting him in drills that can help alleviate some of those symptoms and not have to throw with that right elbow too strong. I don't even know what he was trying to say. Could he do it? Yes. Is that the best thing? We didn't think so, and I think I've got a responsibility to try to make decisions that are in the best alignment using medical experts and talking with Matthew. So you have that with his elbow. I mean, with the way that the NFC West is shaken out right now, I don't know if that means anything going into the season. Matthew Stafford's been playing hurt his entire career. But with what's going on between these two teams in the NFC West, I mean, at least the 49ers, I know they have a shaky O-line right now. That may be a concern for some people. I mean, people think, people think that you just shouldn't make the playoffs based off your O-line. But, man, I'm seeing everything that's happening in the NFC West right now, and I'm thinking 49ers... there's a lot of upside for the 49ers this year.
This elbow injury for Stafford, feels like something.
It does, doesn't it?
Hell yeah. If I told you Jimmy G had this last year, when he was the starting quarterback heading into the year, you'd be like, uh-oh, we're in trouble. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Like every quarterback.
Like McVay says, and this was from Wednesday.
Wow, this is a big one.
The pain isn't a setback, but is consistent with what's been going on. you want to try to have him operate in as little pain as possible. I think anytime you've played as long and are as tough as he is, I don't know if you're ever truly pain-free, but the goal would be for September 8th and really looking forward towards 17 games, then hopefully some games after that if we earn that type of opportunity. So I'm reading that and thinking, what, you're trying to just have him operate in as little pain as possible? It's a right elbow. You have to use a right elbow when you're throwing a football.
Well, and he got an injection this offseason. This is not good. And, I'm a little surprised that we don't see more football players at quarterback with arm injuries. Like, we don't get a lot of these arm injuries. At least we don't hear about them. And I'm a little surprised that we don't. But if he's out, I think so highly of McVay, he'll figure something out to be able to compete throughout the regular season. But like we all see it in the playoffs, when you have the lesser quarterback, it's really difficult to win playoff games.
The quarterback was everything for the Rams last year. Stafford was awesome.
Oh, he was the difference in the NFC Championship game.
He was fantastic.
Especially in that second half. He was the difference in the Buccaneers game when they won that game.
Yeah.
He was fantastic in that. And then obviously his synergy with Cooper Kupp. This feels like something, man. Especially that he's not going to participate in a lot of their camp stuff. Like, this is a big one.
I do think we are kind of sleeping on the Cardinals going into this season. I did, at least prior to everything happening. But
losing Chandler Jones is a big deal.
It is a big deal. So
he was a great player for them.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that. But seeing everything that's happening with the Cardinals and this elbow injury with the Rams, I don't know. But I do wonder at 888-957-9570, does this Rams 49ers rivalry, is this building to something that we can actually talk about as a rivalry? Is it building to that? Can it fill the void of what the Dodgers and the Giants are bringing right now as the Giants lost 8 straight? Because it feels like that's gone out the window.
I think for some fans, there's a little bit of, like the really in the deep weeds, there's some like ownership envy in how Kroenke runs his business. I think that for some fans, there's a stadium envy when it comes to the Rams and the Niners and seeing SoFi up close and personal. I think there's some people that like McVay over Shanahan. I'm not one of those people. I think very highly of McVay. I love Shanahan for us, and I like McVay for them. Like, I think both guys are in the right spots, but there's so many things you can go to. They went with the veteran quarterback to replace their guy. We went into the draft to replace our guy. Like, the way that these two teams have pieced their entire thing together is very interesting. They've got Aaron Donald. We've got Nick Bosa. They've got Cooper Kupp. We've got Deebo Samuel. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot that links these two teams, and I love everything about it. But the most important is that they're vying for the same thing that they want, which is crown of the NFC West and to host all these games in the playoffs for a right to go to the Super Bowl.
And the reason why I think that I don't like using the term playoffs or bust or Super Bowl or bust. Like, no, it's just, I do believe that if you don't make the playoffs, it'd be a disappointment. The playoffs or bust is just a term to use there. But I don't really use that too much. But I think that if you don't make the playoffs with the way that the NFC is shaking out right now, you got Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what the Packers are going to look like this season. They're supposed to be a top team within the NFC. Who knows with the Cowboys? Like, the Cowboys always do well in the regular season, but then they have this trend the Cowboys do.
I don't believe in Mike McCarthy.
No. They have this trend where the offense takes them to places that everyone's like, oh my God, Cowboys.
8 weeks in.
Woo, Cowboys. And then in the middle, that's when they start to
stop playing NFC East teams?
Yes. And that's when Mike McCarthy starts to make game time decisions that just do not make sense. And then you get into the playoffs and the Cowboys don't do anything. Like, the way that the NFC is looking right now, I don't know what's going to happen with Stafford. The Rams are right at the top. I don't know what's going to happen with Stafford. Cardinals, I don't know. 49ers, the way the roster is.
Look, the Niners right now, even though Eric Armstead's injured and Mo Hurst's missing the year, like, they feel very healthy, which is good. But I want to see where they're at 3-4 weeks from now, because they've been taking a pounding at practice.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question that we've kind of danced around this one. Jimmy G to Seattle. Would you be worried? Hypothetically, and I'm just asking you, I'm not asking the audience, although if you want to weigh in, go right ahead. Hypothetically, Stafford's out for the year.
Okay.
Would you be worried about Jimmy Garoppolo landing in L.A.? And I'm getting way ahead of myself. I'm just asking you hypothetically.
So if, let's just say, Jimmy Garoppolo was released, not even in a trade, let's just say he's released, and the Rams decide to pick him up.
Stafford, for whatever reason,
Jimmy Garoppolo
2 days before or 3 days before the season's about to begin. Would that worry you?
No. No, it would.
Even with McVay.
Yeah. Even with McVay. You know why? Because
a part of me would be worried.
Well, maybe, but also, man, that playbook that McVay is running, it's so complicated. You hear players talk about it and just the cadences, the audibles, everything that plays into his book. I don't know. I wouldn't be worried too much, but I'll put it this way. I'd be more worried than I would be with the Seahawks. If he goes to the Seahawks,
of course. Okay. I mean, that's obvious.
Seahawks, fine. Whatever. Go to the Seahawks. That team is not a talented roster. The thing with Jimmy Garoppolo is throughout his career, we always talk about the win-loss record. Well, he's had a very good roster around him when he's been the starter. Outside of, that time in 2018 when he ended up getting hurt against the Chiefs, and then you followed it up with 2019. You didn't expect that roster to be good, but it was a fantastic roster. Great. The roster he was playing with back with the New England Patriots, they were the Patriots when he was the backup there. So him without a good roster around him, not worried. But if he's with the Rams, I'd be a little more worried than that. But, if it was Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't know how he's looking after, surgery or whatever, but I don't know. I don't think so. What do you think?
I think I'd be a little worried.
Yeah.
And not necessarily that he's going to beat the brakes off you, but that would give them, he's better than any backup that they could have on their roster right now. So let's say Stafford goes out. If Stafford's out and they don't acquire anybody, I would cross them off as a threat for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I would just cross them right off. Like, could they make the playoffs? Absolutely. Cross them off for the Super Bowl, though. You're not beating Aaron Rodgers. You're not beating Tom Brady. You're not beating this Niner team.
But I also think the relationship with Cooper Kupp wouldn't be the same as it is with Stafford. Like, I don't think you get the same type of production from Cooper Kupp if Jimmy Garoppolo was there.
Yeah, they would alter. They would alter a lot of how they run their offense. But can we agree Jimmy Garoppolo would be better than backup X? We don't even know who the backup is off the top of our head.
Is it John Walford?
Yeah, come on.
Is that the guy?
He almost won that playoff, or I guess he did win that playoff game in Seattle.
Yeah. Everyone was wondering, oh man, Jared Goff, and then you brought him back with the thumb, even though the thumb was hurt. Wow, what a time for Rams in the playoffs. Let's go to John in San Francisco. John wants to talk about 49ers versus Rams. What's going on, John?
Hey, what's up? Just listening to you guys this morning. So, yeah, it's a sibling rivalry. That's what's going on. California. So, the state, NorCal, SoCal. And it's an era. It's a brand new era. Used to watch this between the Steelers and the Raiders and the Cowboys in the 70s. The Niners, the Giants, Redskins, and then the Niners and the Cowboys and the
John,
rivalry.
John, are you okay?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm just listening to you guys.
Oh, okay. You're breathing kind of heavy. I was worried. I didn't know if you were going to make it through.
Oh wow.
Wow, he was gone.
Yeah. Let's go to Anthony in Napa.
You had to do him like that.
Anthony in Napa, Stafford's elbow.
Anthony in Napa. What's going on, Anthony?
Yo, good morning, fellas. So, first, that was an interesting call.
That was strange.
I have maybe 1 or 2 points. What's up, Steven? I miss you on the early show, but I'm having a sneaky suspicion. I'm noticing that the NorCal versus the SoCal thing, it seems like we're missing a train, kind of. I don't know if the way LA is doing it is the right way, but I do know that what they're doing seems to be working right now.
Yes.
And I think the Giants are and I'm not even a baseball fan, but I learn more as I listen to you guys, and it does seem like the Giants are trying to do more old school and kind of missing the mark on certain things. I can't speak on baseball too much because I've never been a baseball fan, but what I hear you guys talk about, it does seem like LA is just, they're doing it right, or it's just working right now. But as far as football goes, I personally wouldn't be worried if Jimmy G ended up down in LA. Just because, I think we have put together a really solid team. I also don't really want to put too much stock in what's coming out of the Cardinals and what's coming out of the Rams as far as their quarterback situation. Because to be honest, as it stands now, they still have a better quarterback than what we have.
I agree.
As much as I really want to.
I agree.
Okay, cool.
He won the Super Bowl. We have to give Stafford his credit.
Just out of respect.
Yeah.
Right. So but I will say that because we just don't know. I know what you guys have been telling us, and we hope that that Trey will be a solid quarterback. But right now, I think we just need to worry about what's going on in Santa Clara, because we can have all these different stories, and we beat them 6 or 7 times in a row, and then the one that mattered the most, they got us. So I just think we got to just worry about what's going on in our own backyard. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Are the Niners and the Giants, are they a little bit too old school? A little too? Do you think that maybe they need to kind of go ahead?
Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's do the Xfinity Flex, and then at
Injury report,
excuse me. My bad. And then I'll answer that in 5 minutes. Okay. Exactly 5 minutes. I will answer that because I do believe there is a difference in how these teams have been assembled. Southern California teams versus the Northern California teams. And we will find out, especially when it comes to Niners, if that works or not.
Okay. Let's get to the injury report, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The injury report, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. The Giants were not only the team that suffered a loss at Oracle Park yesterday. Dodgers ace Clayton Kershaw was lifted before the start of the 5th inning after experiencing back tightness. Kershaw said after the game that he felt something lock up in his back during warm-ups and had not felt any discomfort before then. Manager Dave Roberts said that no decisions will be made until Kershaw gets tested tomorrow, but that NIL stint is certainly not out of the question. The injury report, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Final hour of this Friday show. Shasky on the other side, you're going to react to what Anthony in Napa was asking about how the Northern California teams versus the Southern California teams, how they spend their money and how they build their rosters, but also uniforms. We didn't get to the Warriors and these jerseys that they put out there. I want to get your thoughts on that on the other side. It's all coming up in the final hour of 95.7 The Game.
Super for BegQL. You want to beat the books?
Wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast. Bonte Hill is out, although he did call in and gave us a week's worth of takes in a 3-minute phone call, which was fantastic. And then, unfortunately, his phone connection had cut out, and he still wanted to go. He could have gone for another 3 minutes, I guarantee that, and even more. But in this final hour, Shasky, going into the break, you were asked a question by Anthony and Napa, and we got a couple of callers on hold who want to talk about the LA SF rivalry.
Yeah.
Austin and Redwood City actually wants to comment on Jimmy G to the Rams. I mean, you threw that. That was a 12-6 curveball that you threw. I had no idea that Jimmy G to the Rams. I didn't even know what to think. So that's all coming up in this final hour, but you wanted to answer a question from Anthony and Napa talking about just the disparity with these SF teams and the LA teams and the way that they build their rosters, going to the NFL, going to baseball, seeing what happened as the Giants lose their 8th straight against the Dodgers after 2 4-game series. So what do you got here, Chaz?
So I think both LA teams do a great job of identifying talent,
yes,
and developing that talent. Now, the Dodgers go about it different than the Rams. The Rams had Aaron Donald, a former first-round pick, and had Todd Gurley, a former first-round pick, and had Jared Goff, the number 1 overall pick. And then McVay came in, and he got the best out of those guys. As time went on, the Rams found good talent like Cooper Kupp, like Cam Akers now, in middle rounds, okay, and develop those guys, and Cooper Kupp's probably the best representation of that.
Yes.
This is a guy, mid-round pick, developed into a superstar. He's a superstar, like in terms of the impact you're getting from that player.
3rd rounder.
Absolutely. Todd Gurley and Jared Goff, they were very bold to move off of both of them when they did. They squeezed the lemon, got the most out of them, moved off them. Then what they did with their first-round draft picks was be bold and trade those away and go get guys that were proven commodities. Flipping Goff in a first-rounder to go get Matthew Stafford. Before that, flipping multiple first-round picks to get Jalen Ramsey, right? And so then what that's done is made them a desirable destination to free agents. Bobby Wagner shows up this year. Allen Robinson. We know all the list of guys that have wanted to go play there. They trade for Von Miller last year toward the end of the year. So they view draft picks in 2 ways. One, if it can get me somebody great, like that's their prospect, it can get somebody great right now, I'll surrender that. And then if I can identify random guys and build those guys up, that will be the bulk of the rest of my roster. And if I hit on a couple of them, like I did with Cooper Kupp, game changers.
Right.
Game changers for them. So they've built their team with a bunch of stars, but they've also done a really good job being discerning in the draft. Dodgers, same thing. They develop and draft their own, but they've been bold and traded prospects to go get better players. And then that's made it enticing to bring in a Freddie Freeman in free agency. They allowed guys to move on. The way Jared Goff, hey, we're going to trade you away, but we're going to bring in Matt Stafford and we'll attach and staple a first-round pick to it. They let Seager go. But they already had Trey Turner waiting in the wings because they made a shrewd trade to get rid of prospects and bring guys in. So they had replacements. So they both have done it both ways. Being bold via the trades and then also bringing in stars and then developing their own.
Well, so the difference is that the Dodgers, they did win that World Series back in 2020. And the Rams, obviously, what happened with the Super Bowl. So the Rams took a chance. Right? They took a chance because it's a gamble. Because really, the reason why we are not as outraged by what the Rams are doing, because I think if the 49ers were in a situation where, it just didn't look like they were on any sort of trajectory, it kind of looked like they were just flatlining, just, going about their business, trying to find a head coach, trying to find a quarterback. But they've built their team. And they have signed these guys to extensions and built their team from within. Yes. Maybe not signing big free agents, but you did sign Charvarius Ward to a 3-year, $40 million deal who should make your team better, right? On the other side, you got Emmanuel Mosley. But the difference is, and the reason why we're so angry about the Giants and them not spending the money is because it feels like the Rams, they did win a Super Bowl, so it worked. But they have their team set up for maybe the next 2-3 years outside of Aaron Donald and Matt Stafford. They don't have anybody under contract. Like the Niners, they have premium players signed at least until 2026.
They are your classic team building structure, right? Where we're going to stay with the draft. We're going to be very shrewd in what we trade away. Yeah. And we're going to identify our own, develop our own, pay our own, and keep them in a Niner uniform.
Which normally works. Which normally can work.
Well, that's the Pittsburgh Steeler way. Right. We're going to draft our own guys. We're not going to spend in free agency. Every now and then, if we think you're asking for too much, Mike Wallace, you can just go. Test free agency. It's all good. But we'll make under the radar moves in free agency, but they're going to develop their own and sign their own.
So it's the classic case, though, of, hey, would you rather win that one Super Bowl and just not
and
make
give
the
up everything
and
for
give
it?
up everything and not make the playoffs for the next 10 years, or would you make the playoffs consistently for the next 10 years without knowing whether you win a Super Bowl or not? I mean, if you just said, oh yeah, would you rather make the playoffs for the next 10 years without winning a Super Bowl? Obviously you'd want to win that Super Bowl, but the whole point of the 10 seasons in the playoffs is that hope that you can win a Super Bowl because you're there.
I hate the cross-sport analogies,
but it's so different in baseball.
Would you rather be the Toronto Raptors and swing big for Kawhi, knowing that it's only going to be a one and done? Or would you rather be where the Boston Celtics are today, where you feel like you're going to be in the mix, even though there's no guarantees for the next 5 to 10 years? Right? Like that's kind of where we're going with this. Now, there's no guarantee you win in either. I mean, it could have easily happened that Philly beat the Toronto Raptors in that playoff series and that shot doesn't go down by Kawhi, and let's say Philadelphia ends up winning that. But they cashed in. And so I look at the Matt Stafford trade. That's a game changer for the Rams. They won in year one. They won that trade unequivocally.
Instantly.
And what it did for that organization trying to set its feet back in LA to win a championship immediately like that, with all the Lakers winning one recently, with the Dodgers winning one recently, it was massive for their bottom line. But for their team, it also tells the rest of the roster, we're trying to win now. So if I'm Allen Robinson, a guy who's played for the Bears on loser teams for the last couple of years, it's like, yeah, I want to win. I'm going there. Bobby Wagner, oh, Seattle, you want to move off me? I'm going to go in division to a team where I feel like I can win. I'm going to the Rams.
Man, Allen Robinson's one of those names where you kind of forget that he got signed to the Rams this offseason. I mean, this dude played with, Blake Bortles and Nick Foles for his career?
I know. Well,
Justin Fields?
I think to some level...
It's Trubisky.
I respect the hell out of the way the Rams operate. They operate the way Joe Lacob does. Every year I'm not winning it, I feel like I lost something. I'm going to try to win it all every year. That's a fun pressure. Like Warrior fans can totally relate to that. Yeah. Every game, every year, if you don't win the championship, nothing means anything. Like I feel that. Whereas I feel like the Niners, and I think everybody in that building wants to win the Super Bowl, and that's the big pressure. But they're also like, hey, if we don't win it this year, We still got the next 3 or 4 years that we can go back in this. So from a team building aspect, as a GM, as a front office, I understand the way the Niners are operating. I appreciate the way the Niners operate. Do I wish they would be a little more bold here and there? Well, they tried to, and they got stung when they went out and got D Ford. They traded a second rounder and gave him a bunch of money, and they tried, and unfortunately his body couldn't keep up.
Well, you did just trade 2 picks in order to get Trey Lance,
and they did it for Jimmy G.
Yes.
So I think that we obsess about the Niners don't make bold moves. No, they do. They're just different in how those moves land. I feel like,
man, it'd be interesting to see if the Rams can continue to develop talent, because if they do, like Cooper Kupp, and you managed to make a 3rd rounder back in 2017, that's just the star wide receiver.
Probably going to go to the Hall of Fame.
It's crazy.
It's just crazy to say, but you look at his numbers, and then you just play it out. If he can stay with Stafford. Whew.
Let's get to Austin and Redwood City, who's been waiting patiently on hold.
Cup or Coop.
Jimmy, Cup or Coop. Cup or Coop and calamari.
They can't stop Cup or Coop.
Shout out to Low Neal. Austin in Redwood City wants to weigh in on your question, because you asked me. I mean, if Stafford with his elbow pain, and you know what? I'm going to reread that on the other side of this call, but Jimmy Garoppolo on the Rams, would that scare you? Austin in Redwood City, what's going on?
What's up, man? Yes, that will scare me. If he goes there, look, he's got receivers over there that can run routes and gain separation. Over here in the Bay Area, we don't got that, and he never had that when he was playing with us. So I feel like Jimmy never had a fair shot at that. Every time Jimmy go out there, he get injured because our receivers can't gain separation, and that leads to our offensive line getting injured. And you got to look at it too. Tom Brady, he couldn't play with the receiving core he had. It looked like he was on his downfall. All of a sudden, he goes to Tampa Bay. It looked like he got 2 years younger. Now he got a Super Bowl and he got Julio now. But that's all I got. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, the Rams rolled the dice and made a big, bold move, and it totally worked out. And I got to give them all the respect in the world for it. And there was so much pressure. If they lose to the Niners last year, think of how big you allowed the Niners into the playoffs by losing at home week 18. You made this huge, bold trade to go get Matt Stafford. The Niners could have made that move. They didn't, and they beat you. Instead, it's, and he doesn't throw that pick to Tart. Instead, it's all of these other narrative, and it's crazy how thin the margin is from winning and losing, and how the narrative on Stafford and that trade and how bold they were. It's all viewed differently.
Going back to your Raptors, not your Raptors, but your Raptors opinion with Kawhi Leonard and them going all out. Move. It was a very bold move, but Clay and KD didn't get hurt. Who knows what would have happened?
If he doesn't hit that shot and Philly ends up beating them. You could do the woulda, coulda, shoulda. Hey, if Cody Ross doesn't hit 3 home runs in one game, we could do that till we're blue in the face. The margin for winning is just so thin. And I don't think people realize, just putting together a contender is a difficult task all in itself.
So the reason that we brought up the Jimmy to the Rams thing is because Sean McVay basically said that what the pain that Stafford is feeling in this right elbow, an elbow injury that he had last year, ended up getting an injection for it this offseason, said that it's abnormal for a quarterback, and that they're trying to do everything in their power during practice to limit and operate in as little pain as possible. So I'm wondering how they're doing that. He's not working with the team in camp right now. I don't know what's going to go on with the Rams this year. It's just the fact that they won a Super Bowl, man, in how they built their team, it's just so unconventional, And the fact that they did that, I don't know if teams are going to change the way that they do business and try to copy what the Rams are doing, because I don't know if you could do that. I don't know if you could emulate that.
It's a unique scenario. You're in a new city, even though they were there before, and you're trying to win now and capture the hearts of a cluttered sports market. It makes a lot of sense why they operated the way they did, and they're trying to sell season tickets. So I understand it. Now the Giants, because you're asking about how does this relate to the Giants?
Yeah.
The Giants are looking at the 49ers, and they're probably saying, well, that's kind of how we want to be. We want to build this thing up through the draft and through our internal prospects, and then maybe one day when things are right, we'll make a bold trade, like in the way that the Niners traded up to go get Trey Lance. I think that's what they're hoping. The problem is that baseball and football could not be more different in terms of ready-made players who can contribute. Every year in the NFL, you can get 2 starters in the draft. every year. If you draft properly, you can get 2 starters, whether it's undrafted, whatever. Like you see, we go to practice. How many random undrafted guys have the ability to be a player on the Niners?
They're showing out.
Have impact.
They're showing out.
There's lots of them.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild, isn't it?
It's tons.
Like Burford, this guard. When they drafted him, most people are like, who? And then you and me go, and I'm like, I said to you right away, I said to Love, and I go, that guy will be the starting guard for the 49ers. Look at him. Like, I could just tell right away. They might have a 5-10 year starter.
You never know.
Right?
You never know. Everyone is saying that the offensive line is in shambles, but when you have Trent Williams on that side, Mike McGlinchey on the other, and then Burford right there on the right side, at least you got 3 I think Burford can be good, and it's been proven that you can get a 4th round pick like an offensive lineman and have him start and be serviceable at the very least.
Contrast that with the Giants. Like, Luis Gonzalez is kind of like the equivalent of a random middle round pick, and you're like, I have no idea what he is. I don't even know if he's an everyday player. Baseball's just so different. It's so different.
You'd think that he is, and then you see the base running, and you see those errors.
That's a whole nother.
Yeah, I mean, you think this guy, when you look at Luis Gonzalez and you watch him hit, you watch him up to bat, you watch his speed, you're like, oh, this guy's a player. This guy's an athlete.
With IQ.
But then you see some of the mental mistakes, and you just wonder, like, okay, what is this guy's future really in baseball? All right, Robin in San Francisco wants to weigh in. Robin in San Francisco.
Robin.
Happy to hear from you on a Friday, Robin. What's going on?
And happy birthday.
How you guys? So I don't have anything like brilliant to say. I do remember reading something. Listen, and this might be an oversimplification. The Rams just went out and spent money.
Yep.
Okay, so and because they got that new stadium, if you know the background of what they had to get back to LA from St. Louis, from the stadium, from that whole mess in St. Louis, and so the pressure, both I think organizations have pressure to win, but 2 different kind of pressures, okay? And so for LA, they had to produce. You understand? In that new stadium, trying to build a fan base, they had to produce. They went all out to produce. They made sure they had no damn holes to produce. So, it's kind of like this. I really believe that you get what you spend your money for when I buy clothes. So when I buy clothes, my daughter says, you don't spend $80 for that blouse? And I say, yeah. And she says, I can get that at Target, but yours going to fall apart, okay? But mine's is going to last a little longer, okay? So that's how I kind of view that situation the same way with the Giants. Now, Kyle and them, they are building, I guess, a different way. But let's just face it, they're not building to win right now because if they did, they wouldn't have any holes. But they don't really have the type of pressure that the Rams had to produce. And I'll give you another example who has that type of pressure to produce, but I don't think they have the class to produce. That's the Raiders in that damn new stadium up there in Vegas. They better produce. They better put somebody in them seats. But I don't know if Mark Davis can do it. Let me know what you guys think.
Hey, Robin, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Robin.
She's gone.
Well, the Raiders will put butts in the seats. They just won't be Raider fans. Like if you watch any of those games last year, it's not all covered in silver and black.
Quick aside, I saw somebody post a thing on Twitter, and it was Mark Davis eating chicken wings, and said the person commented that was me. Who doesn't like chicken wings?
Wait, so people were going after him for eating chicken wings?
Well, they were saying that he looked sloppy eating the chicken wings, and that they were joking that was me eating chicken wings. And I said, who doesn't like chicken wings? And chicken wings are a sloppy eat.
Yeah, how are you supposed to eat them unsloppily?
Who doesn't like chicken
Literally,
wings?
yeah, one of the foods where you can't look elegant eating a
Thank
chicken
you.
wing.
Yeah, you gotta use a fork and a knife. Just kind of cut it up.
Stop it.
That's like
You're not doing that,
Seinfeld
are you?
using it with the Snickers, George Costanza cutting it with the fork and knife.
Right.
No. Back to the Giants and Niners contrasted to where the Dodgers and the Lakers are, and obviously the Rams. Mark Willard's brought this up because he was down in Southern California for a long time, and it's a great point. And the more I've thought about it, I think he's right. San Francisco and the Bay Area is a transplant area. We all agree. It's a big transplant area. LA is more so. Like, LA is the transplant epicenter of California.
Yeah.
Right? And San Francisco's not too far behind. But for the most part, all of their famous people were exported in, or imported in from somewhere else. Yes, there's a Kobe and a Magic, but there's also a Shaq who came from Orlando, and he's one of their legends. There's obviously a Wilt, and he was a Warrior beforehand. And there's obviously a Kareem. He was a Milwaukee Buck beforehand. And then I look at the current Dodgers, all those guys were somewhere somewhere else outside of a couple of them. And Kershaw's the homegrown guy, but all their 3 stars right now, Turner, Betts, Freeman, they're from somewhere else. The Lakers have LeBron James right now. He's clearly from somewhere else. The Rams got Stafford. He's their centerpiece. He's from somewhere else. San Francisco, the Bay Area, whether it's Oakland, whether it's SF, we love our homegrowners. KD came here, and he helped us win championships, but he wasn't one of us. Steph's one of us. Joe Montana's one of us.
The entire 2019 season turned into Draymond versus KD. Like, it really turned into that. Like, through the callers, the questions constantly coming through. Kevin Durant's leaving through free agency. Would you rather have Draymond Green or Kevin Durant on this team for the next 10 years? Just random topics that you're bringing up. So, yes, I'm with you. And then also when you go to the Giants,
Posey,
look at everything from
Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner. But my pushback would be Bonds, obviously, is one of the greatest Giants of all time. They got him in free agency, but he was from the Bay Area. So he was already kind of one of us. They drafted him out of high school, couldn't sign him. He goes to Arizona State. Other guys like Jeff Kent, never really, even though I think he's a Giant, I think he should have been embraced as a Giant, never really was embraced like that. Even though his impact was equivalent for some people of a Matt Williams, of a Will Clark, but he didn't resonate like that. Isn't that weird? Like Hunter Pence, he was from somewhere else, but he resonated here, which is odd. I also think the winning factors in that. Dwight Clark, go to the Niners list. There's so many of them. Steve doesn't hit the same way Joe does for a lot of people, and it's because he was a Buck beforehand.
Yeah. Everything that you're talking about right now, too, and this might be not off topic, but just out of nowhere, was thinking about what Hunter Pence said about Joey Gallo, right? Hunter Pence, and the reason for Joey Gallo, the reason he made the case that the Giants should trade for him, this was prior to the deadline, and he joined the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, of course, a podcast for Giants fans, by Giants fans, Shasky and Willard, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Find that on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or wherever you get your podcast. But Hunter Pence was on with Willard, and he made the case for Joey Gallo that he needed to get out of New York because he was just getting criticized left and right, and rightfully so. He was batting under 100 in the past month and a half or whatever it was.
Yes.
He only hit 3 home runs or something, which was just not what the Yankee fans wanted. So he said, you know what? He comes over here. San Francisco Giants fans are going to embrace him, whatever. But I don't think they would have. I don't think they would have if he wasn't producing. And what you're saying right now, like, Barry Bonds is what really triggered this. You said Barry Bonds, well, even though he came from Pittsburgh, he was still a Bay Area guy. Well, I'm thinking of a guy who was a Giants fan, and I can't help but think, but man, that's why the hope for Aaron Judge is always going to be alive until he's officially signed somewhere else, because of that talent from being homegrown here in California, him being a Giants fan, and possibly wanting to play with his hometown team. Now, of course, 20% of it is going to be, oh yeah, I want to play for a hometown team, and 80% of it is going to be, I want to go to a winner at the same time.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what motivates him.
We don't know what his motivation is.
We don't know.
That's why I think we are holding out hope so much for Aaron Judge. I know Bonte came on here and said, Aaron Judge, that's out the window. I don't believe it's all the way out the window quite yet.
Who knows?
But what you're saying, it just, with these guys and how we accept them as homegrown guys, I think Aaron Judge here would just instantly be catapulted right to the top.
Had Brady signed here, there would have been an initial shock and awe, and there would have been some people that are like, oh my God. If he would have won in the playoffs, every Niner fan would have been wrapping their arms around him, right? In a heartbeat. Even though he's been a Patriot for the entirety of his career, at the very end he comes here, and it would have been different. There are certain people that are born here where it just hits different. Ricky Henderson, a Yankee 8,000 times over. Like, he hits different for Oakland A's fans, also because he's from here. Dave Stewart, he hits different because he's from here. So I do think that being born and raised here is like a totally different. It just hits totally different than some of these other ones. So, but like I just look at how the Niners have put together their team. We all love Joe Staley, right? Trent Williams is the superior player. In terms of who's better, where they're at. But Joe Staley hits different for people because he's a homegrown guy.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the Comcast business text line. That's also the phone number. Of course, you can catch us live on YouTube, live on Twitch. Just search up 95.7 The Game. Subscribe, check us out. We are getting a lot of chicken wing texts, and that's not what's coming up. I want to get your thoughts on the Warriors' alternate jerseys. But Michael Hernandez here said, it's boneless for me, doggy. Boneless are not chicken wings to me. Boneless are just chicken tenders.
Well, they're separated chicken meat
nuggets.
That's been molded. That's a whole nother category.
I don't count those as chicken wings. Boneless chicken wings are just chicken nuggets.
You don't want to know. That's what I'm going to tell you.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
What is that?
Who did that?
Nice.
That is the noise that Dan Dibley does to Steiny and Guru during Jockberty, which makes a return today, by the way. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard at 11:45. Tune in JD Guru and Dan Dibley at 11:45.
That's a heavyweight matchup.
Wow. Can't wait for the changeover coming up here. All right.
Wow, JD and Dibs going at it with Guru?
In studio, too, for the first time, because when we were doing it during the pandemic, people were on Zoom, so no delays from Guru this time to have an excuse.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Again, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Your thoughts on the Warriors' alternate jerseys? I want to get to that on the other side. Of course, if you want to weigh in, 888-957-9570. It's Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Joe Shasky, as always. It's the Morning Roast, and it's the final half hour on a Friday here on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com. The Bay Area.
Yes, Kapler cake. That supersedes anything that we have to do except the Warriors alternate jersey, because I did want your thoughts on that. I know you're a big jersey guy, so we saw them unveil these new alternate jerseys, and they have this look, and everybody was comparing us to them, especially in the Bay Area. They have this Cal Bears kind of Michigan feel to them.
Western Virginia.
Yeah,
West Virginia.
yeah, or maybe even the Pacers. When
they do kind of look like the Pacers.
You know, maybe even them. But
it's like a navy blue with gold or yellow, depending on how you disseminate when it comes to the colors.
So, what do you think? What do you think of these jerseys?
I think they're fine. I have no problem with them. I think they're cool. I personally would just roll back the black ones. I thought those were so sharp with the pop and yellow. Like, I really like those a lot. I know a lot of teams across every sport want to incorporate black, even though it's not part of their color scheme. I think the Warrior ones are great. I absolutely love those ones. But these new ones, they're fine. They say Golden State across the chest, which none of their uniforms really say Golden State.
Yeah.
So that's unique.
The line that they got on the outline there, on the around the neck and around the arms, it's a little thicker than the normal line would be. The outline, I don't know.
Like them?
When I saw, they're fine. Like again, like you mentioned, they're fine. But when I saw them, everyone was going crazy, and I thought they're okay. But there's just so many jerseys, I just can't keep up.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, when I'm sitting behind the glass, and normally when Bonte's hosting this show, and you guys are going at jersey to jersey, and you're talking about the Warriors ones, it's just there's so many that there's just so many that are going around. The ones that I like, and maybe this is not really the unpopular one, but the ones I like the most are just the regular blue, the old school Warriors ones with the yellow outline and the trolley cart on the back.
That's
the back.
The city.
The city
jerseys.
I like the city ones.
I think those are their best uniforms.
Yes.
And I would go back to those ones being your primary. That's me personally.
Right.
Blue on the road, yellow at home, right? I would also incorporate the one that I always like is the Run TMCs. Like, those should be in the mix. In the late 80s, early 90s ones, before Thunder. I know that they did the Oakland ones. I would have those in the mix as well, too. Do I think there's too many jerseys? Probably. But when you have 82 games of inventory, I'm fine with you mixing and matching your jerseys throughout the year. I got no problem with that. So the Christmas jerseys for many years were really cool, but they would only wear them on one day.
Yeah.
And then you'd see them for sale at like Target or something.
With the show, with the shirt, you remember that on Christmas Day? The shirts that they were wearing,
with the
shirts.
pinstripe shorts.
Yeah.
The Harrison Barnes specials.
Wasn't too big of a fan of those.
Jarrett Jack.
Yes,
that era.
Jarrett Jack.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
I miss Carl Landry too.
Flexing on people. And then going to the Kings.
I like to think anytime Draymond's doing the flex, I'm like, he got that from Carl Landry. That's what I like to think. But I don't know. I saw those through the week, and I just wanted to bring them up as we're here on a Friday. Now, before we get to that Kapler sound on cake, I just wanted to play this one more time, because yesterday we had the Giants and the Dodgers. They lost 8 straight. And we saw Kapler finally show some sort of reaction, right? He didn't like how the umpire came in and scolded the dugout, scolded him on how he should be handling his players. Because Harlan Garcia, he goes back to the Dodgers dugout. He, gestures toward them because the Dodgers had gestured to them first. And then Gabe Kapler didn't like that. It's the first time we've really seen Gabe Kapler. This is the first time we've seen him blown up. We haven't seen him get ejected ever since his time back with the Phillies. He got ejected 4 times with the Phillies. Never got ejected with the Giants.
Can you remember Bochy getting ejected? Like, just remember. I know it happened. But can you visualize it?
You could. You could visualize him getting, because
I have a hard time visualizing. That's just me.
Really?
Yeah. I know he did. He would stand there and he'd bob his head and he'd point down to the ground a lot.
Yes.
And he'd kind of like talk down so that the camera wouldn't see a lot of the things that were coming out of his mouth. But not like screaming and yelling the way Kapler was yesterday.
Right. You can't picture that, but you picture Bochy just the old school way of doing it, which is getting up in their face, kind of like the Lou Piniella thing. Maybe kicking some dirt on the maybe kicking some dirt on the shoes or whatever. But we saw Kapler get really mad, got ejected, and it just felt like it was all for naught. We were super thrilled with we were super thrilled with it at first, or at least I was, and then I realized, well, you're down, you're probably going to lose you're probably going to get swept again. Like, what's the point? But I want to play this for you.
Yes.
Okay? Because the Dodgers, everyone's wondering what they were doing, and they made some sort of gesture which, was inappropriate. Again, like you said, not PG, but Trey Turner spoke on what happened between Mookie Betts and Harlan Garcia. And Trey Turner, of course, star shortstop with the Dodgers. Here's what he had to say about this, because I find this to be kind of embarrassing for the Giants.
What did you guys see in the dugout during the thing in the sixth with Garcia?
I mean, we saw him, do the celebration or whatever to Belly, and then I actually didn't see what happened after the end of the inning, but I know him and Mookie were obviously going back and forth, but yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened, but I know,
Did it surprise you or anything like that, just to see him react like that?
Yes and no. I mean, nothing really surprises me anymore, but at the time of the game and the score of the game and the inning, it didn't really, make a lot of sense to a lot of us, I think, but I mean, I guess that's where they're at.
I guess that's where they're at.
It's desperation times. Okay. Dibs brought this up earlier this week, and myself, and I would say Willard also, we're kind of like, nah, we kind of scoffed at it, and now I'm open to listening to it. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I'm definitely not dismissing it. He brought up this notion. Has Kapler lost the dugout? And we throw those things around, right? But think about what's gone on this week. You have all the trades. You might be here. You might not be here. The Rodon recently losing his mind in the dugout. You got everything that's going on with this team on the field in terms of underperforming. Everyone's screaming and yelling for Kapler to scream and yell. And then he finally screams and yell. And the team doesn't respond at all to any of those things. Now we'll see what ends up happening the next couple of days. Do you think he's maybe just... Not that people don't like him or anything. They're just kind of like, tuning him out when you lose like this.
Well, maybe I'd flip that. I mean, is Kapler looking at this roster, going into it? For example, going back to Moneyball, right? You watch how Philip Seymour Hoffman played Art Howe, and how Art Howe, how displeased he was with the lineup that they were putting out there.
Yes.
How he's just like, really? Is this what you're giving me to work with right now? Like, this is what the lineup that you're throwing out there, Brad Pitt? Really? You're telling me this? I got to work with these guys? Like, I wonder if that's what's happening with Kapler and the Giants. So I'd flip that and say, has Kapler lost the locker room? Or maybe has Farhan lost Kapler with this lineup that he's having to throw out there every day? Because it's not all Kapler's fault. It's not all Kapler's fault that he has to throw out a lineup where, what was Willard saying yesterday in the changeover? That metrically, this is like the worst defense that they've had on that field throughout the season. I mean, this is what you're giving me to work with. I wonder if you maybe it's both. Maybe it's a little bit of both.
Well, I think you should redirect your anger and your frustration and your whatever, whether you're a player or a fan, at the front office. I mean, whether it's ownership and the money that they're spending or lack thereof, going down 20% in the payroll, or whether it's the personnel decisions that they've made. One of the things that you hear from the great managers, is that what they'll use is the front office, the people up above, as it's them versus us, meaning the players and everybody in the clubhouse is united and they're rallying together, even though we know a manager is more, he's more front office than he is player, right? Because someone has to be the superior or the authority out there, but they always turn it into, these guys, we got to rally so that those guys upstairs know that we're all in and they make a move to improve this clubhouse. There's like a them versus us thing. It just feels like everybody's doing their own thing right now, right? Because nobody has any solidification in the organization long term. No one.
I don't know what's going on with them. They have the day off today. Day off on a Friday night when they're playing the Oakland Athletics. Two-game series. Okay, great. Then they get to go play the Dodgers. The Padres.
Oh,
can't wait for that.
Juan Soto.
Okay, so the Kapler cake thing.
This is just another word salad from the guy.
What is this? So what was the cake for?
It was, I guess, his birthday of some sort.
His birthday of some sort?
Yeah, or some sort of celebration. And they asked him about, hey, there's a steak cake, which I don't even know what that means. Does that mean it's a cake shaped like steak? Or is this a steak shaped like cake?
It is cake shaped like a steak. So 2 years in a row, Gabe Kapler has received this for his birthday. It was his birthday a couple days ago. And 2 years in a row, he has declined to eat it.
So do you have the sound of him answering why?
So they asked him.
How was your cake yesterday?
I am embarrassed to say that I did not eat the cake yesterday.
Was that 2 years straight where you didn't eat it?
Yeah, I don't like to be like forced into it on a day. Like if I want to eat something, I just want to eat it whenever I want to. My grandfather talked a lot about sort of like the freedom that he had on any given day, and that the holidays didn't make his life any different or force him into making any choices. I remember him talking about that a lot. I feel similarly, like if I want to eat, I'll eat. If I want to drink, I'll drink. And it may be on my birthday, but it might not be. So I don't feel any, even though a cake showed up, I don't feel pressure to eat it.
I mean, okay, let's put baseball to the side. Okay, everyone, put baseball to the side. All our feelings about baseball, throw those to the side. The hell's wrong with this guy? Like, on the real, when you get a gift as a kid, and even though you don't like the gift, if you're like, oh no, more underwear from grandma, like, what do your parents say? Like, what are you doing? Whack into the back of the head. Like, you need to thank them. Pretend like you like the gift. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody, like, you're supposed to show certain pleasantries to people when you go to someone's house. All right, and you're eating a foreign food that maybe you're not accustomed to. You will eat the food and pretend that it's good, strictly out of respect for not embarrassing the other people. When someone brings you a cake and it's your birthday, take a nibble. It's not going to kill you, dude. Like, on the real.
Take a little bite of the steak.
What's wrong with you?
The steak cake.
I mean, really.
When I'm hearing that,
this is why you're so uptight,
dude. When I'm hearing that, this is what I learned from my grandfather. Okay, for each family, to each their own. Whatever. If this is what you learned from your grandfather, I can't relate to that, because what I was taught with my family is, hey, if you don't eat any of that, it's gonna get taken,
and it's disrespectful.
It is.
That's the way I view it. It's, to me, and you can say, Joe, it's just a birthday cake. If somebody here at the office, all right, brought in a big cake and it was for me, not for you or whatever, like it's another if it's for you, all right, for you. You can't take a nibble. Like a nibble. No. Out of the principle of freedom, I don't feel like right now I need to be eating cake. I just think it's so weird.
So he had his birthday at the end of last month.
It's the weirdest thing he said.
So July 31st. And he did... You don't eat the cake? Like, hey, Kapler, just eat the cake, dude. That's all you got to do. Take a little piece. It's fine.
I just...
What does he think it's going to do? Are one of his, abs going to go away? What the hell, man?
I stand up to peer pressure.
Yeah, it's like, I understand he takes stances. That's fine, but it's just eat the cake.
He's a robot, and this is like going back to it. Like I don't think he's the reason this team is losing because of baseball decisions. Like I'm talking about what he brings to the dugout. I don't think he has enough versatility in his personality to be a dynamic manager. Not that you have to be 7,000 different things, but you have to be able to be more of a chameleon than he is. I am this way all the time because that's the way I'm always. Steve Kerr, we all agree, this is one of the greatest coaches in Warrior history, if not the greatest coach in Warrior history, and he's probably a top 12 or so NBA coach of all time right now. Right? Will you agree?
Yeah.
Is Steve Kerr one way all the time?
No.
Sometimes he's relaxed. Sometimes he's fired up. Sometimes he needs to yell at someone. Sometimes he needs to put his arms around someone. The essence of coaching, to me, is getting the best out of each individual person and being able to communicate that in a way that relates to every single person. So you need to alter up your pitch, your sell, your motivation, your tactics, depending on who you're talking to. If you have kids at home, do you treat all your kids equal? No. One of your kids needs a kick in the pants. The other kid, you can give them a little more freedom because they're a free spirit, but yet they get things done. It's the same thing when coaching. So, like, to me, his whole, there's one setting and that's how it, that is the thing I totally disagree with in life. You cannot treat people with one setting all the time.
From Oreo Cookie on the Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. It was leg day. There's no cake on leg day. That's from Oreo Cookie. Then from 408, weirder for you to care enough to make a segment on it, to be honest. Well, it plays into what we're seeing here with the Giants. Every little thing. And
it's one setting.
And
everything is one setting.
The Steve Kerr that you mentioned, when you're talking about that, I couldn't help but think of that one shot that Curry had where he shouldn't have taken the shot. He shouldn't have. And Kerr normally he's pretty, he can be pretty even keeled on on the bench. He kind of sits there with his arm crossed.
There's a time and a place, I feel like, with Kerr, and that's the thing I love about him.
But he puts his arms up like, Steph, what the hell are you doing?
Exactly.
And then he turns around because he made the shot, and then he puts his head in his hands. He's like, holy hell, this is all right. This is what I'm getting into. All right, fine. Like, that's the thing with Kapler. That's why I want to see him show some emotion in the dugout. If that's who he is, then fine. But I want to see a little more out of a coach.
And a lot of people are going to say, well, look at Belichick. He's one way all the time. To the media, you talk to people who have coached with him, played with him. He's like obsessed with jerky boy calls. I don't know if you remember the old jerky boy calls where you like prank call people. There's a side of Belichick we'll never see at a podium that players and coaches have talked about. Is he intense? Absolutely. But he also communicates with his guys in different ways, and he shows his sense of personality to them in ways that we'll never see.
Let's go to the 408. I don't see any correlation. They're arguing through the text line, which is fine. I don't see any correlation between coaching and passing on a birthday cake. Now, the Bill Belichick thing you bring up. You talk about jerky boys, I go back to that video of Randy Moss inviting him to his Halloween party.
It's the best.
Bill Belichick doesn't look like much of a guy who wants to go to a Halloween party. Because he is the guy that people dress as nowadays at Halloween parties. You cut the sleeves off your hoodie, then you wear it, and then you're Bill Belichick, and then you bring along a friend who has a mullet, then you're like, hey, we're Bill and Steve Belichick. But anyway, when he invited him, that's my favorite video, by the way, is just they have the camera on Belichick, and he kind of gives a little smirk. All right, I'll go. And then he's wearing the pirate outfit.
Oh, great.
And he's roller skating on a roller rink, and that's what they cut to.
It's amazing.
So these little things, just these little things. I know it doesn't have much to do with anything. Like a cake steak, it doesn't have anything to do with the team. But it's just, go out of your comfort zone a little bit.
My favorite people in all of sports never act one way all the time, right? They show range of emotions. My favorite artists, like Tupac, he'll give you Brenda's Got a Baby, and he'll give you Hit 'Em Up, and he'll give you How Do You Want It. Like, you get a wide range showcasing all of the emotions. Because in my life, I'm not one way all the time. Some days I'm happy, some days I'm a little sadder, some days I'm more angry, whatever it is. Like, and I get it, dude's a robot, but my God, I don't know if the robot thing works throughout the drag of 162. I do think you got to show a little more. In the same way that like Billy Martin wore on people and Harbaugh wears on people in terms of being one way, intense in your face all the time, like you got to mix it up a little. Come on, man. Smile, bruh. It's a cake.
What was it? The thing that he eats ice cream but he doesn't eat the ice cream?
I don't know.
He spits out the ice cream.
You know what they say about this? This is like my uncle used to say this all the time. He worked for George Lucas. George Lucas, billionaire.
Yeah.
Eccentric. If George Lucas was on 6th and Market right now in a tent, we'd say, look at that guy's a weirdo, right? But because he's got all this money, he's eccentric, right? And certain people, it's okay to say it out loud. Weirdo. I'm sorry, not eating the cake, weirdo thing. And disrespectful to the people that brought you the cake. Just have a little nibble.
Just something.
Just come on.
Just something. Eat the crust. Eat the crust of the cake. Eat the crust.
It's just weird.
Where do you go with it?
Defiant for no reason.
I will say, though, this steak cake is a very odd shape. You know? It's like
really cool looking, though, if you look it up. Because they put like the little butter, which I probably like fondant or something like that in the middle. And it's like very thick, like T-bone sized steak. Yeah, very interesting.
So it's cake. It's actual cake.
Correct.
But it looks
Shaped
like steak.
Yeah.
Well, gotcha.
They use a decorative frosting to kind of give the steak texture on the outside.
That's where I was confused. Because it looks dark and it was humongous. I didn't know what was going on.
Dude,
so it's chocolate. Okay.
I see those videos where it's like they'll have just a delicious looking cheeseburger, then you cut into it and it's a cake. I'd hate that. I would hate that. Like if you showed up and you told me, like if you gave me a steak cake for my birthday, I'd appreciate the gesture. But if you told me, oh yeah, this is a steak, then you cut into it and I realize it's a cake, I'd be like, F you, man. I wanted a real steak, not the cake.
Whenever you go and like get food for somebody and you're trying to do like a nice gesture and you bring them something because they maybe didn't answer the phone or they didn't tell you exactly what you want, and you give it to them and you hand it to them and you go, hey, I got you this Dutch Crunch pastrami, and but you got American on it? I like Swiss. It's like, dude, I got you a sandwich. Yeah, I'm good. That's basically what he did. A jerk.
All right, you know what? We do have a caller who's been waiting on hold patiently who wants to talk about the 49ers quarterback situation. Steak cake, man. Mr. Jones in Atlanta. What's going on, Mr. Jones? What do you think? Before you talk about the 49ers quarterback, what do you think of this conversation we're having right now with Gabe Kapler not eating the steak cake?
I'm not a cake guy myself, nigga, but just on the G thing, on the respect, you got to take a piece.
Thank you.
It ain't going to kill you, bro.
Thank
you.
you.
You can get your little for it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bro.
You ain't got to eat the whole cake. Like
Thank you.
a little kid.
Yeah. Thank
you. Know what I mean?
Preach.
It is, just being decency. I appreciate, like you said, with the sandwich. I'm going to cuss you out. I bring you a sandwich. You talking about, bro, I didn't want American or Swiss or whatever. What? At least I brought you a sandwich. Now you're going to be hungry. I'm going to give a sandwich to my dog. But,
Mr. Jones, whatever you have to say about the 49ers quarterbacks better be good, because you are not going to top what you just said. You're fantastic right now.
Okay, so look, that was fantastic. This got to be great because, okay, I'm still sick. I'm terribly sick because I feel like we're going to become the Falcons. I know we have a great defense, and we've always had a great defense. We are the 49ers. Since the beginning, that's the dynasty. We've known for defense, right? So throw that out the book. But there's nobody in the world that can tell me we're going to get better by losing Jimmy. Do y'all remember what we were before he got here? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's on the Josh Allen train and all these new guy quarterbacks. Yeah, Joe Burrow did the thing. But you know what? We got a guy that just took us to the NFC Championship. Y'all can say the defense did it. If you put Trey Lance in, who's going to do it? It's not going to be Trey. The dude ain't played football since I played football. I'm just saying. Right? Then we had a guy, okay, he was one throw away from winning the Super Bowl. That's okay. You know how many teams are trying to get there? Cleveland. Anybody. We are one of the blue-chip franchises of the world. And we want to go from going to Super Bowls to playoffs to going to, I don't know where we're going to go. You can't tell me.
It's a leap of faith. Mr. Jones, you're right. What they're doing is a leap of faith. And we kind of spoke about this the last hour. What the Rams did was a leap of faith. There's no guarantee that Stafford stays healthy and they win and all of those things. And, moving off of Goff, a lot of people would say that's no doubt about it. Stafford's more talented than Goff. I think everyone would admit that. But even then, people realize, Goff wasn't that bad. If you're looking at the totality of it, they just thought that they could get better. And that's kind of what the hope is with the 49ers. We just haven't seen it yet, and it's going to take time.
Once defense has started to become too complicated for Goff, too, that's when, ever since that report, I don't know what's worse, actually. This whole Cliff Kingsbury thing with the Cardinals, where he basically said he let Kyler Murray call plays on Saturday because I guess Kyler Murray was shaking his head at some of the decision-making and basically said, hey, go ahead, big dog. This bleep's hard to do. I wonder if that's worse, or that time when Sean McVay was bending the rules a little bit because you could talk into the microphone, I think, until there's 12 seconds left.
Yeah, it's 10 to 15.
Yeah, I think there's 12 seconds left, so he'd basically give the play calls.
Green dot helmet?
Or no, it's within 12 seconds, and you wouldn't see him line up until there's just that much time left on the play.
Rolando McClain has the green dot helmet. For those that are on the inside 95.7 the game Anarchies.
Oh, no.
Or, well, it's not Anarchies, it's Archives.
Archives. There you go. Yeah.
He's wearing the green dot helmet.
Green dot helmet. All right. It's
the
time.
mesh point.
It's time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show.
All right, why don't you pretend to be one of the reporters? You're Stephen Langford, 95.7 The Game. Okay. And I will be, this is how I'm different from Kapler. This is how I would answer that exact same question.
Hey, Gabe, this is the first time that you've been ejected since being the manager of the San Francisco Giants. You haven't been ejected since being with the Phillies. What led to that ejection, Gabe?
You've been watching us since the All-Star break? We stink. I'm frustrated. I'm pissed off. I took it out on the umpire. We're getting clobbered by our rivals right now. And, I got a pitcher on the mound who's, mad at guys celebrating when my own guy, Mauricio Dubon's bunting when we're up 10 earlier this year. I told people we're reinventing baseball, and now I got my own guy on my own team getting mad because someone's having fun on the other side as they're drubbing us. I'm frustrated, guys, and I took it out on the umpire, and we just kind of stink right now. That's what I wish. That's what I wish Kapler would just say.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game as we bring in one Whitey Gleason, who's in for Mark Willard today, and as always, Dan Dibley. Yay. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning, big day. Jockberty returning today, so we're very, very excited about that.
Super thrilled. Yeah, JD, Guru, myself, and I'm glad that this news got broken with Bonte not on the phone because he would be so hot. He'd be mad from Dibs, you're ducking me. I'm tired of you ducking me. You got to wait till I'm in Europe before you bring back Jockberty.
You guarantee he will be logged in. He actually logged in after calling in to the YouTube chat, and then he started chatting with people in the YouTube. We have screenshots of it.
Chatting it up.
And then Anna, his significant other, logged in, and she was chatting it up with people. The YouTube chat is wild.
Yeah, I'm on the YouTube chat every day, and I try to get on the Twitch as well. And sometimes I got to log you out, myself. No, you're good, because sometimes I leave myself logged, and then Guru comes in.
Guru's got all the heat today, all of a sudden, from Joe's account. I'm like, God darn it, I didn't log out.
Well, there's somebody who weighs in on the YouTube as Joe Shasky, and I think it's your dad. It's got your icon, but a lot of times
my dad doesn't have a YouTube thing.
But I don't think it's you.
No, but it's probably someone faking to be me because I'm Joe Shasky the third on YouTube.
Right,
because someone else was in the chat pretending to be me one day. I was like, I got to create an account that's myself.
Yeah, because I was confused. I thought it might be your dad because somebody's weighing in with hot takes.
He calls himself Papa Shasky now.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense. My brother Mikey 2.0. Because he kind of resents that I'm now Dibs.
Okay.
My father, Dwayne Dibley, rest in peace, was Dib. He was always Dib.
Gotcha.
My brother Mike became Dibley as a PE teacher. I took on Dibs when I got on the radio, and so now people refer to me instead of my brother, and so he got a little bit hurt, and so he starts to call himself now First Dibs because he's the oldest.
That.
So he goes to get
I like that. Your leftover Dibs?
Well, whatever. He goes to try to get one of those license plates, right? That you get.
Yeah.
He tries to get First Dibs, but it's not available. So he decided to get Got Dibs.
Oh, that's good.
Instead, he got DBS. So I'm like, is DBS like some syndrome? Yes. I'm like, you got DBS?
Oh, that poor guy has DBS.
Do I have DBS? Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
So he couldn't even get his own moniker, my poor brother.
Oh, I love that. We have it in our family where we've got 5 Joes. I've got my cousin Joe, his son Little Joe, and then my grandpa Old Joe.
Of course.
Like old Ben, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah. And then my dad was Big Joe for all these years.
Okay.
But he's no longer Big Joe. I'm Big Joe, but I've still been Little Joe, but I'm still Big Joe.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
So when someone used to call the house, this is back in the house phone days. Hi, can I speak with Joe? I'm here. Big Joe, please. Oh, that's my dad.
Yeah.
Even though I'm taller than him.
This is the changeover brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change that you want to see. This last half hour, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're going to
I was going to go backdoor Little Joe, but that's neither here nor there.
That's a solid 4. Even backdoored Little Joe.
So,
and now I'm playing dominoes.
On the heels of
thank you,
Gabe Kapler getting ejected in yesterday's game. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he showed some emotion. Yeah, for once. But we also played some sound from Spadoni played it earlier.
Oh, my goodness.
It was from his birthday because they gave him a cake that was shaped like a steak. And Spadoni, if you have the sound, Kapler was asked about it because he apparently didn't take a bite of the steak cake.
How was your cake yesterday?
I am embarrassed to say that I did not eat the cake yesterday.
Is that 2 years straight where you didn't eat it?
Yeah, I don't like to be forced into it on a day. Like if I want to eat something, I just want to eat it whenever I want to. My grandfather talked a lot about sort of the freedom that he had on any given day, and that the holidays didn't make his life any different or force him into making any choices. I remember him talking about that a lot. I feel similarly. If I want to eat, I'll eat. If I want to drink, I'll drink. And it may be on my birthday, but it might not be. So I don't feel any. Even though a cake showed up, I don't feel pressure to eat it.
Wow, there's
got to be a cake showed up.
There's got to be a quicker way to answer that, huh?
Yeah.
Word
Yeah,
salad.
a little bit embarrassed. You should be embarrassed, Gabe. Not taking a bite.
I haven't had any yet.
Absurd.
Yeah, I'll get some. I haven't had any yet. Next.
Can you just have a nibble? Like, how disrespectful. You know, we all have that aunt or uncle. If you're listening, it's none of you. It's the one who's not listening. But we all have that uncle who's not a great cook. But you sit down for whatever Thanksgiving, Christmas
Aunt Jane,
dinner,
rest in peace.
And you go, and like the food gets passed around, and it's out of respect and obligation. When someone brings you something, you take a little nibble or a bite. Oh, this was really good, and you just go through it. Like, you can't take a nibble of the cake. It's weird.
It's not up to you to decide when I'm going to have cake just because it happens to be my birthday.
And then pin
cake,
it on his grandfather.
Right.
And freedom.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, freedom in my grandpa. Because cake is synonymous with birthdays, but none of you have the right to tell me when I should eat cake, even though it happens to be the day that I was born.
Yeah.
It's just,
whoa.
It's a fascinating battle that he chose to pick there, but I guess if you're that sculpted and your body's that fit, go ahead.
Right.
Don't eat cake. Although maybe it's time to eat cake. You've lost is it 13 of 16 or is it 14 of 17? I've kind of lost track.
A little rough patch.
More than a rough patch now.
Yesterday, even watching on TV, I wasn't there, but when he got thrown out, you could some jackass yelling, "He finally showed some emotion!" You guys heard that?
You heard me?
Yeah, there was one guy in section 305 that was doing that, standing up, didn't get his single, and no one said anything. Everyone was like, "Sit down, shut up."
What's the matter with Kapler? He feels fine.
Nobody knew what was going on.
He's not mad.
I was just happy that he was yelling for once.
Yeah,
so it would just bring a little life to the team, and I don't know what it didn't even do anything.
Didn't make much difference, did it?
No, it did not. No, it did not. No.
That lineup yesterday was like if Portland had an expansion team, that would be their lineup.
Well, Whitey, here's my biggest
Nashville
issue.
or something.
They came out earlier this year, right? And Dubon's not on the team right now, but they came out earlier this year, and they're bunting up 10, and they're like, well, we're just going to do that. We're trying to have fun. If guys want to celebrate,
We're playing all 27 outs,
exactly.
Joe.
And he goes, and at some point, someone's going to do it to us. Well, that point finally happened, and they celebrated. Whatever the celebration, throw to the side because it was a weirdo celebration from Mookie Betts. Not a good look, right?
Yeah.
And then they do that, whatever. And then Garcia's all ticked off and throwing a big tantrum, and that's how this whole thing kind of gets set off. And it's like, come on, you guys. We knew this was coming. You knew you were going to be a hypocrite at some point, and boom, here we are.
And Garcia did his celebration back to him. It's from the Wolf of Wall Street, microphone on the head. And, baseball's gotten to the point where we celebrate everything now, which is good. We need more personality.
Yes.
But you're right about, the chickens do come home to roost. But I'm glad Kapler took umbrage because the ump had no right to come over and try to scold Garcia.
Yeah.
And, so that's why Kapler took umbrage.
Was it Darius Miles and somebody?
yeah.
They used to do knuckleheads?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's him and Quentin Richardson.
Yeah.
Him and Quentin Richardson. That's going way back.
Yeah. But
Clippers.
the Dodgers were upset still because remember Duvall hit somebody?
Well, he hit Betts at the end of it. But it was an accident in the blowout game.
Maybe. Or also, remember the Giants were upset because the Dodgers were yelling at the third base coach?
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. So that was the Dodgers' answer. They answered on the
Whitey,
field, and that's loser talk.
In my life, I can't remember feeling so lopsided between the Giants and Dodgers. And maybe I've just been blessed to be in a certain era where the Giants have been pretty good for the most part. Right now, in terms of like them being so stacked and elite, and the Giants feeling so hopeless, maybe I'm just in the moment, but it feels the most lopsided it's been.
Well, you are in the moment, but if you think about last year, it was this lopsided. But the Giants won, 10 of the 19 in the regular year, and barely lost in the 3 of the 5. So even though last year it was this lopsided, it wasn't that lopsided on the field. But now these 8 games where none of these games have really been that close. I mean, the Dodgers are cuffing you around. It's big brother, little brother, where the little brother never wins.
No.
In front of me at the game, there was a Dodger fan who was wearing a Betts jersey. There was a Giants fan who was in the middle of it. Then there was a guy in a Padres hat. So a Padres fan, Dodger fan, and Giant fan, all right there. And you had, Betts hitting a home run and them knocking guys in. And you had, the Dodger guy like kind of laughing at the Giants dude, and the Padres guy just going, and so your team sucks. And then the Giants fan, the only time that he ever cheered was for the Brandon Belt double in the 9th when they were already down, and there was probably no chance of them coming back.
The old Belt meaningless double.
It's just like it felt like I'm watching what these two teams are doing right now, where they're just both laughing in the face of the Giants, where the Giants are just like, all right, Brandon Belt double, and it's just,
remember, it is an even year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Good point.
Judas went 4.
Good point.
I'm like, get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, we all kind of saw that coming where Junis issues the walk, and here comes Betts, and let's go to the pen, and it's like,
It's like a video game. Like when you get to Zelda and you kick X and then all of a sudden the screen starts to play out. That's exactly what happened right there.
You kind of knew it was coming.
Bets for a second. I heard from this guy, Mr. Broderick, retired FBI agent. He coached basketball. Great guy. Diehard Red Sox fan from Boston. From the city of Boston, talking big smack. He's like, I'm telling you, Mookie Betts is the greatest ball player in Boston Red Sox history. He's more talented than Teddy Ballgame. My dad told me, and he kept saying, they gave away Willie Mays 2.0. Now that I've seen him up close and personal for multiple years, I didn't see Willie Mays. This guy feels like one of the most complete baseball players I've ever seen in my life, and I love watching him play, and it just hurts my soul that he's on the Dodgers.
Do you think batting averages are so much lower now because guys just don't care? Like Mookie Betts did like 257. He's great, but there was a time when we'd go, whoa, and now we realize, there's more important things.
Yeah.
I think maybe players don't care as much about their batting average.
League batting average across baseball is the lowest since, I think, 1978?
71.
Oh, 71
71 now.
Okay.
Yeah, 71.
It's what, 241 or 240?
It's terrible.
Yeah, last time I checked, it was like 242.
And when you look at the list, it's all 28 teams through 2021, like within the top 10 of league lowest batting average.
I know there's a lot of factors, but I just don't think players take the pride that a guy like Pete Rose used to take in his quote-unquote batting
Well, they're coaching it out, too, because the base hit, like the opposite field base hit, is one of the worst things you can do. It's like the mid-range shot in basketball where, nice, solid stop at the elbow, and I'm going to rise and fire from 15.
Baby.
You know what I mean?
You're so right.
That shot used to be like a good shot, 3-on-2 break, and I'm going to jump stop at the foul line, and I'm going to square up for a 15-footer.
And elevate.
Now, you get cut for that. In baseball, to me, the base hit is the same kind of equivalent as the mid-range jumper.
I know he's a legend, but I just Googled him for some reason the other day. It's Joe DiMaggio. Someone brought him up. I Googled it. I'm like, his career batting average was 325.
325?
For his career. I almost fell back. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And yes, it's specialized pitching. That's number one. That is the top of the mark. But the other part is this, and I'm watching the Captain doc, and you're watching these guys go up there, and they're playing Mariano Rivera. This is the Diamondbacks. I forgot. They bunted 3 times in that inning. Say it out loud. They bunted 3 times in that inning against Mariano Rivera. And I'm like, what? The ball was just in play. Forget hits.
Yeah.
The ball was just in play more often. Are you looking up the Joe DiMaggio?
No, I'm actually just looking to see who's leading baseball in average.
Who is it?
Well, it's Paul Goldschmidt, and he's batting 332.
Wow.
But I was just going to quickly look to see how many guys are at least hitting 300.
11?
Well, 10th on the list is Benintendi, and he's hitting 305.
Okay.
So you probably don't have more than 15 or so, 20 guys are even hitting 3 bills.
Both leagues combined you're looking at?
Yeah,
so
both leagues.
I did an exercise last
Freddie
year.
Freeman's 3rd.
Yeah, and he's ridiculous. I did an exercise
like
last
8th.
year. I think 2002-3, that steroid era, you had 45 guys hit over 310. Right, just to give you an idea of how much the game has changed. You could say steroid era, but it's also the pitching as well. Again, I'm watching the Captain doc, and I'm thinking about how baseball's changed. Rivera's up. It's the 9th inning, Game 7 of the World Series, and you're squaring up to bunt for hits and to move the runners over. Mariano throws one into center field or whatever, but the point being is the ball's just not in play like it used to be. You're not seeing guys make defensive plays down the line or whatever, because we're literally striking out at a rate we've never seen in baseball.
Next year, if they eliminate the shift or they modify the shift, there should be more balls in play. And who will that be bad for? Bad defensive teams.
Yeah.
Who's a bad defensive team that we know down the street?
I'm looking forward to the shift being banned. And they're going to do this line thing. I'm really looking forward to it. Well, because how many balls get hit now into spots in short center, short right, whatever, and you're like, oh, dude, what? That just doesn't even look right.
Freddie Freeman, he goes the other way. Belt will lay one down. I mean, there are ways to counter, but...
well, Wade Boggs had said when he came out here, he's like, if they would have shifted me, I would have batted 440. I mean, does anyone dismiss that? Wade Boggs?
The amount that you... inside-out hits that Derek Jeter has in that Captain doc. It feels like every highlight they're showing is a hit to the opposite field. But
overrated. I can't watch it.
You know what's weird?
Are you with me?
What? No.
What's that?
The Jeter's overrated.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about it.
Into that.
But he's overrated.
Why? I want to hear what your reasoning is.
Not very good defensively.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean,
2 Gold
3,500
Gloves.
hits. That's not very
No,
good.
he's absolutely a great
Sixth
hitter.
all time.
Great hitter. But the defensive metrics, Omar won 9 consecutive Gold Gloves in the AL. A-Rod wins 2 in a row. Then A-Rod joins the Yankees, and Jeter, who is the 18th best defensive by the metrics, shortstop in baseball, wins back-to-back Gold Gloves.
I used to think his name was Pasta Diving Jeter because every time you watch a game, ground ball, Pasta Diving Jeter.
Don't humor him. I got 3 names.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. More of that.
Oh, look at that dive. You know, it's like Wilmer sometimes. Whoa,
That's going to be a long 3 days.
Great dive. How think a better defender gets there and doesn't have to dive.
What did you think when A-Rod, because in the thing they said, A-Rod's doing an interview with a guy, and
I just stopped the show.
It's like 98, 99, 2000. He goes, I mean, he's an afterthought on that team. I mean, he's a great player, but like you're thinking of stopping Paul O'Neill and Darryl Strawberry, and they're going through all the names on that team. Bernie Williams, obviously. And Jeter's, look, his resume speaks for itself, but when we're talking about the all-time players at the position of shortstop, yeah, you're right. Defensively, he falls way short.
And just with the flip and everything, you know, I resent that. That was
if Giambi
good hustle
slides,
play.
I mean,
Awful.
Jesus.
Awful.
Yeah, rest in peace, Jeremy Giambi.
I mean, jeez. I still am not convinced he's out, though. Maybe I'm alone on this one. Okay, you agree with me?
Well, he's absolutely
He's
safe.
an A's fan.
If they
back
had
there.
replay, he actually would have been shown that he was safe.
Jeter, by the way, 308 all time
308?
in the postseason.
That's crazy. What was he?
In the
Give it to me.
postseason, he hit 308. 158 postseason games.
Jesus.
And he hit 308. So
That's crazy.
I mean, I know fielding range and Pasta Diving
I know,
Jeter and all the rest of
He's
it.
he's
I didn't say it with an accent.
He's a no
No, you
doubt
should have. It would have been a lot
uniform-
cooler
I mean,
if
it
you
really
did.
would have had
Get
an
on
honest Hall of
to it.
Famer.
You know.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Diving a Jeter. I did not say
310 in the regular year.
I mean, come on,
308
that's
in the
ridiculous.
post.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and only 3,465
Gave up more hits than he got.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead and hang your shingle on that
What
one.
gets you about the Giants, though? It's like they lead the league in bunts, right? They lead the league in bunt hits.
Yeah, 25.
they get on base with a bunt. Then what's next?
Have you ever
Now
seen
what?
a team that just cannot score with the bases loaded and nobody out? It's like, well, they're done.
You know what I'm calling
Bases
for?
loaded and nobody out.
Never. Can I see a squeeze? If you're the team that bunts that much, might as well. I'd rather that than 3 or 4 pitches and the bat doesn't leave your shoulders, Machado. It's.
Whitey Gleason is in for Mark Willard today. For Willard and Dibs. What do you guys got coming up on the show today?
We're going to talk to Steve Weish today, NFL
Oh, nice.
Network.
He's great.
See, I hear something maybe going on with this Jimmy Garoppolo, and I guess he's
Oh.
yeah. So we'll see
That
where.
guy?
Yeah, maybe he's back in play for the Cleveland Browns. And as we mentioned, it's the Jockberty Summer Slam edition. Guys.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Undertaker making an appearance?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
We got to
Looking
get you
forward to it.
involved. Yeah, well, this is just starting today. We got to get you.
Let me tell you, I'm barely making it to the finish line today. So
Today's
I'm going to take
different.
the
Maybe
day off.
Monday, maybe Tuesday.
Yeah.
You know, if you happen to
I'm
be
definitely in.
okay, if you're
Yeah,
in
I'm
and
definitely
around
in.
the city,
Yeah.
come on back.
Yeah.
I think we've got Kruger's in for Steiny.
Oh, nice.
As Steiny takes a Bonte Hillian vacation of his own. So a lot of mixing and matching, but it's good to be back here with my buddy Whitey.
Nice.
Can't wait for that. Jockberty is always appointment listening. All right, Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. They're coming up next. Thanks so much for
Good
tuning
work,
in
Steve.
this week. Thanks, man. We'll be back next week. It is 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Dibs, you got your wish. You got Gabe Kapler all agitated yesterday. Angry Gabe Kapler, ultimately, as Giants fans know all too well, it really didn't matter. But were you glad to see that?
Super glad.
Did you feel responsible? Did you feel like, well, finally he's listening to me?
That, of course, and I know Gabe's a big fan of the show, big listener, so that felt good to get a validation sensation, so to speak, with Gabe Kapler getting run. But I fully support what he did. Phil Cuzzy's a great umpire, but you don't scold my players, cuz I scold my players. And Gabe Kapler probably wasn't thrilled with what Garcia did, mocking the Dodgers celebration.
Yeah.
And That's where a manager takes a player aside and says, we don't do that, whatever he was going to say. But the fact that Cuzzy came over and tried to do that, it's like when you have a friend of yours who comes in and tries to discipline your kid.
Yeah.
If you're all together with a group of people and your kid does something and everybody kind of sees it, and you're going to discipline your kid, you're going to talk to your kid.
It's like Mike Krzyzewski telling Dylan Brooks after a Duke Oregon game, oh, you're a better player than that. Yeah,
right.
That's not your place.
No, it's not your place. You don't talk to my guy. You don't talk to my kid like that. So I was happy that Kapler did that, and I think he got a little bit extra mad, knowing full well that it was time to get mad because this is unacceptable. You can say this is unacceptable day after day after day, but at some point, you got to blow your stack a little bit.
Yes, I think there's another element to this that isn't being discussed enough, and I agree with everything you said, and I think anybody who's paying attention knows everything you said is spot on. Right on there. Boy, you're right on there, Pop. But Gabe Kapler this year, as badly as things have been going, there have been some people on the team that aren't crazy about the platooning, manager of the year last year. This year, some people have questioned Gabe Kapler a little bit more than they had certainly last year. And so when all that is going on and the team is losing, and then you got an umpire telling you, hey, you need to get your guys in line in front of the whole team, then absolutely Gabe Kapler had to let it be known, this is my team and we got this handled.
Right.
Back off.
And that's something that should be handled from the manager to the player. It's not up to the umpire to come over and lecture. If the umpire wants to come over and, throw a guy out, then throw him out. Although that was not an ejectable offense. It was a non-anything. But for Phil Cuzzy to come over and try to chastise a player like that, unacceptable for the ump to do that, and I'm glad Kapler stepped up and had his guys back.
I do think there's been too much scrutiny on Gabe Kapler and perhaps not enough on Farhan, because I think one of the big reasons the Giants are in the predicament that they're in right now is because of Farhan's failure. And I'm not saying you got to get rid of him, but you look at the talent, put the pitching staff aside, because they have obviously some very talented arms, especially the starters. You look at the lineup they had out there yesterday, and it almost looked like an expansion team. So the Giants just don't have enough talent. There's a story, if you forgive a Sacramento story, Dibs. Years ago, Danny Ainge was on the Kings.
And pay the under.
Yeah, and he he was telling the coach, he goes, hey, I know what our problem is. And the coach, Jerry Reynolds, says, yeah, well, I'd like to know, what's the problem? Danny Ainge says, the problem is I'm your best player. That's why the team's like, because I'm your best player. It's like, yeah, that's true. So the Giants right now, again, put the pitching staff aside. Who's their best player? I don't even know. There's just not enough talent at the major league level. And San Diego just went out, as we know, and they got Soto. They traded 5 guys for Soto. 4 of those guys had been acquired after Farhan took over. So he had the opportunity to acquire a similar level of talent and wasn't able to do it. And so all the talk of the shift, there's too much shifting and they need superstars. They need better players. The fact that they don't have better players right now at the major league level is why you're looking up at the Dodgers. That gap is so huge. And even San Diego now appears to be getting some separation.
And I think it's exacerbated by the fact that the best players you do have not been that available to play. Crawford's been out now for darn near a month. Longoria's been in and out. Belt's been in and out. Belt is kind of playing hurt right now as well. So the best players that you do have or that you did have, they're not playing. And when they're playing, they're not playing well. And you look at last year, late night Lamont Wade Jr., the year he had versus the year he's had this year. He's been hurt and he's been ineffective. And if you go across the board, almost every player is having a down year as it relates to last year. And as a result, you're not able to get by with the middle of the road talent like you did last year.
Yeah, Farhan is great at finding players that other teams don't value and realizing that guy can help us. But if that's the only way you're stocking your major league roster, you ain't going to win that way. And pretty soon the chariots turned into pumpkins. I believe there was actually a debate on this show yesterday, the day before, about whether last year was a fluke. Last year was an almost total fluke for the Giants. It was a perfect storm.
Yeah, don't use that word when Mark's around. He doesn't like that.
He ain't here.
He's not here.
He ain't coming through that. Well, he might come through that door.
He might, but I think he's got other plans. I think you can look at it as a fluke more so if next year is more like this year and the year after is more like this year, because I was making this case to Mark first year of Farhan with Bochy, you were mediocre. You were around 500. Pandemic season, around 500. Last year, crazy. Is it the anomaly? Is it the sign of things to come? This year, you're back to being a 500 club. So, I think the word fluke is unfair when you talk about 162 games, but maybe it's more of the anomaly and outlier, whatever word you can use. And part of that, by the way, was buoyed by the fact that Arizona and Colorado were god-awful. And I think you had,
no question,
of the 38 games you played against those two, I think you won 34 of the 38.
Yeah.
So
they took advantage of that opportunity, but
did,
clearly that was a huge
kind of
factor.
bolstered the 107, whereas, they probably were a 97-win team last year. This year, they're not a 77-win team. They're somewhere in between, I think.
I also think they benefited greatly last year from the fact that your veterans, Posey, Crawford, Bell, they didn't have to play a full season the year before. But Posey, as we know, didn't play at all. And those guys were in great shape last year. They were very fresh. But this year, older guys that are breaking down, of course, Buster not there anymore, I realize. But that can't come as a surprise. On the text line here, Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today. From the 415, the Giants have become numbers, math, spreadsheets, payroll analysis. No joy, no fun, no personality. Just boring numbers and Gabe Kapler vamping.
Yeah, I think, there's something to that. It's great when the numbers work, but when you have players that aren't able to consistently play and get into a real flow as baseball players, and even when it's your day to play, you might only get 2 at-bats because you're a righty, and now they're going to go to a righty in the pen, and Kapler's going to pinch hit with a lefty. So that flow, that comfortability, it doesn't exist on this Giants team.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to Skills in Vallejo, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Skills, where about in Vallejo are you today?
I'm over. Hey, Whitey. Hey, Dibs. I'm over by Kaiser Hospital.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Out there, Sereno Drive, that area of Vallejo. Sure. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I want to touch on a little bit about, you just mentioned a few minutes ago about Farhan's failures. And I wanted to just, elaborate on that. If someone's in a building and that building is on fire, there's flames bearing down, there's smoke coming under the doors, you're not going to call DoorDash to bring you a 20-ounce Dasani to put the flames out.
I wouldn't.
You're going to call the fire department.
Yeah.
And what happened at the deadline, the Giants tried to use Dasani on a fire, and they got it nowhere. I'm still upset that the Padres and the Dodgers got all-stars while we got pretty much nobodies. I'm still, I called in the other day. I was venting. And, none of this would be so bad if we had been told in advance what was going on, that there's a rebuild in place, something like that. But I haven't heard anything like that. So basically what we're left with, if 2021 was like the 93 season, then 2022 is like the 94 season when the Giants went 55-60. And we're spinning our wheels. I have no solutions right now. Thanks for the time, guys.
Thank you, Skills.
And thank you for the product placement in the call as well, Skills.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Ching. 94 Giants, at least, if I'm not mistaken, though, they had Darryl Strawberry.
That's right, Strawberry.
It was a rough year, and that was the year we didn't have a World Series, but I think they at least had Darryl Strawberry. And this team, I think that's one reason people notice the platooning and the numbers so much is because there's just a dearth of talent.
Yeah, Darryl Strawberry. I had forgotten about his time with the Giants.
He wasn't a great Giant, but he was a Giant.
Man-wearing, Benzinger, John Patterson, Royce Clayton. At least you had Barry Bonds, hit you 37. Matt Williams with 43 home runs. He might have, who knows what would have happened, but hopefully this 94 is not a harbinger like, this year like 94 was. And I think that, yesterday at least you got to see Gabe Kapler get excited and get run, and hopefully that shakes him up with the A's. Big 2-game set with the A's series starting tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah. Whoa. And that Cockamamie trophy on the line.
That's a great trophy.
It's ridiculous.
It's actually made out of pieces of the old Bay Bridge or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And this year, that's about all either team is playing for, quite frankly.
That's unfortunate. Also very weird that we have a Friday and the Giants are off, but that has to be because of the fluky nature of, sorry, I know you don't like me to use the word fluke, in relation to the Giants, but because of the schedule this year and everything got pushed back. But that's why they have Giants. So with a day off on a Friday, but a good opportunity to reflect on the the fact here that there just is not nearly enough talent at the Major League roster. And yesterday, bless the announcers and bless all the players. It's not that all the players suck. They don't suck, but just as a team, there's Bryce Johnson. He made a nice catch. Yeah, but J.D. Davis, that was an incredible home run he hit yesterday.
Yes.
But that's your big acquisition. Nothing against him, but... Well, we know what other teams, even the Dodgers got Gallo.
Yes.
Even the Dodgers went out and got
somebody. The Giants are going to have to rebuild this in the winter, and any notion that they're going to rebuild is false. They're not rebuilding. I don't think they're getting Aaron Judge. So I don't even want to beat the drum of Aaron Judge because I don't think that he ends up here. If you're Aaron Judge, do you look at this and say, yes, that's my number one destination?
He loves the Giants.
Allegedly, he did as a kid.
It's just like Barry coming home. Anyway,
it's just like Barry coming home,
just like that. Coming up here, all of a sudden, the 49ers lead the NFC West in a very important category. We'll get to that. We are sponsored, by the way, by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's really no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. It's Willard and Dibs. YDN for Willard, 95.7. The Game.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard today. This is a song of the day, but just to be clear, I had no voice in the selection of this song. Dibs, why is this the song of the day, and what is it exactly?
It's the Oak Ridge Boys. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And Phil Cuzzy, actually, you didn't see this on the broadcast, but he whipped out his guitar and he busted into a rendition of this when he told Gabe Kapler, Skip, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Mm-hmm. Go on. So, yeah, there you go. I thought it'd be nice to mix in a little country. We do a lot of Americana, 90s and 00s rock. We sprinkle in some occasional.
Used to play a lot of country on this frequency.
We sure did, Whitey. More than 11 years ago. Yeah. Rest in peace, Wolf. All right. That thing, many thought that the Wolf would be back. Oh, you guys won't last a year. Oh. Here we are 11 years and 4 days into it. Yeah. And you can still find your country and or Western here and there.
I got a guitar out of that was signed by a bunch of country artists, Wolf guitar, and I think Taylor Swift signed it, but I don't know where it is. 888-957-957.
So long ago she signed it in crayon.
Yes. Steve joins us. He's on the 880 right now. They used to call it the Nimitz, right? Steve.
Still do.
Yeah. What's on your mind, Steve?
I just wanted to chime in on the Giants. I mean, everybody's disappointed. This year is going to be a write-off, but the telltale sign is going to be in the off-season. I'm not going to fault Farhan or Kapler at this point because I don't know what they have to work with. And it could be a money issue, but the bottom line is the Giants are going to be looking up at the Padres and the Dodgers for some time now, and they're going to have to step up and buy something, or it's just going to be 500 or below until they can, start competing because we're like water on a dog's back when it comes to playing the Dodgers. They just shake us off when we get a little bit ahead of them, and it's like, oh, well, we're back on it.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. By the way, the Padres may get a taste of bitter reality this weekend because they got to play those Dodgers. And I know everyone's really excited, and they're thrilled in San Diego, and the park was just hopping this week. And I understand why, of course, with Soto, and they got Hader. And then they added a couple other guys as well. They got Bell. But we'll see. They got to get into the postseason first. They still have some other issues. And then they don't know how long they're going to have Soto. So I'm not willing to say.
2 years of Soto, right?
Yeah.
Guaranteed?
This year and then 2. Yeah. And they may extend him.
Right.
But I'm just not willing to put the Padres up there with the Dodgers just yet.
Not yet. No, but for this year, I mean, the excitement around San Diego, and you mentioned it, and I had to actually look. They're 12.5 back of the Dodgers. So it's not like it's 1-1A in the NL West. The Dodgers have the best record in baseball, and the Padres will have a tough matchup this weekend, but then they can lick their wounds because when the Giants come to town, you can get excited. San Diego's got the Giants Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And
then they got Tatis presumably coming back, but with a wrist injury. Dibs, I don't have to tell you. I mean, we'll see. Maybe he'll be fine. It's something he could continue to struggle with. We just don't know. They just don't know.
Yes, and the Padres, though, in a spot where they feel pretty good about their playoff chances. They're 2.5 up on Philadelphia and the St. Louis, Milwaukee, whatever team shakes out of that. And then you look at the Giants now, 6.5 out in that race for the third wild card.
I think St. Louis is ascending and the Brewers are kind of circling the drain a little bit, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, but the Brewers still very much in the thick of it with Philadelphia for that third wild card spot. Feels like Atlanta and San Diego are rock solid. I mean, I wouldn't say the Padres are a lock by any stretch, but if you were going to look at the Braves almost assuredly will make it. The Padres look like a very likely team.
Yeah, and to your larger point, as far as how the fan base feels, we know it's night and day. I mean, you can hear the people texting and calling, and if you're a Giants fan, you're feeling the same way. And in San Diego, they're just
right. But I'm trying to remember the last time that we felt that way about the Giants. I mean,
last year, kinda.
Yeah, but not. I was thinking in terms of not of record, but of roster. When you look at the roster, San Diego's record is not.
That's good.
It's
14
fine.
over, I think.
Yeah, they're .565 winning percentage, which is a good record. I think that puts you on pace to win 90-ish, which that's a good year. Mm-hmm. But the excitement over the roster is far greater than the excitement over the record. And so I was thinking about that in terms of the Giants. When was the last time you looked at the roster and thought, oh, baby, we have got something here. We are cooking. Even when you won the World Series, those teams weren't super powerhouse rosters. You had some stars and some known commodities, but it's not like these teams we're looking at.
Maybe Kent, Barry, some of those bunches used to hit all those
Perhaps,
home runs. Yeah. JT Snow when he had some pop. How about the state of the Giants brand? I was thinking about branding last night, watching the Raiders, and congratulations, Spadone. Big Raider victory in the Hall of Fame game last night over the Jags. And I was wondering,
win, baby.
Yeah. Where is the Raider brand right now? And I'm not sure where it is. Like you, Dibs, I know you live in Oakland. Right?
Used to.
So it's a little more personal for you, but being a Bay Area guy, when the Raiders left, I was like, I hope they lose every game. So I'm a little biased, but just trying to get beyond that. Going to Vegas is kind of a Raider counterculture maverick move. So I get that. I'm just not sure what the state of the brand is right now. They're making money, so I think they're in a good spot. The Giant brand, when you look at sports brands and what it stands for and what kind of product people know, fans know, like, I'm going to get this from this. The Warriors, what a strong brand, right? Great arena, they win. Oh, Steph Curry, great brand. The Giants brand right now, I'm not sure where it is, and I think it's approaching a crisis level.
I don't think so. I would not say it's approaching crisis level at all. They're still averaging 30,000 plus fans a game, which is not what we're used to, where it was a sellout every night and the ballpark was electric. It feels like, from a brand standpoint, they're just kind of blah right now.
Yes.
A non-sugary, not really that good for you cereal, just a cereal. They're kind of filler almost at this point. I don't.
So what is it? What? Pardon me, but what do you get? The Giants stand for what right now? Hey, let's go see the Giants, not just this year, but what are the Giants right now? What does that Giant brand stand for?
It just kind of stands for mediocrity, in my opinion. It's kind of like, it's like oatmeal. It's like, it's just kind of there right now. If you were gonna pick a breakfast and you could have any breakfast you want, oatmeal might come in 11th or 12th on the list, in terms of, give me eggs or a sausage or an omelet or, anything, pancakes,
11th or 12th
waffles.
might be high. Is 11th or 12th a little high for where oatmeal's going to rank on the breakfast scale?
I mean,
you guys are sliding oatmeal.
See,
all right,
some people,
Quaker Oats.
Yeah, some people love their Quaker Oats, but much like Quaker Oats, very reliable. It's the same as it's been. It's just kind of there.
No raisins, right? Or cinnamon.
Gross.
That's what the Giants are right now.
Basically.
Yeah.
They don't have any spice. You're 13th in payroll. You're 13th in attendance. You're, I think, now 19th in winning percentage. You're in the middle, which is the only place you cannot be in sports. So I don't think that the brand is in crisis mode or in trouble, but the Dodger series is a great example of the problems with the brand, because you had a lot of Dodger blue in the crowd and the Dodgers swept you, and you didn't show much fight in your own ballpark. It's a bad sign, but I would not say that they're in a crisis.
What do you make of this? I heard today, I can't say for certain this is true, but I heard it from a good source. The Giants today are having like a conference call for anybody in the organization that wants to ask Farhan questions.
I like it.
Do you?
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't that reflect that there's a lot of people right now going, what the hell is going on?
Yes, but at least they're addressing it. I mean, think about it in terms of the other Bay Area baseball team that is truly in crisis. You want to talk about crisis? The Oakland A's are averaging 8,500 fans a game, and that's tickets sold. And we know tickets sold is far greater than butts and seats, and you've sold off your only good players this year, Montas and Trevino, the two Mats. I mean, you've gotten rid of everybody that the fans really want to see. You raise prices, your ballpark's a joke, and you're threatening to move. You want to leave. Is their owner holding a Q&A? Is their owner opening himself up? Is Dave Cavill saying, hey, let's do a Q&A. Let's go on radio stations so we can explain what we're doing? No, none of them are doing that. So the fact that Farhan reportedly will answer questions today in a town hall conference call type setting, I think that's good, because if I was an investor, a season ticket holder, I have questions. I would love the opportunity to be able to ask the man in charge, what's going on, man? What's your vision? What's your deal, bro? What's going on?
Giants are breakfast cereal. They'd be Lucky Charms without the marshmallows. What's the point of having Lucky Charms if you don't have any marshmallows?
Thank you, Jerry.
What's the deal with that?
What's the
3.
deal?
Yeah.
It's a 2. He could have sold it harder. He's better than that.
Giants like the Pops cereal, almost always very stale. Oh, I got to have my Pops. I don't know about that. I love Corn Pops.
Yeah, just mediocre, though. I mean, Corn Pops is just...
They're good, though. They're good.
Reliable.
Better than oatmeal. I get all right if you have steel cut oatmeal and all that, and you put stuff in there. Okay, fine, it's good for you.
I mean, oatmeal is 51 and 55.
Yeah.
You're going to win some with oatmeal. You're going to lose some with oatmeal. It's and that's the Giants right now. They've lost 7 of 10, 4 in a row. The Dodgers just came in and took your soul again. I think that there are problems, but I would not say it's a crisis.
All right. Well, it's a pretty important offseason, but I don't know. That's the problem with us as fans is, all right, you better fix it, right? At the deadline, a lot of us thought, all right, Farhan, whoa, look what's going on. You better fix this. And at that point, obviously, there was really no waving of the magic wand
right.
To fix that. So they had the type of deadline you knew they were going to have, but I think some people were in denial, just like some people are in denial about the fact that last year was a fluke. And so there really was no other way around it. This is where it has to be right now, given what the Dodgers are and what the Padres are trying hard to become.
I don't think 162 games can be a fluke. It was a good year. And, you had multiple players who had career years. And when that happens, combined with an unbelievable record in one-run games, you're going to win a lot more games. And you add in a dash of Arizona and Colorado being terrible.
Yes.
Those 3 factors led you to be probably better than you otherwise would have been. But you probably were a 98-win team. You had a good year, but you won 107 because you won all those one-run games. And the schedule, you played 38 games against Drek. And, you went toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. And that, to me, is the big difference this year is, the Dodgers were this much better than you last year. But head-to-head, you had the better of them in the regular year.
That's a great point you raise about one of the reasons they won so many games last year is because they just pounded the bejeebies out of Arizona. Remember the A's in 2012? That was, until what the Giants did last year, the A's in 2012 winning the division was the most surprising thing I'd ever witnessed in baseball. One of the ways the A's did that in 2012 was, remember Dibs, because we were the flagship, of course,
yeah.
They beat Houston like 18 or 19 times.
Yeah. Same thing. And that's when Houston was straight up tanking. And many people want the Giants to follow the Houston blueprint. And, okay, if you're bad for 2 or 3 years, we get all these picks, and then these guys will come up, and they'll be superstars. And it worked for Houston. And I guess the Giants are kind of trying to do that. But at the same time, the Giants are never going to straight up tank like Houston did. So that's the plan, is they're trying to build up these prospects to have them be Correa, Altuve, Bregman, and the rest of them. Meanwhile, you're adding stars on the other side. So this offseason, you've got to accomplish that second piece, which is bring in some talent that will be here when these prospects finally matriculate.
When the A's beat the Astros 18 or 19 times, that was so long ago that Altuve was stealing signs with a Dixie cup and a string in Little League. That's how long ago that was.
Actually, Altuve was playing for the Visalia Rawhide. I was doing color commentary, San Jose Giants, with the legendary Joe Rizzo.
Yeah. Did you say, watch this kid? I know he's small, but dynamite comes in small packages.
Yeah, he was hitting like 390 something in single A, and Paul Goldschmidt was in the league, and I think the Giants had a guy by the name of Bumgarner, or I can't quite formulate it in
Marty
my mind.
Bumgarner.
Yeah. Buster Posey. I'll never forget. He hits a walk-off homer in the 14th. He's halfway between third and home, takes off his helmet and spikes it like a football. Yes, that Buster Posey. I'm like, this kid's pretty fiery. Wow. I got to tell you.
Yeah.
And then that's probably the last time he celebrated anything till the World Series.
Hey, I know we don't talk about the A's much, but we got to mention this, that they beat the Angels yesterday. The Angels, of course, a team that does have some star power, but they're still terrible. The Angels hit 7 solo home runs yesterday, and the A's still beat them. 7 solo home runs, and they lost.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the danger of committing your finances in inefficient ways. You got Ohtani-san, you got Trout, and they're terrible.
They are terrible. And, the A's with the second worst record in Major League Baseball, but above 500 over their last 25. So
how close are they to the Halos now?
They are 4 back still. 4 back of the Angels. So,
all right.
But maybe they can start to chip away with the Giants coming to town tomorrow, Whitey.
Yeah, you look at the pitching matchups, the Giants and the A's, and it's the A's at TBD. Although I guess it's Aller is pitching, Aller against Rodon tomorrow night. So Bay Bridge series doesn't have quite the same oomph, not the same juice it's had in recent seasons.
No, it doesn't. And I mean, the A's have drawn 415,000 fans this year, and we're in August.
Is that number probably a little inflated?
It's just tickets sold.
Yeah.
Last year, they didn't even sniff 1 million fans. 700,000 fans. And I remember the glory days of, my youth, 1990, when the A's went to the World Series a third straight time. They drew 2.9 million to the same Coliseum that we all decry as a dump. I know it was a little bit different, no Mount Davis and the rest of it, but it just makes me so sad to think about what the A's once were and what they actually still could be if their owner gave a crap.
Mm-hmm. Do you think maybe that's the problem in San Francisco, is that ownership just doesn't want to spend the money that we know they could? So maybe it's not Farhan being, reluctant to spend money. Maybe there's a mandate that we can make a lot of money without spending a lot. So this is the way it is right now.
To be determined, but that to me is the real rat on the table.
Yes.
Is, with the slight ownership change, Larry Baer is no longer the principal owner in charge of the spending and the receiving. So maybe they are just content being a profit center and watching Farhan just churn the roster like a compost pile. But the fans are already starting to lose interest in that sort of an approach, and it's why this offseason is one of the biggest they've had in years.
You want big dibs, I give you this. We're giving away concert tickets today. We're giving you a choice of which show you want to see. Listen starting around 10:30 for your chance to win a choice of either Keith Urban tickets or Wu-Tang Clan tickets. That's courtesy of Live Nation. Either Keith Urban tickets or Wu-Tang Clan tickets. Do we have a poll how the choices have been going so far?
I think it's been a Wu-Tang landslide. I think it's been all Wu all the time.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So be listening.
Per Kyle, 1 Keith Urban so far.
Oh, that must have been yesterday. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good for
Stem the
him.
tide.
Yeah, because he's listening. He's like, he's Australian.
I can't give my tickets away.
Well, we'll try, but it's up to you. Starting around 10:30 today, your choice of Keith Urban tickets or Wu-Tang Clan tickets. So you don't think there's any way Aaron Judge is coming here, huh?
Well, there's a way, but I think that when we get to the offseason, if Aaron Judge truly wants to play elsewhere. By the way, I was looking during the changeover. We were talking about batting average. Aaron Judge is one of the 18 guys. Maybe he's hitting 298. He's just below 300. And he's going to lead the league in homers. And he's going to lead the league most likely in runs batted in. He would have to get really hot to win a Triple Crown. But he's a Triple Crown threat. So you're Aaron Judge, and you're going to get probably, $35 million a year in that neighborhood?
Sure.
And you're probably going to get an 8-year deal. So now you're looking at 8 years and $280 million, and you're going to have your pick of destinations. I just don't think, unless the Giants want to go, hey, 8 years and $320 million, unless they want to grotesquely overspend, I don't know why he would choose to come here to a roster that's not that deep, a ballpark that's not that homer-friendly. And I know he grew up loving the Giants, but...
Did you see what J.D. Davis did yesterday? Show that to Aaron Judge.
Yeah, exactly.
The other way, yeah.
Big power the other way. And that was a bomb ski. J.D. Davis has hit the ball very hard since being here. But if you're Aaron Judge, there are probably 15 ballparks where you could do better just on ballpark factors alone.
Yeah.
And this team's not ready to compete. Even if they get Aaron Judge.
It's going to be very interesting to see how the Giants play that, because some people are hoping they'll make a run at him. Whether that's realistic or not, I don't know. But it's going to be very interesting to get a read on the Giants. Last year with some of the free agents like Gausman and Bryant, they were sending signals early on that we don't want those guys. So how are they going to play that? Are we going to know early on? Or are they going to say, well, it's just we're not ready to commit that kind of money to a player who'll be so old by the end of the contract? I don't know. Or are they going to be in? Are they going to, put both feet in there in the ring and try to make a run at him? It's going to be fascinating to find out how they just play the pursuit of him, or if they back out right away, say, nah, not a good fit. Because that, again, you're going to disappoint a lot of fans.
They're going to try to be all in. I think that they're going to make a good, hearty, competitive offer. They have to. Chris Bryant was different because I think they saw in the end of the year last year where he might be trending, and that was a smart move. To
I
not
agree with
sign
that.
him
They should have brought back
long-term.
Gosman, I think, but on Brian, I was like, yeah, that's probably a smart move.
But I think the sense of pitching that I get anyway is that they feel like they can find that level starting pitching out on the market. And this year, the starting pitching has not been the issue. That's been
true.
the least of their issues. I mean, that's probably been the best part of their team. The power numbers have been good as well. It's the bullpen, it's the defense, and inexplicably the intangibles like base running where they've fallen so woefully short.
Yeah, the home runs are down this year. Last I checked, they were down to the lowest level they've been since 2015, like a 1.08 home runs per game.
But I think the Giants are top 5 still in home runs.
Yeah, well, they're not hitting as many as they did last year.
Yeah, no one
and
is,
also
right?
with
Yeah.
fewer home runs, there's more balls in play, which for a brutal defensive team, that's a bad combination. And that is one of the things that I think about the Giants last year. That was, in my mind, fluky. They were a pretty good defensive team last year. And really, a lot of the same guys they have this year. That was maybe the single biggest surprise last year.
Is how good they were defensively.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at this year, and even when Crawford's been out there, his defense has really fallen off this year. Brandon Belt, it seems like, is not healthy.
Yeah.
His defense hasn't been great. And then, you look around to some of the replacement players you've had, and it just hasn't been that strong. Giants, by the way, are 10th in home runs this year. So the Yankees with 185, 23 homers more than next team, which is Atlanta.
Baseball has a hard time, especially this time of year, getting people to pay attention with football looming. Do you think that if Judge gets close to Maris even, that will generate a lot of excitement? Will you be excited about that?
I'd be excited because I love watching him bat. I love watching him play. He's so freakishly big, and when he connects, it's just exciting to watch the ball skyrocket into the night. But I don't think baseball in general will be that riveted. Yankee fans certainly, and then we'll hear all the talk about, the real home run record. He's going to get the real home run record.
Right.
Miss me with that.
Yeah.
Bonds has got the record.
That's the beauty of this, though, that, some people will say that. Or Craig Amsinger a couple nights ago on MLB Network.
It's a 4 for your
This
Amsinger.
is the real home run record. But there is a legitimate American League record. That is a record. So if he pursues that, it doesn't matter what you think of the other records. There is an American League home run record of 61 that he could pursue. I think that would be good for baseball because then you've got baseball and it's linked to its past coming back into focus. One of the things that happened with the steroids, in my opinion, Dibs, is the numbers were so far out there that Barry put out there and A-Rod and a lot of guys on steroids that all of a sudden that tether to the past was kind of severed. Because it's like, well, no one's going to do that.
Yeah.
But if you have an honest-to-goodness home run race after a legitimate, no matter what you think of the other records, there is a legitimate American League home run record, I think that would be really good for baseball.
I think it's a big who cares because of Interleague. And Interleague has rendered these league records meaningless.
And baseball has actually embraced that notion.
Right.
They don't draw the distinctions between
And next year, when we go to a balanced schedule, the rivalries that we love so much, 19 games against the Dodgers, 19 against the Padres, that all goes away. You're only playing the Dodgers 12 times next year.
Thank goodness, huh?
Seriously. I didn't think about it like that.
Yeah. Coming up next, Jimmy G, is he more likely to end up in Cleveland or Seattle? We're going to find out from NFL Network. Steve White, she joins us next. It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
See ya.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Dibs. Football is back. Football of the preseason Hall of Fame variety.
Oh, it was so good, though, last night. Watching running plays, passing plays, and my favorite thing, opening snap of the year, we got a flag on the field.
Yeah, there we go.
God, I miss those yellow hankies.
Nice enough to join us with more. He's an NFL Network reporter. You can follow him on Twitter at Weish89. NFL Network's Inside Training Camp, by the way, airs daily through August 10th, starting at 7 a.m. Pacific. Steve Weish with us today. Steve, how great was it for you to have football, actual NFL football, back on the field last night?
You know, it's so great. I mean, I know you're making a joke about the flag on the first play, even though probably was a little bit of truth in that as well. But just, you know, to see the excitement of the fans and to feel that energy again after this, you know, we go through this every year, an off-season of hypothesizing and what team is going to do this and that, and to actually feel it, there is something special to that.
Bryant Young getting into the Hall of Fame this weekend. How sweet is that to see an underrated kind of superstar get the gold jacket?
It's so amazing, you know. And right now, I'm actually in the lobby. We're shooting from the lobby where the Hall of Famers are staying. It is just, you know, you're surrounded by greatness, and he fits right in. You know, again, a lot of people say he's not the big name. You know, he's not the Lawrence Taylor, this that big name. But he's somebody, when you talk to people who played with him, coached him, and played against him, the respect is through the roof. I mean, besides him being a great player, a strong human being, you know, him coming back from that horrible injury and bouncing back and being such a great player, it's just, you know, he is deserving. We just did an interview with Eddie DeBartolo, and he was talking about how great he was, you know, to coach, but also deal with off the field, you know, losing his son and just the way he's kind of persevered and held things together for so many people. It's the one in the Hall of Fame. You hear so many great stories that a lot of us didn't know, and if we did know them, they're often remembered and retold in different ways by the people who are going in and those closest to them.
Steve Weiss, nice enough to join us. And Steve, we know you're doing some interviews today, so obviously when you have to run, just let us know. We understand. But 49er fans are all ready to start the Trey Lance era, but we still have that Jimmy G situation kind of hanging over our helmets a little bit. So to what extent does the league's appeal on the Deshaun Watson decision maybe put Jimmy G back in play for the Browns?
Yeah, you know, I was with the Browns the first 3 days this week, you know, when the initial decision came down, then when the announcement of the appeal came down, and all along, never got the feeling that Jimmy G was in play. I just really, you know, I think if whatever's going to happen, they'll roll with Jacoby Brissett, you know, and if they don't win as many games, you know, as they should, then okay, then that they've got the built-in excuse that Deshaun Watson was suspended. I just get no feeling. I may be way off, right? You know, that's a team now that the leadership there does play things a lot closer to the vest, but just got no inkling or feeling coming out of Cleveland that Jimmy G is in their plans.
So Jimmy G to Seattle, or is it Jimmy G has to just sit and wait for a calamity to strike another signal caller?
Well, you know, that's a great question because, you know, if he's on that roster, on the Niners roster after week 1, his contract is fully guaranteed. So if they don't trade him, I think the possibility of him being released is there. You know, where then he becomes a free agent. Does Seattle get him? Seattle's the type of team, as much as it seems like he's an obvious fit to upgrade that position, that's the type of team that often shows us we're going to snub what you think is logical thinking, and we're going to do things our way. So we don't need to go out and get Jimmy G because we're going to coach up Geno Smith, you know, or Drew Lock, whoever the quarterback is, and we're going to be just fine. I mean, how many times do you say they need to draft this guy and they completely go the other direction? I mean, that's, again, it seems obvious to all of us, but the Seahawks are the type of team who do not stick their finger up in the wind and see which direction's blowing, and they just do things their way.
Catching up with Steve Weish from NFL Network. Stafford's got a sore arm now. Even Coach McVay says it's a little unusual for a quarterback, which is surprising to hear the coach say that. Kyler's still dealing with the fallout of his study clause. Seattle, and you just mentioned their quarterback situation. Do the 49ers, despite all the questions with Trey Lance, do they have the best quarterback situation in the division right now?
Oh, wow.
Huh?
He laughed at you. That was cool.
Well, here's why I say that. You talk to people with the Niners, they'll tell you, we don't know what we have in Trey Lance. He looks good in practice. He's got all the ability. He's got this and that. But how is he going to respond in a game when he's got back-to-back possessions where he gets sacked and maybe has 2 giveaways? How is he going to respond to losing 2 or 3 games in a row where he doesn't play well? They just don't know. So I think they're still more of a question mark. With Stafford in the elbow, that is, they're saying it's more of a baseball type of injury when it comes to elbows. That can't be that encouraging, but I still think, they've got the best quarterback situation and all-around situation, even though John Wolford is their backup. But it's, how about that? It just went from the division with tremendous strength at quarterback to one where there seems to be question marks popping up everywhere.
If you're going to buy stock in the 5 second-year quarterbacks, Lawrence, Wilson, Jones, Fields, or Lance, in whom would you invest?
Wow, that's a great question. I don't know if you mentioned him. I may have to go off the grid. And Davis Mills down in Houston is somebody, and him from up in the Bay Area, is somebody who continues to receive positive reviews. Now, the Texans, it may not be the ideal situation. I think it's better than Chicago, and it might be better than Jacksonville, even though I do think Trevor Lawrence is in a position to bounce back and do well. But, Davis Mills has got a pretty decent offensive line. They've got Brandon Cooks. He's probably the best receiver in the AFC South. As crazy as that sounds, but A.J. Brown is gone. So, I'm going to go a little bit off the grid and say Davis Mills might be the guy we need to be paying more attention to.
Love it off the grid.
Wow.
So
yeah,
good.
Off the grid, Steve Weish on 95.7 The Game. Steve, is there one team you would say looks poised for a surprise, maybe even a breakthrough year like last year's Bengals, based on what we know right now?
You know it's going to happen. I mean, there's going to be a team that, we just really don't think of. I don't know who that is right now. I mean, the Saints, are they that team? I think we all think they're going to be pretty good, so I don't know if they fall into a category like that. I think the Ravens are going to be the type of team that's poised for a bounce back. We're never going to count a team like that. So it's really hard to kind of see, because even the Dolphins, they add enough talent. I'd say this is a team, Mike McDaniel, he's getting a lot of reviews, and folks at the Niners are like, we're going to miss him. He was really good. But I don't know if they fit. The Patriots almost fit as a team that go into, that sliver, but, they won 10 games last year. So it's really hard to tell. We could say Denver, but, again, they don't fit that surprise team just because of all the quarterback movement. I don't know. This is. I'm interested to see how it plays out. Is it Carolina? Is Baker Mayfield all of a sudden, become the prince and lead a team that's got some potential to win ball games? Maybe it's them.
Steve Weish. Steve, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Enjoy Hall of Fame weekend. We look forward to your coverage and hope to talk to you again soon.
Appreciate you guys.
Steve Weish, and as you may know, Dibs and I have a long-standing tradition when we do shows together going back to when we did the mornings here. If you ask a question during an interview and the interviewee says, that's a good question, then you earn I think it's the crown of superiority.
Yeah, it is.
And if you get, that's a great question, that's even better. Dibs got 2! Twice Steve Weish dropping it. That's a great question.
Yeah, and he even hit me with an off-the-grid Davis Mills, which I kind of lapse into the 5 second-year quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And I forget Davis Mills, and I liked his answer because it might be Davis Mills. I mean, last year it was Mac Jones who had the best year of the rookie QB class, and I think Trevor Lawrence is primed to take a big step up this year based on the fact that they got better and he's more comfortable, but Davis Mills, I think that was the correct answer.
Yeah, there really was not a lot of reason for me to be participating in that interview. You asked him 2 questions. Oh, that's a great question. I asked him about the 49ers maybe having the best quarterback situation in the division.
He laughed at you. That was pretty funny. He laughed right at you. No, but, yeah, and then you eloquently mentioned the Matthew Stafford elbow injury, and it's a baseball type of an injury, and that makes me think about the old left-hander, former Yankee Tommy John. Whitey, could Matthew Stafford need a Tommy John procedure?
it would appear to be a possibility given, again, the fact that the coach, coaches usually, Dibs, you've coached at a high level.
Oh, yeah.
You got a player who's hurt. You just don't really want the other team to know that. And for Sean McVay to say that Matthew Stafford's right elbow pain is, quote, a little bit abnormal for a quarterback. The alarms go off, comparing it to what pitchers deal with. Yeah, and that's what pitchers deal with. You have to have that tendon transplant, right? Potentially.
Yeah, Dr. Frank Jobe on the phone.
Mm-hmm. I think Tommy John should be in the Hall of Fame because of what he did and the fact that he won almost 300 games, and a lot of them after he had the transplant. Are you with me?
I am with you.
There's a surgery named after him.
Exactly. What more are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
He literally has a widespread procedure, 30, 40 years now. It's Tommy John. We don't refer to it by its appropriate medical name. I don't even know what the medical term is for the ligament that you ultimately replace. It's just Tommy John.
Collateral ulnar
it's a UCL, I think.
UCL transplant or something.
Tommy John is so much better.
Yeah. Stafford had an elbow injury last season. He got an injection in his right elbow during the offseason. He did not throw during the Rams spring workouts, saying he and the team were trying to be smart with his throwing arm. So that is obviously a legitimate concern with McVay saying the Rams and the quarterback tried some things in the offseason with the goal of alleviating some of the pain he was feeling in his elbow, and he's still dealing with it. That ain't good.
No, it's not good. And the fact that the Super Bowl was in February, and here we are 6 months later, and he's still dealing with it. I wonder when the injury happened, when it got worse, why he didn't get some sort of a surgical procedure. We always talk about Jimmy Garoppolo and the timeline of his surgery, and why did you wait 6 weeks for his shoulder? You should have had it done right away. I think that there's as much uncertainty over this news with Matthew Stafford. When did you hurt it, and why didn't you get it taken care of?
Yeah, McVay said he thought Stafford looked really good during practice Thursday. So he is throwing. It just hurts. And so it's a matter of how much of the pain he can deal with, and maybe we'll get more details on the nature of the injury. I'm surprised that quarterbacks don't have more arm problems. I suspect they do, and we just don't hear about it. I know there were some shadowy reports a few weeks ago about Trey Lance having arm fatigue. I don't know if that's true, but if it were, would you be surprised that any quarterback at any point has some arm fatigue? I'm not.
I'd be surprised that a young quarterback like Trey Lance has arm fatigue. I mean, if you're a veteran 12-year, 13-year guy, then maybe you'd have some arm fatigue. Like Tom Brady, for example, I wouldn't be surprised, although he doesn't necessarily put a lot of zip on the ball, and I don't imagine he throws a ton in the offseason anymore. But to have a young quarterback like Trey Lance experience arm fatigue, it's natural. If he's throwing as much as we want him to be throwing to get better, to get more touch and all the rest of it, then you're going to have days where your arm's a little bit tired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Now, as far as the Jimmy G thing, and I know that went, that's really to this point, it's like, can we just end it, please? Not that interesting necessarily. But if Jimmy G is potentially in play with the Seahawks, to me, that's really interesting.
What about Jimmy G in play with the Rams? As Shasky mentioned this morning with nice guy Steven on the morning roast, if Matthew Stafford, let's say he does have a UCL injury, an ulnar collateral ligament in his arm, and he's out for the year, that would be a dramatic turn of events. Might the Rams be Johnny on the spot for Jimmy? Jimmy on the spot.
I hadn't thought of that.
Mm-hmm. Me either, but as nice guy Steven said this morning, Shasky, you hit me with that 12-6 curveball. And I was like, look at Steve.
That
look at
Mike
Steven.
Norris curve, snapping that sucker
Or that
off.
old Barry Zito where it's like out of his hand, it's like, that pitch is behind me. And then it catches the outside corner.
Yeah. I see. In my opinion, Barry Zito was better with the A's than he was with the Giants. I don't know how you feel.
You're going out on a limb there. It's
just with the Bay Bridge series.
Thank God he won a World Series with the Giants, because for the amount of time we spent, Gary Radnich and I, 7 years and $126 million. Mm-hmm. That was a huge deal at the time. Nowadays, I got to tell you, it's a bargain for a pitcher of that quality.
Well, that was a time when the Giants were kind of looking for a new face of the franchise, right?
Yeah.
They were having some of the same issues they're having now.
Yeah, they were trying to move past the Barry Bonds era, and they were trying to, turn the page, and so it was Barry Zito, a much more I don't want to say that Barry wasn't likable, but he wasn't well liked in the media, and
Barry
he was
Bonds.
a controversial figure. Yeah, Barry Zito, much beloved, and you bring him in, high priced guy. It's like, oh yeah, it's the dawn of a new era. And then he had trouble getting people out.
He struggled a
little bit
with that at times. Jimmy G to the Rams, boy, they must know at this point if there's any chance he has the UCL, right? Obviously, they don't want to say, but they must know. So they must feel at this point that there's a legitimate chance they can get him through the season, he being Stafford, whatever the injury is. If he's throwing now and they're talking about, quarterbacks always have a little bit of pain. So, yeah, they must be pretty optimistic that Stafford can make it through the season.
So it's probably not something that needs Tommy John, but maybe it's one of these other pitcher injuries where you got to shut him down for a little bit of time in order to nurse it, whether it's not a completely ruptured UCL.
Right.
Maybe it's just a slight, tear or an inflammation situation.
Mm-hmm.
You never know.
Inflammation sensation?
That's a buck.
Okay.
But I don't think that they're going to try to defend their Super Bowl with John Wolford. I mean, if you are, then, more power to you.
But don't you think if you're the Seahawks, because I do, if I'm the Seahawks, and I know that 49ers don't want Jimmy, they can't trade him anywhere. We're going to wait, and when they cut him, we're going to gobble him up.
Yeah, but then again, if the Rams now are in a situation where Matthew Stafford is unable to go, and I still think that the Browns, Steve Weish, who joined us at the top of the hour, said he's hearing nothing.
Dibs, that's a great question.
There's a couple of them. The crown of superiority fitting very well on my tightly shaven dome. But I think that, if the Rams are suddenly in play, maybe, I don't know if the Niners, could you stomach trading Jimmy G to Seattle or LA in your division? Jimmy G? I don't know if you could do that.
Seattle, based on primarily Matt Mayoko's reporting, I don't think Seattle's going to give you anything for him. They don't want to give you anything, but they know you don't want him. We're going to wait. And the 49ers don't want to, if it comes to that point where we got to release him, they don't want to do that at a point where Seattle will have time to bring Jimmy in and get him ready to start against them in week 2, in addition to Jimmy coming in and sharing, all the intelligence, which may be overblown, but there's something to that.
There's definitely something to it, but on the other side of it is you do want to do Jimmy a solid. You don't want to cut him.
That's out the window now.
Well,
I don't think that's in play anymore. You would, and you should.
It should
I just don't think they're gonna.
Because the message you're sending to the league, if you don't do him a solid, you're telling the rest of the league, we don't care about Jimmy G, a beloved quarterback who led us to the Super Bowl and a conference championship game, and this is how you're going to treat him. That's not something.
No, you're right.
That's not a reputation that you want to have in the league, but you're right about. You don't want to cut him on August 15th, have Seattle scoop him up right away.
Scoop and score.
Yeah, and all of a sudden now it's like, hey, guys, you want to see their playbook? Because I haven't memorized.
888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business text line, always open. Let's talk to Rich on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, happy Friday. Just taking a little break from work here. I work at home, so I'm just listening to you guys and plugging away. And I just wanted to, I've been a Niners fan a long time, and I had season tickets back in the day when Montana was playing. And all this talk about Stafford's elbow reminds me of, and the tendonitis, Montana's elbow in the early 90s. And, while as much as I hate the Rams, I don't wish any aspersions on their quarterback. I want them at full speed when we meet them and retake the division away from them. But anyway, it just reminds me that, so what Montana went through is, first in 91, he had the same kind of thing of swelling and pain, and so they went with resting. So he rested all through training camp. Then he tried to go again, and then he tore one of the ligaments. So then the plan was to do a massive resting campaign. So he missed all of the 91 season, resting that thing. Then in 92, he came back, training camp again, and then it broke and it tore completely, disconnected, and had to be surgically repaired. Then he missed all of 92, and then he was traded to KC, and away he went. So again, I hope that doesn't happen to Stafford, as much as I hate the Rams, but, to something, it really struck me that, wow, and like you said, for the coach to mention that, it's got to be a little more than just something minor.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. That's a great point you raise about Joe Montana. I do recall some of those arm issues that he had. Clearly, the Rams have been aware of this, and clearly they were hoping that rest would alleviate it by this point, and it hasn't. Of course, now, Dibs, among the options you have is platelet-rich plasma therapy, but it's probably too late for that.
Well, he had it in the offseason. Okay. According to Ian Rappaport, he had the PRP this offseason.
Do you have to go to Germany for that or something? Or?
I think for some treatments you do. Some of those are outlawed in the U.S. I'm not sure if PRP is one of them.
Something you can just go to the Med 7 on the corner and give me the PRP.
Usually CVS. He's popping there. Let me get a COVID-19, a monkeypox, and some PRP for here. Which reminds me, I got to get my Tdap, my whooping cough before the baby comes. I got to make sure.
You want to get that.
You got to make sure it's inoculation sensation before my little daughter shows up on the scene. But
you're just a veritable pincushion these days.
Yeah, just go ahead and stick me. I mean, let's go. Shoot me up. I'll take 2 of these, 1 of these, 3 of these. You know,
you got anything experimental back there? You might as well.
You got any ayahuasca that I can get involved with here? So I'm looking to trip out too. You know.
Yeah.
He wore a brace. Stafford did, and he didn't throw during off-season workouts, and he's dealing with the issue. And if it hasn't gotten better through PRP and the rest of it, I know they're calling it severe elbow tendonitis.
Ow.
But that's if it's not going away even after PRP, surgery may be an option.
Well, they don't have any Advil in Los Angeles?
Seriously.
Pop a few Advil, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Or super Advil. Get them on.
Well, you have to take more than just 2.
Toradol.
More than the recommended dosage.
Yeah.
Wink,
wink. Yeah, exactly.
Just hit up Aaron Rodgers. I'm sure he'll help you out.
Yeah, absolutely. You won't know. You won't even feel your elbow. You won't know you have an arm. On the text line here, Dibs, it's business at this point. Niners can't be worried about how Jimmy is treated. Jimmy wasn't thinking of the Niners when he elected surgery. Ooh, from the 650. Whoa.
Well, and that's I think, medically reckless to say that because every medical opinion you get is saying that it's an injury that might have gotten better without surgery. And you always want to avoid surgery if you can. So he goes 6 weeks, it doesn't get better, then he had the surgery. I don't think that there was anything nefarious on Jimmy G's side of it.
Nice use of the word nefarious.
Appreciate it. I could be wrong, but I've been a radio doctor for darn near 25 years.
I know you have.
In my radio medical opinion, he did the right thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. From the 510, thank you, 510. PRP they have in the U.S., no stem cell in the U.S.
That's the one, okay. Yeah, and I remember Andre Iguodala.
That, Dr. Dibley?
Yeah,
Radio Dr. Dibley?
Iguodala had some trips to Germany back in the day, I think, to try to get right. But the stem cell, we frown upon here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, we'll use them for research, but you can't have them injected back into your body.
I do think there's a lot to the 49ers not wanting Jimmy to end up with Seattle, and unless it's after week 2. And Ray and I disagree on this. Ray says they don't care, but you want to win every game, and I think Seattle has a better chance of winning week 2. You're probably going to beat them anyway, but Seattle has a better chance to win if you've got Jimmy G and he's been there a while than they do if they have, Geno Smith.
Yeah, but as Steve Weish told us top of the hour, if you have him on your roster, the Niners, after or into week 1, his salary becomes guaranteed. So you're going to have to cut him before week 2 in Seattle, unless you want to keep him and pay his salary. I was always thinking that August 15th is going to be about the time where something goes down here, where you give him enough time to find a job somewhere else. You do him that solid. I don't think they're going to hold him all the way through preseason. They might, but you really shouldn't be afraid of him going to Seattle. And so Jimmy G goes to Seattle and now you're underdogs? I'm not buying that.
Yeah, but don't you think Seattle has a better chance to beat you if Jimmy G's their quarterback than
it would help?
Yeah,
it would help.
And that's the only way this story at this point is like, can we just get it over with? But if he ends up with the Seahawks, then you've got at least a little drama when you play them.
Yeah. Week 2, that'd be exciting.
Yeah, it would.
It'd be a lot of fun. And but then again, I think now the Rams could be possibly a team involved.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to go John Wolford? Would you rather have John Wolford or Jimmy Garoppolo if you're the Rams, assuming Stafford's unable to go?
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell is John?
He's coming up. 11:45. Jock Birdie returns.
Yeah.
JD Guru in studio. Guru. And, of course, myself, Dan Dibley.
This will be the first time I think we've ever done it, in many years, with everybody in studio rather than over the... Yeah, so Goo
It's like
can't
a little
complain.
piece of you died.
Yeah. So Goo can't complain about, I'm on delay.
Yeah.
I'm on delay.
Yeah, somebody actually reached out to me on Twitter because I put the odds out, Guru plus 225 or something, and they're putting all their chicken on the Goo because the delay is gone. We will have to go over the ground rules prior to the game.
Yeah,
the entire answer,
I don't even remember how to play.
The entire answer has to be read before you chime in with your name.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Goo.
Yeah. So we got that coming up. The first
11.
day of any season, especially baseball season.
Steiny.
Goo! Yeah, Steiny!
Oh.
See, and I think Goo thought, well, maybe not. He may have thought then that he got in first. He really thought,
Yeah.
I got in first.
Yeah. And I think that's me snickering in the background.
Speaking of... Speaking of fun facts from the past, NFL Factor Fantasy is on here. Now, is that just left over, or is that actually what we're doing next?
That's a fact, Jack.
That's not just left over on the outline.
Left over from the firing Whitey.
Yeah, it's Willard
I had to
Dibs.
mention it.
Whitey for Willard. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
That's the fact, Jack. buttons, Whitey.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Dibs. Do you know what time it is? It's concert time!
Oh, yeah.
Be caller number 5 to the contest line right now. That's the contest line, 415-951-2386. 415-951-2386. Caller number 5 will win their choice of either Keith Urban tickets or Wu-Tang Clan tickets. Urban is over at the Shoreline Amphitheater on September 3rd. Wu-Tang Clan will be at the Oakland Arena October 1st. That's 415-951-2386. Caller 5, you take your pick. Yeah. Summers Live is here. Get 4 tickets for $80, all into select shows in the Sacramento area. Tickets are available from now to August 10th at livenation.com/summerslive. Available while supplies last on select shows like Wu-Tang Clan and Keith Urban, courtesy of Live Nation. Thanks for listening and good luck.
Yeah, best of luck to you. Concert tickets all week, and we just give stuff away here on 95.7 The Game.
Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Yes.
By the way, it's always a pleasure to be reminded that we have the smartest listeners in radio, people weighing in on such matters as, PRP and stem cell and Joe Montana's elbow history. And it's really great to throw these things around and then get feedback from people who've really spent a lot of time thinking about it and know what they're talking about. And I just hope that the Jimmy G situation ends with more than just a whimper. And if he ends up going to Seattle or the Rams, I can't believe we're talking about Jimmy G to the Rams. It'd be, if nothing else, great drama. I think ultimately the 49ers would be okay, but wow, great drama.
Great drama if he goes to Seattle or the Rams.
Yeah.
And, I would hope that he goes to Cleveland, but it seems less and less likely, even if Deshaun Watson gets a long suspension. Steve Weiss joined us at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock, and said it seems to him, and he's much more in the know, that Cleveland would go forward with Jacoby Brissett and just see what they could do and take the W's or take the L's as they come, as opposed to going out and trying to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo, which means we're running out of teams for Jimmy G.
Yeah, I think they like Jacoby Brissett, and also with all the uncertainty surrounding the Deshaun Watson situation and how long it's going to go, I think they're better off sticking with Jacoby Brissett rather than committing to Garoppolo and then finding out, turns out we don't need him. Isn't that humorous on some level, though, that the Deshaun Watson, and this is all because of the NFL Players Union, the NFL appealing the decision, the suspension that was handed down, and they basically hear the appeal themselves.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's so perfectly NFL.
Yeah.
And this was collectively
that's on
bargained.
The Players Union, right?
Yeah.
For saying, okay.
They collectively bargained to try to get less unilateral power for Roger Goodell. And so the two sides came to an agreement that you would get an independent arbitrator to listen to the case, which they did. Judge Robinson gives her ruling, and there's an appeals process. The league can appeal and basically say unilaterally, oh, thanks for your ruling, but we're going to appeal. We're going to hear our own appeal, and we're still going to make our own decision.
Yeah. And then Goodell makes a show of, well, this guy's going to hear the appeal.
Right.
But obviously, works for me. But from the 650, I hadn't heard this one before, Dibs. Garpupolo? I don't know. I think given the fact that he took them to a Super Bowl and an NFC championship game, I think he deserves better than, if Garpupolo goes to Seattle, then we can intercept his no-look, eyes-closed, boneheaded passes.
Yeah, I've seen Crappolo in some spots, but I've not heard Garpupolo. And
as an Italian, I'm offended.
That's just not. It's not fair. It's not accurate. Not appropriate. The guy did pretty well here in San Francisco.
Yeah, he did. And I hope he ends up in a soft landing spot. And I just hope it's over soon.
I just hope that Trey Lance stays healthy and, plays well enough to where no Niner fan is pining for the return of Jimmy G, because the majority of 49er fans couldn't wait to get rid of this guy. And if something befalls Trey Lance and you got to go to Nate Sudfeld, we're all going to be wishing Jimmy G was still here.
That's really interesting to me, that you've got this rookie quarterback, and at this point anyway, your backup is Nate Sudfeld. That either tells me they have a ton of confidence in Trey Lance, which is understandable, but still, he's a rookie, and then Nate Sudfeld, really?
And
he must be really well versed in the scheme,
right?
Because he's unproven too.
He is unproven. I think he started more games though than Trey Lance has in his career.
Yeah,
but he's largely unproven, and you always want to have a good backup plan, I think, but this speaks to me about the overall depth of the 49ers roster. And, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan thinking that even worst case scenario, if Trey Lance is out for however many games, the team around him is good enough to where Nate Sudfeld could come in and still win games.
Am I allowed to ask Kyle Madsen a question?
Of course.
I know he has a 49er podcast. Oh, he's not here?
You can ask the question, you probably just won't answer because he's not in the studio.
He's not currently here right now. So we're going to be holding off on Factor Fantasy.
That's coming up momentarily, yeah. And he can't get to the phone right now.
Right.
Leave a message and he'll get back to you. He's cutting Kyle Shanahan sound. Kyle spoke today.
I think that Danny Gray is going to be the most watchable 49er in the preseason. Third round pick, SMU, really just speed burner. We talk a lot about Trey Lance adding a dimension to the 49er offense. Danny Gray's going to do that too with that speed, that blow the top off the coverage speed, Dibs. Very excited about that.
Now, if he's going to make the team, then you can go ahead and, roll him out there and not feel too scared about showcasing him.
Yeah.
I wonder if, Danny Gray's a guy who, if he's not going to make the team, you don't want to showcase him because then he might not make it through waivers and be able to get back onto your practice squad. So there's always those shenanigans that come into play. But, most estimations are that Danny Gray will be one of the, 6 wide receivers you'll keep on your final roster?
Yeah. From the 415, here I was just talking about, it's great to hear from all these smart people. And then we went with the Garpuppolo, and someone points out, very intelligent people listen to the show. Apparently so do 6-year-olds.
Exactly.
Nicely done.
Yeah, you got to keep it childish.
Yeah. It's Whitey Gleason in for Willard here. Willard and Dibs on 95.7. The game. NFL Factor Fantasy is coming up. Also, we got Jockberty coming up today. And then tomorrow, Dibs, is the Bay Bridge Series gets rolling. The A's against the Giants, which doesn't have as much juice as we hoped it would have at this point, with the Giants losing again yesterday. The A's won yesterday, though. They survived 7 solo home runs to beat the Angels. It's very rare for a team. Has that ever happened before? Spadoni team hits 7 solo home runs and loses. Never happened before. But other than that, this is a chance, if you're going to be the most optimistic Giants fan you can be, hey, a chance for the Giants to get things back on track here against an opponent that's struggling and get back in the wild card race.
Yes.
I don't see it.
To be able to hold on to the Tom Pelak Memorial Bridge Trophy, I had to Google it, which is
that's right.
The name of the trophy that is given out to the winner of the Giants and the A's in their head-to-head. Right now, tied at 1 apiece. So if it's a split of these 2 games, well, then the Giants would hold on to the trophy for another year. The Giants, of course, winning 4 of the 6 games last year between these 2.
Why were the Giants so much better last year than they are right now?
Because they won one-run games at an alarming rate based on really good defense and a superior bullpen. Your bullpen this year is about a run and a half a game, or a run and a half per 9 worse than it was last year. Your defense is second to last in terms of overall defensive efficiency. And the guys who had career years last year are not having career years, even the ones who are able to be on the field and be healthy. But you've had a lot of your mainstays out due to injury. You don't have the same depth in your rotation. Your defense has been horrific, and you're not clutch. You're not winning the close games.
Yeah, that's true, but a simpler way to say it is last year was, for the Giants, a massive fluke.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
I think flukes are, over a short period of time, that was pretty flukish. 162 games, you cannot assign a fluke to that, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's unfair. It's reckless. It's mean-spirited.
It's not mean-spirited.
It's very mean-spirited.
Happened. Then how did they, did they miss Buster Posey that much? I know they miss him a lot.
Yeah, but, that's just one piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's certainly a significant piece in terms of the year that Buster had, but if you go position by position, The catching this year is not as good as what Buster gave you.
That's for sure.
First base has not been as good. Brandon Belt and the other cast of characters all the way around the diamond. There's no one spot where you would look and say, yeah, that guy's better, or that spot is in a better position than it was last year.
Mm-hmm. It's had to be humiliating, for Farhan when he came on the night of the deadline and he was talking about this is what we did and isn't we like what we got, and then they give it 4 runs that inning. How humiliating or bad for the Giants will it be if they go to San Diego next week and get pounded? And maybe they turn the tables on the Padres, but that place is going to be so electric, and the Giants fans that are still watching the Giants, if they watch those games and they see, maybe they go down there, a lot of Giants fans like to go down there and to see the electricity in there, the excitement of that team, that'll be for a lot of Giants fans, it'll be, hey, that's what we used to have to a degree, that's what we want, why don't we have that?
Yeah, and that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants success, excitement, fun. It's party atmosphere. And right now the Giants are far, far from it. You're not winning. They're
far hand from it because it's his fault.
Thank you. It's a solid 4. But they're far hand from it. It's not his fault entirely. I think that they have an organizational philosophy about how they want to build a team, and that's what Farhan's doing. The biggest problem is you can't attract any free agents. You've had no success in bringing in big-time offensive free agents. You brought in Carlos Rodon, and he's been fantastic with the Giants. You brought in Jock Peterson at a bargain for 1 year. He was great early. Now he hasn't been so great of late. But how can you go from now to March and bring in 2, 3, maybe even 4 real solid front line, put them in the lineup every day kind of players?
Yeah, I think Farhan has done, for the most part, a halfway decent job given the limitations. And last year was amazing. And I think he's smart and he's the right guy to have there. But he has failed at this point because this is the 4th year, right? And I know we got, got the pandemic in there. He has failed to bring in the type of talent that's going to make you relevant at the major league level. That's been his failure. Some of that is because the farm system hasn't produced. I know some people say, well, he hasn't been there long enough for that. But as I mentioned earlier, the Padres just traded 5 players for Soto, and 4 of those guys they acquired since Farhan took over in San Francisco. So the Padres acquired players since Farhan's been there that were good enough to spin off in a package for Juan Soto. The Giants minor league players have not produced. Maybe Joey Bart's playing better now. But then you look at the pitching staff, they've had some successes there. They have a very good pitching staff, especially a starting staff. As you said, the bullpen right now is struggling. But the lineup is just like, oh my goodness, that ain't going to cut it. And that's on Farhan.
Well, it's on Farhan, and now you're at a point 4 years in where you can start to really look at it and say, okay, what are you going to do about replacing these guys? Because you signed Brandon Crawford to a 2-year deal. He hasn't been great. He's got 1 more year. Belt's contract is up. Longoria can get bought out. So you're going to have a lot of spots next year that are available for new players. How are you going to go about replacing them? Because Luciano, he's not ready. Matos is not ready. Elliot Ramos, he should be ready. Is he good enough? We'll find out.
Yeah.
Hunter Bishop, he's not ready.
Patrick Bailey.
He's not ready. These are players who haven't gone through the organization fast enough to where you could say he's ready. Kyle Harrison is ready. He'll be in your rotation next year, and your rotation next year could be very good. Again, that should be the strength of your team.
Yeah. Well, you don't know if Rodon's even going to be there.
But if you've got Webb and Harrison and Cobb, I think you've got a good, solid start to your rotation. Alex Wood.
Wood is pitched well.
Yeah, you've got a lot of quality arms. Then the question is your batting order. And you look at the Dodgers last night, they had 9 batters. All 9 of them hit. You didn't have to pinch hit anybody for anybody. Here's my lineup. You guys are playing. The rest of you, we might need you, but probably not.
Mm-hmm. Well, who cares about baseball because it's football season once again. Football is back. Hall of Fame game. Big win for Spadoni's Raiders. That brings us to NFL fact or fantasy. How does this work, Dibs, for the uninitiated and for someone like me who maybe doesn't remember how it works?
Other than the fact that you came up with this about a decade ago, Kyle Madsen will play the role of moderator. He is back. I can't see him. His back He's behind me. My back is to him. Back. Kyle will read a statement about the NFL, and then we will either agree that's a fact, or
That's the fact, Jack!
or we will disagree and say that is just a fantasy.
Is there a competitive element to the game? Do
No
we sometimes-
competition.
Do we go to textration sometime? No?
We can, but texters and YouTubers, Twitchers, you can
Yeah.
play along and you can weigh in as well. And if you have a pithy comment to make, you can make it. You can call us
All right.
888-957-9570.
Yeah. All right. Here he is, the one and only Kyle Madsen. Hello, Kyle.
Yeah, we're gonna. Whoa, come on.
The Phil Cuzzy
sorry.
of Factor Fantasy.
I'm actually Roger Goodell's designee, so that's perfect.
Okay.
Kyle doesn't get it.
By the way, Kyle, what do you think of my my statement
I hate
that
it.
the most watchable 49er in the preseason is going to be my guy, Danny Gray?
No.
It's
What do you
just
what
a
do you,
fantasy.
what do you got?
Whoa. No, Danny Gray will be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe. Is he the most watchable? No. Trey Lance is the most watchable.
In the
not even close.
preseason, Trey Lance, and we can get into it. How much will Trey Lance even play?
About as much as Kyle Madsen.
Wrong.
That's
He's
a
going
good
to play
uptick.
a lot. He needs to bank reps, guys. Anyways, the Las Vegas Raiders of Oakland played last night in the Hall of Fame game. They got the W. Does this portend a playoff run? The Las Vegas Raiders will make the playoffs. Dibs. Factor Fantasy.
It's a fact. It's a fact, Kyle. They made the playoffs last year, and I think they're slightly better. I believe that 3 teams from the AFC West will make the playoffs, and I think the Raiders will be one of those 3.
Whitey.
Yeah, can you ask me one more time? It's just more fun that way.
The Las Vegas Raiders will make the playoffs. Fact or fiction?
That's a fantasy.
Factor
Kyle.
Fantasy. God, learn the bit, kid.
Yeah, it's a fantasy because you've got a coach.
10 when you guys are doing this. Sorry.
Fiction.
That hurts.
Yeah. He's a brutal head coach. Josh McDaniels is a terrible head coach. We saw some of that last night, the way he pounded Josh Jacobs into the ground in the Hall of Fame game. There's a reason why, as a head coach, he is 11-17. Unfortunately, Raider fans are going to find out that he is not capable of getting him into the postseason this year.
I love it. All right, let's talk about the 49ers and specifically Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, Whitey, will start for the Seahawks in Week 2 at Levi Stadium. Fact or fantasy?
I'm going to say it's an NFL fantasy, Kyle. As much as I would love to see it, as much as I think Dibs would love to see it, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think there's any way the 49ers can let that happen. They're going to hang on to him as long as they possibly can to prevent that from happening, to prevent Jimmy from going to Seattle in time to play in that first game. Even if they have to, we'll send you tickets to Seattle, Jimmy, and then they send him tickets to the wrong place. The 49ers cannot afford to let that happen. It'd be great drama, but they're going to hang on to him as long as they can to keep that from happening.
Dibs.
It's a lot more fun if you ask again.
Yeah.
Is that how it's supposed to go? Am I supposed to
Yes.
ask it again?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought
You
it was. I thought it was one of those things where, like we do with Mad Props, where I give the prop and then Whitey and then
Fire
Dibs.
Kyle
Okay,
right
here we go.
now. Seriously.
Hey, Dibs. Jimmy Garoppolo will start for the Seahawks in Week 2 at Levi Stadium. Fact or fantasy?
That's a fact, Kyle Madsen. And it's funny see how much better that is. Kev,
So much better.
what you said about what the 49ers don't want to see or what they don't want to happen is accurate, but you're going to get to a point where they've got to cut him. And when they cut him, Seattle's going to look to scoop and score. Scoop and Scoropolo is what's going to happen. So
It's better than Garpupolo.
It is, and also Crapolo. It's going to be against their will because Jimmy G is going to be out there. Seattle doesn't want to go with Locke and Geno. Jimmy G will be there, and he will start against the Niners.
Question, if I may, before we go on to the next one, Kyle.
God, this guy.
If you're Jimmy Garoppolo, Dibs, and I'm not saying you are,
Man.
there are a lot of similarities actually. Where would you, at this point, where would you want to go based on what we see as realistic options? Jimmy, where would you really like to go?
I want to go somewhere where I can play right away, and that would be Seattle, because you could theoretically go to Seattle, start, do well enough to keep the job, and maybe get a deal there because they have no future QB right now.
All right. Kyle Madsen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's stick with the 49ers, guys. We're going to talk about Brandon Ayuk. He's been one of the stars of training camp, Dibs. I don't know if you know that. Brandon Ayuk will lead the 49ers in receiving yards in 2022. Fact or fantasy?
That's fantasy, Kyle. I still think it's going to be George Kittle. The safety blanket for a quarterback will be the tight end. And Brandon Ayuk, I'm not sure if all 17 games are going to be in his future this year, so I'm going to say it's going to be George Kittle, the rejuvenated tight end, who leads the team.
Let's see if I can do the bit right. Hey, Whitey.
Yeah.
Brandon
What's
Ayuk
up?
will lead the 49ers in receiving yards in 2022. Fact or fantasy?
Oh, that's a fact, Kyle.
That's the fact, Jack.
I fear that Kittle will have a hard time staying on the field long enough to lead the team in yards. I hope I'm wrong. It's just the way he plays at the stage of his career. I think he's going to end up missing time because he typically does. I also think that, Danny Gray is certainly going to challenge for the 49er lead in receiving yards. But Brandon Ayuk, given that a year ago he started the season and he was in the doghouse and he learned from that, and now he's mentoring other players like Fred Warner are trying to get under his skin a little bit. They're trying to make him as great a player as he can be, and he is responding to that. He's also a better route runner than Debo. Debo is overall a more impactful player, but Brandon Ayuk's a better route runner. So yeah, Brandon Ayuk, it's a fact, will lead the 49ers in receiving yards this year.
I love that take because I agree with it. All right, Whitey, let's head to the AFC, where the Buffalo Bills will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl this season. Fact or fantasy?
I have to say that, boy, I'm really torn on this. I'm going to go fantasy. I'm sorry. They remind me a little bit, going back a ways, Kyle, of the Houston Oilers. The Houston Oilers were a team, the Houston Oilers, who became the Tennessee Titans, and they would challenge the Steelers every year, and they talk about next year we're going to knock that door down, and they never did. The Steelers were just better. And last year the Bills came so close, but they're still not as good as the Chiefs. And I just think Josh Allen is a fine player, and everything's going the right way. They're due for a little bit of a regression, is just my hunch. So I think ultimately they're going to have another year, but they're due to come back down to earth a little bit. So no, the Bills are not going to be in the Super Bowl this year.
An NFL fact, they actually spent one season in Tennessee as the Oilers. In 1997, they were the Tennessee Oilers for 1 year before becoming the Titans. Dibs, the Bills will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl this season. Fact or fantasy?
That's a fact there, Kyle. Trending in the right direction, a team with an ascending quarterback, a very good defense, a division that isn't necessarily that rugged with the Jets team. It's terrible. True. Miami, I think, is overrated with Tua at quarterback, and the Patriots, I'm not sure are that vaunted. Buffalo is a team going in the right direction. I think they will, in fact, win the AFC and make it to the Super Bowl.
Wow, you guys are button heads on every single one of these so far. I called you butt heads.
Button heads.
You guys are button. Yeah.
Yeah.
Benjamin, it's a cross. It's like Benjamin Button, but if Mike Judge made it.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Quite a battle,
Dibs.
Kyle.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
Dibs. You want to? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Let's
take a brief.
We got one more.
Take a brief timeout. Well done, Kyle Madsen. Take a brief time.
Oh boy.
I think I won. Kyle said on one of mine. He said, "I agree with you, Whitey." So I think I won.
Yeah, Kyle Madsen was really good at navigating that bit. It's just a fantasy. I mean, that's usually the way.
Kyle Madsen may want to spend a little more time going over the bit before it makes it to air.
Did you make that noise?
That's a fact, Jack.
Did you make that noise because I have sealed my fate as the producer of the
really
show?
Good.
Yeah, thank
that's
you.
really good.
Go on.
All right, coming up next, Aaron Rodgers. Speaking of football, does Aaron Rodgers deserve to be praised, mocked, or suspended? That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
You and me are going to have it out, Kyle.
Yeah!
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
A sense of anticipation and excitement hangs heavily in the air here. And I apologize. I'm always that way after I eat, sausage.
That's
and crumble with egg. But the thing is, we've got, not only is it Friday, but we've got Jeopardy coming up this hour, Dibs. The Jeopardy SummerSlam. JD getting ready not only for his show, but getting ready for the edition of Jeopardy. Very excited. He's a very good player.
Yeah.
A very solid
There's
player.
no doubt.
Bluntly, I'm sick of it.
He's got an incredible knowledge base. He knows a lot about a lot. He knows a little about a lot. He knows a little about a little. He knows a lot. JD's smart. Guru also, his encyclopedic memory, his passion for the game. I'm pretty nervous, Whitey. I know I'm always instilled as a pretty sizable favorite, but especially today, on this day of days, and it is a payday. It's day of days on this Friday.
That's right.
I'm a little nervous here, Whitey. A little nervous.
Yeah, from the 707. Still miss the ride guts. Yeah, thanks for remembering. Great to hear this, the old bits all these years. It says,
it's
great
so
to hear
great.
the same bits all these years. I think that was meant as a compliment.
That's
but
a Roger Federer is what that is. It's a backhanded compliment.
Yeah, exactly.
God, I love hearing those old bits.
The same thing you did 12 years ago.
Yeah, that bit was so good you guys got fired.
We did, didn't we?
Yeah,
That's right.
2014.
Thanks for bringing that up again.
I have to bring it up every time we do radio
You don't
together.
have to bring it up 2 or 3 or 4 times.
Just twice, just because I love your reaction. Because
it's fine, but it's like,
Yeah.
well, okay, you already mentioned that. All right.
it's you laugh about it, but part of you is like, oh, that's right, man. What a day.
let it push your buttons.
It's too late, Spadone.
Yeah. Would you agree with me that while you are the all-time Jeopardy champion, that there's something to be said for Guru as maybe the most, I don't know, like the X Factor fan favorite player in the history of Jeopardy?
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And that's coming up today at 11:45, America's favorite sports trivia game. And just the passion with which he approaches it. He always seems to get out to some sort of a lead, an early lead, a mid-game lead, and then there's that moment. There's that glimmer in his eye where he can see it.
Yes.
He can reach out
can smell
and
it.
almost touch it.
Yeah.
And then the inevitable. Oh, the humanity. Are you familiar with the Hindenburg, Whitey?
Well, I wasn't there. Yeah, if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that, the Hindenburgian collapse that sometimes happens to the goo. 11:45 today. Stay tuned. A changeover unlike any we've seen here on
Right.
95.7 The Game. Live, in-person Jeopardy.
That is coming up. Yes. Can we talk about Aaron Rodgers for a minute? I know he has some, Kyle Shanahan said some interesting things today, which we'll get to. But I wanted to see what you thought of Aaron Rodgers. What he told us, or what he told the Aubrey Marcus podcast on Wednesday about a trip to Peru during which he took ayahuasca. Thank you. Ayahuasca, plant-based psychedelic tea containing the hallucinogenic drug DMT. Aaron Rodgers with some very interesting things to say about that. Dibs, here he is on how ayahuasca helped him unconditionally love himself.
To me, one of the core tenets of your mental health is that self-love. And that's what ayahuasca did for me, was help me see how to unconditionally love myself. And it's only in that unconditional self-love that then I'm able to truly be able to unconditionally love others. Mm-hmm. And what better way to work on, for me, in my own, this is my own belief, but what better way to work on my mental health than to have an experience like that?
Well, good for him. I mean, being aware and concerned about his mental health. Ayahuasca is it's not legal in the United States, right?
No.
Yeah, and
It's
that's
a
why he went to Peru.
It's a Schedule 1 drug. So, he went to Peru in order to partake in this. And so just the very nature of him wanting to get in touch with himself and learn self-love, that's all great. But the fact that, you're out there bragging about doing this illegal drug strikes me a little bit the wrong way.
And now Aaron Rodgers says he can unconditionally love his teammates.
The greatest gift I can give my teammates, in my opinion, is to be able to show up and to be someone who can model unconditional love to them.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's important I play well and show up and lead and all that stuff, but they won't care about what you say until They know how much you care.
That's my favorite quote of this podcast. That's the most important thing I can do for my teammates is show them unconditional love. Oh, yeah, it's important that I play well.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I think he's got, and bless him, but I think he's got that a little backwards.
So he overthrows somebody, and then they come back to the huddle, and the receiver says, "Hey, it's okay because I know you love me unconditionally."
Right, and I know you love yourself unconditionally.
Right, even though I was wide open down the middle, and you chose to throw the ball away. It's okay, Aaron, because I know you love yourself unconditionally.
Interesting. Aaron Rodgers explains what he felt after taking ayahuasca.
My intention the first night going in was, I want to feel what pure love feels like. That was my intention. And I did. I really did. I had a magical experience with the sensation of feeling 100 different hands on my body, imparting a blessing of love and forgiveness for myself and gratitude for this life from what seemed to be my ancestors.
Okay.
He's such a phony. I mean, he just
don't
is
know how to
such
react.
a phony.
Really?
I
You're
know
not
how to
buying it,
react.
huh? Yeah.
He's such a phony. So you went on this magical hallucinogenic trip, which
Right.
okay, wonderful. And you're telling me you learned all these life lessons while you're under the influence of ayahuasca, and now you realized all these things. Well, where were you the first 38 years of your life, A-Rod? When you're sending your parents' Christmas presents back to them because you didn't want to receive them. Where was the unconditional love then?
Bottom line, though, if you're like me and you're wondering, does any of this have anything to do with football? Aaron Rodgers says the experience helped him have the best season of his football career.
I really feel like that set me on my course to be able to go back in to my job and have a different perspective on things, and then to be way more free at work as a leader, as a teammate, as a friend, as a lover. And I really feel like that experience paved the way for me to have the best season of my career.
Dibs, I am buying it. And like I said, I don't know whether, we should praise him, mock him, whether he should be suspended by the NFL. But ultimately, I think, you know what? He did have a great year. And this is a different cat. And he can do what he wants when he's in Peru. He got a different look now and he's come back to camp. Bless him, whatever works. He's a really great player. I just think he's one of those people that's, whether it's a football player or athlete or whatever they do, there are some people that are always looking for something. And I think he's one of those people. And maybe he's found something now. I doubt it, but I hope for his sake he has.
He is a phony. He's just a phony baloney. He's full of it. And to me, it reeks a little bit of a double standard because, okay, fine, you went to Peru and you did this ayahuasca trip, and now you come back and you brag about what this illegal drug has done for you. What if it was another player who went to Peru and they came back and, it's like, oh, I went there and I smoked crack cocaine and, it really helped me get in touch with my self-love, and now I'm able to love myself and all the rest of it. We would think completely different about an illegal drug and a player using an illegal drug.
But those are two different drugs.
They are, but it's just because it's Aaron Rodgers. It's a white QB who's got this long hair and now he's got this mysticism about him, and we think it's so cute and so funny. If it was a different player, we would think completely different about whatever the substance was that player had ingested.
Mm-hmm. I think I see where you're going there, but I don't know. It sounds like you're assuming that, by and large, this is going to be received favorably. Whereas if someone, and I think what I hear you saying, and I understand, you're saying an African-American quarterback who did this, it wouldn't be as acceptable.
Right, of course not.
But and I understand that. Of course, I understand that. I'm just not sure how well people are going to receive this. Forget anybody else. I don't, especially in Wisconsin. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people right now, there's certainly a few, but are people really going to say, oh, that's great what Aaron Rodgers did? Or are they going to go, oh my goodness, this guy's some kind of freak?
I think for the majority of people, it's going to be accepted because it's Aaron Rodgers. And, what he's done as a quarterback is beyond reproach. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. And for the majority of people who are just, tuning into this story, they probably don't know what ayahuasca is. And they
I'm
don't
not that familiar with it myself, frankly.
Right. It's basically, like doing mushrooms is kind of what it's akin to.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not quite as chemical as doing acid, but it certainly is a drug that is banned here. It's a Schedule 1 drug.
And hallucinogenic.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, is the league going to drug test him? Imagine that if you had another player say, oh, yeah, in the offseason I went to Peru and I did a bunch of cocaine. Well, that player would be suspended. That player would be at least drug tested.
I understand your larger point, but to me, the fact that it's not cocaine, it's a totally different drug. I think there's a big difference there. And
well, I think it's a big difference because we don't know what this is.
Yeah, but he didn't break any laws. Now, I don't know what the NFL's rules are in terms of if ayahuasca is on the list of banned substances or how long it stays in your system.
Right.
My guess is the NFL can't really do anything about this.
Yeah, I don't know what the CBA says or how often he is randomly tested, or even if the drug tests can detect ayahuasca or whatever the active chemical is. I don't know if that would produce a positive test or when he has to test, but the very fact that he is boasting and bragging about doing an illegal drug, and many of us look at this as a curiosity and kind of a funny story. It's just so funny.
It's just weird. I mean, it is that. It's bizarre.
Right, but again, I'm not saying that ayahuasca is better or worse than smoking crack, for example, but there are some things and some people that we have stigmatized and we villainize, but other players, and Aaron Rodgers is a good example of it. It's, that he's so wacky, that's just peculiar Aaron, no big deal. I just think that there's a double standard that's in place here.
Do you buy that it helped him have a really good season? I do.
Yeah. I mean, if it helped him get into the right frame of mind, then absolutely.
Do you think that maybe it would be something, this ayahuasca, that would help maybe Giants fans get through the rest of this season?
I don't know if there's enough ayahuasca, and can ayahuasca hit lefties is the real question. Ayahuasca probably...
Great question. Can ayahuasca play short?
Ayahuasca probably gets platooned. Farhan, hey, we've signed ayahuasca, but he's only going to play 3 times a week.
Right.
But boy, he can play a bunch of different positions.
I don't think this is going to go anywhere either. I think it's going to be referred to here or there, just kind of as an aside. But I think for the most part, he's going to be Aaron Rodgers, unless he wants to continue to spread the word about ayahuasca.
Yeah.
I think
Well, he's not the first person
100 hands on his body, Dibs.
Yeah, he's not the first person to ingest ayahuasca. He's actually late to the party in terms of it as a healing
They had an
substance.
ayahuasca ceremony, so it's not considered a recreational drug like the cocaine example you used. It's considered something that can help you have religious experiences.
Right.
Apparently.
But again, you can...
Okay.
I mean, you can ascertain whatever you want about substances and how it might affect you positively or negatively. Certainly, cocaine is recreational, but if you were to, like the old greenies in baseball in the 40s and 50s, they weren't
70s and 80s and 90s and 2000s.
Well, right. Well, then it kind of morphed into actual cocaine, in the 80s and whatnot, and players weren't doing that so it would hurt their performance. They were doing it maybe so they didn't have self-love and healing, but it's like, damn, I'm tired. This is my 17th straight day of playing. I'm going to need a couple of bumpskis to get me through.
I did think on some level you'd be a little more understanding of...
Oh, no, I'm totally understanding.
Yeah, you're just not buying that he's
a phony. No, he's a phony. And believe me, there are things and there are times where you have those moments in your life where it's like, famously when I met your wife, as an example.
Yes.
It's a story for another day, but whether or not whatever helps you, meditation, yoga, that's all great. But to come out and, I'm Aaron Rodgers and, I had this moment in Peru and you're such a phony.
Yeah.
Keep it to yourself.
Yeah. We were on the road in Arizona for spring training, and my wife was visiting, and she was going to go back home, and she wanted to say goodbye to Dibs, and it took him a while to get to the door. That's all.
I'd never met your wife, the lovely Sheena.
Right.
And
she went, I got to say goodbye to Dibs. All right. Where? Hello, Dib.
The forecast in my room was partly cloudy.
Then you came to the door and everything's cool. Yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's forecast for the 49ers, Dibs?
Oh, it's a transition right there. Yeah.
Because Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today, and don't you still hear, you're a little more better connected than I am, still some whispers about, I don't know about Trey Lance, I don't remember watching him, I don't know.
I was listening to Steiny Guru yesterday, John Dickinson in for Matt Steinmetz. JD's been at camp many days already, and JD was actually saying that, Trey Lance doesn't necessarily look like he's in midseason form. He's struggling a little bit, which you would expect. A younger player, more inexperienced, but I think there are some whispers, I don't know if it's growing concerns or just existing concerns about Trey Lance's ability to really take the reins and have the offense not miss a beat.
I really feel that he's going to have opportunities to make wide open throws because that's what Kyle Shanahan's offense produces. And we know that he can pass the ball to a wide open receiver for the most part. There's going to be some growing pains. I think he's going to have a really good season, like 21 touchdowns. He's going to have more interceptions than I think he'll have down the road. He might throw, like 14 or more interceptions, and there's going to be a lot of those that are going to be, oh my goodness. But for a rookie, I think he's going to have a really solid year, and I think they're really going to build on that from there. He's just too good, and there's too much at stake for them. If he were as bad as some people are saying, I just think they would have done something about that by now.
Agreed, but what can you really do? You traded 3 first-round picks to move up.
You get a better backup for one thing if you were really worried, I would think.
Okay, you have a better backup in Jimmy Garoppolo, but you're not going to keep him.
Right.
So how good of a backup do you need to bring in where it's going to become a distraction or it's going to become an issue for Trey Lance? Ultimately, you've got to see what you have in Trey Lance. You got to give him the ball, give him the playbook, and say, go do it. And if it's alarming in training camp, let's say that it's August 5th and you do have some concerns, well, it's too late. It's too late to do anything. Now it's up to you to coach him up and get him ready for September 11th.
Are you buying what I was trying to sell to Steve Weish, that the 49ers have the best quarterback situation in the division right now, given the chaos in Seattle? Kyler Murray digging out from under the fallout from his study clause, and then Stafford with an injured elbow?
I am kind of buying it because of the Stafford injured elbow, because they've got John Wolford as the backup. I'd rather have Sudfeld.
Not a big Wolford guy.
I mean, I don't know the first thing about him really, but I know that you had a chance to make him the starter, but instead you traded for Matthew Stafford. Stafford's got the elbow. Kyler Murray, I don't know what's up with Kyler Murray. Great early in the year, bad late in the year, study clause in, study clause out. Forget Seattle, Geno Smith. And, Drew Lock could be okay, but I think there's something to what you said, Whitey.
What if we get Wolford on some ayahuasca?
Then all of a sudden, if he gets in touch with his inner love and, I feel really good about where I am and hundreds of hands on me and all the rest of it, yeah, man.
This was an interesting tweet.
Whitey, shut up.
I didn't even say anything. Dibs was talking. Josh Weinfuss tweeted this.
Who?
And Josh Weinfuss. Yeah.
Okay.
And
it sounds like you're making this up, but
no, you have the same text. Kyle Madsen tweeted this to us. Yeah, he said last night. It was like 3:22 in the afternoon. I tweeted it last night. Texted you. It's like that wasn't last night.
Oh, yeah,
okay, time stickler.
Yeah.
Josh Weinfuss.
Yeah, Josh Weinfuss tweeted, I asked Cliff Kingsbury about having Kyler Murray call the plays via radio on Saturday. Quote, Cliff Kingsbury says, I just wanted him to know that, hey, this bleep ain't easy. Every now and then he starts shaking his head when I'm calling it in there. I'm like, all right, go ahead, big dog.
I love that. I love it.
If you're Cliff Kingsbury, do you really need to share that at this point with everything that's going on right now?
You don't.
No.
But the reason why you do share it is because it's obviously a thing where Kyler Murray gets the play into the helmet and it's like, rolls his eyes or whatever. And, I'm sure Kingsbury's like,
yeah.
I'd be pissed.
Yeah.
It's like, who are you?
Right.
All right, big dog, you go ahead and do it then.
What kind of message does that send to the huddle, too? All right, guys, I'm getting you won't believe that they want us to. Okay.
17, Rover, Foxtrot on 2. Ready, break. Guys, I hate to, wait. Oh, no. Guys, this isn't going to work. you know. Oh,
yeah, I remember when I was a Pop Warner quarterback, Dibs.
You always work your Pop Warner career into the show.
The classic Whitey.
It's
in
typical.
the huddle, and that
Vallejo Admiral
doesn't even have a podcast.
And I remember that I do actually. The guys in the huddle, don't run that. Let's run something else. But I was like, no, guys, this is what the coaches called. This is what we're running. Yeah.
You're a real company man.
I probably should have said, yeah, let's run something else. And then I would have had more support from my teammates. Instead, they looked at me as like, oh, he's a company guy.
Totally.
All right, guys. Blue Rover Foxtrot on.
That's kind of what this is. And so, yeah, Kingsbury, all right, tough guy. You call the plays and see how you like it.
Yeah. See, that doesn't sound right to me. Maybe it's like, but there's an issue there.
And why would you let that out, though? To your point. And the same thing about why would you put a homework clause into Kyler Murray's contract unless it's a real issue? So what we're learning through the signs inside Arizona, Kyler Murray doesn't study, and he doesn't like the plays that are called. He's a real problem child.
I could just see him as you described that. I can see him like, just rolling his eyes and putting his head back and shaking his head like, no.
Right.
Speaking of quarterback situations, all right, the 49ers dealing with some awkwardness, perhaps. Kyle Shanahan, meeting with the media today, says Jimmy throwing on the field, he says that does not cause any awkwardness.
We have a real good relationship with Jimmy. There's no secret here of what the situation is. I think he fully understands the situation. We fully understand the situation. So we make the best of it. And Jimmy's out there. He's feeling better and better each day. I still see him. We have a real good relationship with Jimmy, and he's done some really good things here. So fans getting pumped with him, and our players still love and seeing him. That doesn't surprise me at all.
It's I feel badly for Kyle when he goes down that road because he tries, Jimmy's done some good things here, right? He always says that. Really good relationship with Jimmy. It's not awkward, but, the unspoken part is, yeah, but you don't want him and you don't think he's that good.
Right.
Yeah.
And, he's probably not that good. And, of course, you don't want him because you've got Trey Lance. But you're in a spot where you may wish that you still had him, depending on how things go with Trey's health and the rest of it.
That's not on the table, is it? I honestly don't think that's anywhere near the table. It's not even the same room.
No, but the only way it would possibly happen would be if Jimmy G gets cut and Trey Lance gets hurt right away early in the year and nobody had picked up Jimmy Garoppolo. But even then, would Jimmy G want to come back to this situation after he gets cut?
What would you say if I told you that Jimmy had a chance to be in the quarterback meetings? The 49ers said, Jimmy, you've done a lot of good things here and stuff, and we have a good relationship, and you can be in the meetings. And Jimmy said, no. If that were the case, what would you make of
I
that?
wouldn't believe you.
Yeah.
I don't believe my Jimmy would ever deny a chance to be in the meetings.
Don't take it from me then. Listen to this from Kyle Shanahan today.
Yes, I think you have to report, with the rules of the NFL today and stuff. You have to report. So we made it the best for both. I think if Jimmy wanted to be in every single meeting and wanted to do everything, for sure we would let him. I would guess that isn't what he would want totally. And when we asked him, that was accurate. He didn't totally want that. So he's just trying to get his body ready for hopefully the next situation he goes into.
Wow. I would guess that he wouldn't want that. And by the way, when we asked him, he said he didn't want that. What?
Yeah, so I'm good on meetings, Coach. Unless there's a homework clause in my contract that you're about to rip up.
Yeah.
I'm good on meetings. Let me just get out here and get my arm right. Let me soak in a little bit of sun. I don't totally blame him, though. Do you want to sit in meetings and then, Kyle's like, hey, Jimmy, would you mind showing Trey what you would do on this play in this situation? Jimmy's like, hit the pike, Kyle.
Yeah, hit the pike.
If our boss, Matt Nahigian Dibs, made the weekly show meeting optional, what's the percentage of attendance for the show between the four of us?
Guys, I got the conference room. The room is empty. No Willard, no Spadoni, no Kyle, and I know Dibs is gone. He's out. I'm out. We're out.
So I don't blame Jimmy for not attending meetings.
Huh. I'd be there though, sir.
That's very odd.
Laugh. I was trying to be serious.
Very odd the way that was phrased. More on Kyle Shanahan and his conversation with the media today and how it relates to the 49er quarterback situation. We have that coming up. We still have Jockberry to come this hour. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today, and we are sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you.
to
Will and Dibby.
on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. In for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. Hello. We've been talking about the 49er quarterback situation. There have been whispers out of camp, from those observing camp, that, Trey hadn't been that great yet. Well, that's okay. That's all right. Except you got a backup in Nate Sudfeld, who's not a proven backup. So does that mean Jimmy's back in play for the 49ers? No. Jimmy is not in play for the 49ers. Where's Jimmy going to go? Maybe the Rams now, right? Because we know that Matt Stafford has tendonitis in the elbow, and even his own coach Coach McVay says it's kind of an unusual injury for a quarterback. That's a little surprising that the coach would admit that. So they got a situation on their hands.
Big time situation. Yeah. And, it's not resolved. I don't know if it can be resolved. He either plays hurt throughout the entirety of the season. If it's just tendonitis, I've got tendonitis in my left elbow, little tennis elbow. Luckily, I'm not out there trying to throw spirals under duress 17 times in a season, but if he's got just garden variety tendonitis, well, they can deal with that through pain injections. He's already had the PRP, the platelet-rich plasma injections, but the needle in the arm. It's something to watch, though, because if he has to undergo surgery, then maybe there's another spot for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, platelet-rich plasma. But you can't have the stem cell here in the U.S. You have to go out of the country for that.
Yeah.
Did you say you have tennis elbow in your left elbow?
Yeah.
You play tennis left-handed?
No, I play right-handed. So
okay.
But tennis elbow is an affliction that is not entirely tied to tennis.
You play pickleball left-handed?
No, right-handed.
Okay.
I don't know what happened to my left elbow, but about 8 months ago, it started just absolutely throbbing. It's worse in the middle of the night when I'm not obviously moving my arm.
Yeah.
Once I get up and get moving, it's better, but
good.
Man, it hurts. Like right between those two bones in your elbow. I guess it'd be the humerus and
I think the other one's the uvula.
That's a little further south.
Okay, all right.
I'm told. I don't know if I have one of those, but the ulna. So right in that little pocket, oh, it hurts.
Yeah. On the text line, you say Trey hasn't been great. Trey's been improving each camp and been fine. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be fine to good. There are people that have been at camp saying, a little erratic. I don't think that's necessarily a big deal at this point. But how much of Trey Lance do you think we're going to see in the preseason, Dibs? I don't think we're going to see very much of him at all.
Well, I just was thinking about that, and you want to get as many reps as you can for Trey Lance. So I think he's going to get a lot more playing time than an average QB1 starting quarterback would give you. You only have 3 preseason games. We know that. Mm-hmm. So the second preseason game is now what the third preseason game used to be. So if you're not going to play him much in the third preseason game, and I don't think you will, you only have 2 games to really get Trey out there and to get him comfortable. I think you're going to see him almost for an entire half in that opening game.
In the opening game?
Yeah. I think you're going to see a lot of Trey Lance because you want him to as Kyle said, bag reps. You want him, or bank reps. Sorry, not bag reps. Yeah, bag reps.
Got off Fremont Bank.
Bag alert, major
bank. Reps
full
from the
service
Fremont
banking,
Bank. Yeah,
no compromises. That's my bank, by the way.
Oh, very
Fremont
nice.
Bank. Yeah, they do a hell of a job.
Yeah.
But I just went to the Hayward branch for the first time.
No
Good
kidding.
people. Oh, yeah, good people down there
I
in
heard it's a
Hayward.
great branch.
Yeah, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
It's on Mount Branchmore.
It's a good branch.
With Cliff and Branch Rickey and all the rest of them.
Cliff Branch Hall of Famer now.
Yeah, and Michelle Branch, actress,
Sure.
singer extraordinaire.
Mm-hmm.
But where was I? Oh, yeah, you got to bank reps, full service banking, no compromises.
1 series in my opener, maybe a couple series in the second game, and then maybe a half in the third game.
Yeah, no, you're wrong.
You think he's going to be a lot more than that?
A lot
I just don't
more
know
than
why
that.
take that chance.
Well, I mean, what chance of him?
Then he gets hurt, of course.
But you could get hurt anytime. I mean, Matthew Stafford got hurt. Who knows when?
You can't get hurt anytime. You can't get hurt when you're on the sidelines holding the clipboard.
You can. You could get rolled up on. Nice guy Steven was really afraid at Niner camp about getting rolled up on. So
you know who did?
You get paper
Evan.
cut.
Evan almost got hufungad. Did you know that?
E-Dog?
Yeah, very close to getting hufungad.
Oh, at
like
camp?
fearfully close. Where at least the way he told the story is like Hufanga kind of looked at him like, "You got to get the F out of my way." It was that close.
It was that close. Bang, bang play.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like Hufanga's chances against E-Dog. He's a pretty sturdy young man. I'll tell you what.
Hufanga?
I mean, it's happened to all of us. In my days as a sideline reporter, occasionally you try to avoid it, but I think I caught one back in the day, high school game.
Sure.
So it wasn't quite as violent, but you get your feet taken out from you. It's like, oh, it's so embarrassing.
Here's some good news for the 49ers. This is from Kyle Shanahan today when he met with the media. We know that Kyle has talked about, I know what the uvula is. Thank you, 925. From Kyle Shanahan today, we know that he has talked about the musical chairs, offensive line. Our offensive line is like musical chairs. Well, looks like the situation at right guard is settling down. Here's Kyle Shanahan today on rookie Spencer Burford.
Spencer he's done a great job. I mean, he's got all the skill set to do it. So it's about getting the reps and getting used to going against our D-line and just doing it down in and down out at this level. But he's got the ability to do it at a high level.
Spencer Burford has been taking all the reps, Dibs, at right guard. So
all
it
the
looks
reps.
That may be your guy, rookie Spencer Burford.
He is the guy, and he's going to get the gig, and so it comes down to Brunskill or Brendel at the center spot.
Is it Brendel or Brendel? Oh, Kyle's not there again. So.
It's Brendel.
Okay.
Either way.
Yeah.
And Brunskill.
Yes.
No, it's Brunskill.
Yeah.
I think whoever loses out on that job probably ends up as your backup, your swing guy who can play center or play guard.
Mm-hmm. That's got to be a concern as well with a rookie quarterback and an offensive line in a state of flux. Although it looks like maybe Burford is helping to stabilize it somewhat. Offensive lines, though, Dibs, I know you played offensive line at a high level.
A ton.
You want to have your unit together for a long period of time because there's so many situations that arise where it just helps to have that cohesiveness, especially in the biggest games.
And that's another reason why I think that he plays more than just a series, because you want to get that cohesiveness. You want your first team offensive line out there. You want your QB out there.
You're playing him a half in the first game?
I'm thinking probably 4 series at least. I'm going to give him 4 solid series. I don't know how long that takes to accomplish that, but I want to see Trey Lance. I want him to get comfortable being out there running with the ones.
Just to wrap up the thread here on Kyle meeting with the media today, here's Kyle Shanahan on where he got his coaching style and coaching personality.
I took everything from my dad. I never worked with my dad till Washington, which throws a lot of people off. So, I never worked at the Broncos, but just like you guys see my son up here all the time, right? That's how I was. I was hopping in one-on-ones during minicamp coming back from college, and I'm sure that was illegal, but they can't find them now. I just grew up all around it. And so you're around it all the time, and I was always trying to be a player. But then once you get into coaching, and I feel my style was more like my dad's, not because you're naturally trying to, because that's just what I was around all the time, and I respected the hell out of them. But when it comes to your style or your swag or stuff, that has to do with your friends and the people you hang around and the people you go to high school with, people you go to college with, and because I don't try to emulate anyone, I just try to be who I've always been, and that's usually the people you associate yourself with.
I'm sure this is largely generational, but Kyle has way more personality as a coach than his dad, right?
I guess.
You don't think so?
Not really. You're talking about Kyle's personality on a scale of 1 to 10 is probably a 3.5.
Isn't he a lot more fiery on the sidelines at times? I think he's toned it down a little bit.
A little bit, but
he gets so mad sometimes.
Mike Shanahan,
that's not fair. That was not a good call.
His face would get so red. I think Mike Shanahan would be as animated. I think it's tough to pick between the two who's got a bigger personality, although he ran a little bit of material there, got some laughs from the crowd.
There you go.
So
there's the answer. On the text sign, shout out Branch Dressing. I'm not reading that one, but thanks for listening.
That works.
Pick your battles coming up. Jockberty SummerSlam. Also coming up next, it's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
And he's never tried ayahuasca because, quote, loving others isn't his thing. It's Dan Dibley.
Those are facts.
This is great.
And now your host for Jockberty. We're just glad he wasn't traded to the San Diego Padres at the deadline. It's Whitey Gleason.
Oh, thank you, Kyle. And welcome back to Jockberty SummerSlam edition of Jockberty. 3 big days, at least 4 big contestants, starting with, as Kyle pointed out, we got Dibs, we got Goo, and we got JD. Hey, Goo, I want to point some out to you. We talked about this earlier. Dibs is the all-time Jockberty champion in terms of total wins. You're probably the all-time Jockberty fan favorite.
I'll take that, but also I'm the all-time. I had equipment malfunctions when we were remote. So again, if I get this dub here, it kind of goes, JD, to
You're vindicated, right?
Vindicated. There it is.
My
Team
goodness.
vindicated.
Yeah,
be a vindication sensation is what it would be, Whitey.
Yeah, and JD, I know you haven't played Jockberty a lot, but you've had a lot of success.
Yeah, among the winning percentage leaders, but not enough games to qualify.
Right.
Yeah, I may actually be the winning percentage leader overall, but not enough games to qualify.
Yeah,
so I'm not.
Also up there, Tim Kawakami want to know.
That's true.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I missed that one.
Yes. So here's how the dang thing works. We have, of course, $1, $2, and $3 values in the Jockberty round, and we have one Dibbly double in that first round, followed by $2, $4, $6 values in the Dibbly double round. That includes 2 doubles. Game will conclude with final Jockberty. Remember to shout your name to buzz in. We have to wait until the question or the answer has been complete. Dibs?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
yeah. Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Plain gentleman rules.
Remember to shout your name to buzz in. Remember to phrase all responses in the form of a question. Let's just test those dubbers, Dibs.
Dibs.
Test those buzzers.
Test your buzzer. Dibs.
Goo.
JD.
There we go.
Look at, whoa. A little faster over
All
there.
right. Our players will try their luck with these categories in the Jockberty round. Players the Giants did not trade for, NFL Hall of Famer or not, and they manage. So that's players the Giants did not trade for, NFL Hall of Famer or not, and they manage. By the way, NFL Hall of Famer or not, the correct response will be what is a Hall of Famer or what is not, either way. JD, you have been selected as the winner of the coin toss.
Wow.
So if you would, sir, please choose a category. Good luck. Let's play Jockberty.
Players that the Giants didn't trade for.
For how many?
One.
For one. The Nats sent him to SoCal.
Guru. Oh. I'm sorry, man. Really, that was.
That's okay. Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah. So we'll just we'll start over. Yeah.
All right, my bad.
No, that's good.
Can't.
The Nats sent him to SoCal for 5 players.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is Juan Soto?
Juan Soto.
I didn't
was
even
right.
want that one. Yeah.
No, that's all right. No problem. $1 for you, Dibs, and you got the board.
Giants that didn't get traded for 2, please.
Despite many trade rumors, the Cubs ended up keeping this all-star catcher.
JD.
Yes, JD.
Who is Wilson Contreras?
That's right. 2 for JD, and your board, JD.
Let's close it out. Players the Giants did not trade for 3.
Some media members thought this lefty slugger would have been a good fit in SF, but the Yankees sent him to the Dodgers.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is Joey Gallo?
Gallo is right, and Guru with the lead, 3-2-1, completes that category. We have Goo, NFL Hall of Famer or not, and they manage.
NFL Hall of Famer or not for one, Whitey.
Roger Craig.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is not a Hall of Famer?
That's right. One more gives you 4. Your board still.
Let's stay in this category, Whitey, for 2.
NFL Hall of Famer or not for 2. Fred Taylor.
Guru.
Well, judges, what do we have there?
Here, Goo.
Goo.
Who is not a Hall of Famer?
That also is correct. You've got 6 now. Still your board?
Let's go with who the Giants didn't trade for.
Okay, that category's already done. We got all those, so we're good. Yeah. We have NFL Hall of
nervous,
Famer.
Whitey.
No, that's all right. That's on me. I need to, because you don't have a board here to look at. I need to make it clear what you have to choose from still. NFL Hall of Famer or not for 3, and they manage for 1, 2, and 3.
Let's do they manage for 2, Whitey.
They manage for 2. His last name contains 2 S's, but this AL Central manager appeared to be catching some Z's in the dugout during a loss to the Royals this week. Yes, Guru.
Who is Tony La Russa?
Tony La Russa's right. You guys okay with that? Or what do you want to do?
I actually don't want it, Whitey. I don't want to. I jumped the gun.
What do you want to do, Dibs?
I let the dog eat. Let him run.
All right, you got 8.
Hey, no, their rules matter. You can have that one. Next one, no
All right,
dice.
I got you.
Size
Can have that one for 3, though.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I don't know
about
if Steiny was here, he'd be called.
NFL Hall of Famer or not for 3 is left, and they managed for 1 and 3.
Let's do NFL Hall of Famer for 3, Whitey.
Hines Ward.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
What is a Hall of Famer?
I'm sorry, Dibs.
Wow.
JD.
Yes, JD.
What is not a Hall of Famer?
That's a crap fumble. Wow.
Guru with 8, JD 5, and Dibs -2. So, JD, you're bored. We have they manage for 1 and 3, and we still have a dibbly double in this round.
I'm going to say they manage for 3.
Oh my God!
Had to be.
He's going to get it.
So first dibbly double of the day. You can wager. Well, let's see. How much?
He has
do you wanna
5.
wager here?
He has 5. Yeah.
You got 5.
I'm going to go 5.
Oh, look at him.
True
Freaky
dibbly
Friday.
double.
They manage for 5 here. Chime in if you remember that this NL Central skipper was a Giant in 2002.
Who is David Bell?
That's
So good. Chime
This
in.
is
Really good.
I just knew he could.
Really
The
good.
machine.
Yeah,
Really
For
good.
some reason, I thought maybe he got fired. No.
That's really good.
I did too. I was like, I better check that one.
What's the score, White?
JD 10, Guru 8, Dibs -2. We complete the first round here with they managed for 1. With Bomel moving to San Diego, this guy replaced him in Oakland.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who was Mark Kotze?
That's right. $1 more, and that gives you 9. So at the end of the first round, the score JD 10, Guru 9, Dibs -2. Goo, how you feeling?
I'm there. Yeah, I'm close. Vindication sensation, baby.
Yeah, anything can happen and usually does in the dibbly double round. 2, $4, and $6 values. And how many dibbly doubles out there, Dib?
Usually 2
That's
traditionally.
right.
Whitey.
We got 2 in this round. Here are the categories for this round. Rhymes with monkeypox. A's who were Giants and vice versa in honor of the Bay Bridge series. And our category to Kyle today. Kyle, what's the category to Kyle?
I love this one.
Shared last names. Giants and Niners shared last names.
Shared last names, Niners and Giants. So, Dibs, you currently trail. Again, that's rhymes with monkeypox. A's who were Giants and vice versa. And Niners and Giants shared last names. Dibs, what do you want to do?
Let's go rhymes with monkeypox for 6, please, White.
Whoa. This is incredible, JD.
Yeah.
This could kill him, though.
That's a great call. You
Great
can wager
call.
up
This
to
would kill him.
6. How much do you want to wager?
6, Whitey.
All right.
Let's go with
Get
6.
you back in the game.
Okay.
The number 5 overall pick in the 2017 NBA draft out of Kentucky.
Who is De'Aaron Fox?
That is correct, Dan Dibley.
That's a good one.
And he's on his way back. 10-9 to 4. Well done, Dibs. Still 1 dibbly double out there somewhere, and you're bored.
A's who were Giants for 4, please.
He won 23 for the A's in 02, but only 63 for the Giants over 7 seasons.
JD.
Yes, JD.
Who is Barry Zito?
Correct, JD. Gives you 14. You have the lead 14-9 to 4. Do you want to? I'll review it for you.
Yeah.
You have rhymes with monkeypox for 2 and 4. A's who were Giants for 2 and 6, and our entire category to Kyle.
Let's do A's who were Giants for 6.
He won 20 games for the A's in 2000 and finally won a World Series ring in 2014 with the Giants.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who's Tim Hudson?
That's right, Dibs. You now have 10 back in the hunt, 14 to 10 to 9, and you're bored.
That was for 6, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was. Let's go A's who were Giants for 2, please.
He was an MVP for the A's in 02 and far from it with the Giants in 2011.
JD.
Yes, JD.
Who is Miguel Tejada?
Miguel Tejada. 16 for you. That completes that category. Scoreboard check. JD 16, Dibs 10, Guru 9, and left on the board we have rhymes with monkeypox for 2 and 4. I thought that'd be a more popular category. That's on me. And
More popular.
category to Kyle remains as well.
Let's go rhymes with monkeypox for 2.
During his turn at bat, the hitter must stand within its confines.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
What is the batter's box?
Well done, Guru. You've got 11
Good
now.
patience, too.
Yeah. Kind of slowing down here.
Yeah. You're bored? Rhymes with monkeypox for 4.
good game.
This
Really
is
good
not
game.
time to slow down for you. Here we go. Rhymes with monkeypox for 4. Category to Kyle. The whole category remains.
Let's do monkeypox for 4.
Rhymes with monkeypox for 4. Long-running HBO behind-the-scenes look at training camp featuring Detroit this year.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
What is
Dibs.
Sorry, it's hold on one second, Dibs. I'll get you. That
was it.
To 7.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
What is Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks is that's right for 4. So Dibs with 14, JD with 16, and Goo down to 7. But that's okay, Goo. That's all right. Still in this thing. We got the rest of this. We got Final Jeopardy. Dibs, thanks for your patience. You have the board.
Shared last names for 6, please.
You found the second of our diddly doubles. You currently trail back $2. Here come those dang chickens. I've missed them. How much, Dibs, do you wish to wager?
Kyle's categories are traditionally scary. I'm going to go 1, Whitey.
1.
Oh.
Here
This
is
is such an easy category this time.
Kyle Madsen.
You never know with you. You're a wild card.
One is a safety that blew up the 2010 Combine and went to the 49ers in the second round. The other is number 6 on the all-time home run list.
Do they need first and last names or just the last name? What do they need here?
First and last.
Okay.
I mean, who is Frank Robinson?
Who's Frank? No.
That's like crazy legs.
You got to give 2 names.
Yeah.
It's Willie Mays and Taylor Mays.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, Dibs. It cost you $1, so you're down to 13, but it's still your board. And now you know what you're dealing with here with the rest of the category.
Yeah. Terrified is what I'm dealing with.
Yikes.
Shared last names for 2, please.
By the way, before we get to that, I just want to remind everyone that you're listening to KGMZ HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Station 95.7 The Game. Close enough?
That was great.
A lot of order.
Okay.
You really are.
Yeah.
You forgot that you really are.
You really
That's
are.
always my favorite.
Category to Kyle for how many, Dibs? I'm sorry?
2.
For 2. Here's Kyle.
Always live on the free Odyssey app as well, Whitey.
Thank you.
One had the catch. The other sent the Giants to the 1989 World Series with a single up the middle.
JD.
Dibs.
Yeah, it's Guru.
Who was that?
I think it's Goo because I was too early.
All right, Goo.
Who was Dwight Will?
Yeah, it works.
Dwight Will
Clark.
yeah.
The shared last name is Clark.
Yeah.
Dwight and Will Clark.
9 for you,
The Hard Knocks is still,
No, this is-
we're
yeah,
dealing
yeah,
with that.
yeah.
It's a bad category. Let's put the rat on the table.
We'll complete the diddly
16,
double round.
13 to 9 is what I have.
That's correct.
Same.
16 JD,
16 for
13.
JD.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll complete the round with category to Kyle for 4. Kyle.
The 49ers leading rusher last year and the 1989 NL MVP.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who are Elijah and Kevin Mitchell?
That is right. And what that does is give you $4. And as we go to Final Jeopardy, here is the score. Dibs 17, JD 16, Guru 9. So it's still anybody's game, and it's been a great game to this point, guys. Congratulations on that. Dibs 17, JD 16, Guru 9. So decide what your wager's going to be. You can write it down. You don't have to tell us, of course. You don't want your opponent to know. Category is 49er Super Bowl history. 49er Super Bowl history. So base your wagers on that.
I'll tell Spadoni my bet.
Quite a match here. Dibs has 17, JD 16, Guru 9. The opening game here of the Jeopardy Summer Slam has more than lived up to the hype. Category 49er Super Bowl history. Do we have our wagers in?
Yes.
Yes.
JD is in.
Yep.
Guru
I'll tell
is in.
Spadoni.
My man wrote it down.
All right. Here is your clue. Of all the teams the 49ers have ever beaten in the Super Bowl, this is the only one they do not play during the 2022 regular season. Good luck. Of all the teams the 49ers have ever beaten in the Super Bowl, this is the only one they do not play during the 2022 regular season. Dan Dibley was underwater at the end of the first round, but he's battled back to take the lead into Final Jeopardy. JD has played very well and has 16, $1 behind Dibs. Guru got off to a quick start, stumbled a bit, but has brought it back to 9, so he is still in the match. Of all the teams 49ers have ever beaten in the Super Bowl, this is the only one they do not play during the 2022 regular season. Mr. Goo, we start with you. What do you got?
Who are the Cincinnati Bengals?
That is correct. What was your wager, Goo?
9.
Takes you to 18. For now, at least, you have the lead.
I'm really nervous.
How does that feel?
It feels good.
Yeah.
Tony.
John Dickinson, over to you, sir.
I have who are the Bengals.
That is correct. And your wager?
16.
Takes you to 32. So you now have the lead as we turn to Dan Dibley. How are you, Dibs?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
This has been quite a match, hasn't it?
It's a hard one for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, what is your response?
I put who are the Bengals.
And what was your wager?
I went with 16, Whitey.
Wow. 16?
Wow.
That gives you... Oh, Dibber. By $1.
Oh, man.
33 to 32 to 18. I just want a standing ovation for all the competitors today.
And thank you for bringing it back. Nah, it's...
Hard Knocks. I saw that on the TV with the remote last night.
That was the turning point, because honestly, I didn't have it at first. I could not remember.
I'll let you do it.
Dude, just blame the internet.
I couldn't remember the dang name of that show, and then I was just kind of... You buzzed, and I was hoping, I was waiting, and I got an opportunity.
Yeah.
The delay.
JD, great match, and I just want to let you know, I know Larry's going to be on Monday and Tuesday, and he'll be taking your dollar total, because we'll be looking for the SummerSlam at not only wins, but total dollar value. So
we get another chance.
32,
Oh, yeah.
I know you feel like, maybe you didn't win today, but you played very, very well. So, yeah.
All right.
Nicely done.
The scoop and score, Jay, I thought you had it after that one. I said he's fourth.
Congratulations, Dan.
Yeah, thanks. Just a fun game. Fun, and, got it done in 20 minutes.
No drama because we're in studio.
It's pretty exciting. And the comments on the Twitch and the YouTube, by the way, the audience is both exploding. People flocking to the online feed. So, for the first time, we get to actually do it
That was
in
really
person.
good. I mean, you guys really did well. Everybody was just locked in. Great match.
Hard Knocks, Jay.
I mean, luckily, I was smart with the chickens. The chickens did come home to roost, because those categories to Kyle are always, they're great, but they sometimes can trip you up.
Sometimes I think they tripped Kyle up. I don't think, right?
If I'm correct, I missed one and I lost.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hard Knocks. You got a couple of good ones, though.
Not good enough.
Anyway, yeah, so Joffrey should be back on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, and JD, great to see you. Great match. What do you guys have coming up today?
We're going to talk a little bit about Gabe Kapler getting ejected.
Uh-oh.
He's playing maybe the last card he's got in his box of nothing. We'll get into that coming up. And Kyle Shanahan addressing some of the non-awkwardness, Goo, of Jimmy Garoppolo being out of practice?
Yeah, and I think Jimmy has a new locale, a possibility, and that could be the Rams, whatever's going on. Could you imagine? I don't think they've done right by Jimmy. They said they were going to do right by him. Release him. You're holding on to him for release the man so he can go find a new home. Sitting there waiting for a trade.
But you don't want Seattle to scoop. I know you guys are going to talk about this, right? You don't want the Seahawks to scoop
going
him up
somewhere,
like
though.
JD scoop and score and Joffrey.
But imagine him going to L.A. Seattle's a bunch of trash. If he had to choose between Seattle and L.A.,
Well, that one hit me today. I guess Joe and Nice Guy Steven this morning threw it out there, and it's like, whoa, because the elbow thing with Stafford.
That's real.
I mean, it's one thing you go to Seattle. It's like, good for you, Jimmy. Good for you.
Yeah, you're not going to hurt us.
Yeah, good for you, Jimmy.
The Rams.
That's a problem.
Might win a Super Bowl with the Rams.
Could you imagine?
Can you imagine if he goes to the Super Bowl with the Rams and he makes the plays for them that he didn't make here? It's like there's a deep throw on a third down.
Why am I smiling? Like, that really could happen.
Seriously, if he makes, especially if he connects on a deep ball in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl and the Rams win a Super Bowl based on his ability, Niner fans would not be able to contain themselves.
Yeah.
It's a lot of silliness, and obviously probably not going to happen. And I'm sure Stafford will get it shot up and play through it over the 17 games. But it would really serve a lot of Niner fans right. Mm-hmm. It really would. If that scenario that you laid out happened, there'd be a lot of Niner fans that would get their comeuppance.
Right.
How excited do you think Jimmy is by that possibility, as remote as it is?
I'm sure he went to bed dreaming about it last night.
Absolutely. Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, a 13. He can't say it.
Right.
But I got to imagine. In tennis, they say it's a baseball injury. That's real. And I hear JD, he could play through it all, fight through it. But that elbow is everything.
Yeah, for even the coach to say it's kind of abnormal for a quarterback, lets you know that it's a thing.
That's that Mike Trout verbiage, abnormal. What was going on there?
Man.
He said he got all kind of text messages from his peers, prayer emojis like it was over. He's like, it ain't yet. But I'm like, we'll see.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this. If it is over for Mike Trout, and it probably isn't, is he a Hall of Famer already?
I have to, yes. Right.
I mean,
He's certainly in the players
you.
with the same name as a fish Hall of Fame.
oh, that's
Without
maybe
question.
a category
Look at
for
you.
Monday.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Catfish hunter.
Oh, look at see, Goo.
It's too late, Goo. It's too late.
It's too late.
All right. I'll be back with you, Dibs, if you'll allow it on Monday.
I'm looking forward to it.
And JD and Guru, JD in for Steiny, they are next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up,
Because
Goo?
he came over and said something, and he's defending his pitcher, Harleen Garcia. And then Gabe got into it, and he gets tossed. So that means that with Gabe Kapler being ejected, the manager now is going to be Kai Correa.
What's up, Goo?
What's up? We got fire that we wanted, right, from Gabe.
That's it. You've been calling for it.
What did you think in the real time when you saw it? Because you text me and I was like, this guy can't win. We've been asking more fire. We got it yesterday, and now we're like, was it staged? What?
Well,
that was legit.
I don't think it was staged. And look, Gabe Kapler thought that Phil Cuzzy, the umpire,
what a name,
overstepped in scolding Harleen Garcia, his player, in front of the Giants' dugout, essentially. You got Garcia putting up the gesture, the home run gesture, and staring guys down, and the Dodgers are having some fun with it, a little back and forth. Got a little serious yesterday over at Oracle Park, and with Cuzzy admonishing or kind of scooting Garcia over, it set Kapler off. So you hear the call of it there on NBC Sports Bay Area. But, yeah, that's something that Kapler would address with the player, and he felt that the umpire maybe was showing him up in front of his team. To me, and we're going to hear Gabe's explanation of it, to me, though, it was a guy that's hearing all the noise that was making a point to pick his spot to kind of go off in a way where it didn't look maybe forced.
And even if it was forced, he wouldn't be the first manager to do that. We see a call at first. Somebody asks you, what time is it, JD? And you go off because you want to set a tone for your club. But you know what's funny about the lack of fire up until yesterday with Gabe Kapler, JD, is he played the game. He played the game. He played for multiple managers. And again, I would like personally just to see more fire. That doesn't necessarily mean, okay, it's going to equate to more wins, but right now you're in a tailspin. You just got swept at home by your rival. The break, your team after the break, it's been all bad after ending the first half on a great note, handling the Brewers. I just was looking on social media and everybody was like, was it real or fake? And I'm like, I've been critical of this guy, but let's relax. RELAX. Give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Whatever ticked him off, Jay, I like seeing it. And again, these two games, not tonight, starting tomorrow, are do or die. If the Giants don't sweep the A's in a 2-game set and I come back and talk to you next week, it's over.
I look at it as a little bit deeper than that, as I'm prone to do. And to me, it was Gabe hearing the noise and looking for an opportunity to go off and lose his bleep a little bit, lose his head a little bit, but not necessarily have it be about his team's play or feel like it's something forced or fake or phony. To me, he's that dude that's almost looking for the moment. He got the moment. It fell flat, but I think it's even bigger than that.
But who are you to say it fell flat?
Well, they didn't come back and win the game.
Right, but we don't know his intentions.
You think it's going to light the fire today when he's at Outside Lands and they got the rest of the day off and they're going to be playing over at the Collie tomorrow?
I can't answer that, but
I mean, if they win both games, is it going to be all they won because he went off? I mean, no.
You're right there, but it was something that we haven't seen, and I agree with what you said first. You said, you know what, Goo? He's hearing the noise.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, no, he's hearing the noise, and I'm just like, that's enough for me. Whatever your reasoning was, it was good to see if I'm a player.
To me, he's hearing the chatter about maybe he's losing the team, or maybe he's
Too
not
quiet.
doing enough to keep him on track when everything's going bad. And when Phil Cuzzy went over in front of his dugout, to me it set him off, because it was almost it was along the lines of him getting punked for not being a leader, or not holding this team up, or not doing anything. But to me, the reason it set him off was because of the fact that everything has been going awry for this team of late, and there is the undertones, Goo, of the fact that he isn't in control of any of it. So to me, he was trying to control something he could control for once, and he picked his spot, and now we move forward.
You mentioned that sound. Do we have that sound of him explaining his thought process?
He addressed it after the game. Here was what Gabe Kapler said.
The conversation was essentially, and I didn't articulate myself well at the time, but the conversation was basically that wasn't okay, that behavior wasn't okay, and obviously I took exception to sort of being scolded in front of our dugout about how to approach and address our players, which obviously I have done, our veteran players have done, and I would do no matter what. So we didn't really need any prompting there. I had already gotten Harlan off the field. He was in the dugout, and at that point, things were completely under control. So I took exception to that. No reason for us to have that conversation right there in front of our dugout, and Harlan has been addressed about it, and he understands that the competition between the lines and showing some emotion is totally fine, and you can go right up to the line, but probably cross the line in that situation. Take responsibility for that and move on.
So real, fake, good that he had his back. Like, to me, he felt like the ump was embarrassing him in front of his peers.
You heard it there. You hit that one out the park.
It was personal. It got personal, and I think it was well beyond what Garcia was doing or Mookie.
And I kind of hated JD.
Else.
He kind of told us what he was talking about with Garcia. I'm always talking about, Gabe, give us more, but you can handle that behind closed doors. You didn't even have to go there, but whatever sent him out there, and if he felt like, you know what, I got to protect my team, you ain't gonna show me up, Jay. It was fun to watch him kind of let off some steam, and we won't know until tomorrow. Is day or night game, Jay? I should know this.
It's a 4:00 game.
Yeah,
so
that's odd.
It's neither. It's technically a day game.
Twilight.
But yeah, it's technically a day game.
So we'll see. And again, you asked me, hey, Goo, they didn't come back and win. You were right. They didn't. But I think when coaches or managers do that, it's about the next game to where I look at, and we'll never know. But hey, what if they run off 8 of 10? Somebody could say, you know what? I think when Gabe came out of character and went in on the ump, look what it did. It lit a fire.
Here's where it doesn't resonate with me. He wasn't having a player's back.
And wow.
He also wasn't lighting a player up. Right? There's two things that I know you guys have talked about a lot, and you specifically have said. And one is, hey, light these guys up for poor play. Come out and light somebody up for poor play, or flip over the spread, or go out of control maybe after a ball game. Okay, he's not lighting anybody up for poor play, but he's also not having his guys back either. So it's, to me, you're almost 0 for 2. So you want to maybe a bad strike 3 call, and Brandon Belt loses his mind, and he runs out and gets ejected because he's having Brandon Belt, one of his veterans. It wasn't that. So even that, it's like, to me, it's a big nothing burger.
Hey.
It's a big nothing burger. It's a big waste of time, other than him feeling the noise because this entire season is slipping away from him, and he felt we're getting swept by our rivals for the second time in a 4-game series.
Ouch.
The second time in 2 weeks in a 4-game series. Something that hadn't happened in 27 years of getting swept in a 4-game series. Now it's happened twice in 2 weeks, and you got a full house over there at Oracle Park, and he felt like, hey, to me, a lot of people don't think I'm doing anything to begin with. A lot of people think I'm kind of a punk to begin with, or kind of fake to begin with. I'm not getting punked.
And Jay, I got to say you're spot on, because that, to me, when he talked about disciplining or having that conversation with Garcia, you having his back then went out the window. And that's why guys like you can say just what you did, like throw the dart on the target. Which one did Gabe hit by going out there and by kind of saying you disagree? Like, you should have kept that in-house and made it look like you were sticking up for Garcia.
It was all about him. That's the other part that I don't love about it. It wasn't.
We love you, Jay.
It wasn't about the team. It was all about him. It was all about the internal of how he's feeling about his control or lack of control over whether this team is playing well or not playing well. Because let's be honest, that's rooted beneath the surface in all of this, right? Is the fact that we talk about it all the time. Who's making the lineup? And who's
responsibility?
Who's got the iPad?
Accountability.
And I think he felt, you know what? I don't have any control. Damn it, I'm having control over this. Right. But it wasn't about having his players back, which I have a problem with. And it also wasn't about necessarily admonishing poor play. It was more about. I mean, he come out and said, yeah, Harleen Garcia was wrong.
See, I don't like that. Say that to Harleen behind. It kind of defeats you going out there, but you're right. If it was about, you ain't going to talk to me in front of these men. But again, I don't want to profile Gabe. He played the game. His physique, the muscles popping everywhere, the veins. Be a hard ass. Let me see more of that. But you know what, Jay? You are who you are in this life. And right now, I'm going to ask you, do you think it's fair when we look at this season in totality thus far to give Gabe Kapler a C-, a D+? Because I know a lot of times we go contracts here in the Bay about, oh, he's not on the hot seat, but he's on the puzzling seat for me. Because if those things are true, I'm going Timex Social Club, rumors that he has no bearing and he's being told what to do, is he really... has he lost some luster from Farhan? Or it's like, you know what, you're just a stool pigeon. I'm not, we know what's going on. He hasn't lost any luster from upstairs.
He's not on the hot seat because he just got an extension.
Well.
And so, I mean,
Kyle Shanahan.
So it's one, we'll see maybe. Now, if this thing completely careens off the mountain and they end up winning 72 games or something like that, when they were 10 games over 500, and there's more awkwardness and weirdness. I mean, we've seen him get fired after 2 years and everybody kind of wondering why, or that seems kind of strange in Philadelphia. But I don't think that's where it's going as far as this. To me, he was standing up and saying, really in the only way he could, damn it, this is my clubhouse, I'm in charge here. But he just did it in the typical awkward, it's just the typical Gabe Kapler uncomfortably awkward way.
Right. But I'm going to give him love, Jay, for even going out there. And again, if it was for selfish reasons or you can't belittle me in front of my team, I get what you're saying, but you went out there, you got thrown out, and I hate they don't have a game today to where we could say, what's the record since Gabe got ran?
I want to answer your question, 888-957-9570, because I don't think I fully answered your question, Goo. And I'd answer it this way as far as how much credit or what grade would you give Gabe for did you give him an A+ last year?
Yeah, I have to.
Okay, well, to me it is. Well, if you give him an A+ for last year, then you have to grade accordingly this year.
Okay,
like it's all part of. Like you can't say he gets an A+ last year for being a big part of it or not being a big part of it or whatever. He earned that A+. I'm not even arguing with the A+, but if he's going to get an A+ for last year, then he's probably getting a D for this year.
I'm
right
gonna give him
now.
a D+.
Right now, he's in the
doubt.
D range.
Right, and it was a B. It was a B- and went to C, C-, because this is a slide. And what did I tell you in the green room? You tell me if I'm being overzealous with this assessment. They played Arizona, and Webb and Rodon went back-to-back. In my mind, I'm stuck on last year. Oh, these are 2 wins against bottom-feeder teams. Guess what? Didn't happen for whatever reason. Oh, Webb pitched okay. Rodon was okay. Same thing with the Cubs. If they don't sweep the A's in this 2-game series, Jay, and I'll see you next week, it's Saran, baby. It's over. Like, if you can't beat the A's, the D-backs, the Cubs, who are you going to beat? But then when you read off the lineup, like you did yesterday with the Gonzaleses, the VRs, and all these obscure guys, who can they be? That's their class. So why are we shocked?
Well, they're not. It's not Saran yet, but what is it? 6.5,
Yes.
and now 4 games under 500. And look, the A's have been better than the Giants have been the last month.
That quietly just happened in front of us.
And they've won 5 out of 6 against the Astros. I mean, when's the last time that happened? 2014. I mean, they're playing better baseball than the Giants are right now, and have an opportunity.
But you got your horses going, Jay.
You do, but you got an opportunity to really put the A's have a shot to put the screws to the Giants a little bit here.
Yeah, and it would be fitting if they're not going to turn this slide around. And for so much of this season, it's been about the poor Oakland A's, just on the field product, not being that good. And you're right. If they can hang 2 L's on the Giants this weekend, ouch.
888-957-9570. Let's get Doug in Berkeley in here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Doug?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I have a couple more thoughts after this last little bit you guys have done. But there's something that nobody seems to be talking about, or maybe I've just missed it. Does this season and this recent slide prove more than anything else how valuable Buster Posey was to this team? To the pitchers, to stabilizing the pitchers, to being a solid bat in the middle of the lineup, and just to be a real steadying influence in a time like this. I think, Buster was kind of so consistent. You didn't really realize sometimes how great he was, but I think that if you look at last season and you look at this season, I'm not blaming Gabe so much. I'm feeling the absence of Buster. And it's about what Gabe did yesterday. I think it's just frustration. I think it's just frustration. But I'd be interested in your thoughts about what you think about Buster being down home and not being here in the Bay. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, I think it's been discussed a lot. There's a void in terms of leadership and tone, and Buster Posey, in a lot of ways, was the Steph Curry of the San Francisco Giants, a multi-time champion that has a presence about him where others follow. I think that's a huge part of it. But here's the other thing, Goo. He ain't coming back. That's over.
No doubt. And I'll say this, Jay, I was going through my old tweets on Twitter, and the station has one where I told Steiny I apologized to Gerald Buster Posey because I undersold his worth. I didn't think about, look at the bullpen, look what's going on. And when you talk about pitch selection, I mean, he was a master in that. He was better than what they have now, but everything, when the Giants bullpen comes in, JD, I don't have that feeling I had last year, like, oh, okay, closers are out here. You're about to get stopped. That runner on second is going to get stranded. Not so much this year. Everything is moved the line. So to that call, a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I said on these airwaves, I undersold the departure of Buster Posey.
It's a huge deal. 650 on the Comcast Business text line, Goo. It was fake anger. I said yesterday morning he needs to get thrown out, and sure enough, he does. It was planned.
We have no proof. We never will. But you know what? When I hear texts like that, Jay, I think people, for whatever reason, some of the Giant fan base is letting you know how they really feel, or they lost confidence in Gabe Kapler, the manager, even with the instructions and tutorial of he really doesn't do anything. All that stuff is prep for him. But still, he's losing something because he can't get his team to go in the right direction. And again, I know you're without Peterson. You're without Crawford, who was in sack. But maybe if you get those guys back, you make one last run at it.
All right, he's Daryl the Guru Johnson. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. We'll come back. The latest on Jimmy Garoppolo. Could there be another possible destination that nobody's been talking about? We'll get into that as well. It is Steiny and Guru here on a Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Follow the Morning Roast on Twitter at Morning Roast 957.
This is the year that the World Series evaporated. All of the equity, all of the goodwill. It was great. It was amazing. We all loved it. And I think now that runway that you get when you win a championship, it's over.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, yeah.
95.7 The Game.
The PGA Tour is back in Napa Valley with the Fortinet Championship, where fans experience every kind of cheers. Join us September 15th through the 18th at Silverado Resort and Spa for 4 days of world-class golf, Napa hospitality, and 2 nights of unforgettable performances featuring multi-platinum superstar Cole Swindell and Grammy-nominated powerhouse One Republic, all included with your daily ticket. Join Fortinet, Silicon Valley's leader in cybersecurity, at the Fortinet Championship. Secure your tickets now at FortinetChampionship.com.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting.
wanted to do everything, for sure we would let him. I would guess that isn't what he would want totally. And when we asked him, that was accurate. He didn't totally want that. So he's just trying to get his body ready for hopefully the next situation he goes into.
So in case there was any doubt, and I don't think there was much doubt, it's over, and it's been over.
But we've been saying this for how long? Then if the line that sticks with me, we're going to do right by Jimmy, you tell me, JD, then release him. Release the man today.
I've said it. I said it yesterday. Like, and I think the Shanahan cut that we just played, it now makes me. I think I was wrong when I said, hey, the only way Jimmy Garoppolo would ever play again for the Niners would be if Trey. Something happened with Trey, like an injury. I don't even think it would happen. Like hearing him there, I don't even think it would happen. Like to me, if something happened to Trey where he was out for 2 months or out for the season, now, I feel like Jimmy would be like, nah, you can still cut me.
Because I was selling you that yesterday, like just saying there's a chance.
And I don't
even
think that's
his
true
heart
now.
broken. I mean, he had surgery, but he's had his football heart broken, Jay. So at the end of the day, I'm surprised he hasn't went public like, I wish they would do something with me so he can find a new home. And I'm being serious. That news about Stafford and that they call it a baseball injury, just because they're going to try to fight through it, Jay, we're going to find out, because this is a dude that throws the ball 40 to 50 times sometimes in a game. Could you imagine, him missing time and the Rams making the play, especially a play for a guy that just got released, and that would be Jimmy Garoppolo. If I'm Garoppolo, and obviously you're not happy this is the situation with Stafford, but behind closed doors, if I'm not going to go public, Jay, I would say, hey, do something with me now.
Well, this deal that's popped up with Stafford is along the lines with exactly why the 49ers wouldn't necessarily do something now. And you mentioned it, Matthew Stafford, injured with the Rams, or for the Rams. He's got an elbow issue, which Sean McVay addressed yesterday, said it's not a new issue, but it's something that is a little unique for a quarterback. It's more like a baseball injury. And so, he's just got something going to where.
What about one hit or throw? He gets blindsided. The body and the impact it takes off the turf, Jay. Like this is dangerous, and they can play that. Hey, we're gonna fight through it, Jay. This is something to watch.
And the quote was, "Could he push through it?" From McVay. Yes. Is that the best thing? We didn't think so. So I mean, it's a matter of, he stopped short of calling it tendonitis. But it's something that's
elbow?
That's tricky, and it's abnormal for a quarterback. It's more of, like you said, maybe a tennis injury or like a baseball pitcher type of an injury that they're going to try to figure out.
And sometimes that leads to Tommy John.
Well, and knowing Stafford, though, he's the kind of guy that would go out there and try and bulldoze his way through it. He's played through a lot of injuries throughout his career, and I could even see him. You manage it. Maybe he's got to take a week off here or there, and then ultimately you shoot it up and you just throw it till it blows and try and get the surgery done in the offseason. Like, you're trying to make it through the season now and hope that the thing doesn't get worse or, to your point, just completely blow out.
And listen to this, Jay, you are correct. They're defending Super Bowl champs. So, they got expectations, and you're going to call me crazy. Tell me what you think here. The game before the NFC Championship, the last one the Niners won in L.A., there were a couple times I was like, man, is Stafford scared in the pocket? Because he kind of just threw the ball up. The one where he threw the pick, he was going for OBJ down the sideline. This was the last game between the Niners and Rams. And I'm like, where was that ball going? But it seemed like a guy, if that elbow was barking then, was just trying to get rid of the ball, and it really had nothing on it, JD. And I'm wondering now, that would explain that throw. And then I'm going to come back with you this one. The one that he just hocked up there to Tart that he dropped. Like, I've seen Stafford do that last season a few times. I'm like, what was that? But if who knows if it wasn't that elbow barking, I need to just get rid of the ball.
It could very well be. I mean,
damn it, Tart!
It could very. I know, it all comes back to that. You still haven't let that go. Another day.
I got over Sanders in the missed throw, and I come back to Tart.
And how long did that ultimately take? 2 years?
Two and a half.
So when were you officially over the Sanders deal? because that was February 2nd, 2020.
The second time watching the NFC Championship game last year, and I was like, Tart really dropped that one. Little Daryl could have got that. Jay, I know you got hands.
No, who knows in that moment? Yeah. You never know really until you're in that moment how you're going to react. But it is one of those plays that had the potential to change the course of history.
Are you leaning towards my prediction that he'll be rosterless come week 1?
No, I don't think he's going to be rosterless come week 1.
Can you tell the masses when you think he will have a new team or get released or traded?
Well, I still think there's something going on with this Deshaun Watson deal.
Well, there is something going on.
Well, but what I mean is, and I don't mean I mean how long will the suspension be? But with the Browns and the Niners, like if it's a year. Then, and I know the Browns have said they're not.
This was before the verdict came down for 6 games.
Right. Well, 6 games to me, you wouldn't be going and getting Jimmy for 6 games.
But they made that comment before they even knew what the penalty was going to be, and a lot of people thought it was going to be a year. They said, we're not trading for you.
Right. Well, we're getting into but again, some of that could just be posturing because you've got the 49ers who are trying to explore every potential avenue regardless of how long it takes, right up until that August 30th deadline where they have to pay him or cut him. And so that's
free Jimmy, man.
That's the deadline. Well, why would you free Jimmy? I mean, to me,
I'm rooting for him. I want him to get a new home, getting his new digs and get acclimated to the playbook.
Nobody likes or respects Jimmy Garoppolo more, maybe in the Bay Area media, than I do. They owe him nothing in terms of letting him go right now. And
so that was just the line Kyle said when he said we're going to do right by Jimmy?
I think it was.
Wow.
I think they'd like to.
Liar, pants on fire.
Trying to do right by him is hoping you can trade him somewhere to where he's not going to come back and bite you in the ass. I mean, that's just the reality. Doing right by him is also doing right. You're not going to do right by him despite yourself.
Yeah. I know it's a business.
You're going to do right by him and he comes back and maybe, I'm not giving him any chance to beat me. Even one time.
This ain't Montana and Young.
Doesn't matter.
You know, Jimmy you replaced him for a reason. And again, I hung on every word, Jay, and I shouldn't have. And I'm probably just, again, being naive in fantasy land. But damn, you said you're going to do right by the dude. Is a 5th, 6th going to really change the direction or fortune of your team? I mean, the sooner you release the dude, the sooner he can find a new job.
Yeah, but again, they don't owe him that at the expense of he goes to Seattle, or let's say this Stafford thing winds up being more serious and he's going to miss half the year, or he can't play through it, and you'd want to maybe have, look, if we've talked about Seattle as, hey, you'd want to go to Seattle because revenge is the dish, best served cold, and you're ready to go. Like that's one scenario. If he could get to the Rams, and look, that's way far down the line, and a lot of things would have to happen. It's not realistic at this point. I mean, Stafford's probably going to end up playing through it, Goo. But if he could get to the Rams, I mean, that's...
Wow. Do you think that'd be a nightmare if you're the Niners?
Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah. I mean, you want to do everything. But the only way, ultimately, you could control that is it by holding on to him as long as you possibly can and trying to trade him.
Okay, and I think we're going to see that play out. And then at that juncture, once you say, release, bye-bye, then, like you said, Jay, it's on and popping for him. And that scenario could be on the board. Could you imagine when they hook up if Jimmy somehow was a starting quarterback and coming back to Levi's in the visitors? Man, you couldn't make that. That's a Hollywood script.
It would be. And so I know Kyle Shanahan has said that it's not awkward to this point, but I think there are a couple of different ways where maybe it could get awkward. But at this stage, it's fleshing everything out. And I guess where we're on different sides of this thing, Goo, is, to me, you just have to let it play out. You have to let it play out and look at every single opportunity, leave no stone unturned, go down to the latest possible day to try and find a trade. And I think the Niners are a little too concerned about winning the deal. I do think that is a real thing. Like they want it to look like they got appropriate value for what Jimmy brought to them, maybe, as opposed to what he would bring
But
to
haven't
another
you
team.
seen
But they
enough
don't-
signs, though, Jay, that nobody's in line?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you just let him. That doesn't mean you just tap out before you have to.
And the 30th is the last day of this month.
The 30th is
So,
exactly. It's cut down day, and you got to get it done to where you don't. Otherwise, you're paying them at that point to be on the roster, and I don't think they're obviously doing that. So I mean, it becomes 7-7-5. What if Jimmy goes to the Rams and wins a chip?
I mean, wow.
Game over, man.
It would be great theater, sports theater, if he ended up with the Rams.
It would be pretty incredible. Although, again, the reason we're talking about this is the Matthew Stafford injury, which it sounds like we don't really totally know the severity of it. And again, if you know anything about Matthew Stafford, he's going to probably try and play through any injury possible, even if it is an elbow injury. And yeah, 650, perfectly said. You buy a new car, you don't just give away your old car, you sell it for value.
What?
Until nobody wants it, and then maybe you donate it.
And then you put the stuff, the furniture that's on the side of the sidewalk, no sign, but people know it's free if you want it.
Yeah.
Because that's what he would be if you release him.
Exactly. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. The phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text here. What do you think of Jimmy Garoppolo choosing not to be in the meetings? I mean, to me, I totally understand that. It closes the door. Yeah. It doesn't really force anybody's hand, but they're trying to not make it awkward. They're trying to keep him around. He obviously has to report.
Right. This is crazy.
They're going to cut him, but they're allowing him to get ready. I mean, Kyle even said it, get ready for the next, his next thing, his next
And there's
opportunity.
been no video, and I think you said they did that on purpose, right?
Well, there has been some video, but anybody that posted video was shooting video that they were not allowed to take.
All right. Because I was looking at NFL Network.
I can tell. Like I have I have 5 or 6 videos on my phone that I took, but
the passes crisp, or are they
good.
fluttering?
Yeah, they look fine.
So he's ready to go.
He's out there slinging it, going through the throwing program.
And yesterday I sold all of you, the bromance. I was thinking, man, he's probably looking around. He's been humbled. You know what? I could be a backup here, and I could take less. And I know that's him basically just at this point he has no leverage. But I know deep down Kyle would love to have Jimmy as the backup if egos and reporters wouldn't. He threw 2 interceptions. Oh my God, number 10 over there warming up. So I know it would be a circus.
That's completely that you just can't have that. You cannot have him be the backup. Like, you just cannot.
But
I don't care. Even if he was making $7 million.
3 years ago, 2020, when they were playing their home games in Arizona and their defense was good enough to be a playoff team, and we saw your boy C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins play musical chairs at quarterback, Jay, and they would be in the games, but when you needed them most, they couldn't get it done. And I get not making the playoffs because your quarterback went down, Jimmy missed time, but damn, you got to have something better to me than Nate Sudfeld as the backup. Unless I missed something with Nate, and I don't think we have.
Well, we don't know. We don't really know because he's never really played meaningful.
But how long has he been in the league?
He's been in the league for a minute.
Yeah, a minute, more than a minute.
I would guess he's better than C.J. Beathard and.
But what are you basing that on?
And Nick Mullins.
Yeah, what are you basing that on?
I would just guessing he's better.
Well, because those guys set the bar so low.
I mean, but part of the allure of a backup quarterback.
Fan's best friend
is guys that haven't played a lot because they haven't showed you totally how bad they are. Like, that's a lot of times that's how these guys get jobs.
I remember Kurt Warner. Remember that a couple years ago.
A lot of times they get jobs because it's go ahead.
No, Kurt Warner saying that he was pumping up Mullins, that he could do everything that Jimmy could do in the offense.
Yeah, no,
man, you remember that? Good,
Yikes.
Kurt, you missed that one. I saw him out at camp when we went there.
Well, it got real ridiculous in that 2020 year when Mullins, remember he came in was it the second game?
Jay, and I was excited, like, let's see.
And it was you want to talk about we've joked about the pass that Trey Lance threw and how people got over the moon about that last year at camp. It was asinine. It was way over the top. I mean, we were on this. People on this station, and I was not one of them. Okay. And I'm not. And I'm not coming down your road, but I am coming down your road. I don't remember what side of this was. People were talking about him getting trading a first round pick for him and getting $10-15 million in free agency. I mean,
I didn't go that far, but I was intrigued.
People were talking about him when he played about 3 games as if he was going to be.
I got you.
As if he was going to be like a superstar.
And again, I'll one up you with Kurt Warner, who gave him the super stamp of approval on a national, show, saying that he thought Mullins had the goods, if not more than Jimmy.
Yeah, that's not a great.
I know you have a memory like an elephant. Where's Mullins now? Because I don't know. I forgot.
I don't even know.
What, Jay?
Is he
cut
Jacksonville?
that.
Is he with Jacksonville?
I want to say
he's
you're
with the
right.
Raiders.
Oh,
he's with the Raiders.
I was like, that's it, Jay. Jacksonville, you got it.
No, I was
cut the JD. I don't know.
And I'll be honest. Somebody said Mullins was on last night on the text line, so I was like, well, I got a 50-50 shot. I didn't watch.
I appreciate you being honest.
But no, he was with the Eagles before. He was with the Eagles last year.
Yeah, and again, Jay, I'm just rooting for Jimmy, man. I really am. And it's the Buster Posey thing in a sense. Oh, you're comparing Jimmy and Buster? No. Just my appreciation has grown for Buster since his departure and retirement. And now, after this last run, as a team, I can appreciate what Jimmy did in totality.
I understand where there would be a respect level from the fan base and the organization, and I think Shanahan's addressed this at different times. The fact that he has a lot of respect for the way Jimmy conducted himself in a difficult situation, and I don't think he always thought Jimmy pushed through injuries, but I think there were times where he did.
We saw him come back and look awful and try against Arizona.
Something happened in that 2020 season when he went out.
He missed like 7-8 games,
and then never came back.
Right, I remember that.
Something was off there, and I think Kyle got over it, but ultimately.
And this was pre-Trey.
But I think it was a part of the reason why they went and got Trey. Like there was something to Jimmy could have come back, or Kyle felt maybe he could have come back and didn't push hard enough to come back. And hey, we could have made the playoffs that year if you would have come back because Beathard and Mullins stunk so bad.
When has Jimmy ever, I'm not saying you're wrong, but when has Jimmy ever, especially last year with the dangling finger, I've always called him John Wayne.
Well, he was last year.
No doubt.
I think he pushed through it last year, but I think maybe he thought at that point there was a little bit more on the line for him. To push through because at that point he knew the jig was up.
No doubt.
He knew the jig was up with him and the Niners going because they already had Trey Lance at that point. So he was more, I think, maybe inclined to say, "Hey, I'm tough. I'm doing this for the team." You want to have that best look possible because at that point, you're not going to be around.
Did you hear? I know we're up against it, Jay. Did you hear?
510 Ask Edelman about.
I was
Jimmy.
about to bring that up. Him and what's the other? What's my tight end guy's name that talked a lot?
What, Gronk?
No, he was on
Marcellus Bennett.
Marcellus. Yeah. I mean, he's kind of died down, but he had some choice words about Jimmy not toughing it out. I'm judging Jimmy with the Niners. He was a tough SOB to me.
I think he was for the most part. I think he was.
And getting hit in the pocket.
I think he was. I think there was something weird going on in 2020.
I get it.
I really do. Hey, when you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
The faithful have Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. Talking about know your Mike James.
Yeah, Mike James. Remember that? Who was
You're not
that
like
rapper?
like Rick James.
Yeah, but remember that song, Mike James?
Well, I don't. Should I?
No,
it wasn't Mike James, was
yeah,
it?
I'm losing my black card. It's Mike Jones.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I was like, what?
I'm
It wasn't Mike James.
Yeah, Chris
it was
Webber
Rick James.
Yeah.
It was,
you and I.
yeah, that's a little different.
Rick was a bad dude.
888-957-9570. Hour number 2. It's JD and Goo here on a Friday. JD for Steiny on 95.7 The Game. Mike James, the OG Mike James, going in on Steph a little bit. Called him one-dimensional.
And everybody's entitled to their opinion. And him and Durant are boys, Mike James and Durant.
Sure.
And it's funny you compared them to Tim Hardaway, just like the stature and the build. I'm like, that's him. But again, Jay, if you ask me my best point guard of all time, if it's my choice, I'm picking Steph over Magic. And that's no shade at my childhood idol and Irvin Magic Johnson. But there is jealousy. And again, he tried to take points away from Steph because he needed screens or what have you. But there's no way, Helen Keller, Ray Charles, JD, they could see the impact that Steph Curry's had on the game and has on the game right now. And if I take you to a local high school, I know you went to, what was it, Del Monte?
El Camino.
Del Monte. That's ketchup. But
El Camino.
It's still, you're seeing guys and kids play like this chef. Why can't this guy just get his flowers?
You say Del Monte?
Yeah.
like the
It was Del Lindo.
like the fruit cups?
Yeah. Or the ketchup.
Del Campo?
Yeah.
Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
Dusty Baker.
There
Del
you
Campo.
go. Look at you.
Couple of Del
Hall of Famer.
Couple of Del Campos there. Let's get Sam in Sunnyvale in here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Sam.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I just wanted to carry on from a topic that you guys had yesterday concerning Trey Lance's readiness. And I wanted to put that in comparison with the Warriors season. See, we didn't know that the Warriors were a championship squad prior to the season until they won the championship. Even though we had the greatest outlier in Steph Curry, we still didn't know that was going to be a championship squad. Whereas in relation to what we have with Trey Lance, him playing the most important position on the field, we can kind of see that this is a ready-made championship team, barring how our quarterback plays. So since we don't have enough film or anything on him, I think a lot of fans are nervous based on what I'm hearing from practice reports, because our team is so ready-made that we still don't know how good this quarterback is going to be until we see it happen. And since the NFL windows for these types of runs are so short, you want to get that figured out like right away, or maybe even next year. So I just want to compare that with the Warriors. You don't know it until you see it, but we don't know what we have in Trey Lance yet either, even though there is a ready-made squad for him. All right, guys, I'll take it off there.
No, that's on point. I mean, he's I think the biggest question mark on the team. Now we can say, offensive line, but I mean interior offensive line.
It's not offensive line league. It's a quarterback league. Crazy as that sounds.
And I wouldn't even call the interior offensive line a question mark. It's just not very good.
Okay.
Like we don't know.
That's scary, Jay.
Trey is. There's times where Trey looks really good, and there's times where he doesn't.
I can't remember. You help me. I think it's Steiny. I want to give our boy credit. He said he's infatuated with the unknown. Like he would take the unknown. And I'm like, no, I don't like the unknown because the unknown makes me nervous because if you find out what you don't like from the unknown and Trey Lance equates to that, then you've taken a step back, from the quarterback position and your team. When I say the unknown, does that make you nervous like it makes me? Because before you answer, Trey didn't do this at Florida State. He didn't do this. And you could say Mac Jones, he led his team to the playoffs. Say what you want. Oh, he wasn't this or that. He got his team to the playoffs in the first year. My point is he played at a big-time program. I have to believe, Jay, and I'm no scout, but I have to believe we would feel more comfortable and still could be proven wrong if our guy was throwing tugs on ABC, Saturday Night Football, playing in the big games at Bama than where he's come from, basically unknown.
I think you're talking about Mac Jones.
Yeah, and I'm talking about Trey being an unknown. It scares me.
And I don't want to come down your road too hard on this, but I think somebody mentioned this yesterday. Like it scares you. Like you were all for it right up at like you were almost embracing what he could be. But now that it's here, you're worried.
Because I was going off of, and one of those dudes running down the street, me, Bonte Shasky, about those throws in camp. And then the camp equated to week 1 in the preseason, and he threw that liner, that pass to Sherfield. So I got caught up in Trey Mania.
Sure.
So I felt like it went from unknown to now I'm seeing it. Okay, Kyle, he already showed you, at Pro Day, he's got the necessary ingredients. Now make the meal. So Trey didn't he got pulled out the kitchen.
Sure.
Okay, so now we're back to, I think, did Kyle see not enough of what I thought I saw? And that's why he didn't start when Jimmy had the dangled finger? Like those things I still haven't forgot about that. So if Trey gets off to a slow start, or better yet, it's going to be year 2 or 3, I'm like, that's why he didn't get thrown in there.
Well, I think he would.
Because Mac Jones got thrown in there and got him to the playoffs.
Yeah, and that was.
And I ain't telling you he's the new Brady by no stretch. He did it.
No, but he might be the new Jimmy. And we have seen that you can win with a quarterback like that in the NFL.
Almost twice.
It's not. It doesn't happen a lot, but the Patriots have been able to do it. The 49ers did it with Garoppolo. I mean, there are a lot of quarterbacks. Tannehill with the Titans has been able to win some games. Cousins has been able to win some games. Not a lot of big ones in the playoffs, but they've been able to get there. He's made the playoffs a few times.
Jay, will you help me out?
Sure.
I feel like you might have sent this. Because one thing about your boy, with all my imperfections, I am not a fence sitter. I don't sit on the fence. Far away, Guru, get off the fence. You are better than that. Still the best, you're better than that. And you just talk to me like I sound like I'm on the fence about Trey.
Well, you're worried, though. You are worried. Like, I don't understand. Like, for somebody that it's like when you...
If I had a cantaloupe, I would throw it up against this wall and bust it.
But no, it's almost as if you love what he could be.
Okay, the possibilities.
You love the possibilities. You love the ceiling when you kind of know he's not going to play. Like it's like when you know, like you're almost in a way. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. But it's almost as if you love the potential of what he could be, but once you see it, all that like it goes away. Like the thought of what he might be in your head is much better than the reality of actually seeing him.
Let's say you're my psychiatrist and I'm on your couch. It does, but I feel like I'm not being heard.
Because it's not matching.
Yeah, but I'm about to give this to you. This is the potion, the remedy for what you think I'm trying to convey. The reality has set in now.
It's like the backup quarterback. Everybody loves the backup quarterback until the backup quarterback has to play. It's not apples to apples because Trey better be a lot better than a backup quarterback, but he's kind of the shiny toy, and you can get in your own head as to how great the shiny toy is going to look and daydream about it while knowing that the dream is going to live because he's not going to get out there. And now he's out there, and it's like, well, he better be the shiny toy. And if he's not the shiny toy, you're worried that what you see isn't going to match what you were dreaming about.
It's bigger than that. Okay. And I feel like you can't say what you say is profound, but I told you guys yesterday, take Trey Lance away from this equation. Take Jimmy away and put John and Guru. I still you would sense the trepidation in my voice because now it's go time. And Jay, I'm focused in and I'm honing in now on where Trey came from. The jump. It's like single A. He's jumping from single A to the major leagues. It's not what Mac Jones was to where I would feel better. It's not what Ryan Leaf was. It's not what Jamarcus Russell was. So now, after I did a dog on a bone, get excited about those throws and what happened in camp, that got ripped out from underneath me. And he was a mute. He was on the sideline. We saw two games. And Jay, there were some good things and there were some bad things. So now, here it is. You're right. It's your time. But what if you can't reach the heights of what came before you? And that was the NFC Championship game that Jimmy, I don't care what part he had in it or didn't, he was the quarterback of the Niners last season, 10, 12, 15 minutes away from a Super Bowl.
So are you worried?
Yes.
You're worried.
Naturally,
you're worried
because of the equation.
You're worried that he may not be what Jimmy was.
That's all.
This year.
Yes.
This year.
And it's on Kyle, the genius, the boy wonder, to get him ready. So if he doesn't meet that criteria, I'm not going at Trey. Coming like, you're still young, you got to come in. I'm going to be like, hey, Yoda, why didn't you get Luke ready?
Maybe he's just not good enough yet.
And that is nightmare on 49er Street, but that won't reveal itself until year 2 to year 3, and maybe 2.5 to where we're like,
but why would this year be on Kyle and next year or the following years be on Trey? Like,
because when you made the purchase...
What if Trey's just not good enough this year? What if he's just not good enough this year?
He still got his diapers on. He's still got his diapers on, and you guys have sold me and told me, Steiny too, and even Kyle, it's going to look pretty much like it did with Jimmy. So it really won't be the imprint of what Trey Lance, and that could just be coaches speak. But Jay, give me an A+ for saying, even if you took the names out, the formula and equation scare me.
Look, I have the
You won't give me an A.
I'm not.
I'm storming out the class.
Here's the deal. For me,
yeah,
I don't think Kyle can do everything in his ability to put Trey Lance in the best possible position to succeed.
Okay,
I think he's going to do that. Trey may not be good enough this year. He might not be. He might be awesome. I'm not saying he's not gonna be. We don't know.
I feel that.
We don't know.
Okay,
but my point is, it would not surprise me if Trey Lance threw some bad interceptions and maybe didn't make up for it all the time with explosive plays, and maybe the numbers are similar to Jimmy's or worse in some areas, completion percentage, and maybe they don't quite win as much. But that could all just be the fact that he's not ready to be that good yet. Doesn't mean he's going to stink or he's a bust or he's not going to be a good player.
Right.
I mean, Peyton Manning was terrible his first year.
Troy Aikman 1-15,
and it was and I know they were true rookies.
Yeah.
Trey's not a true.
I hate
rookie.
that he is a rookie, but I get you.
But I'm giving him the benefit out of being a rookie, first time starter at that point. So, it doesn't. I just don't It's okay to say Trey's not good enough. We don't have to come up with the excuse. If it happens, we don't have to come up with that's on Kyle.
Well,
because I'm sure Kyle's going to do everything he can to put him in the right position to succeed. And if he can't make the throws...
And that's why I go back to when Kyle made the purchase or the draft pick, JD, his job is everything you talked about. There's going to be some fumbles under center, I'm sure. Him running and fumbling the ball, some picks, some ball. I'll say this. There's some balls getting tipped at the line too much for as tall as he is. And maybe that has to do with this windup. But with that said, Kyle's job is to keep him give him the opportunity to win more so than keeping him out of harm's way. And that equates to team success. Limit the bonehead plays, and also how much is he going to trust him. But what did I say yesterday, Jay? Something else, I love this. You can't hide your quarterback in the NFL. We're going to be able to watch how the game is called and see how aggressive and how tight that leash is.
It gets back to expectations, though. And I think there's two different levels of expectation for Trey Lance. There's the 22 level.
Okay.
And I think winning is more important than how it looks.
Okay.
I agree. Winning to me is more important than
Jimmy
numbers.
Garoppolo, line one.
Winning is more important for 22. Okay. But then there's also you were the number 3 pick in the draft, and this team gave up multiple picks to get you. You better be better than Jimmy Garoppolo level eventually. Whether that's year 3,
totally
year
agree.
5, however long it takes. And in this day and age, you don't get as long. Like, he doesn't necessarily have to show it this year, but he better show it by 23, and he sure as hell better have it by 24, because at that point you're talking about having to pay the guy or not in terms of an extension. So
yeah,
it's
it
two
gets
different.
real.
It's two different levels. It's winning more. Like, the winning part, I'll put on Kyle.
That's what I'm trying to convey to you.
But the winning part I'll give you. But how he looks as a quarterback, if it doesn't look good, may just be he's not ready to be good enough yet.
And you know what? That's well said. And I hope I'm not I'm like you said. I'm not running from criticizing the kid, even if he plays, let's just say, bad this year, Jay.
Yeah, I'm not putting you in that category.
Okay, because that's
no.
I'm putting it more on Kyle. You got to get this kid ready as far as team success. And you are right. Before that second deal is up, we'll know. And do you agree with this? In this new era of the NFL, when quarterbacks used to get 4 years, maybe it's 2.5 now?
I think
it's faster, Jay.
Well, it is faster. You throw last year out. This year, I mean, really by next year, by next year, you got to be pretty like he's got to be into next year, 23. You want to be real confident that he's good.
Okay,
like he's damn good. Like
I don't disagree.
I mean, look, Kaepernick fell off, but I'll just use Kaepernick as an example. Like, Kaepernick fell off, but
Cap in his prime.
But when Cap at the back half of 12, when they went to the Super Bowl,
oh my goodness,
it was this guy's a good quarterback.
And
then the next year was this guy's a really good quarterback. So that year, and again, it was only a year and a half, and then things got weird, and Harbaugh with the front office and the ownership. I think that wrecked Kaepernick as much as anything. And obviously, we know why he's not back in the league. I'm not saying that. Yeah. I'm saying, but how it got to the point where defenses figured him out, and he couldn't adjust. And all of that.
Speed on those throws too, Jay.
Injuries,
fastball everywhere.
But Harbaugh leaving, he was cooked. When Harbaugh left, it was over. Like, because I think Harbaugh could have maybe salvaged him if he had been around another few years, but it was over. And then it's Tom Sula. He ain't fixing anything.
Jay, when he was kissing his biceps, running on candlestick turf in the end zone against the Packers, and then he was doing it in the postseason.
The point I'm getting at is you knew
it was over.
Well, no, you knew he was good.
Oh, right.
Quickly.
Yeah. Right.
And then he was and then he was good the next year. And so what I'm getting at is Trey Lance, a year and a half, you better know he's good.
Yeah.
Now, whether there's a fall off and it can be maintained, I mean, there's all kinds of quarterbacks that can come in and play well for a while, and then, like you said, defense figure him out. I think Trey projects to be better than that as time moves on. But let's get a couple of calls. 888-957-9570. Good conversation here. Robin in San Francisco. Hey, Robin.
Hey, Robin, before you go, real quick, because we've been talking about you. You know I love you. I feel like we're family. The last few calls you referred to me as Daryl. That's my first name. I love you. Anything going on there? Because some of my comrades were like, why is Robin calling you Daryl?
baby, take that as a sign of affection.
I knew it. Okay.
I don't feel like so many people can call you Daryl. I have some friends that I call them by their first name, and nobody call them by that because I feel special that I can call them by their first name, sweetheart.
I love it. I love you.
That is, if I got a problem with you, you would know.
I think so. I know.
Yeah, you would know it, sugar. A couple. Hey, JD.
Hey, Robin.
Hi, baby. Let me wrap this up because I know y'all give me a little longer than others. There's a couple of things going through my mind. JD, I agree with you as always. I wanted to say, though, one of the problems with Kaepernick, though, was that they tried to make him a pocket passer, which something he wasn't, without giving him the tools to become that. You understand? I heard that the other day from somebody about Zach LaVine. I guess whoever that quarterback is for the Jets with Robert Saleh actually trying to make him play in an offense that doesn't speak to his skills. You know what I'm saying? And so that might be true that he's scheming up everything, and that's not who that quarterback is. That's what they did in part, a little bit on top of what you're saying to me, to Cap. I also want to say this. You're right. You took all my glory about expectations. So Guru, anything as a human being in life, we're mostly afraid of the unknown. Okay?
Wow.
The unknown is what scares us in life, personally. My taxes are not paid.
Preach.
That's the unknown.
Right.
I haven't taken care of it. My check gonna be garnished. Anything. The unknown is what's scary to people in life. Period. So
Robin.
don't beat yourself up too much.
Hey, Robin, the known is it's your birthday. Happy birthday from JD and I.
I turned 61 years
Happy
old.
birthday.
I don't do nothing for nobody, and I try not to take no crap from nobody no more. I don't pay my dues. The last thing I want to say is this. With Trey Lance, that I feel with Trey, only thing you ever have is to look at anything in life. You look at the results. That's all you have to measure by. So if you want to measure, you look at the results. So my problem with this team, JD, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is I really don't know if Kyle can actually put it all together because based off the results here and in the past, he hasn't done it. And in terms of the Warriors, that guy who made that comparison about the Warriors, we looked at that roster, and that roster is what made us doubt if they could win. We look at this roster, and we say, is it really ready to be built to win? It has holes in it too. Leading with a rookie quarterback and leading with a coach who really hasn't gotten it done. Those are all the unknowns. We're skeptical. That's what it is because of that. That's the real deal. All right, guys.
Thanks, Robin. Happy birthday.
And I got that from YouTube. It's a family affair, Jay. They said it's Robin's birthday, so I got that.
I love
Conveyed
that.
it to her. Oh, she's the best.
Absolutely. And you can call me John, Robin. You can call me John if you want.
That is great.
All respect. Look, Kyle Shanahan figuring it out. I think there's times he's figured it out. They haven't won the championship, but I think there aren't a lot of. We talk about Garoppolo's record in playoff games. I mean, Kyle Shanahan is not
4-2, right?
Kyle Shanahan has not been a failure in playoffs.
He could be 6-0, but he's his own nemesis.
I mean, it's like if you're 4-2 in the playoffs, that you're doing something right,
and
not
then,
wrong.
Can I add? Go on calculator. Can I add? You had a 10-point lead in two playoff games that resulted in those double L's. Imagine they easily could be 6-0
with 2 chips.
Well, I could have the 6 lotto numbers and I wouldn't be here, but
exactly.
This is different. They had a lead, Jay,
right?
And he had a hand in both of those L's.
Yes, but I'm also not gonna say the fact that they had the lead is a positive because they didn't win those games. So I'm gonna give them credit for the 4, and I'm gonna not give them credit for the 2. But what I'm saying is the 2.
Give me a demerit.
Think about how many. It's hard to have a winning record in the playoffs when you haven't won a Super Bowl.
Interesting.
Because you're always going to lose.
I'll give you that.
Like if you don't win the Super Bowl, you're taking an L.
I'll get you that.
If you make the playoffs, you lose. You're 0-1. You make the playoffs and you win one, and then you lose. The next year, you're 1-2. It's almost impossible to have a winning record in the playoffs and not win a Super Bowl. Now, you win a Super Bowl, you're 4-0 for a year, you're 3-0 for a year,
and then it kind of pads your numbers for a while.
Can I give you a theory I have?
Sure.
About Kyle and McVay?
I want to sneak in Austin too, but go ahead. You want to go?
No, let's get A. A is the man.
All right, Austin and San Jose. What's up, Austin?
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
Talk
I just
to
wanted
us.
to talk a little bit. Hey, fellas.
What's up, A? I was saying talk to us.
What's going on?
Yeah.
What was that? Yeah. So I got just a little quick comment. Boy, I tell you, Robin was fantastic. He took away a lot of my thunder. The expectation part, JD, I think is critical. I get a little bothered by the comparisons with Lance. I think Lance is kind of being set up a little bit. You know, when everybody talks about Mahomes and all these other guys that do what they think he can do someday, but I think we got to give the kid a chance to be what he is. And the comparisons to Mahomes and he's going to be him, we shouldn't be going there. We shouldn't be thinking he's going to be Mahomes or any of these guys. He's got to be Lance. So that's kind of my thoughts about it. Then I can't help but see the comparisons, JD, with Weissman, you know, and the Warriors and Lance. To me, it's fascinating how the expectations on those two, because of the draft pick status, we had kind of unreal expectations about those two, and I think that they're going to have a hard time. Both of them are going to teams that are already built for championships. So that's very unusual for rookies or guys that haven't learned how to play to be put in those positions. So I think that's kind of an interesting comparison, maybe contrast there. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. There is a lot more pressure on Trey Lance than James Wiseman.
And Wiseman...
Wiseman's walking into a championship team.
And he's already missed a whole year of his pro career, which Trey has.
And also Wiseman knows, at least for now, I'm a backup. I'm not going to be playing a lot. To me, it's night and day. Trey Lance is the face of the 49er franchise.
Oh, it with immense pressure.
They are in different stratospheres.
And
the Warriors ain't relying on Wiseman to get him over the top.
Right. He just, no doubt. I get it.
I want you to hold off on your theory because I want to give you some time to stretch it out. 888-957-9570. Good stuff here. We're halfway through on a Friday. 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts, all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app.
If you aren't listening, Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Payday Friday. JD for Steiny. Steiny did hit me last night, by the way. It was kind of random.
You got a text from Steiner?
I did, but
now I'm about to fire one to him. Hey, good buddy, how you doing? I won't tell him you told me you obviously texted JD. You ain't hit me.
Here's what it was. And it was this morning. I thought it was last night, but it was this morning. 6:10 a.m. So he was up early. The Giants are so lousy right now. That's all it was. The Giants are so lousy right now.
Thread? I hate I'm thinking about me. Right.
We both do that.
Yeah.
We both do that.
After the cafeteria, I'll be feeling good. I'll have something to text them.
Yeah, the Giants are so lousy right now. That was our Steiner.
Do you mind if I pull the curtain back and let the people know what just happened?
No, do it. And then we got Leroy, we got Vince, 888-957-9570. We got your theory, which I know that's not what you're getting to right now.
And the face of the
face of the franchise. We'll get to that. But take us behind the curtain.
So our boss came in. Yeah. All right, our boss came in, and there's this thing going around with Mike James, the former NBA player, and there's two of them.
Right.
Okay, the OG one that looked like Tim Hardaway, the shooter.
His game played like Tim Hardaway. He like a point guard kind of journeyman. Was with the Heat.
Yeah, everybody knows this. From Union City, I pride myself on being right. So the boss comes in. Hey, you hear this Mike James story about what he said about Steph? So I just Bluto. That's Popeye. The Mike James. And JD, the great JD, says, no, Goo, I think it's a different Mike James.
Right, a younger one.
Yeah.
Like a dude who's in the Euro League that was barely in the league the last couple of years.
So the boss is looking at radio host A,
he's like,
then radio host B, and here's Mike James.
He's like, no, JD, it's the old guy.
Right, so he's agreeing with me, but I'm leading him down the wrong lane. He leaves for about a good 15 minutes, makes a call, talks to the daughter of the wrong
Mike James,
and then he comes back in. I'm like, look at my boss about to give me some love because I knew which Mike James it was, to then find out you were right. It was the other Mike James.
It's the younger, like less significant Mike James.
The daughter let him know, and why I'm feeling a little better. It wasn't just me that thought it was the OG Mike James, because her phone's been blowing up.
And apparently,
my boy was right talking about you.
And the funny part to the story was, I guess, the daughter of the Mike James who did not say that about Steph was like, no, he didn't say that, did he?
Right.
Like my dad.
You knew.
Like my
How did you know?
Like if my dad had said it, he stepped in it.
Right, no doubt.
Like he wouldn't have said that.
I got to give you love. You knew.
Yeah, I liked that Mike James. I like the OG Mike James.
Me too.
The young Mike James.
So he's just trying to make a name. But you were with KD.
Hit the pike.
No doubt.
Hit the pike.
Yeah.
He stinks. Yeah. Give me a Steiny. He stinks.
I'm down on Steiny right now.
Actually, I guess we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that because we might get him on.
Oh yeah, right.
No, you know what? Let's not do that. 888-957-9570. Let's get Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy?
JD, Guru, happy Friday, guys.
What's up, baby?
Yeah, I'm looking at Trey and I'm looking at Wiseman, and I think that there's much more pressure on Trey Lance than Wiseman. If Wiseman can just keep working, he has the people around him, he has the right organization around him, he has the right toolage around him to be great. He has all the talent in the world. It just has to be honed, and we know that, they have the right people around them. That organization out here in Golden State is fantastic. But we don't know that about my Niners, right? We don't know what we have around Trey. He doesn't have a lot of veteran guys around him and not a lot of skilled guys, as far as, if you ask me, as far as the coaching staff that, can push him. And so we'll see. But the pressure is on him to be great, man, because I'm just like, we come from Steve Young, we come from Montana. They set the bar so high, and we've had to sit through the Drunken Millers and the Kaepernicks, and I'm like, who's going to be that quarterback that's going to get us a championship, a Lombardi trophy? And I'm hoping it's this kid. So he's got pressure on him to come through, and I just hope that, he's the guy. He kind of, it's like Carson Wentz, right? They're both from North Dakota State.
And it's like Carson Wentz came out, and if he can be that coming right out like Carson Wentz did, cool. But he also can be how Carson Wentz fell off the boat as well. So we'll see. But I'm hoping Trey.
Leroy, before you hang up, let me throw this at you because I hear you. He's at the embryo. Trey Lance, we all know the stages of his career, and Steiny threw this at me. Would you rather him be a star like now and they go 7-10 and miss the offs, or would you rather him be somewhat of a bus driver and you still need to see more improvement, but the Niners are 12-5? I'm taking the 12-5 and the team getting in the playoffs with him still having the chance to grow into that greatness.
I'm taking the 7-8.
Wow, man.
I don't know.
Leroy, but you would miss but what about the team?
I'm thinking if we take the 7-8 and he can be fantastic, right? Then, I mean, you look at all these young people. I mean, Debo is fairly young. Our receiving staff, our receiving core is fairly young. We have a fairly young team. And so I'm just looking at it, it's like, it's growth, man. If you can grind like that and maybe come short a little bit, but you build some camaraderie, you know what I'm saying? Some brotherhood through it. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you gotta lose and go through some things to win. And you can say, hey, we went 7-8, but you know what? We knew we were better than that. We knew we were better than 7-8. So when we come back next
week, Leroy,
we can get down. So I'm taking the 7-8.
Wow.
I appreciate it. And it would be 7-10 or 8-9, however you want to put it.
You think there's any more Leroys out there that would take that?
To me, you got to thread the needle. He doesn't have to be as good this year,
right?
But they have to. But to me, they have to win.
And to me,
make the playoffs, whether that's 9 or 10.
Right,
9 or 10 is the number to me. And when you look at this team, Goo, and you're out of practice, quarterback aside, maybe a couple of pieces in the interior offensive line aside, this team's loaded.
Right.
There's no excuse. Like, they are loaded. They got more wide receiver talent than they've had. They got a stable of running backs, which is the Shanahan way.
Win now is what you're saying.
They've got. What I'm saying is, even if he is average, they should still win 10 games, 9 or 10 games.
I get that.
Even if he struggles, if it's up and down, if it's like Jimmy. The one part I wanted to also jump in with, Goo, I want to get your take on this. From what Leroy said, he said that Trey Lance doesn't have the coaching staff to push him or make him better. Like,
look what Kyle did with Jimmy,
exactly.
Leroy.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That was a miracle. You took the words out of my mouth.
So now you got everything better athletically, DNA-like. We don't know what's between the ears in regard to the cerebellum, but Jay, it's not too much to ask that now you got something greater. We should expect more from that position.
I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah. Vince in San Jose. What's up, Vince?
Hey, happy Friday, gentlemen.
Hey.
This is a really great debate. I think Trey Lance has a ton of weapons he can go to on the offensive side. I think, talk about a guy who has a bunch of weapons. Heck, Wiseman gets to wake up out of the bed every day and say, I get to play with Curry, Green, all these greats. And then watching him play during the Summer League, he was throwing lobs to Kuminga. I mean, they were building a chemistry. I'm so excited for this upcoming Warrior squad. We're all excited about whatever left is Bay Area football, which of course is the Niners. But I'm still giddy about the Warriors because I'm just like, these are 20-year-olds playing like vets, and they're playing with the string of top 75 players of all time. It's a combination you can't beat. So if Wiseman can stay healthy this year, I say take the payday Friday and go on eBay and get yourself a couple of autographs.
Let me ask you this before you hang up, because I feel your passion. So when that Durant rumor was out there, do you give up the youngsters, Kuminga and Poole for KD? I feel like you were a definite no way.
I'm a no in every language you speak. I'm a no. I'm a no. No. However many ways you could say no. And that's the great thing about Lacob, right? Is everyone says, hey, Lacob's this guy, he's got all this cash, he's able to put this team together. No. Lacob has a team himself of really good basketball guys, good experts, and he pays handsomely. And they do a lot of research behind this stuff. You know, they think it's just a bunch of guys putting a squad together. No, they put, you know, this doesn't happen by mistake.
Right.
You got at some point you've got to give it up to the organizational roots. And that's the fact that the Warriors let players be who they wanted to be, whether that was a player like Monte Ellis, you know, driving 50 miles an hour and speeding off a moped, or a player like Steph Curry, who's every basketball's role model. So you just have to take it with a grain of salt. You can hate on the Warriors all they want. It's just like, you just get excited. You just get excited.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vince.
Yeah.
Good
I
stuff,
felt
Vince.
Vince was speaking to me. I'm a fan, Jay, at heart. So that what he was juiced. Like when you're a champ, you're supposed to feel that euphoria, that residue of it's on and popping, even when it ain't your time.
I'm not feeling the whole, like, to me, Trey and Wiseman. Like, I'm just not even.
Steiny got mad at me that day
because I couldn't. Like that.
Yeah, I couldn't make the connect.
There's just no connection.
Right, he got mad at me.
He got mad. Why?
Because it was nuanced in a sense, but I was like, no, this is different. James is on easy street in regard to stress level.
I'm with you 100%.
They want to chip without Jay. Like this is dire.
This is you.
The red lights are flashing, Jay. Well, Star Trek. Remember that?
Absolutely. Well, here's the deal. And we'll get to Jim and Martinez in just a sec. Well, let's get to Jim and Martinez right now, and then we'll come back to it. Hey, Jim, thanks for holding. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, happy Friday. I'm moving a little slow. I had a softball game last night and had to hit the bar afterwards with the boys.
What did you do? How many hits you get?
I hit a couple line drives. I got a base hit a grounder, and I made it to first. And I've been a little sick lately, so I'm moving really slow anyway. But they came back and beat us. But we had fun. We went and had some beers and a couple shots. Which is the point of the whole experience, right? But I think Wiseman is going to be under a lot of self-pressure because of what he's been through. No, I don't want Durant back. I want to see these youngsters develop with our Hall of Famers. It's just so exciting. But with Trey, yeah, he's in the spotlight. But the guy's like 12 years old. He's got very little experience. Run the ball, learn to play in the pocket. And don't run the ball yourself too much. Don't get hurt. Like in that one game, he must have ran 15 times. And just a couple other things, and I heard the gal a little bit ago saying, Shanahan, this and that. Shanahan's been to the Super Bowl, been to the NFC Championship, and not to sound like a Raiders fan, but if Bosa wasn't in a stinking headlock every play, he sacks. Mahomes is out of the game probably. He would have turned him into a pile of goo. And Guru, one last thing. If you hit the lottery, you ain't going nowhere. You're going to have a longer show. You can't be leaving us, man, because you're too fun.
Oh, wow. What a compliment. Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
I'd be out. This is the first
you'd
thing
be
smoking.
Out? I don't think you'd be out.
I would be. I'm telling you, I'm going to Vancouver. I'm doing my research. Vancouver. Okay. I'm out of here, Jay. It's too much going on here, man.
All right.
Yeah, traffic and...
Interesting.
Yeah, people are mean.
See, I would think you would be the kind of guy that if you won the lottery, you'd be set, and you'd still want to get paid a respectable. You want to get paid what you're worth. But I feel like you would. I feel like you'd still come in and do the show and want to do the show.
I fooled you. That ain't
you
me.
Did.
I would be out. I'd be like, "Where's Dad?" I'd take my kids with me.
See, I feel like you do it because you love the people.
Yeah, I do. I'd go help people. Nah, Jay, I'm out, man. Gucci flip flops,
and it'd be
Gucci robes.
Well, you could still take vacation.
Nah, ain't no work, Jay.
You tell Matt you know what? I'm gonna get 8 weeks.
I'll leave him a little something.
I'm gonna get.
You know what? You've been good to me, man. Oh, Canada.
I'm gonna get 8 weeks instead of 4.
I like this little conversation. There's one I really want to get to.
There's a couple. There are a couple, and this
JP in Berkeley sent you it came from his heart.
Yes, he did, and that ties into the Trey Wiseman. Like to me, like they're in a different stratosphere. The Trey Lance is, and I said this, the face of the 49er franchise. And James Wiseman is like the 11th man.
Yeah, we're still rooting for him
right now.
The pressure, there is no. You got a flat tire when it comes to pressure.
I mean, we're talking about guys who be playing 10, 15 minutes a game
right.
this next
And
year.
we love you, James.
Versus being a starting quarterback in the NFL with a franchise that is expecting to be good enough to make a run and maybe go to a Super Bowl.
Trey is probably having sleepless nights on that iPad.
So that Trey's going to have far more impact on winning.
It's not even close, Jay.
Than James Wiseman. But this was the text from the 707. I read it a little earlier. We'll reiterate with JP and Berkeley. JD, you just blew my mind saying Trey Lance is the face of the franchise. Now I'm really worried. Yikes. Too soon. They should have stuck with Jimmy G.
So he's worried.
A winner.
But he's
Jimmy
not
G.
the face of the franchise. If you want to say it's a quarterback league, I give you that. He can be. But right now, it's Bosa to me. You know what? It may be Debo.
I think it's probably Debo or Kittle.
Okay.
It's probty Kittle.
Well, I'll say this. When you
of
talk
the
about
antics.
chicken, you think Debo got paid? You wait till that U-Haul truck is there with the cash for Bosa. He is the modern-day Strahan.
All I'm saying is when the silhouettes are put on the marquee, when the cutouts are put on the marquee, when it's the next game is getting promoted.
Okay, where you going?
Is it gonna be Bosa and Aaron Rodgers, or is it gonna be Debo and Aaron Rodgers? Is it gonna be Debo and Pat Mahomes? When they play in October,
But it's by default because it's a quarterback
it's
league.
gonna be Trey.
Wow, the point is, JD, has
This
he
dude was
earned
the
that? Right now, who's the best player on the Niners?
Week one, the Niners are playing the Bears. Who's on the marquee?
Because of curiosity,
it is Trey Lance and Justin Fields.
I'll give you that, but that's by default.
At Soldier Field.
Yeah, but that's execs talking. I'm talking about the face of the franchise right now is Bosa. Or would you say Debo?
I don't think it's Bosa. We could make a case that it's not Trey to this point.
Okay.
But it's not. It's Debo or Kittle. I think it's probably Kittle.
Well, who's going to make the most after Bosa's contract, barring no injury? Bosa! It won't even be close.
Yes. And
that is the anchor of your defense, Fred Dean.
But if we're doing the who's going to make more down the line, it's eventually going to be Trey, right?
Right. Well, he controls that. But we're talking about...
If it's not Trey, we got problems.
You're doing hypotheticals. I'm talking about now. Your boy's about to get paid if he gets 8 sacks this year. Bosa's about to be the highest paid Niner, Jack.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I still don't think he's the face of the franchise.
You know what? In the world we live in, for all the wrong reasons, you're right.
Jimmy was the face of the franchise, right?
But it's a quarterback league.
Well, but that's all goes with the pressure that's on Trey. Like Trey's not getting defensive end pressure. Trey's not getting. Trey's not getting wide. Trey's not getting. Like,
hey, you know what, Jay? You may have swayed me.
Like defensive ends are like, hey, just go be good, go rush the passer, do your thing, wreck the game.
But this team has expectations because of what? The defense, and who is the anchor of the D? 97.
What about 54? 54 maybe
he slipped a little bit last year.
Where am I at?
Not a bad season. He slipped a little bit.
Well, he's trying to make up for it this year.
Yeah, he got the chicken though.
I think for being out there. I think he's trying to get back.
What if I gave you, and I mean that I'm random, #random. Why did I just think of Mark Sanchez?
With who?
Remember he took him to the AFC Championship game and the Jets, he was throwing to Braylon Edwards and the Jets were something, and then the butt fumble, and then he just went away. I feel like that was Jimmy's tenure here without the butt fumble in San Francisco.
Oh, God.
Wait. Huh?
Remember the Jets went to the AFC Championship game?
Yeah, no, I remember 2010.
Mark Sanchez.
No, it was 2010.
Yeah,
it
was Mark Sanchez. The Jets had something, and you thought Sanchez was coming out of USC.
He was over 500, I think, in the playoffs.
Dude, and then it just evaporated.
Yeah.
And to Jimmy's credit, it didn't evaporate on the field. They got close, no cigar, but now he's not a... I would never use that.
Jimmy was better than Mark Sanchez.
But I feel the story.
And Jimmy's going to keep going.
You feel sad for Jimmy?
I don't really feel sad for him.
Bad. I do.
I mean, I do feel like he got an irrational amount of hate from the moment that he missed that throw in the Super Bowl. I think people forget how beloved Jimmy Garoppolo was. I mean, it was Jimmy Jesus, Jimmy GQ, Jimmy Gucci, like Gucci Garage.
The jawline.
Like it was, I mean,
Jimmy jawline.
I mean, they went Jimmy. They went 13-3.
He was a star.
They were the 1 seed. He won a lot of games with his arm, not in the playoffs necessarily, but like Jimmy Garoppolo was the dude. And then he missed the throw to Sanders that game in the fourth quarter went awry. I was there at the Dolphins Stadium.
Well, Kyle was crap, boo-boo calling plays.
No doubt. But my point is, it flipped that night. Like, he went from a dude that could do it to a dude, because you know what happened? When he missed the throw to Sanders, you know what happened?
They still had a chance,
Then we went back and revised. Like, nobody gave a damn that they ran it 8 times in the NFC Championship game, and nobody gave a damn that they stopped throwing it in the Minnesota game after he threw the interception just before halftime, right? Nobody cared about that because they were about to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
But when he missed the throw to Sanders and the fourth quarter got weird and they didn't win the Super Bowl, then it was he missed the throw and they didn't trust him against Green Bay and he stopped.
I never believed that.
It was revisionist history at that point. Because it was still Jimmy GQ.
Yeah, but my thing to you
but when they didn't win, it flipped. That's my point. When they didn't win, it all flipped, and it never got back to where it.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm talking about the moment now. Do you feel sad for him? I feel like he's being held hostage.
My point,
I feel like they lied to him after you already stripped him of his job. I'm going to do good by Jimmy, but yet you won't just release me and let me go somewhere else?
I feel
you lied to me.
I feel worse for him, Goo, over the amount of crap that he took from the fan base. For people talking like he stunk.
There were a lot of Tennessee games. There were a lot of those games,
Too many fans acted like Jimmy Garoppolo stunk or was a terrible quarterback. He was never a terrible quarterback. He average, a little better than average, a little worse than average. However you want.
I was late to the party.
He was not one of the worst 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the league.
And you know what, Jay? He couldn't have
at any point
by the heights that they got. 1 Super Bowl, 2 NFC championships, 4-2 in the playoffs. That's his record. There's going to be a guy on the market that is 4-2 as a starting quarterback in the playoffs, and that dude is jobless.
I feel bad for him for that. I don't feel bad for him now. Now is just business.
After getting the team, hey, what'd you do last year? Just quarterback the team to the NFC Championship game, had a 10-point lead. Where you at now? Oh, I'm looking for a job. That don't coincide.
It's business.
It ain't fair.
You're not going to allow him to go to a division rival.
I'm kind of disappointed. I don't like the Niners for that part. John and Kyle for that.
I'll say this: if they got to a point where they don't feel like they could get anything for him in a trade.
You gotta feel like that's it.
Well, August 30th.
Well, you're right. So they're going to the fourth quarter with 1 second on the clock.
Yes, they are, and the reason they are.
Oh man!
Look, if it got to the point where they said, "All right, we're not getting a trade," like let's say today or tomorrow, we're not getting a trade, and they go to and Jimmy's like, "Look, guys, like I want to go, like let me freaking go," and then I'd say to, "Well, where are you gonna go?" You gonna go to Jacksonville? You go to Texans?
Are you telling me if you release me,
you're gonna go to Cleveland? Like if you're gonna go somewhere, if you're gonna go somewhere that's not the Rams, and obviously you'd have to have some kind of. I would almost say, Jimmy, we will let you go today, but you're not going to the Rams and you're not going to Seattle.
Jay, when I was
and you can't do that, so you can't let him go.
Listen, I'm gonna give you. I love analogies, and I give you bad ones. I hear you. But when I was slim and good looking, and Derek Jeter, when you break up, you can't say, "Hey, don't date my friends." You don't control anything. Once you break up and say bye-bye, anything can happen. So the Niners, we're gonna do good by you, but we don't want you in our division. That ain't doing good by Jimmy, and I feel like they owe him more than that. If you end up in Seattle, guess what, guys? We got to go play them twice. We got to beat them. But to sit here and calculate a guy that we just kicked to the curb, but we want to dictate where you can go, that's like the break. I'm going to break up with you, but you can't date my friends. You can't control that.
No, but you can control the date.
I feel like that's the greatest analogy I've ever come up with. I don't know.
It's a
Talk to me.
It's a 4.
Wow, a 4 for JD.
It's a good analogy, but if I have the ability to prevent you from dating my friend, if I have the ability to do that until a certain time, I'm taking that time.
Wow,
that's
so
just
you're going to
real.
delay it.
That's just real. If I have the ability to delay it, and that maybe makes it a little more difficult for you to succeed, or to put it back in my face, then yeah, I'm doing it. Like, I totally understand. It comes back to this.
I'm rooting for him.
It comes back to this. It comes back to, you can go to Seattle, you can go to the Rams, but you can't go to Seattle or the Rams on August 1st. You can go on September 1st. And the Rams are not even really in play. I mean, let's be honest. All right, in case you missed any of today's show, download and subscribe to the Steiny and Guru paid portion of the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hour number 3, JD for Steiny. Yeah, we were marveling at Drake Jackson's athletic ability.
You want to describe it?
During the break. Well, he was up in the rookie hype machine.
And that's something the Niners have the rookies do
Niners
each practice?
either a rookie or a couple of rookies. Like they gotta go down to one end of the field where the fans are at. And, they get to pick a song that they want to dance to or scream to or get the crowd hyped. It looked like there were some cheerleaders out there today. And so he grabbed the pom-poms and he was dancing.
Yeah, I see it.
And the Sourdough Sam was out there. But then he goes through and he gets done and he goes back out to the field. And I'm running through it here and he does.
This is incredible. I've seen it.
He does a couple of backflips. Like he does like 1, 2, he does like a front flip and then a back flip.
Like a stallion.
Dude looks like
it was a cartwheel. Gymnastics. Mary Lou Retton.
It was unbelievable. And I'm looking at 6'3", 260.
Dude,
something like that.
Shocker, football player in shape, but that's a big boy.
6'3", 260. Defensive end, pass rusher, ready to crush you.
Wow, man, that was impressive.
He's been getting some run.
Yeah. And you know who else has been getting some run? I got to do this, Jay, before you get back at it. So Halftime Jay, he's a P1. He listens to the show all the time. So he's been chiming in like he does. And I usually, conversate with him on air. But this week, I haven't ignored him on purpose. Halftime Jay, you're my guy. But now he did something that got me to where, you know what, I am going to...
like mad?
Yeah, I am going to say your name. JD... This from the 510. Guru still being upset at Tart and the Sanders play is fake anger like the Giants coach. Guru's a Cowboy fan. Halftime Jay. What's fake anger? I'm married. I don't know what
it's when you do it for show. It's when you're putting on a show.
That's what you say Gabe did yesterday.
I think that's what Gabe did yesterday. I think he picked this. I think he was mad.
We've seen managers go pick up the base, Lloyd McClendon, to fire up the team.
Right.
They know it. We know it.
But that's not what Gabe did yesterday.
So what? Again, tell me what did Gabe do?
Gabe was. I thought he was marking his territory. To be perfectly honest, like I thought he was. It was almost as if, hey, people are talking about me maybe losing the room and losing this team, and we're terrible right now. 14 and whatever it is, 28 in the last however many 42 games, and I'm gonna show everybody that this is my clubhouse, but not in a way where he's either defending a player. Okay. He's not defending it because he went after the ump, who he thought challenged him.
My question to you, and I hate what he did with Garcia.
Yeah, then he outed Garcia. Garcia was wrong.
And that's so
to me, Gabe told on himself yesterday.
You know what? You know what? We may need to leave it at rest right there. So. What he went out there for didn't grow his teammates looking like our manager had our back.
No.
That meter stayed at 0.
You go out there when somebody strikes out or gets called out at first or gets into an argument themselves with an umpire and you defend him. You defend him. He didn't defend Garcia. He's like, he basically said, he said, Garcia, you were wrong, but I'm going to tell you you're wrong because this is my clubhouse.
Wow.
No umpire is going to do what I should be doing because I'm the manager of this team, Goo.
Yeah.
I'm the manager. This is my team.
Yeah.
Because and why does he feel that kind of way? Because it's slipping away. And he knows it's slipping away.
Yeah.
And he knows that the chatter is out there about how he really doesn't put a lot of imprint on anything that they do. And so what's the one? So I think he was feeling some kind of way about it.
That's interesting, man.
And then he was.
So I don't expect that to jolt the clubhouse. But they got to beat the A's. They got to sweep. When I see you next week, they can lose the 2 games prior to when I see you, but they got to win these 2. You lose to the A's, and people, they're playing good.
Well, there's a lot of things that can happen.
But they've been stinking it up, the Giants. So kudos to the A's.
Because I don't think a lot of things can happen between now because I don't think I'm seeing you till Thursday.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But still, I'm going to still remind you of these 2 games.
It might have been Monday.
Because it could be over, a funeral.
Now it's Thursday.
Yeah. East Oakland Chris on Twitch. This station made the fans turn on Jimmy. LOL. Now, he put that. But yeah.
Well,
I'm fired up, Jay. We having a good time.
No, we're having a good time. A couple of things that Garoppolo conversation we were having before the break about letting him go now versus trying to trade him versus
We're
cutting him,
cutting
him on the last day. You're taking some heat on the Comcast Business text line for that. Not heat, just people disagreeing. Goo, come on, man. That's too much promise for past performance. He can't be put in a position to hurt you as best you can. You got to...
Okay, then don't say the terminology, we're going to do right by Jimmy. That stuck out with me. Say what you mean what you say, but it was just coach to speak. Okay, let's get rid of that, Jay. Then I'm okay with all you. Hey, we're stout. We're not going to send you anywhere that can beat us.
Couple other ones. 408.
I don't know who voice that is, Jay.
That's okay. The do right by him went out the window when we couldn't trade him because of the injury. Now he's on our time. That's just another one. 925, Goo, how does this whole Jimmy thing bother you? Every single team would do that. They don't owe him anything. Him getting the shoulder surgery when he did screwed the Niners from getting anything back for him. So a lot of Niner fans feeling that. I'm just giving the other side.
Right.
Just giving the other side.
But there's two sides. The guy.
I don't feel that vindictive about
it. I'm going to think about it tomorrow cutting the grass. I actually got a gardener, Jay, because I feel like it's the baseball stadium and they cut the grass. But it's two sides to every relationship. So we're focused, and rightfully so. Jimmy is property of the San Francisco 49ers. I get it. But for what he did and the fact he had to go under the knife, couldn't Kyle and John say, if they meant that line, if Kyle said it, we're going to do right by him. Or I forget who said it. One of them said it. That stood out to me, and I was like, this is a family affair. And now you're telling me you're going to be so stingy, and it's about a 5th or a 6th round draft pick. I understand that, but I thought the relationship, you moving on from a guy that his last year you guys won, you made it to the Final Four. You can't release him before August 30th so he can get a shot at possibly getting on another team. The guy's down. He's crying in his beer right now about the timing of the injury, albeit his fault. Come on.
I'm not as vindictive about it,
but what a word!
As some of the fans are on the Comcast Business text line. But I definitely understand. To me, it's just simple. You want to give yourself every single possible opportunity you can until the last possible second to find a trade. Number one.
All right.
And then, but the second part of it is you're not just going to let him have a 6-week lead up to maybe come back and beat you in week 2. And I know somebody else chimed in. Seattle has repeatedly said they don't want to trade for Jimmy. We know they don't want to trade for Jimmy.
Too.
We know Seattle. This isn't about a trade.
Gotcha.
This is like Seattle wants him for the minimum.
No doubt.
Like Seattle's not. Yeah, the Niners aren't trading him to Seattle.
Yeah,
like,
gotcha.
to me, that's,
and whoever gets him is getting him at the minimum. I believe.
But Seattle would take a flyer on a cut Jimmy Garoppolo with 6 weeks before the season. Hell yeah, they would.
Guess this song, Free Fall.
Free falling?
Yeah,
Tom Petty?
Yeah, that's what the Niners are being petty right now.
They're being petty.
Yeah,
okay, I got you. Tom Petty. Okay.
Yeah. Come on,
Free
look
falling.
in the mirror.
Tom Petty.
Yeah,
I got
love
you.
that song.
I'm in now.
No, you guessed it quick. You blew Jeopardy. You had it.
I didn't blow it. I was a little slow. I was a little slow on the.
Now you got the scoop and score, and I was like, you're about to run off like a deer in the woods.
I was off to a slow. I was a step slow.
Dibs was terrible early.
It gets in your head a little bit.
Yikes.
I was laying back a little early, but yeah, I jumped the gun on one.
I came out of Jesse Owens.
It's just it's do I know the answer? Is he done reading the question? Say your name. And I was a little off the board.
And I didn't derail the show.
I really didn't think. I'll say this though, Goo. I didn't think
I should have got the 3 points when I answered early.
Well, yeah, but I
felt bad about that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't think Dibs was gonna. Like I had to go all in.
Oh no,
like
doubt.
I went 16
right.
on. I had 16. I went for 16. I didn't think Dibs was going to go 16.
Yeah, I'm with you. He normally doesn't. He's conservative.
I did not think Dibs was going to go 16.
Yeah.
Like I thought I had him when it was Bengals. I thought I had him because I thought his number was going to.
We had to have the post game presser. That's why I brought.
I thought his number was going to be like 8.
And I kind of didn't want him to win. It was myself, then you, because he thinks he's Yoda.
And I was feeling some kind of way.
Yeah, about.
I was feeling some kind of way. Not about the L, but just, I was feeling some kind of way.
In general.
Just at that, I wouldn't have been good you would not have wanted the press conference.
Oh, okay, got you, right.
If we had had the press conference at that point, It might have been.
Yeah, you might have got fined.
We might have lost the license.
Yeah, you might have got fined.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jay.
No, let's get Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's up, Joe? 888-957-9570.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I just have one question. Has that ever been done in the history of the NFL? A quarterback take a team to the NFL championship, and then the next year to get rid of them? Has that ever been done?
That's a great question. And I think about it all. You would think I would research it, but I think the answer is no.
I mean, Nick Foles won the Super Bowl, and then they went back to Carson Wentz.
Well, there it is. There, we got a winner.
I mean, that's different. That's not exact scenario.
Okay, because your boy filled in. Jimmy was the quarterback.
I mean, Carson Wentz was the franchise at that point.
And I always tell Steiny, and I mean this, I don't care what type of person you are, what church you go to, just everything. There's no way if you were Carson Wentz, you wanted Nick Foles to win that Super Bowl that day. You couldn't tell anybody but your kids, your brother, sister, mother, or wife, spouse, that you wanted them to lose. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong.
Thank you, Jay.
I don't think you're wrong.
I appreciate
I was getting lost in the weeds on this quarterbacks that have.
That was a great pull by. That's all I could think of. It ain't Alex Smith.
The other one just going through my head is, and I don't know if this one's right. We'd have to do some research.
This is one of a kind, I believe.
But it would be did the Steelers when they lost to the Cowboys in the 90s in 95?
O'Donnell.
Did they go from O'Donnell to Cordell Stewart after that year? They may have. Because remember O'Donnell threw the pick.
But O'Donnell didn't. That was one time. Jimmy has been to a Super Bowl and an NFC championship.
Yeah, well, I think O'Donnell had been to both too. I think O'Donnell actually had been because the year before they lost to the
Colts. No, they beat the Colts.
They lost to the Chargers.
Yeah.
And then the Niners beat the Chargers.
They beat the Colts to play the Chargers.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh was a quarterback. Remember he threw that Hail Mary in Pittsburgh?
95.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was your Pittsburgh win and lost to Dallas.
Mm-hmm. But a great This is buzzard luck, as my dad would say. Like, hey son, how did it end? Oh, I got an A- on the test, but I didn't pass. What? This is bad.
Let's Shaka in Berkeley. What's up, Shaka?
Hey, all right, how y'all doing, man?
What's up, baby?
I think I know the answer, man.
Uh-oh.
I remember the Baltimore Ravens won the Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer. I don't think he was on the team the next year. They won the Super Bowl. And Guru, I forgot. I called you the other day, and we were talking about best announcers ever.
Oh, man.
And I feel so bad, man. I tried to call back. I feel that bad, man. But we talked about Bill King and what a great announcer he was, and that was just 100% unadulterated truth. But now this guy, Lon Simmons, man, you can tell it goodbye, and the epic Steve Young run.
That's the greatest. Yes, sir. I wish we could play that. We got to find that for you, Shaka. That was classic too. But he's a legend.
And a good call on the. I can confirm that they went to Elvis Gerbach.
Yeah, Sterling just whispered in my ear.
The next year. So yeah, good stuff, Shaka.
But what if I still tell the people? Well, they won it. So that would, so that, like, they won it. Jimmy had been close twice. So to me, that's greater than just one win. But you could be like, no, that's wrong. It's not. But, I'm going
to tell you another thing.
It's like Macbeth, a tragedy.
I'm going to tell you another thing, Goo.
What?
Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback than Trent Dilfer.
No, there's no doubt.
But
what are you, that's like saying, that ain't saying much.
No, but I mean, he's, I don't think it's that close either.
I'm with you.
Trent Dilfer is the worst quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl.
Hold on, Brad Johnson on line 2.
No, Trent Dilfer's.
Brad Johnson,
Brad Johnson's way better. Yeah. Brad Johnson was.
He reminded me of Cousins.
Yeah, no, he is. I agree. I was going to say the exact. You took it right out of my mouth. I was going to say he reminds me of Kirk Cousins a little bit. No,
Kurt will throw for
maybe
4K.
It's the Vikings. Yeah, because he was with the Vikings before that.
All right,
but no,
good call, Shaka.
No, I think that's very good call. Polo is next. What's up, Polo?
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hey, man, some of these 49ers fans are not 49ers fans, man. I'm going to tip my hat to Jimmy. Through all the ups and downs, he still got us halfway to the to the end twice. You know, and nobody really giving him his respect. And Jimmy G don't owe nothing to the 49ers. The 49ers owe Jimmy. He said the 49ers should have drafted receivers that can run the routes and actually catch the ball and get open downfield and let him actually be a quarterback instead of just thinking and dunking like it's Alex Smith. That's all that is. So.
Thanks for the call.
But at the end of the day, Jimmy's strong point was never throwing outside the hashes.
No, it was.
Kyle never said his thing was when the first read wasn't there. I think there was a problem. There was a delay. How about that?
Throw it over the middle.
Wow,
that's what I want. Throw it over the middle. Throw it over.
What's funny, JD, is I keep talking about, and I've hammered Jimmy for missing that throw to Sanders. The more I watch it, that wasn't the best dive in the world by a wide receiver from Sanders. Like, I can make the case he dove a little too late or too early, but the more I watch that play, I'm like, that wasn't a center fielder, Willie trying to do the Willie Mays. Like, you could have did a little something different. I kind of kept that to myself, but I just saw that on the text line.
From being in the stadium, I thought
he's probably still starting.
I thought they hit it. I mean, the ball's in the air.
You were there.
He's got the
step. He beat 2 dudes.
Like I'm looking at that play, and there are some plays when it's tough to tell on TV, right? Does he have it or not? And I thought when that ball.
And Sterling's telling me he didn't even dive. He did. It wasn't he dove. It was the hands out, like
he didn't dive. I don't think it would have. He didn't dive.
I gave him a D- for the effort.
It wasn't. I mean, in the moment, it wasn't a bad effort. I didn't think it was a bad.
Yeah, he was on the podcast saying they should have. They would be legends had they made that hookup.
Face of the franchise. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier.
You know what? Can I change my answer? Oh. It's Debo.
Okay.
And it's Debo because I don't think if Bosa, this is crazy, random.
See, I don't think you could be.
If we went to the San Jose Mall, what do they call it? I forget the mall out there. The Great Mall. No, that's Milpitas. But we went to the Great Mall. Debo walked in the mall. The kids would know who he was more than they would know. And you could say that's the worst guideline thing I've ever heard, metric ever. Bosa walks through there. Some would know. But Debo is a household name. Give me that.
He is, although I don't think he can be the face of the franchise when he spent the entire offseason with his status in doubt.
Well, what if I told you he was being Emmitt Smith held out, missed a couple games? What if I told you
was Emmitt Smith the face of the franchise?
Oh, there's no doubt. Okay. I mean, he was one of them. He was a triplet. But Debo is
yeah. You can make
Ask
make the
me
case.
What I fell asleep to last night. This true story.
Good.
What if you guess it?
Good. What do you want me to guess?
Yes. You get 2 guesses.
What you fell asleep
a sporting
to,
event that I dialed up on YouTube. I kind of gave it away.
Well, I was gonna say it was you were watching a Cowboys.
It was
Super
the wild
Bowl.
Card game.
Which one?
This last one between Dallas.
This last one between the one the Niners won.
Yeah, that they beat Dallas. It was the Debo game.
Yeah,
Jimmy tried to give it to Dallas.
I thought. So my guess was going to be
they got the interception
like 30 years ago.
They were at the 30-yard line. They're on Dallas is 30. The Niners.
Oh, I remember.
And Debo he is a monster, and he did that against the Rams.
He did.
So my thing to you, I think he's a household name. Like, he's a star.
He is a star.
But the biggest star on this current team. When you take in every social media, all the stuff that may not mean nothing to the true Blues.
I think Kittle's the answer there.
No, but you think?
I do because Kittle is.
I'm not mad. I like Kittle.
I mean,
but he stays in the block too much.
No,
for me.
but Debo has some personality. They both have personality in their own way. Kittle does have the goofy personality with the
wrestling type,
making fun.
Yeah.
He's
a cool
cracking
dude.
jokes with the media and all that. Debo's got an outward personality with like wearing the big chain and all of that.
Yeah, he got
and getting high.
swag.
So they both have it in their own way. But I don't know. I feel like Kittle been around longer because Kittle was one of the dudes that had a little of that going even when they sucked. And now Debo's more this next era.
Hey, producer E, jump on here. How would you answer that? And I want to hear Sterling. How would you answer, Debo or Kittle?
Well, just by virtue of him being around longer, I've also seen Kittle have much more interaction with the fans. And personally, like Sunday Night Football, when they're billing that game, who's the player that you're going to put on the poster for Sunday Night Football?
See, I think it used to be Kittle.
It used to be. It could be this year, could be Debo this year. I just know for the past, 3 seasons, whenever the 49ers are on Sunday Night Football, it's been either Jimmy Garoppolo or George Kittle.
Jimmy G.
Sterling saved me.
Jimmy G.
What was Sterling saying?
It's Kittle. There's no doubt. 2018 had the record season when Nick Mullins led this team from, or was part of the era that led this team out of the dumps. Like, it's got to be George Kittle.
Yeah, when you're good and you suck, that resonates.
What?
Like
and I love Kittle, but Sterling, that was 4 years ago.
And yeah, but
Debo just recency bias.
That's why. It was 4 years ago, and he's still here, and he's still good.
And he still has the personality.
Well, you know what? Because I'm the one that defends Kittle. They should use him more in the passing game, and maybe I'm holding that against him, Jay.
If you're allowed to put head coaches on there, though, it'd definitely be Shanahan over everyone.
Would it?
No, I don't. I'm telling you, situation. We had Randy. If I tell you another time that we had Randy Cross on, this is week the great Randy Cross. But he was like, hell yes on Kyle. That was situational play calling. JD, we could do a thesis on how he's too smart for his own good would be the title.
Let's talk about this with producer E before the show. Because
I came in kind of late
right
today.
before you. We flip flopped. I did yesterday, and you did today. We missed each other a little yesterday. I walked in. I was like, my God, it took me an hour and a half to get in. But we were talking about Shanahan and the game. Like it's like a quarterback. It's like any other player. Like Shanahan has good games and bad games, and I think he has some games where the game plan is wow. This game plan's awesome.
Yeah, fantastic.
These guys can't match up. He's found something. Like there's games where it's just dialed,
right? And
there's games where none of it clicks. And it's he is kind of for somebody that's spoken like his game plan percentage. I feel like is like 9-8, 10-7. Like he's got a 500 game plan percentage. And I don't know where that
in lemon booty time. You mean?
No, I'm not. No. I'm not saying. No, I think some of his best game plans have actually been in the playoffs.
Well,
that's why
on fourth downs, there's an area like the ball going to the tight end or the fullback. Is there's some games throw that out, like Jack.
There's some games where the game plan just works and it clicks, and I think. But what I'm saying is he is a little better than 50-50 with that. But I think sometimes we think, it's got to be 14 out of 17. Like, not every game plan is going to be perfect, just like not every player is going to be perfect every week.
I'm going to try another analogy because I feel I'm hot. Heat check. You tell me what you think. When LeBron James scored all the straight points, I think it was 26 straight points in the playoff game against Detroit, he was a locomotive going to the rack. Nobody could stop him. Had he stopped and took a three-pointer after having all that success going to the rack, my question would be, Jay, why are you stopping from going to the rack, LeBron? But he didn't. My thing with Kyle Shanahan is I've never heard a defensive player like the Honey Badger did in the Super Bowl. This is the biggest stage. I don't have to tell you. Said he wanted to send a gift basket to the Niners every time they threw the ball because his defense in the Super Bowl could not stop the Niners running game. But Kyle kept electing to throw and Chris Jones could not be blocked. So to me, forget Jimmy and anything else to miss throw. That's on you.
I don't think that's lemon booty though.
What is it?
I think it's
lemon coaching.
No, it's just making the wrong call. Or overthinking it. But there's a difference between getting something wrong and having it be lemon booty or you're nervous.
But the situation could lead to the wrong call.
I think we're inferring that though. In those situations, like I don't think.
But if you watch that last drive, Jay, they were gashing him on the ground and got to the 40 before you even thought they were like this thing. It could be over quick.
Well, why? But again, I don't know that. Maybe he was overthinking things, but I don't know that he was overthinking things because it was lemon booty.
Okay, I'm listening to. This is my.
That's
I feel like we're in a
history to me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to give you this.
Well, we're both attorneys.
Okay,
in this, so I'm not the judge.
I could picture my suit. It'd be great, Jay, with a green tie, money.
Okay.
I was listening to Damon Ratto yesterday, and Damon referred to Kyle in the Super Bowl. That lead, he wasn't technically the head coach. but you're calling the pass plays for Ryan to get sacked or something to go wrong and stop the clock and give Brady the ball as opposed to just running it if you were going to go 3 and out and bleed the clock. So is that on Kyle or that not on Kyle because he's not the head coach, but you're the coordinator?
It's on both of them.
So is it okay? I know he's a Niner, but I still look at him through that prism of I'm still the 28-3. You had some questionable play calls.
But it's not the 28-3 is not on him necessarily though. The 28 there were a couple of some of it, sure. Some of it.
Quarterback getting sacked, fumbling the rock. Why are you passing?
Some of it is.
Okay.
Some of it is. 888-957-9570. We'll come back. We got more phone calls coming up here. 5 p.m. emails from your boss, surprise visits from the in-laws, missing soccer cleats. Let Lucky California help you out with some delivery powered by Instacart. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50 using the promo code LUCKYCA10. Place your order at shopluckysupermarkets.com.
Damon and
Jones. Mike Jones.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson, 888-957-9570. We got a couple of calls here. Damon's going to join us as well.
Yeah.
We'll hand it off to Damon and Ratto.
Freaky Friday, Jay.
On a payday Freaky Friday.
Cafeteria waiting.
Yeah, cafeteria's waiting. I can almost taste it.
And I've been clean, so I'm thirsty.
Yeah. You've been clean, so it's time to get dirty.
Yeah, there you go.
you keep it clean so you can also
you gotta feel better about
dirty it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's get TC on the phones here. We also have a special guest going to be joining us here in just a couple of minutes. What's up, TC?
What's up, my brothers? I'll make it real quick. About the Jimmy Garoppolo, the last caller, honestly, if anything, Jimmy owes the team. You know what I mean? Like, everybody wants to say Jimmy about his injury. To me, in my opinion, that comes second half. Jimmy had to go because he didn't work on the things that he needed to work on to be a better quarterback as far as, like, check downing, down the field throwing, putting the ball where it needs to be, other than just throwing over the middle. Like, he didn't work on the things that make him a better quarterback, in my opinion. That's why he has to go. It's not about just, he's injury prone. Yeah, that's second, bro. But he didn't work on the things to be a better quarterback. That's why he has to go.
Thanks for the call, Goo. I'll let you respond to that.
Yeah, I get that. And, nobody ever said, Jimmy was made in the lab or my prototypical type quarterback. But he got the most out of, what he was working with.
All right, let's get to some info here on an awesome contest that's going on in Vegas. And for that, we welcome Derek Stevens to the show. Derek, the CEO of Circa Sports, Circa Resort and Casino. A lot going on here, Derek. We know how much everybody loves Survivor pools. We're getting closer to the NFL season, and you have one that's pretty incredible. Derek, thanks for coming on. Tell us about the Circa Survivor contest.
Yeah, great to talk, guys. We're fired up. We started this up a couple years ago here in Vegas, and this will be our third year. We're guaranteeing $6 million in payout. It could go to one participant, or it could go to a few and gets chopped up. It's $1,000 to enter, and just like you've seen in a lot of other Survivor contests, you just got to pick one game a week. No point spread, and once you've used that team, you've used that team. One of the nuances, though, with the Circuit Survivor is that you have to go a total of 20 weeks. So we have Thanksgiving as its own weekend, and we have Christmas as its own weekend. So last year we had a total of 5 people that went undefeated, and they chopped the $6 million. So we're excited about doing it again here in Vegas.
Wow, Derek, tell the people where they can go to enter.
Yeah, so the way the rules work, in Vegas, you got to come to one of our properties in Las Vegas. So it could be at the Golden Gate Hotel and Casino. It could be at the D Las Vegas. It could be at Circa Las Vegas. And you enter here, and once you enter here, you hire a proxy, and a proxy will put your picks in for you. So you can play from anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. A proxy will be able to put your picks in for you all season long. So the key thing, though, is you have to enter while you're in Las Vegas, and you have up until the Friday of opening weekend to do that.
Wow, that's pretty cool. And Derek, explain. There's something new for this season as far as people maybe being able to enter more than once. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you can enter a total of 6 entries per person. So that's the maximum per person. And like I said, you use a proxy. A lot of people will do it with their buddies, or they get a couple partners, something like that. And last year we had a record 4,100 entries. This year we're guaranteed $6 million. So we think that's going to grow, and we're pretty excited for a Circa Survivor to do that, to grow.
Derek, great stuff, my man. We really appreciate it. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you again here soon.
Hey, sounds great. Look forward to seeing you guys in Vegas. Thanks.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Derek Stevens here joining us on 95.7 The Game. Very
Dude,
cool.
That's big. And Thanksgiving and Christmas are their own weekend.
That's where it gets hard. I know you're saving Dallas for Thanksgiving, right?
I'm betting whoever they're playing. I'm betting with the other team.
Come on, Goo.
And I should know who they're playing.
Who the Cowboys have? I actually don't off the top of my head.
This is how down and
They're playing Washington?
Yeah, that's it.
Is it Washington
Yep.
this year? Because it was the Raiders last year, right?
Or
was that 2
the
years
game
ago?
Dak couldn't score at the end?
Oh, was this last year? Yeah, the Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders.
Yeah, they lost to the Raiders. It's part of the Raiders. Listen to me laughing like it's fun. That ain't fun. I'm sorry, Goo.
It's the Giants. The New York Football Giants.
That kind of sucks.
They just, man. Can you believe Eli beat
Give me the
Brady
Eagles
twice?
Why the Giants?
I don't know.
I mean, it ain't 2007.
Wow, Eli Manning on line one. Speaking of which, he beat Brady twice.
He did.
In the biggest game, but yet people look at him like howdy doody.
He also beat Tony Romo once to get there.
Oh, remember? Patrick Creighton dropped the pass.
Let's get Carlito in Alameda, 888-957-9570. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen. Happy Payday Friday. So I'm going to get into this 49er. The face of the franchise is unequivocally Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
That's how big his system is.
Wow.
And I want to give a shout-out to Steiny. He's probably in a boat somewhere drinking one of those Ling Ling beers. Thank you, guys.
You think Steiny's on the canoe?
Yeah, I don't know that he's on the canoe, but I have seen...
He's sending you pictures?
No. It was on the IG.
Why do I take it
was on
personal?
the IG.
But
No.
still. Oh, he posted something on his IG.
Yeah, he posted, I think, yeah.
Can you mute people on IG? I think he's got me muted.
Yes, you can.
I'm taking stuff
What do you
personal.
mean he's got you muted?
Because I ain't seeing none of this stuff,
Well,
but I
that-
follow 9 million people.
Well, no.
That's my problem.
If you mute somebody, then you don't see them.
Yeah, so if
Not
he
the other
posts
way
something,
around.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
Yeah. He would. So if he muted you, that would mean he doesn't want to see.
I'm not an insecure
you at the
person.
gym
Yeah.
or.
No, you're saying I do it too much.
You
no, I've been in the
maybe your
lab.
selfie at your sweet Cowboys
I put the phone
lid.
down. I put the phone down.
Yeah, Evan, you got something? No. All right, I thought Evan.
Oh no, I was gonna say Steiny he's been a little more active on Instagram lately.
he has
since
been.
he got back into the social media game.
See, I meant like.
Yeah.
Is it a selfie or what?
No, it wasn't a
For
selfie.
shizzle.
It was. I think it was his
He's got some
daughter.
new
I
glasses.
think it was something with his daughter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, look, it's Steiny.
Yeah. It wasn't like him and his daughter, but it was something with.
Yeah.
Like
family.
Yeah, it's like it's family time,
I
and
gotcha.
she was kind of doing her own thing out in the middle of the.
I took a selfie today.
Guru, did you feel betrayed that you didn't know that Steinmetz had his own island?
Yeah, that we'll talk about. I'm waiting for him to get back. So I can't believe that. I pictured him in a tent with the little hash browns on the the little skillet, Jay, like we used to do it, thug it out.
I like that.
Using leaves for toilet paper.
I like that. I don't know about that.
Well, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Sometimes
Jay.
like that. Yeah. Well, I like the food part. I don't know about the rest of it. I might.
Dude, my dad told me to do. I was like, what? Yeah.
Yeah. Your guy might need at least a porta potty and some wipes.
I get you.
No
it ain't
joke.
for everybody.
Leroy. What's up, Leroy? Different Leroy. What's going on, Leroy? Santa Clarita.
Well,
what's going on, Leroy?
Hi.
Hi, Leroy. All right, Leroy. Yeah, Leroy. I think
We got a Santa Rita jail. That's in
yeah,
Dublin.
no, Santa Clarita's down in Southern
Clarita.
California.
Okay, yeah.
Southern California, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
But
thinking.
I think he was. I think Leroy was going to run some material.
Yeah, well, that might have been the material. I was day drinking.
Yeah, I think there was something coming.
What do you want to talk to Damon about?
Gabe
Face
Kapler.
of the Niners.
Gabe
All right, we'll
Kapler,
do both.
Face
We got to
of the
be quick.
Yeah, Gabe
Well, I'm
Kapler.
out because I can't do anything. Well,
Face of the Niners.
my wife would say otherwise.
You
but-
never answered am I a bad person for not watching the Raider Jags game.
No, I was
last
just a
night.
bit disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, what did you do?
I had the baseball.
Then I'm not mad.
I
You were still in the
I had the
lab.
mix channel
Okay.
on.
All right, all right.
I was on the computer.
All right.
I was kind of going through some financials.
You know what I've added to
Setting the
my
table.
lab is I got 2 laptops. I'd take one from the kid, and now I got 5 screens.
I
And
like
don't
it.
sleep on the picture quality on the laptops when they're
No,
fully
it's good.
charged.
No, it's good now for sure. It's good. iPad.
I think it's too much.
I don't do the laptop usually. I don't usually ever watch anything on the laptop.
Yeah.
I keep that for Twitter. I keep a phone usually for Twitter or IG.
Yeah.
But I run the 3. Yeah, I run the 3. I got the 3.
I seen your lab.
I got the 3 in the iPad and all of that going.
Did
So,
you
yeah,
see my selfie I took this morning on IG?
I did. It was you were showing off the hat, right?
Yeah, and the glasses.
Yeah. Oh, I missed the glasses.
And my mustache.
I wasn't.
There's a lot of
There's a
stuff.
lot. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. So okay, well that's
Lady,
one
I need
thing.
help, man. Help me.
What's up with this Deshaun Watson deal, man? Like, how did it get to this point? I know you and Larry probably talked a little bit about it earlier in the week.
I'm gonna tell you this. Okay, if they wanted it over, I thought they would just take what the judge was going to hand down, and she had her own math, and I guess they didn't like the number of games, but it wasn't. I figured out, and we'll go over it with Damon. I think it's about money. The fact that this dude didn't lose any bread. And I think that's what we're going to see. But what's killing me about this is I thought Goodell was going to take it from here. We got another random name. I forget the guy's name that is going to oversee this. But, JD, I expect him to get a year and a fine in the millions.
How? That's
all that's left.
And then he's maintaining that he should be completely clear. Like, it's crazy. You've got the two ends of the spectrum, man. You've got the NFL wanting a year plus, the league wanting a year plus. Like, they don't think it was strict enough. Yeah. Plus money, to your point. Yeah. And then you've got Deshaun who's saying, no, the 6 is too much. I don't even want the 6. Nothing happened in essence.
But the NFLPA said, then Deshaun should
that
know
they would
this.
accept the 6.
Yeah, so you could feel that way. You voiced it, but I'd be like, less is more. You got off. People say you got off twice, no criminal charges. Just let it alone. But let me just throw this at you. Brittany Griner.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's coming home soon. And the reason I think she's coming home soon
Hope so.
is they needed this part of the process, to where the whole thing in court played out to where they gave her years. And now they're going to do a swap. Because I said it months ago on the changeover.
In what world do you get 9 years for that?
In their world.
What is...
Yeah, in their world. And we got old heads, some in my family that, she shouldn't have had this or that. Really? That does not equate to 9 years, but it is what it is. And I don't know why, Jay. I think she's coming home soon.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, I
could you imagine if that were LeBron? What am I saying about the country we live in? If that were Steph or LeBron or Tom Brady, they would have been home months ago.
Months ago, for sure. And that's brutal. And it's just brutal.
And I wonder if
I can't even believe that's going on.
If it was Amy Dash who said the next part of this process, if it were to get there, JD, she would be moved to a different prison with more brutal conditions. And that sat with me like, okay, now what are you talking about, more brutal conditions? Now they need to get this done fast, quick, in a hurry.
They do need to get it done. There's no question about it. I know it's complicated, and there's a lot of, they're basically holding her hostage.
But these are two countries that don't like each other, Jay.
That's exactly where we're at with it, unfortunately. But I can't tell you how many times that pops into my head, or it kind of gets re-put up at the front of the news, and I think, how the hell is this happening? Like, how the hell is this still going?
It wasn't like this was a trip. She played hoop there for years. So in that sense, you would think, you kind of know what the deal is, Jay. But man, and it was oil.
I know we hadn't talked, just kind of emptying the notebook here. I'm going Steiny style.
I think Damon stood us up.
It's more note cards.
Yeah.
It's more note cards.
Look at you.
Yeah.
I hate the baseball players doing that.
What?
Remember the stuff, taking the card out for the next
well, there's
batter.
so much now.
They weren't doing that in the 80s and 70s.
Well, they also weren't moving.
Pull up because I can't remember because I smoked too much pot.
They also
I don't know where that came from.
I don't know where that come from either. But
wow.
They also weren't moving around like they are now. They weren't moving around for every single.
But
every
how far
single
can
player.
you really go, Jay?
I mean,
JD's up. He's a pull hitter. I mean, it ain't like you going up in the stands.
Well, you've got. I mean, how many different? Basically, 13 position players, right? 13 or 14 on a given day. You got 13 or 14 position players, so you got 14 different defenses.
Wow.
Right? For any hitter that comes up, and I'm sure some of it's even situational. Like, if the bases are loaded or something, like I'm sure they.
This is incredible.
They shade. I mean,
but the optics of it, I hate. I'm like, what's he doing? I'm about to ask an old school guy when he walks in here. What's he doing? What's on that index card? Dude, you're playing the outfield. Come on.
Damon Bruce joining us here.
Damon, just real quick, your thoughts on when you see an outfielder go to the index card. Like, I'm old school. Dave Parker in the rest of the game wasn't doing that.
Write it on the brim of your hat, or at least have it in your hat, or maybe even remember something. That'd be good. I don't mind. Hey, I need crib notes. I need notes.
Wow. And that's how we got on the conversation. Was I said, I've got during a show, I've got some cards that I'll jot some things down. I want to make sure we get to something, or don't forget this or that. I'm sure you have your own. Everybody's got their own system, and then Goo was like, these outfielders need to put the damn card away.
I got to be honest. When I crossed the street, this is years ago. When I crossed the street and I come, I'm at a new station now. For the first 2 weeks, I held this station's phone number on an index card in my hand, so I never said the old number. So, I can't say that I haven't done this.
I'm not mad at you, D. I'm going to ask you this question. We've been going back and forth. If I asked you right now, and we all have different metrics, who is the face of the San Francisco 49ers? And I thought about it. I wanted to go Bosa, but it's got to be Debo. That's my answer. How would you answer that? The face.
Or Kittle.
Well,
the guys in the Kittle. I love Kittle, but
so all three of those guys are solid candidates. But by week 6, it better be Trey Lance.
Bingo.
Bingo. If you got a coach who's the face of your franchise, you're probably not going to the playoffs. You know what I mean? You need a quarterback, and hopefully he's the guy. But Debo right now, Bosa, sure.
Okay.
I think that's
because Bosa's contract is going to blow Debo's out the water. No shade at Debo.
Bosa will wear the crown of highest paid defensive player in football history, and he'll wear it for like 3 weeks, and then someone else will get it.
Yeah, Bosa will get it. He'll wear it like Debo wears the medallion and the chain and the Niner logo.
Is it fair of us to judge Gabe Kapler getting thrown out? Because Jay threw some high heat at him. Like
I was listening. First of all, I'm a listener.
Okay,
you don't have to tell me what was on the show.
Boy.
I was listening to the show, and you know what? When I started to hear his explanation, it didn't sound like he was sticking up for his guy as much as it sounded like he was sticking up for. I'm the chef. You don't talk to my kitchen like that. Wow. Like, it really...
Leave the Garcia. Like, you lost me.
It shouldn't be about you, Gabe.
Okay.
Well,
it shouldn't be about you.
It was a guy that I think is feeling control. Like, what do we always talk about? How much control does he have over anything that the Giants do? Very little, right? And it was almost like, you're not taking this away from me too, ump.
Right. I was glad that he finally showed a little bit of emotion, because that team needs a little emotion shook at it.
Better win these two.
But when I heard the explanation, it was the same like politically correct, wrapped up nonsense that I just don't think translates in a baseball clubhouse.
And he slapped Garcia on the hand, and I was like, Gabe, some people were thinking you were sticking up for him. You don't got to verbalize that you punished him.
Dude, he pushed Kai Correa right in the chest. He gave him the Heisman Trophy. He stiff-armed his own bench coach.
Gabe.
Yeah, I thought that was it could have been a moment, but it wasn't.
Yeah, he missed, I think, an opportunity. And I kind of feel like he was waiting for an opportunity to naturally be able to assert himself in that kind of a manner, and he missed both marks. He missed the mark on defending his player, and he also wasn't arguing a call or anything like that either. It was more... I don't know, man. It just feels like it's kind of slipping away on him a little bit. He's not going anywhere, but he got extended.
Yeah, look, and honestly, when you're looking at this team and everything that's wrong with it, it's not Kapler's fault. Could he stir the pot differently? Maybe. But
it's bigger than him.
How much different does anything taste no matter how he's stirring that pot?
He just doesn't have he doesn't have an answer. He may not be the problem, but he doesn't have the answer.
I would agree with that.
And I'll give you guys this. The microcosm of the Giants season was Farhan the genius, quote unquote, up there with Kruk and Kipe. That was so depressing, and it was nobody's fault. But I just felt like the shine came off of that man. Like, even the questions, and I get it, we're softballs, D, but I was like, this is going to get darker than it is now. And I'm talking about next April, opening day, whoever they play, D.
Yeah, no, they're in trouble. I wanted to work a little positivity into today's Friday show, so I'm going to tease ahead, right? I'm going to tell you what I got.
You're still doing it with Ray, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a 3.
It's going to be an uphill climb. It's going to be an uphill climb. But look, I think I found the one bright spot of the Giants season. It's not much of a bright spot, but it is one bright spot, and it's a bright spot where they need to see a bright spot. So I got that for you heading into a Bay Bridge series that's coming up today.
Mini series, D.
It's a set. It's not even a series. It's a set. We got a 2-gamer. We're going to have Ken Korak coming up in our 3 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to him about what's going on over in Oakland. He's one of the best broadcasters in baseball, and his reverence for Vin Scully. He took a day off of like an actual MLB schedule to fly down to L.A. to listen to Vin Scully on a transistor radio do his last game at Dodger Stadium.
I can't wait to hear this.
So we're going to talk to Ken Korak about that.
I heard Charlie on your show too, Steiner.
He was great.
Yeah.
Come get your whooping. And by the way, if just to let you know that you can never judge a show, if you told me this morning JD and Guru are hosting together, and one guy is going to start singing Tom Petty. Who do you think it's going to be?
Oh, wow, look at
Who
this.
do you think it's going to be? I would have gotten that one wrong.
Before you get out of here, I'm random, #random. I always have a question for Ray every day. And I'm a sports romantic. I'm a romantic at heart. You guys will never know. Pretty Woman is one of my top 5s. Brian's song
top 5 movie all time.
Yeah, for
like,
me.
It's Apocalypse Now, Goodfellas, Pretty Woman gets in there.
The beginning, the middle, the end. And you told me at Ibanez's party when a man should cry. That's between you and me. But Brian's song. If Ray didn't tarnish it, but he didn't have it where that's one of the guys. Is that not one of the greatest movies ever?
It's fantastic.
Okay, that's all.
It's fantastic.
Because I tear up a little bit every time I'm with Billy D, my guy.
It's terrific.
James Caan.
Yeah.
It's terrific. Yeah, but I haven't shed a tear.
Oh, okay, right. We're all different.
But
as a Bears fan, it made me misty as a kid. I
forgot that part, dude. Yeah.
I mean, Guru's still he's shedding a few for Jaquaski Tart not catching that interception still.
I'll tell you
and
this,
he's not even a Niner fan.
Had they went to the Super Bowl, and let's just say they won, you think Jimmy would be the starter? I honestly believe it's a real question.
Yes.
He would have got the Joe Flacco treatment. We'll get 2 more.
Rings change careers.
And wow.
Straight up. Straight up. Rings change perception, careers, confidence levels, all sorts of things. So, yeah, what could have been a career for Jimmy Garoppolo is missed by an overthrow of Sanders in the Super Bowl, by a dropped interception in this year's NFC to last year's NFC. I mean, what could have been, what might have been, is just inches away. They call it a game of inches. There you go.
For Guru and Evan and Sterling, I'm JD.
We'll be listening,
Damon.
D.
Have you lost more weight? You look fantastic.
No, I've not.
You look fantastic.
I've actually put a couple on. I was telling you.
He said 4.
Wearing it well.
Right.
Wearing it well.
Appreciate
You look
it.
fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
right, we'll see you guys. Damon Ratto next here, 95.7 The Game.
The faithful are fired up for Trey Lance.
You know, with his athletic ability, it's really going to make us more dynamic this year.
on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
All right, it is good to have you here. It is a beautiful Friday afternoon ahead of no baseball tonight in the Bay Area. What the hell is that? I hate that. I can have baseball on a Friday night.
Major League Baseball has been doing that for the last several years for a reason that frankly baffles me.
I don't get it. I understand we got to buy days off here and there. Is it still? Are we still married to it's a 162 games in 180 days? Is that still the schedule?
Yeah,
they're still trying to do that.
I mean, it's got a little wiggle room. I think most of the time it's like 182 days, but in general, that's the ballpark in which we're dealing with.
And we don't even get a Bay Bridge series. We get a Bay Bridge set. And by the way...
And let's be honest, before you go any further, this year, be thankful.
That's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. I'll say this. It's, there's not a lot of... there's not a lot of what's going on this season or postseason dreams really left for Giants fans to root for. So a little local rivalry might be the crescendo of both of these two teams' seasons, and we're going to have a couple of games where, honestly, if the Giants don't at the very least get a split, while they're putting Carlos Rodon and Logan Webb on the mound, while the A's are countering with Adam Oller, who's got an ERA over 7.5, and Sunday they're going with TBD. If the Giants don't go in there and win at least one game, if you're looking for the low point of the season, it might not even be in the rearview mirror. That would be it. They cannot afford to go get embarrassed by the A's. And let's face it, the A's are out there looking. This is the A's World Series. This is the Giants World Series at this point. I pretty much think.
Well, I mean, the A's have played well since the All-Star break, so I'm not arguing with your analysis of how the Giants would view it, but the better team is the one in Oakland at this moment.
They're the better team. They're certainly the better watch.
Yeah.
And
yesterday was fabulous.
Dude, the A's did something yesterday that is almost impossible to do. They survived and won a game in which they allowed 7 home runs, 7 solo home runs. Ramon Laureano, he homered. He drove in 4 for the A's. And by the way, I just want to let you know that Ken Korak is coming up today around 3:45. He's set to join us. We might have a thing or two up our sleeve for a little bit later on in the show in terms of guests, but we're working on all that. We have a very inexperienced associate producer, Matt Nahagian. Let's see if he's cut out for afternoon drive. The real question is, maybe not.
No, he's clearly not. But we couldn't get the monkey from the zoo, so we had to take him.
We do have Grandy, so we know that the show's going to sound fabulous today.
Well, at least it'll get out.
Yes, we will hit our brakes. We will get out. And Ray, we're going to get you out of here. Here's what we're going to do for you today. We're not going to get you out of here at 5:54. We're going to get you out of here at 5:53:50. I'm going to give you a 10-second head start on your weekend.
You're not giving that to me.
I'm giving it to you.
The ad load is giving that to me.
I'm giving that to you. I'm going to work the entire day's clock around your 10-second head start on a fabulous Friday. Are you going outside, Lance? Are you going outside, Lance, tonight? Are you going with Gabe Kapler?
No, please. No, if you can do that, why don't you move the clock up now? Now we both get out.
No.
See, you're sucking up to the new dimwit in the other room.
There will be no sucking up to anyone on this program. That has been clearly established. We're going to have a little Warriors talk for you today. We haven't had much about them. We're going to have the Hall of Fame game to talk about. What a great win for the Raiders! Okay, we're not going to take it that far. But all the things that you kind of want to see from a team with a new coach. Raiders fans saw a few of those things last night. We have an awful lot of Kyle Shanahan sound to talk about today. He was speaking at practice. He is Not about any more training camp fights getting in the way. Loves the intensity. Keep that up, boys, but no more fights. Let's see, Ray, did you do your homework last night? Did you either watch the Hall of Fame game or the movie Roadhouse?
I actually did neither, and I'm comfortable with both those choices because you're going to have to talk me into watching one of the worst movies ever by your own description. And even you with a gun in your hand could not make me watch the Hall of Fame game.
It's a glorious movie that borders on comically awful at times. It's just fantastic. We're going to have to get into how a remake. It's like someone's like, hey, so we got the Mona Lisa. Would you like us to repaint the Mona Lisa? The answer to that question is no.
Well, yeah, clearly.
We don't need another Mona Lisa.
But there have been plenty of bad movies in my lifetime. To volunteer for another seems daft to me.
We do have a show brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall since opening their doors in July of 2021. BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit, and you can find out for yourself. Baseball that matters. We have some coming up tonight. Like I said, the Giants nor A's are playing tonight, so they're not part of the baseball that matters. And whether or not they could even qualify for baseball that matters when they are playing is a discussion that we'll be having today. If you're doing a little wild card watching, there is some interesting wild card watching. Not that the Giants are really in this wild card. What is it, 6.5 back now?
Yes.
Yeah. But there is some wild card watching to do tonight because we got Phillies at Nationals. We got Cardinals at Yankees. By the way, the World Series has been played 117 times. The Cardinals and Yankees have combined for 38 of those titles. A third of all championships ever won in baseball will be at Busch Stadium tonight between those two teams. We do have Reds and Brewers because the Brewers and Cardinals are now tied, so one of them is going to win the Central. The other is going to be a wild card participant. And then the big ball of wax in baseball tonight is down in L.A., where the Padres meet the Dodgers for the very first time since the Juan Soto trade. And I got to tell you, it's a hell of a pitching matchup, Manaea versus Gonsolin. And is this the biggest Padres game since they were in the World Series? I mean, does that feel like too much? Because it feels like this is an opportunity for the San Diego Padres to assert themselves into the conversation in a way that they really haven't been in any postseason conversation in a very long time. Well, I think they've won 4 postseason series in the franchise's entire history. So, we'll see what the Padres end up doing, but anything they do...
5, actually.
5, okay.
Because they won 2 the year that they got to the series.
That's right. That's what you used to have to do. Now I think you have to go through like 9 rounds to get there. It's ridiculous. We have an awful lot to get into today. We have elbow pain down in Los Angeles, and it's not a pitcher that's got the elbow pain. It's Matthew Stafford. And Sean McVay was talking about that down at practice today. We have important things to get to in terms of how minutes matter. It's not how old a player is, I think, in the NBA that really matters. It's minutes on body. It's mileage that matters. And this is what's going to make a Draymond Green conversation very interesting for Draymond and Bob Myers to have. Now, on the surface, I think the conversation doesn't really need to even happen if you're Bob Myers with Draymond or Draymond's agent. I think the very first person you go to isn't even Joe Lacob. It's Steph Curry. And if you're Bob Myers, you walk up to Steph Curry and say, how much do you need Draymond Green here to be at your best? And if Steph Curry says, this is not about a friendship, this is not about me trying to take care of one of my guys, this is a basketball matter, and there is no doubt I'm a better basketball player with that guy than I could be with a comparable replacement or without him, then I think Draymond stays. Unless you get that endorsement for Steph Curry, I think Draymond has to stay. It's going to be a huge, huge decision coming up, or a very easy one. It depends on how you look at it. Your opinion about Draymond Green and what he is now and what he will be at the end of a next max contract, should that happen. No matter what you think about it, you're right. Could it absolutely lead to another championship? You're right about that. Could it be an albatross and the worst contract in the NBA at the end of it? Yeah, you're right about that. That is all out there on the table, which makes it a fascinating decision, considering that it would also, when it's said and done, if he were to agree to a max of $138.4 million over 4 years, it costs Joe Lacob about $500 million to keep a guy like Draymond Green around.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is, one, they don't have to make the decision now, and that's the thing to keep in mind, unless Draymond Green decides to force their hand, which I don't think he will.
I don't think he will either.
I think he wants another championship because that only gives him even more leverage. Well, either with the Warriors or with somebody else.
And this is something that could provide a level of fascinating. Can you imagine what Draymond Green looks like in an I'm auditioning for a max contract season? I mean, could you think of a better way to... Not that he needs much poking and prodding to get involved, but what kind of player does Draymond become in a let me show it to you type of year?
I don't think much different, to be honest with you, because everybody compares or makes judgments on him based on the year that he took off when the Warriors won 15 games. But when the games have mattered, he plays hard. But maybe harder than he should for his own longevity. But I don't think that's a complaint. I don't think that's a worry. So him in a walk year will be pretty much what he's been in every other year. I don't think he's all of a sudden going to shoot 10 times a game. I don't think he's going to pitch a fit every time he's taken out. I think he's going to play hard like he always does. So, I mean, while the logic of a guy in his walk year has been essentially immutable since Whitey Herzog coined the term, I think Draymond is one of those guys you don't have to worry about.
I don't think you have to worry about him, but motivation matters to Draymond. Motivation, when it comes from team accomplishment, means something. I think his defensive prowess and his reputation, he protects that dearly. And when it comes to, hey, I'm going to ask for a max contract, I think you're on your best. You're at your best. You make sure that your knife is as sharp as it can possibly be. And that's something that we can count on from him. How much more can you count on it? So we're going to get into a lot of stuff today. We got a good one for you on a Friday afternoon. We got open lines indeed, 888-957-9570, and a ton of things to talk about for sure. Ray, I think I got a bright spot. It took a while. It took a lot of sleuthing to find the bright spot of the San Francisco Giants. We're going to come on back with that in just a moment. We're brought to you by Lucky California. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50 using promo code LUCKYCA10 when you place your order on Instacart. Place your order at shop.luckysupermarkets.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate.
and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Every single thing we do, not just on this show, but on this station, every drop of content can be found on the Odyssey app. Download it today. We're not asking some of you to do that. We're asking all of you to do that. And if all of you do that, I'll stop asking you to do that. Deal?
You're not going to stop asking.
If we had 100% global download, what would the ask be? I mean, newborns
The ask
can't do it.
would to find the guy who's been jimmying the numbers.
No. I think it would just be 100% acceptance. This would be a good thing for you. We'd give you an extra shekel each and every week if that happened.
Let me assure you, we could be watched by people on other planets, and we would not get an extra dime.
Oh, I don't think you understand how this works, Ray.
Oh, I do, because the guy in the other room will see to it.
The more audience your precious face brings in, no, never mind.
The more money they
it's
take.
just not going to happen.
God, yeah.
I have really good news for everyone who likes good things happening to bad people, or bad things happening to bad people. Something just happened to one of the worst people in America. Alex Jones yesterday was dealt a $4.5 million actual jury award for all the harassment he did of the Sandy Hook parents. And today the punitive damages came in. $45 million he owes one Sandy Hook parent. There are two more trials exactly like this coming down his path. The public flogging of that monster is bringing, the word is Schadenfreude in German, and I've got a lot of it right now. The joy I'm having in his misery it's up there. It's really up there.
Well, the greater joy is the way he comported himself at the trial. I mean, he might end up doing 20 years just on contempt charges.
But he perjured the hell out of himself, and his bad lawyer turned over the information that let us know that. That's a mighty fine lawyer.
That's the best.
That is some mighty fine lawyer.
That's a guy who got his lawyer on cable access television.
Seriously, or off a bus stop bench or something like that. So there you go. There's a bright spot. Ray, I have found the other bright spot in the world today, and it's for the Giants, because the Giants, let's face it, not a lot of bright spots, right? It's about as dark as the season has become. You know what I mean? This is bad. Someone says Texas caps punitive damages at $750,000. That's why the trial is in Connecticut. The next two are going to be in Connecticut. Maybe this one is in Texas, but the next two are in Connecticut. I have the one and only bright spot for the Giants. Would you like to guess what it is, Ray?
I can't wait to hear this.
Oh no! Would you like to even fathom a guess as to what the bright spot of the Giants season is? Again,
it doesn't last beyond October 5th.
Is that the last day of the regular season?
Yes.
Yeah. No. There is. I don't think there will be a qualification for postseason play for this team. I'll give you a hint, right? I'll give you a hint. You can hear it off the bat. Joey Bart's getting better. Look, this isn't a huge bright spot, okay? He's hitting .205 with 8 home runs and 16 RBI, but when you look at where he was and what he's doing now and what he's specifically done lately, this is good. This is good. Joey Bart is becoming a major league hitter. Back in April, he started his year hitting .214, and everyone basically looked at that and said, okay, well, it was a really funny spring training, and there's really nowhere to go but up, and that's what Giants fans hoped, and it's probably what the entire Giants organization was hoping, and it was definitely what Joey Bart was hoping for. No,
go hope.
He was really hoping. He was hoping for it. So that was in April. So when hope started growing, everything died for Joey Bart, because in May he hit .093. He was an automatic strikeout. I mean, an automatic out every single time he basically went up to the plate. In June, he only has 5 at-bats because he is sent down. And there's a difference between being sent down for a lot of guys in baseball, and it's totally different, Ray, when you're the number 2 overall pick and like a real future of a franchise, and they're hoping you to be that. And you know, it's not unheard of. Baseball is a really, really tough sport, but it's certainly humbling. It had to be personally and professionally humiliating to him. And at that point, we officially now have a fork in the road for Joey Bart. Like, what path will he take from the fork in the road? Is he going to get better, or is he going to stay the same and it ain't going to work out? A lot of high draft picks do not work out in Major League Baseball. Well, so here he comes, back in July, and he hits .263 in the month of July with 3 home runs, and he's starting to figure things out a little bit. He's still striking out a little bit too often. And then comes August. Now, we are not deep into August. What's today, August 5th? Yeah. Today's August 5th. By the way, show number 201 for just you and me, sweetheart.
Seems like 2001, but go ahead.
You're welcome. August, 5 for 11. That's 455, boys and girls. Now, say it with me. Small sample size. We know that. What's important, though, in that 455 is there's only one strikeout. And I promise you that in an entire career so far, I doubt that there is a single 11 at-bat sequence that you can pluck where he's only had one strikeout in 11 at-bats. In the last 7 days, he's hitting .412 with 2 homers. In the last 30 days, he's hitting .273 with 4 homers and 9 RBI. He is slugging .485, and over that 30-day span, it would be the best month that he's had this season. And things, I think, are starting to look up for him. The rest of the team, the rest of the franchise right now, no, not really. But I think Joey Bart's starting to figure it out, and in a week where we've done nothing but kick the Giants, and rightfully so, square in the groin, there's your bright spot. I think Joey Bart's starting to figure it out a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. He's getting regular at-bats, and I think that teams are not sending their best pitcher out to try to crush the Giants, because the Giants pretty much do it themselves. But the fact is, he had a better July, and really since the All-Star break, he's been a creditable hitter at a position where almost nobody is a credible hitter. So, yeah, it is a small sample size, because half of July and 3 days in August isn't a lot, but it's the first sign that he might be a credible major leaguer.
That's the thing. We needed a sign, right?
Yeah.
We needed one.
Yeah.
And I think we got one. So here's another thing, too, that is, better than you think it would be. Look, he's struggling against lefties. He's hitting .167 against lefties, which for a right-handed power hitter probably isn't what you expected. But 5 of his 8 home runs have come off of southpaws. His home average for the year, guess what Joey Bart's home average is?
Are you making me do that?
No. He's hitting .259, which is almost good enough to, lead the league in such a terrible year for hitters. Against the Dodgers? I mean, what Giant is hitting Dodger pitching at any point in time this year? Guess what Joey Bart's hitting against the Dodgers? And if you're going to be a Giant, you're going to want to play well against the Dodgers. Joey Bart's hitting, and this is the whole year, against the Dodgers, he's hitting .296. Okay. I don't think a lot of people would have put that average close to 300 for him against anyone, against any franchise. So, there you go. That's the bright spot. Thank you very much for listening today. Sports Don't Build Character, They Reveal It. Good night.
Oh, well,
yeah, no, but isn't that amazing? I mean, I sat down today and I had a cup of coffee and I thought.
Then you had 4 more.
Yeah. Microdosing. I'm looking for the one thing that I can say nice about the Giants, because as JD and Guru were discussing, Gabe Kapler's ejection is not the inspirational turn it around moment. It was actually kind of a look at me defending my own integrity moment, not defending his own players. I'm sorry, Gabe Kapler is officially losing me. He really is. He's losing me. I liked him. I was maybe overzealously defending him because there was so much noise coming out of Philadelphia that he didn't know what he was doing, that he was kind of a preening schmo. And then last year he had the kind of success where you can preen as schmoey as you want, and there's no stones to really throw. And I also used to host a show with Gabe Kapler. Didn't do many shows with Gabe Kapler, but when I was doing some weekend stuff on CBS Radio, Gabe Kapler was a frequent guest. And I think we even did a show. He was my co-host for one or two of them. I worked with C.J. Nikowski and John Heyman. And he was a guy that was really nice and good to talk to. And he's a good talker. But he is sort of losing me. I think he's definitely lost his clubhouse. And if yesterday was a let me show you how much I care moment, I think when you look back at it and you listen to the sound, it was more about how he cares about how he was talked to, more than it was about how an umpire, was yelling at a team. And I do know that no manager wants any umpire to say a word to his dugout. Like, I get that. But it wasn't the glorious moment that I thought it might be.
Well, I didn't think it was going to be any kind of moment because Gabe Kapler is doing the same stuff this year that he did last year, only he's doing it with players performing much worse than last year. Last year, you could move from one bullpen pitcher to the next one, have a pretty good chance of success. You don't have that this year. You could expect that a ground ball would be fielded and thrown correctly. You don't get that now. The outfield is a shambolic mess. And they're hitting like 230 as a team. They're like the sixth lowest average in baseball. They still generate runs, but home runs are down. They're not, they're not nearly the dynamic team they were a year ago. So Gabe Kapler, as much as he was overpraised last year, is probably being overcriticized now. I don't think he makes a significant difference. He looks good when everybody's playing well. Doesn't look good when almost nobody's playing well. So whether he got thrown out yesterday or not, But, is he a dynamic speaker in public? Not really, but,
Well,
neither is Bill Belichick.
Well, but he's safe. He's safe. He's measured. He is not disrespectful of reporters. He tries to give you a good question. I also like the fact that he will challenge you if you ask a lousy question. I don't have a problem with that at all.
No.
Can you tell us could you talk about, how did it feel? And there are just way too many Giants beat reporters who approach him with just hushed tones and I got to be honest, there was a lot of Henry Schulman's career that I thought was a little bit house organ-y, shall we say. Henry wanted to make sure that the buffet stayed free for him at the ballpark, but he didn't tiptoe around losses and players. His voice didn't change when he was asking questions, win or lose. We have a whole bunch of people now. Gabe, can you tell us why your team can't even see 4 pitches in an at-bat pretty much across the board? Can you explain that to us just a little bit?
People are driving off the bridge trying to hear you right now.
Can you go ahead and just make it out? Just tell me why. What's all this mousy behavior about? Ask a question. He's a grown man. You're a grown up. You're at work.
A lot of them aren't grown-ups, though.
No, you're right about that.
And in fairness to Henry, he had mostly good teams to cover. He had that one dip at the end of the aughts, and he had that dip after 15.
And I liked Hank.
Yeah.
I did.
No, I thought he put the ball in the fairway pretty consistently. Yeah. The Giants, though, don't really do much for you when they're not good. They're not good and not interesting. And they're particularly uninteresting this year. And, so I don't think Gabe Kapler is the reason for either their manic success a year ago or their dismal failing this year. I think he's just a guy. And if that's not a good enough manager for you, then I get it. I wouldn't make the argument that he is.
But here's the deal. I don't know if you're going to get anything other than just a guy coming out of any dugout these days.
There are a few, but not many. Buck Showalter is not a guy.
Bob
Melvin is not a guy. Aaron Boone may turn out to be a pretty good manager. Now, he's got good players too, but he doesn't screw games up.
He doesn't screw games up, and he battles for his guys and their reputations.
And Dusty Baker is still pretty active. I mean, he has more rope to challenge things and go off script than just about anybody else, because he's at the age now where if James Click wanted to lean on him from upstairs, he'd walk. He doesn't need this that badly. But they leave him alone to manage, and you've seen the success he's had. He's one of 4 teams. He runs one of 4 teams that has a chance to win the World Series. You can't ask for much more than that in early August.
Whether you agree that he's doing a good job or bad job, Tony La Russa, he has some autonomy in that dugout.
Yeah. I mean, again, you hire Tony La Russa, you get Tony La Russa.
Right.
That said, that's another team where they looked pretty good last year. This year, they don't. And people in Chicago are incredibly critical of him.
By the way, I was really hoping for like a fire Tony chant when I was there. I didn't get one. There was not a single fire Tony chant. And the A's were beating him. So
then again, it was the A's, so it was probably a small crowd.
No, it was like 27,000 that night. It was a decent crowd. It was a nice night. It was fireworks night in the south side of Chicago.
Oh, well, that would explain it. They all came for the fireworks. The baseball, just get it over with. We don't care who wins or loses.
It was a crisp game. I'll give everyone involved that. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall with over 400 googly reviews. They've got the highest rating of any BMW dealer. 4.8, baby, out of 5. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. We have booked a visit with Ken Korak, the voice of the A's. He's coming up to talk about a Bay Bridge set. We will talk a little bit about the passing of Vin Scully. We'll talk a little bit about the state of the A's. It's not great, but they're actually playing better baseball since the All-Star break came and went. We have quite a bit to get to. But I want to get back to Kapler for just a second, because here's what he said yesterday after the ejection.
The conversation was essentially, and I didn't articulate myself well at the time, but the conversation was basically that wasn't okay, that behavior wasn't okay, and obviously I took exception to sort of being scolded in front of our dugout about how to approach and address our players, which obviously I have done, our veteran players have done, and I would do no matter what. So we didn't really need any prompting there. I had already gotten Harlan off the field. He was in the dugout, and at that point, things were completely under control. So I took exception to that. No reason for us to have that conversation right there in front of our dugout, and Harlan has been addressed about it, and he understands that the competition between the lines and showing some emotion is totally fine, and you can go right up to the line, but probably cross the line in that situation. Take responsibility for that and move on.
I mean, I don't know why he had to say that his player did anything wrong. I mean, other than the fact that, all the Dodgers needed to do was point to the scoreboard and say, just get in your dugout, you morons. But I don't know why he's saying, my guy,
The conversation was essentially, and I didn't articulate myself well at the time, but the conversation was basically that wasn't okay, that behavior wasn't okay. And
what do you mean that behavior wasn't okay? You got a pitcher showing a little bit of motion after he retired a couple of big outs as far as he's concerned. Looking for a pulse in the Giants clubhouse shouldn't be a task that he does, go about like sheepishly. Hey, here's one guy who's actually fighting. Here's one guy who's got some emotion on his sleeve. There hasn't been any emotion on anyone's sleeve other than Carlos Rodon a couple of starts ago. And, we'll see what he looks like tomorrow.
Let's see who he hits tomorrow.
If he kicks a bat?
Kicks a water cooler, kicks another player, eliminates the middleman.
Gabe Kapler seemed like he was more offended, not at his player getting yelled at, but you don't have the right to yell at my player. Like, it seemed like Gabe missed the mark on that one as far as I'm concerned. Here's what he thought the big problem was.
To me, I don't think it's about the gestures. I think it's more about eye contact and what happens when, two people make eye contact. And, you can read into that any way you want, but in a heated exchange between two competitors, once that kind of deeper, longer eye contact is made, there's bound to be some frustration, and I think that's what happened there. We addressed it.
Eye contact? Eye contact? Really? Is that's the problem? That's what's going to pop guys off now? You're not allowed to look at each other? To me, you can't talk smack without actually looking at someone. If you're doing it while you're looking somewhere else or walking away, that's when it's empty. That's when it's meaningless. Like, watch, Ray. Hey, Ray, I don't like you. I'm looking over in the corner of the studio. Now watch. Ray, I don't like you. Didn't you feel something there?
Well, just that you've said two things I've always known. Oh, by the way, not to interrupt your role, but Texas law capping jury verdicts like this is not $750,000. It's well over $45 million. So,
ta-da!
I mean, they wouldn't have let them put that on him if it was illegal.
Don't believe everything you read on the text line, Ray. Stop looking at the text line, Ray.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. The next time I see that stupid thing will be the first time.
Trey Turner on what went down yesterday at the ballpark.
What did you guys see in the dugout during the thing in the sixth with Garcia?
I mean, we saw him, do the celebration or whatever to Belly, and then I actually didn't see what happened after the end of the inning, but I know him and Mookie were obviously going back and forth, but yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened, but I know,
Did it surprise you or anything like that, just to see him react like that?
Yes and no. I mean, nothing really surprises me anymore, but at the time of the game and the score of the game and the inning, it didn't really, make a lot of sense to a lot of us, I think, but I mean, I guess that's where they're at.
Ouch. Oh, he nailed it. I guess that's all you got left. We sweep you like a kitchen floor. Enjoy your strikeout.
Yeah, I mean, when you're down by 21 and a half games, enjoy your strikeout, but people will take umbrage, and they will point to the scoreboard before they leave the dugout and beat the living hell out of you. There needs to be more of that.
By the way, when we're looking at paths out of this for the Giants, and yesterday I think we all agreed there is no easy path out of this. There is no easy way out of this, and there really is no short-term way out of this, just based on the competition that they're now measuring themselves against in their own division. Again, a division where they've now lost 11 consecutive games to division opponents. Trey Turner is maybe one of the options the Giants could actually have in an upcoming free agent class. Now, why would the Dodgers let him walk? I don't know. What the Giants really have in terms of a path out of this, it's based on lots of money and lots of hope. And I don't know how much the Giants really have in either category. We'll continue to look at that and examine it a little bit later on. But coming up next, a true gentleman of the game, a true gentlemanly voice of the game of baseball, Ken Korak, the voice of the Oakland A's, ahead of the Bay Bridge, not series, but set. We got a two-gamer Saturday, tomorrow night, and then we got a Sunday 1:07 afternoon start. And we're going to talk to Ken Korak about all of it in just a minute here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Go over when the Pirates face the Orioles. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Baltimore is the best run-line team in baseball, cashing in 65% of the time. But with a hot Pirates team in town, the BetQL model likes a different angle. BetQL has Pirates O's over 8.5 as a 5-star best bet. They think this number should be 9.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs,
what are you doing right now? What are you doing?
All I'm asking Gabe to do is to fix this problem. Make it so your team stops doing this. So if I'm Gabe Kapler, I go to the costume store today and I get a clown suit with a clown nose and big floppy shoes and say, here's your uniform today, Luis. That's a clown play. Put on your own makeup.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Now batting, Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with incredibly fast and powerful supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers all the bases, and then some. And strike out billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you safe at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Imagine this, fresh paint for your house, expert help with picking the perfect colors, friendly painters, no mess, no surprises, and no stress. Awesome, right? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting, and it sounds like you're ready for the MB Jesse experience. We still have openings and are offering free color consultations for estimates booked by August 31st. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
The following is a commercial announcement.
There's nothing like hearing the songs you love on local radio with no subscriptions and no monthly fees. But there's a new bill in Congress that could stop the music. If passed, this bill would tax your local radio station simply to play the music you love. Text LOCAL to 52886 and ask Congress to support local radio stations. Help us keep you connected to the music, local news, weather, and traffic that you need each day. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Dr. Christine Moutier.
You know, we have this image that if a person is strong, is accomplished, or whatever the stereotype is, that somehow they'll be immune from a mental health problem, PTSD, or suicide. And the reality is that every single human being is exactly that. We're human, and we all have our physical health, and we all have our mental health.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Looking at Hagian rocking out to his favorite band in there. We don't let fill-in producers make any programming choices. Let's get that correct, Grandy. Thank you very much for tuning in, and boy, do we have a true gentleman to say hello to, the voice of the Oakland A's, Ken Korak. Nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. Ken, it's been a really long time. Thank you so much for joining us here on 95.7 The Game, and let's just start with this. When's the last time you had a Friday night off during a baseball season? It doesn't feel like this happens very often at all.
Well, a scheduled day off for the club, Damon. I've been taking more time off this year, so I can't lie. I've had a couple of Fridays off myself already this year, but it is a little weird to have no baseball in the Bay Area tonight for sure.
So what are you going to do with a Friday night off? I mean, I know you've had some
Ray,
this year, but
ideas?
Are you just going to sit on your couch and drink like you usually do?
Do you have any hot spots that you would frequent? Maybe I could come join you or something like that. I mean,
well, let's not lose all perspective.
Any ideas?
Yeah. The second half of the year, you've gotten to look at some entertaining baseball for a change. Does this in any way change your opinion of what is possible of this team and what a successful season, given all its limitations, would look like?
Well, I think to me, Ray, the rest of the way, you want to kind of get a feel for what's next for the club, and you want to take a look at players that you hope will be building blocks for the future. I mean, obviously, and even the most Pollyannish of people wouldn't expect the A's to jump back in the race, of course, this year, but, I mean, they might be able to finish fourth and pass the Angels, but and that's what we're focused on, and I think that there have been some real good stories. They have one of the best records in the American League since the All-Star break, so I'm impressed with the way they've gone out every day, and they just haven't been concerned with where they are in the standings. The bullpen's been really good, but honestly, I think they're the best players they have in the minor leagues still might be a couple of years away, Ray, so but again, like I said, you want to see some progress during the year, and I think we've seen that recently.
Ken, give us a little bit of a thumbnail sketch of Mark Kotsay, because he's got obviously huge shoes to fill, cleats to fill. Bob Melvin, huge winner at the trade deadline. I guess we'll get to that in just a second. But tell us what your impressions are of Mark Kotsay, the guy and the job you think he's doing with a tough hand that he's been dealt.
Well, I've been really impressed so far, and we knew that going in. As you guys know, he was a big part of the A's teams in around 2005, 6, 7. In fact, the first time he ever went to the postseason as a player was with the A's back in 06 when the A's got to the ALCS. So we had a pretty good idea of what he was like and it established a relationship from then. And you know, being a rookie manager is not easy at all. And then he was hit with the lockout and the delayed start to the season, so that was a hurdle he had to get over. And then, of course, the trades of 4 of the A's top players as well. But I think he has managed all that very well. And it sounds like a cliche, but his mantra has been, let's come out and try to win the game today. And I've been very impressed with the way he's approached that. He's never lost his enthusiasm. The A's coaches work really hard. So if you're around the ball club before a game, you really can't tell whether they're in first place or in last place or what their record is because they're pretty focused day to day.
The voice of the A's, Ken Korak, here on 95.7 The Game. So how did they survive that one yesterday? The A's did something that is almost impossible to do. They won a game in which they allowed 7 home runs. It's try to do that again, I dare you.
I couldn't believe it as I was calling it, and it was happening right before me. And the only thing that was good about all that, as far as the pitching was concerned, is that the Angels only had 2 hits that weren't home runs. And the A's only walked a couple of hitters, so they weren't putting a lot of people on base. And as you guys know, Ray Fosse is going in the A's Hall of Fame on Sunday, and that's going to be a pretty moving ceremony before the game. But Ray always talked about Catfish Hunter and the fact he would give up home runs, and they were solo home runs invariably. So I referenced Ray, I don't know how many times on the broadcast yesterday, but it was pretty strange, guys, to win a game when you give up 7 long balls.
Speaking of the Angels, when you look at that team, are you baffled by them? Are you amused by them? I mean, how is it that a team that has had 2 such extraordinary players has aggressively not achieved for as long as they have?
It's a great question. I don't have the answer to it. And you're right with Trout and Ohtani, but they just haven't been good. They haven't been good for a long time now. And I think a lot of it relates to pitching. The other thing is they've made some questionable moves. They gave a ton of money to Anthony Rendon. Now he's had injuries the last couple of years, and I'm not sure you can blame him for that, but he's out of the lineup for the rest of the year now. And so I'm sure they're looking at it. And, you know, you look at the Angels right now, they're a long ways from contending. And I think they might have even admitted that with the trades that they consummated at the deadline, especially when they dealt their closer. They had just signed Raisel Iglesias to a long-term deal. Now they sent him to Atlanta, and so, you know, I think they're trying to mix and match the rest of the way, but I don't see them honestly, I don't see them contending anytime soon.
Again, the A's won a couple in a row because they survived a 7-home-run onslaught. The day after they survive a start from Shohei Ohtani, Sean Murphy with a 3-run home run that stood as all the runs the A's needed to win that one. How mystified are you, Ken, at Shohei Ohtani and what he does, which is essentially unheard of in our lifetimes?
It's incredible to watch. It's a joy to watch him, and so many of his exploits and his starts, and I guess good and bad, have been linked to games against the A's. He made his first 2 Major League starts were against the A's in 2018. So he is head and shoulders above anything we've ever seen in baseball. So, like I said, it's a joy to watch him, and you just wonder if he's going to have a long career with the Angels, or if after he hits free agency, if he'll say goodbye to Anaheim. You know, the other thing is, you mentioned Sean Murphy. I wanted to mention this because, speaking of being a joy to watch, he is maybe one of the more underrated players in baseball, although he won a Gold Glove a year ago. He is an elite player on both sides of the ball behind the plate, and also offensively. He's hitting .300 for the last 2 months. So if there's one guy the A's can build upon for the future, I think Murphy might be that guy.
How many times have you been asked about where the future home of the A's is going to be, and how many times can you say, I don't have any idea?
Well, you just answered the question for me, Ray. You just did. Because I don't know. I don't think any of us knows right now. I'm hoping it'll be in the Bay Area and in Oakland. I'm a firm believer in the Bay Area being a 2-team market. I'll always believe that, but the honest truth is I just don't know.
Ken Korak here on 95.7 The Game. Like you said, Sean Murphy is, you hope, a fence post for the A's to build upon. Another name or two, because, we see, Frankie Montas. We just saw Sean Manaea, guys that you thought would be in A's uniforms for a very long time, not in A's uniforms anymore, and that is, sadly, something that fans have had to get used to. If you had to go out and buy an A's jersey with Cash American, whose jersey would you buy?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, I've tried to keep it all in perspective. And there's nothing like preordained that I'm going to have a great ball club to broadcast every year. So in the proper context for me anyway is that we have a ball game to do every day. You try to tell the story of the game that day. That doesn't mean that it stings when you lose some of your best players. There's no question about that. But I also reflect on the fact that I've been lucky enough to call 11 different postseasons and 3 no-hitters, including a perfect game. So we deal with that stuff, and then we move on and call the games.
How do you think, or how would you explain, Ken, what happened to hitters and batting averages all across Major League Baseball? I mean, I believe highest qualified hitter is Sean Murphy, carrying a .244 average, which in my lifetime sounded horrible, which in this season is like at the top of the hitting charts. It's just ridiculous.
It's crazy, and baseball is trying to consider what to do next. I think you may see some legislation when it comes to the shifting. I think a lot of it relates to the shifting. I really do. And especially left-handed hitters. And when you see the second baseman playing 30 feet into right field and 3 guys on the right side of second base, I also think the way the game has morphed because it's becoming a reliever's game. And one of the reasons the A's have played so well since the break is they have a really good bullpen, ironically, because their record wouldn't show that. But, they've been asking the relievers to go 3 2/3 or 4 innings, and it hasn't been that unusual to see that for them to win a game. And you're seeing 4 or 5 different guys, left, right. They throw from different angles, different pitches. A.J. Puck threw 1 pitch to Ohtani, and the A's won the game last night. He's hitting 97, 98 with his fastball with a devastating slider. So there are a lot of things right now, I think, that are conspiring against the hitters.
We've got a 2-game, I can't even call it a Bay Bridge series. We've got a Bay Bridge set. First time we've had a 2-game set in this matchup since 2019. You also had 2 of them back in 1997. It's not enough, considering this might be a weekend of this is your bragging rights World Series for both of these fan bases. This isn't enough, Ken.
Is it a series? See, I was trying to figure that out the other day. Like the A's after the break, on the Thursday after the break, had to play a makeup doubleheader against the Tigers, which they split. So they played 2 games in one day. Was that a series? or was that just a doubleheader?
Yeah, just got to call it a doubleheader.
I kind of need some help on that, but yeah, it's going to be fun. Like I said, the Hall of Fame ceremony preceding the game on Sunday, and a lot of the great luminaries, great stars from the past from the Athletics will be there. So, anytime there's great crowds, I'm happy that Giants fans show up. If there's energy in the ballpark, it's a lot of fun for the broadcasters.
Obviously, it is going to be a phenomenal weekend of energy for the Dodgers. You've got the Padres, who just made the huge move, and obviously something huge happened to the Dodgers family. They just didn't lose a family member. They lost a patriarch, and I know, because I've talked to you about your regard for Vin Scully and how you went to, I believe, his final home game in Los Angeles just to sit in the stands and listen on a transistor radio, as someone who has made a living calling baseball games. What did the passing of Vin Scully mean to you?
Well, it's a great question, Damon. I actually went to Vin Scully Day, which was part of the last homestand. I don't believe it was the last game they had, but that was a pretty emotional night. I mean, I could go on and on, but he's taught me so many lessons. And when I was a kid listening to him, and I was 13 when I listened to almost every word of Koufax's perfect game in 1965, and the ninth inning has been regarded as one of the greatest pieces of baseball writing and literature of all time, except he didn't write it. It was all extemporaneous, of course. So I didn't know. You don't intellectualize when you're a kid the lessons that you're learning from someone. You just kind of absorb it. And I really absorbed a lot from Vin, and then getting a chance to meet him and interview him, and I was in awe. It's like, it's like meeting God. He's such a God-revered figure to all of us, but he always handled all that with such an amazing amount of grace. I was so impressed with that, and I think he was as big a role model for how he dealt with his celebrity as because of his brilliant broadcasting.
Well, I know it'll be an emotional day dealing with Ray Fosse Day coming up this weekend. Ken, I know you're the perfect guy to handle it. You are a true gentleman of the game, and it was wonderful to catch up with you today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, you guys. It's great to be with you. Be well.
Really? Drink tonight.
It's going to be at Outside Lands, shirt off, Green Day. Big Green Day guy, I'm sure.
I bet not.
By the way, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
By the way, speaking of music, we will go over some very important closer entrance themes, and we will weigh them against each other, but that's a little bit later on. We've been talking quite a bit of baseball here over our first hour. I know we snuck in a little Draymond. I think we need to get to what is happening around the NFL, because there are things happening around the NFL. May I start real quickly with the Hall of Fame game last night? Ray, just feel free to lay out.
Oh,
I got this one.
I bet you do.
So, I mean, I watched, 4 or 5 drives. That's all I really needed. That's all I really watched. But when it's all said and done, if you are a Raiders fan, you're happy with a 27-11 win. Hall of Fame game, Canton, Ohio. The interesting things that happened. Jared Stidham very much looks like a backup quarterback to Derek Carr. Nick Mullins came into that game. Chase Garbers, Cal's very own Chase Garbers, played football in the NFL last night. Grandy, did you ever think that Chase Garbers would even be allowed anywhere near a preseason game? Because I watched enough Cal football to think to myself, Chase Garbers, probably not an NFL look. I didn't expect that. I really did not expect Chase Garbers out there. Obviously, Grandy's being distracted by this fill-in producer.
Bus station vagrant?
Seriously.
No, I mean, Chase Garbers was, not a bad quarterback.
Yeah, he was.
Well, no, he wasn't a bad quarterback, but Cal has not been good for a while,
right,
and their offense has not been good for a significant while.
It's amazing. So how many guys from Cal reach the league, and how little success Cal has as a college football program.
Yeah, because the guys they have are not surrounded by enough good guys around them. And, it just shows. And Justin Wilcox is not a bad coach.
No.
But, the thin nature of their talent, I mean, they have some exceptional guys, then they have a bunch of ordinary guys. And even in the Pac-12, as depressed as it's been, you don't survive that way, because Oregon's going to have more good guys than you have. SC is going to have more good guys than you have. Washington's going to have more good guys than you have. And even Stanford, which has sort of fallen on some hard times lately, will have more good guys than you do. But if Chase Garber's got a look last night, he's clearly not untalented.
No, of course.
I mean, you may never see him again, but there's Canada in his future.
Look at it this way. If you actually get in the game, you're more than a camp arm. So there you go, Chase Garbers. Kind of an interesting thing that did happen for the Raiders, though. Josh Jacobs, 5 carries, 30 yards. It's a 6-yard average, 2 catches, 14 yards. What's fascinating is that he played. This is a guy that the Raiders just did not pick up an option on. And you don't play starters or players that are regarded as important in early preseason games. And Josh Jacobs being in there meant one of two things. Josh McDaniels really wants to see what he's got in him, or the Raiders don't think very much of him and got him playing Scrabini time, which is a huge fall from grace for a guy who, one, looked pretty damn good his rookie year, but then has regressed big time since.
Yeah, I mean, it's a statement about, you can look okay surrounded by bad talent, but you can't look okay forever. And eventually, you get found out, like happens with everybody.
Now, Raiders' offensive line gave up 5 sacks. That's not good. Jaguars had 5 sacks last night. However, that's not the real offensive line. The good news for that not real offensive line, Raiders ran the ball pretty well, 159 yards, 22 first downs. They dominated time of possession. Yeah!
Are you going to be doing this all season long?
Maybe. I'm just really happy that football's back, Ray. It's going to make the show so much easier.
Maximum
Look, Josh McDaniels has to like those numbers. Only 6 penalties, 0 turnovers. It's a new era.
I'm urging you to stop. No, it's got nothing to do with anything, but those are 2 goals that they have, is that to be more disciplined and to hold on to the ball. Because the Raiders historically allow other teams to gain about 40 yards per game on them in aggregate on penalties alone. And they are cavalier with the ball.
Damon, I really enjoyed that conversation with Ken Korak. One of the few things I've enjoyed it as an A's fan this season, sadly. Thank you for the interview. Oh, you're very, very welcome. Comcast Business text line from the 510.
No, Korak's a pro.
He's a... Like I met, he's a true gentleman of the game. Ken Korak is as nice of a guy as you will ever meet at the ballpark. Again, we're talking football. Do you see what Tim Kawakami wrote about Jimmy Garoppolo? It makes so much sense. So the 49ers and Browns should work out a trade that is just a sliding scale trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. Today, Tim Kawakami mentioned on a podcast, and I think he's totally right on the money with this, Deshaun Watson is about to get more than 6. Will it be a full season? I do not know. But more than 6 is 100% coming his way when it comes to a suspension. So what I want and what Tim Kawakami suggested, I think makes an awful lot of sense here. He says that basically you have 2 teams that need to talk to each other, 2 teams that don't want to lose out on a trade, and Kawakami suggests it feels like both these teams are waiting for circumstances to claim where they could win a possible trade if Jimmy Garoppolo were traded to the Cleveland Browns because of what Deshaun Watson will be facing next. And he basically said it should be a conditional trade. Something real simple and easy. Like if Watson's suspension is 10-plus games and Jimmy starts 10-plus games, the 49ers are looking at a 3rd rounder. If it gets to 12 and Jimmy starts 12 games for Cleveland, then slide it up to a 2nd rounder. Now, if Watson's suspension is less than 10 and they still want someone other than Jacoby Brissett and they were to make a trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, well, that's where the 49ers give a little bit back. And the Garoppolo trade slides back to a 4th or 5th rounder. I got to tell you, when Kawakami hits the bullseye on a pretty good point, I think he hits it. And that, to me, is maybe the most sensible thing I've seen written or heard about Jimmy Garoppolo and any possible trade scenario that could involve the Browns. Make it a sliding scale trade, give an opportunity for both GMs to win it, to lose it, to feel good about it, to not worry about it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think at this point the Browns probably aren't interested, only because they don't know what they're looking at with Watson.
Well, they know it's going to be more than 6.
They don't know that.
Oh, do you not stick your finger up and feel which way the wind is blowing?
You can tell me that all you want. Until it happens, I'm not going to believe it, because I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes to court. And if it goes to court, they can get the additional games put in abeyance until the court case is settled. I think this is going to be a hot mess for a long time. That's what I mean by this. Because I think the union will sue. I think Rusty Hardin will sue. Well, Rusty Hardin will sue just on a whim.
But what are you suing on? Because these are agreed upon, all the hoops that this entire conversation is jumping through have been agreed upon by the NFLPA. Is the NFLPA going to sue over the contract it agreed to?
They can try to sue over the fact that a punishment that had been legally adjudicated is suddenly being changed. And they're going to Let me finish. And they're going to go right to and this is good. You're going to hear a lot of this in the days to come. They're going to go right to the Ben Roethlisberger decision, where he only got 6 games after being accused of rape twice. And they're going to want to know, why is it more for this guy than that guy? And the NFL is going to have to show not only why, but the paperwork that led to that reasoning, which means discovery, which means the NFL that's the thing they want to avoid more than anything. That's why I'm saying nothing is guaranteed yet. Even if the new arbitrator comes out and says it's 12 games or 17 games or 34 games, whatever he says, this is going to get appealed and it's going to go to court.
If I'm the NFL, I'm taking that challenge.
Well, you probably will, but the NFL has shown in a lot of areas of player discipline that they're not very good at it. And I think they would like to avoid that at all possible. That's why they're talking settlement now.
Do you know what the AMTA is? Go ahead and answer yes or no.
No.
The AMTA, Ray, is the American Massage Therapy Association. They have an annual convention. Guess where it is this year?
I'll assume Houston.
Cleveland.
Good call.
How about that? A buddy of mine sent me that. He's like, dude, could you, it just, if you like irony, if you like to laugh just a little, how can you not find it funny that the American Massage Therapy Association had every city in America to choose from, and they chose Cleveland, and that's supposed to go down like in 2 weekends from now. It's the AMTA 2022 National Convention will be held in Cleveland, Ohio, August 25th through 27th, and I can only imagine how many Deshaun Watson jokes will be told there, how his picture is going to be like on the front of the convention, like, don't let this guy in.
And they're home against the Bears on the 27th. So, I know that that's a complete accident because you have to book convention time at least 2 years ahead of time, but it is weird.
It's beautiful. It's just, if you like your life served with some irony, there you go.
Or comedy.
Or tragedy. Whichever way you really want to put it. He's getting a lot more than 6 games, Ray. Write that down. I'll bet you right now.
I'm not betting you. I'm just saying that this is still very open.
And I'm telling you, with conviction, you're wrong.
You could tell me with all the conviction you want. I've just read what lawyers have said who pay attention to this stuff more than I do. They said that we are only in the early stages. I'm going to trust them.
This is beyond lawyers now. This is way beyond lawyers.
Nothing is beyond lawyers.
We got ourselves a show brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority, Endless Sunshine, Coastline, Outdoor Adventures. Do you like those sorts of things? They got a lot of it down in San Diego. You can plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
The faithful have high expectations for the Niners this season.
I think we're going to win 11 games. I think we're going to win a wild card. And I think we're going to go to the NFC Championship and pull it out and be Super Bowl champions.
I think we're going to go playoffs. We'll probably be bounced out of the conference.
Yeah, I think we go to the NFC Championship.
I think we'll make the playoffs. And I think we really have, some really good players, some playmakers on offense. And I think we can make something happen this year.
It's the start of a new era. On 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion victim if you shop low prices for school at Amazon. Hopefully this is helpful. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done, with 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
San Francisco weather tonight, low of 60 with some clouds.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Get your favorites on the free Odyssey app. Listen to local and national news stations, plus your music, sports, and podcasts for free wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So, we've just been told that we've got another guest coming up in just a little bit. He just got off the air down in Los Angeles, ESPN LA. John Ireland will be joining us in a little bit here on 95.7 The Game. Until we get to John, I thought this was pretty interesting, Ray. There was a open letter written to Deshaun Watson. Since we were just talking about Deshaun, I figured this is a place to put this little quick segment. And it was pretty interesting. You'd think that, something from the land, or what is it? Yeah, with the land on demand would just be like fanboy stuff. It's not. It's a really well-written letter saying, Deshaun, you're lucky that Cleveland's crazy about football. How else would you explain the love that fans have shown you at training camp, despite the unsavory details of conduct attributed to you? Sue L. Robinson, the former U.S. District Judge and disciplinary officer in your NFL hearing on personal conduct policy violations, termed your conduct during massage sessions in the Houston area as predatory and more egregious than any before reviewed by the NFL. She concluded that you committed non-violent sexual assault, posed a danger to the safety and well-being of others, and undermined the integrity of the NFL. You're lucky the majority of Cleveland football fans apparently care more about your ability to play quarterback than the 24 or so women who felt victimized by you. I haven't seen a single sign of protest or disrespect to you at Brown's training camp. And you're very lucky that Dee and Haslam were so desperate to bring you here. No team interested in you, not Atlanta, not Carolina, not New Orleans, was willing to go to the extreme extent as the Browns were after 2 Houston area grand jerseys failed to indict you on sexual assault and you became tradable. You're lucky that they gave you $230 million contract, the largest fully guaranteed sum in NFL history. It caused a lot of blowback from other billionaire team owners and league officials who fear their quarterbacks will want something similar. You're lucky that General Manager Andrew Berry and Chief Strategy Officer Paul D. Podesta and Kevin Stefanski didn't talk the Haslams out of this. And apparently the Haslams even went to their daughter, Whitney. She could have killed the deal. She didn't. You're lucky that they believe in you. But that's a paltry penalty. Your 6 games? Come on. So now the NFL is appealing Robinson's disciplinary decision, and it's common knowledge that the NFL wants to throw the book at you. An indefinite suspension with a minimum of 1 year, you would be banished from the Browns facility under that penalty. A loophole in the policy, approved by Players Union, is that they're going to be heard now by Roger Goodell's designee to hear the case, former New Jersey Attorney General Peter C. Harvey, who has expertise in sexual assault crimes. So, Deshaun, you have no chance in this rigged court of the NFL. You're looking at a minimum of a 1-year suspension. That would penalize the Browns unduly, but would penalize you even more. If you're suspended for a year, your five-year contract tolls to 2013, which means it's frozen, and it picks up where the NFL reinstates you. You lose a year of income. You can follow the example of Tom Brady and Ezekiel Elliott and sue the NFL in federal court and possibly get on the field in 2022 with a court injunction, but that would merely delay the inevitable. Brady and Elliott eventually could not overturn their suspensions because the NFL-friendly federal appeals court ruled that the NFL process was collectively bargained, and the players' union, see, there is precedent here. They're going to take Deshaun Watson's case and they're going to throw it the hell out, Ray. They're going to throw it out. They're going to say, you have agreed to the rules that you're now saying are unfair. Beat it. So anyways, what should you do, Deshaun? My advice is simply settle this case on your end. You got a 12-game suspension and a fine of between $8 to $10 million. Pay it. Take the initiative. Pay it. Pay it right now. You're not hurting for cash. You've been paid $10.5 million by the Texans to not play football in 2001. You got a $45 million signing bonus when the Browns signed you. You also got a $27 million signing bonus in September of 2020 when the Texans extended you. You have $80 million cash in hand. If the NFL is to renew this settlement, go ahead. It's not going to happen for you. So just pay it off, take your year, and get back in line. It's basically where this fan letter that you think would have been like, our guy's getting screwed. It didn't go there at all. I thought it was really good.
No, I mean, it's a well thought out letter. It does raise issues that ought to be raised. I do think he got off ridiculously light for this. All I'm saying is when they go to court, the NFL usually ends up settling more than they go the wire. And a settlement could be nearly anything. So that's all I'm saying is we're not near even the midpoint of this yet. But no, I agree that he got away light. I don't think there's any question about that. And to the extent that other owners are angry at Jimmy and Dee Haslam for signing a contract that is incredibly player friendly, one, I'm fine with them doing that because players get screwed on contracts all the time. And the other thing is, the NFL could have rejected the contract. They could have just said, and they have the right to do this too, is this is not in keeping in line with the contract philosophy that the league has. They didn't do that then because they didn't foresee that this could happen. So with that level of blundering in front of them and their history of blundering before this, I still think there's a possibility they could screw this up anyway.
No. It's something to certainly keep an eye on. By the way, all the best 49ers training camp coverage on 95.7 The Game is free for you on the Odyssey app, along with the interviews we do here on Damon and Ratto. Download the Odyssey app today. John Ireland just got off the air 24 minutes ago. I mean, the man has already said all he had to say about sports today, and he's nice enough to come on here on Damon and Ratto. We really appreciate it from ESPN LA and all things sports LA. John Ireland, we really appreciate your time this afternoon. How you doing?
I'm great, guys. How y'all doing?
We're doing very, very well. Thank you so much. What a big game coming up tonight at Dodger Stadium. Did you ever think the San Diego Padres were going to put on their big boy pants quite like they have?
No, and I worked down there before I worked up here. It was a long time ago. It was 20 years ago. But you never think of the Padres as a have. You know, you always thought of them as kind of a have-not. But I think with the splash they made at the trade deadline, they're now one of maybe 5 teams who could win the whole thing. I don't think they'll catch the Dodgers. I think they'll have to do it as a wild card. But if they get Tatis back and their pitching lines up, I think in a series, a 5-game or a 7-game series, they can beat anybody. Don't you guys, with what they've built?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They're not even at full strength yet, and they look scary as hell.
Right, and you know, a lot will depend on when Tatis comes back, but they can throw Darvish, they can throw Snell, they can throw Musgrove. I mean, they're good, and the Dodgers are loaded, but they don't have the pitching, at least right now, the starting pitching that the Padres do. Kershaw went on the injured list today. Walker Buehler may not come back at all. And so if we got into a series with them, I'm not so sure that the Padres, at least from a pitching standpoint, wouldn't have the upper hand. I think it would be really close.
You have at least, you've got your thumb on what passes for the pulse in L.A. Is this a big deal in town, or is there that sort of, well, sure they did something big, but the Padres still aren't us?
Well, I would compare it to, and you guys were right in the middle of this, last year when they lost the division to the Giants, nobody really thought that they were in trouble. Even when they drew the Giants in the playoffs, Dodger fans are kind of arrogant, and I think that they thought, well, we're going to win anyway, and they did. And I think they kind of have the same feeling about the Padres. The Dodger fans look at the Padres as like little brothers that really, don't have it, and they've kind of had the Padres number lately, but I don't. I think that, I think if the Dodger fans aren't taking the Padres seriously, they're making a mistake. I just think the talent on their roster is too deep now. You can't ignore them anymore.
John Ireland, half of Mason in Ireland from 1 to 4 on ESPN Los Angeles. Also, half of the broadcasting team of the Los Angeles Lakers with Michael Thompson. We're very, very partial to one of Michael's sons up here, obviously. The other son keeps on crushing the San Francisco Giants whenever he's playing against them, though. My goodness, what a week, really, the Dodgers just had. I know this goes back further than a week, but they've taken 8 in a row, swept the Giants twice in 2 4-game series, and at the same time had to go through the emotion that rippled through the entire franchise as the patriarch himself, Vin Scully, passed away this week. What has it been like in Los Angeles in the wake of such a titan of a presence finally being silenced?
I don't know, guys, if I can put into words how big of a deal Vin Scully is in Los Angeles. I think if I said that he touched more people through his work than anybody in LA history, I wouldn't be embellishing it. Ray, did you ever meet him? Did you ever get to sit down and talk to him?
Oh, a number of times, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was the best baseball announcer ever, and he could have been a jerk if he wanted to. If he would have acted like a complete arrogant SOB, he could have got away with it because he was that good of a broadcaster. But he was the opposite. He was like, the way he carried himself and the way the city feels about him, this will lend some perspective on it to you guys. Tonight, they're doing a Vin Scully tribute at 6:30. It's now the highest priced Dodger game in the last 3 years to try and get in tonight. The get-in price, just to get into the top level of the stadium, is over $200. And the whole thing, the whole ceremony, is going to be televised on the Dodger Network. It's just that people want to be there to say goodbye to this guy because everybody feels like he was part of their family, even the people that never met him. So he's 94, so this isn't a shock that he passed away. But there's never been a guy, and I worship at the altar of Chick Hearn, who it's funny, Chick died 20 years ago today.
Wow.
Today's the 20th anniversary of Chick's passing. And I always kid people that I grew up going to sportscaster school and I didn't know it. Vin was doing the Dodgers, Dick Enberg was doing the Angels, Chick was doing the Lakers, and Bob Miller was doing the Kings. But because Vin did 162 games a year, and because he did it for 67 years, he's the biggest name on that Mount Rushmore. So tonight's going to be emotional for a lot of people. He was the biggest deal in L.A. In a city of stars, nobody was a bigger star than him.
He was the sound of summer, not just the Dodgers. He sounded like the season of summer. John Ireland with us, like you said, Chick Hearns. Wow, 20 years ago already. Still the Jell-O jiggling. It is wonderful to have you on here, and we'd be crazy to not ask you about what you think the Lakers might look like this upcoming basketball season. I don't know if you got the memo. The Warriors can still play basketball.
Well, obviously, it's funny when we do a game, guys, because I do the games with Michael. There's a TV in front of me and there's a TV in front of Michael, ostensibly so we can watch the game we're doing and watch the replays. But if the Warriors are on, the TV in front of Michael has the Warrior game and the TV in front of me has the Laker game. So I watch about as many Warrior games as I do Laker games, and I love their team. I love their roster. I love the young guys. I think Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman are all going to be a force to be done. I think the Warriors are set up for the next 10 years. But since you asked me about the Lakers, our whole existence depends on how many games LeBron and Anthony Davis play. If those guys play 65 or more games, we can be in the discussion to make a playoff run and maybe give the Warriors a series. If those guys get hurt like they did last year, especially Davis, and they're not available or can't play, then we're looking at more trouble. But if those guys stay healthy, it gives us a chance to beat anybody. In particular, if they're able to get Kyrie out of Brooklyn. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. The more people I talk to, it seems like Kyrie and Durant are going to stay in Brooklyn. And so our team will be different. But as long as we have LeBron and AD healthy, we can play with anybody. But that's a very big if, as you guys know.
John Ireland here on 95.7 The Game. So Darvin Ham is stepping into a situation where I don't know how many levers he can pull other than, like what you just said, a healthy LeBron and Anthony Davis playing as often as possible together. One of the jobs he has to do is selling Russ Westbrook on his new existence. Do you think that he's the right guy to sell that to Westbrook? Is Westbrook's ultra criticism focused on him fair or unfair in your mind?
Well, you're talking to the president of the Russell Westbrook fan club. He's been my favorite player for years in the league. I went to UCLA. He did. He went to high school 2 miles from where I live. I've known him for a really long time, but you'd have to be a liar if you watched that last year and you say anything other than it just didn't fit. And so if it doesn't fit, it's up to Darvin Ham to do it differently. And I don't know if there is a pathway to getting Westbrook to play differently than he plays. He always plays 100 miles an hour with his hair on fire, and I think that's the only way he knows how to play. But if Darvin can get him to be less aggressive, to not shoot threes, to play off the ball, to play defense, it would give Russ a chance to stay and get another shot at this. If Russ doesn't acquiesce and just tries to play like he always does, I think it's going to end badly for him. So it's really up to Westbrook. I think Darvin's laid out a plan that would allow him to succeed with LeBron and AD, but he's not always going to have the ball. He's not going to be able to shoot threes. He's not going to be able to shoot that 17-footer off the backboard that hits the backboard and nothing else. They just don't need him to do that here, and he's got to buy into that. So to answer your question, I think it's more up to Westbrook than it is Darvin. I think Darvin's got a plan. It's just a matter if Russ will agree to follow it. And if he does, I think it could work. If he doesn't, I think it'll end bad.
Is there any level of freak out yet over Matthew Stafford's arm problem?
A little. I just did, at the end of my show, DeMarco Farr, who played for the Rams, won a Super Bowl with him, and is part of our Rams broadcast team, was filling in on the afternoon show, and he said, it's not nothing, but he did have elbow issues last year, and he worked through that and led him to the Super Bowl. So I'm not going to panic yet, but for McVay to come out and say it's abnormal and that they're talking to Tom House and other pitching coaches about his elbow, that's not good. So I have to wait and see. By the way, do you guys agree with me that the Niners would never trade Garoppolo to the Rams? I think they would trade him to the Seahawks because they're no threat, Seattle, to win the title. But I don't think they would trade him to the Rams. Do you?
No. And I also don't think they would trade him to Seattle either, because Seattle, no matter what kind of year they're having, usually beats the 49ers twice, inexplicably. I don't think they would move him in division. And if they were to cut him, I could see, Seattle picking him up for at least, a little interrogation, if nothing else. But I don't think that would happen. I think you're right about that. John Ireland, ESPN Radio down in L.A. Again, he is half of Mason in Ireland, also the radio voice of the Lakers. It's quite a little life you live, man. That's a hell of a... How long are you going to continue talking to Moron Sports Talk radio callers with such a cool gig?
It's a good question, Damon. I don't know how long I can do it. I feel like I'm kind of surfing. I'm on a really good wave, and it's probably going to crash. And as you guys know, in this business, those types of decisions tend to get made for you rather than by you. But it's been a really fun run. It's never boring. As you know, there's a million things to do in LA. So as long as they let me continue to show up and do it, I'll probably ride it until the wave kicks me off.
And I believe that is the official radio mantra for anyone who gets to work behind a microphone. John, thank you so very much for joining us. You just did your own 3-hour show. You're nice enough to come on a little overtime with us. Thanks so much.
My pleasure, guys. Have a great weekend.
John Ireland from down in L.A. here on 95.7 The Game. That's good living. What do you do? Well, I kick it around for 3 hours in the middays, and then I speed on over and do Lakers basketball.
I don't think anybody speeds anywhere on those freeways.
Well, you're right about that. You're right about that.
That said, he has not done a honest day's work in many years.
Have you?
No.
Neither have I.
I was not pointing a finger at him in any way, shape, or form. It just needs to be noted that the hardest thing he has to do in the course of a day is drive.
You're right. And not drive a show either. It's just drive to the game where LeBron pretty much does all the heavy lifting. Well, when he's playing, actually.
Yeah. I'm not sure, though, when he talked about whether the 49ers would trade Garoppolo to the Rams, if that was the only team that asked, I think they might.
What's the comp? What's coming back? Because I know the Rams, do they even have draft picks anymore? Have they traded all of them? I'm not sure.
I think they have some lower round picks that, you could put together some, we'll give you 2/5 for them. And if the option is nothing whatsoever, I think Kyle Shanahan would probably do that.
To trade him to a team that just won the Super Bowl, to trade him to a team that's in the division. By the way, the Rams, in case you didn't see this when you were at work today, there is a little question about Matthew Stafford's elbow. Sean McVay at his press conference said he's got some tendonitis. Basically, he's got tennis elbow. He's got funny little...
He's got arm fatigue.
There it is once again. No, but it's the kind of injury that you would normally associate with a pitching motion, not the quarterbacking throwing motion. Sean McVay.
He feels good. I think when you really look at it, just some of the little intricacies of, trusting to really, uncork some of those throws and let it go. You can see really push the ball down the field to 2-2. So it's really just, being able to have enough time to let this rehab program that we have implemented, are we really seeing the results? But I think he feels stronger. He's feeling better. But, the one thing with Matthew is you got to really pull it out of him, because he's such a competitor. So I've seen things that are encouraging, but I think, Sarah, it'll give us a better idea probably about a week, 2 weeks from now, to really just say, okay, is this getting the results that we want? And then are we going to start, going back to a normal workload, or what does that really look like leading up to September 8th?
And he's saying normal. Can it get back to normal? Today he said the injury, bit abnormal.
It's a little bit abnormal for a quarterback. Some of this stuff is things that, MLB pitchers deal with. And so it is something that, we're kind of learning about on the fly and his feedback and really trying to just figure out, okay, how do we get the best plan in place to try to minimize some of the things that he was having to push through, while also giving him the confidence that, hey, I can really just, let it go, not have to worry about it, play to the best of my ability.
Could you imagine if Jimmy Garoppolo was wearing a Los Angeles Rams uniform and beating the 49ers? You want to talk about how do you make your day longer automatically, Kyle? That'd be a real good way to do it.
If the Rams beat the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo is the reason why, then the 49ers aren't nearly as good as they think they are. Because the drop-off between... a healthy Matthew Stafford and a coming off arm surgery Jimmy Garoppolo,
feels big, but Cooper Kupp could make him look pretty good. That's a Rams team that had Jared Goff take him to a Super Bowl. Don't you think Garoppolo's better than Goff?
Yeah, but that wasn't a team that threw the ball 150 times like they did last year. That's a team that handed the ball off to Todd Gurley 30 times a game. They don't have Todd Gurley anymore, or even an impersonation of him. That's a team that wins by throwing the ball.
You want to do an easy segment here? Jimmy Garoppolo to the Rams, 888-957-9570. Jimmy Garoppolo to the Rams. Yes, hell no, hell yes. Oh, God, what do you think? 888-957-9570.
I apologize in advance for what's about to happen.
Give us a call. Give Ray a segment off. You'd be doing God's work. Could you imagine if Jimmy went... The Rams repeat. Oh, my God. By the way, their schedule's brutal. We're going to talk about that in just a second. We have plenty of Kyle Shanahan sound to talk about today, too, so stick around. Much more coming up here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Follow the Morning Roast on Twitter at Morning Roast 957.
This is the year that the World Series evaporated. All of the equity, all of the goodwill. It was great. It was amazing. We all loved it. And I think now that runway that you get when you win a championship, it's over.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, yeah.
95.7 The Game.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro Football Futures Market, San Francisco 16-1 to win the Pro Football Championship, and his second-year starting quarterback 40-1 to be most valuable player. And if you think that second-year quarterback is going to be good, you'll never get better prices than what they are right now. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Check out the latest lines at betrivers.com. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is a play for fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion victim if you shop low prices for school at Amazon. Hopefully this is helpful. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
Golfers, it's time to tee it up at the Golf Mart with all the hottest brands in golf at the best prices, featuring tailor-made stealth carbon woods and irons. Callaway's Rogue ST collection of woods and irons, Titleist's T-Series irons and Vokey wedges, and Ping's G425 woods and irons. All this and more at the Golf Mart. Swing by and receive a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Start your next summer adventure at Hotel Via, located steps from San Francisco's most exciting pro basketball, baseball, and concert venues. There's no better place to stay to get in on all the action than Hotel Via. Hear the roar of the crowd from the ballpark on our rooftop bar on King Street. Plus, 95.7 The Game listeners receive a 20% discount at HotelViaSF.com using promo code CHAMPS. That's HotelViaSF.com, promo code CHAMPS. Hotel Via, at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and technology.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket, like Luke here.
I'm Luke, and I live outside Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. My favorite thing about cricket is the reliability and simplicity.
There's no hidden fees or charges, no gotcha moments. Every month we get the same consistent bill and know exactly what we're getting. The tagline should be communication simplified.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customers paid for their testimonials. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's. 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 Hey, get out of here, you little stinker. Reese's.
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 Peanut Butter Cups. That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
We are brought to you by Trimark. You can check out Tacolicious right now at 957thegame.com. Trimark. Bask in it. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We have an awful lot to get into. We have an awful lot of time still in the show to get into it. But we were just asked a question by John Ireland down in Los Angeles, which is very naturally and generically spurned a segment that Ray Ratto cannot wait to sink his teeth into. Are you ready, Ray?
I don't have to be ready. I'm watching other people do this one.
Sean McVay talking about a Matthew Stafford elbow can we even call it an injury? I don't know. Is he on a pitch count? This is the first problem that the Rams have actually announced in 3 years, basically. Here's Sean McVay this afternoon.
There were some things that he pushed through last year. We tried some things in the offseason, however you want to look at, some of the different treatments that we had tried. And I don't know that it got different results than what we had hoped, but I think we were hoping that, some of the pain would have been alleviated, and that's really the goal. And so being able to pivot and adjust is kind of what you're seeing, but this isn't something that we're totally caught off guard with. I think going into camp, we knew that we wanted to have a modified approach and a progressive build, but then when you could just really see, I know how tough he is, and when he's really pushing through, could he do it? Yes. Is that the best thing? We didn't think so.
And John Ireland asked the question, is there a world where the 49ers could trade Jimmy Garoppolo to the LA Rams? I really don't think that world exists. I'd be surprised. I just don't think that they're in the business of taking a quarterback who knows Kyle Shanahan's offense very well enough to spill the beans to any division opponent, especially coaches as smart as Pete Carroll or Sean McVay. I don't think it would happen, but do you think it could happen? Would the 49ers trade Jimmy Garoppolo to the Rams if there were really a problem enough with Sean McVay's quarterback where he'd be looking for another? That'd be something else. 888-957-9570. This is Jim, South City. Jim, you're on 95.7 The Game. Would it, could it happen?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
I just want to give you my 2 cents worth. But first, Mr. Damon, I just want to congratulate you on your new I'm ready for some football force. I'm going to be saying that all day long until the first 49er game starts.
Sounds good.
Thank you. On to the Mr. Garoppolo question. First of all, because nobody's going to pick him up. They're all going to wait until we cut him on, the first week of the season. But in a alternate universe, if we could trade him, I say hell yes. Then we can intercept his closed eyes, lame duck interceptions of the game and win out. Heck yeah. And can you imagine our defense going after him when he can't run out of the way of his own shadow? We'll sack him 10 times a game. Bring it on. Garoppolo to the Rams. Yes.
All right. So hold on. I'm going to keep score here. Thank you very much, Jim. Jimmy as Ram. Jimmy not Ram are my 2 categories. Jimmy is Ram, 1 vote. There we go. Unafraid. Here's John in San Rafael. John, what do you think? Jimmy as a Ram? Jimmy not as a Ram?
Bringing me on.
Yeah, I would think the way Jimmy G has been so maligned over the last 3 years, fairly or unfairly, you think the majority of people are going to want to support a trade to the Rams so they can come up short. I like the guy. I'm going to miss him when he's gone. But I'll go ahead and say, yeah, trade him to the Rams.
There you go. John, another vote. Look at that. There's no doubt that Kyle Shanahan and that team hold Jimmy in higher regard than the general public does. There's no doubt in my mind. As they should. He's done everything that they could have possibly asked him to do other than staying healthy, which you really can't ask any football player to do. You pray, you hope that happens. But Jimmy's shortcomings have never had anything to do with a lean in, him being a leader, or his professionalism. I mean, even the biggest Jimmy hater would have to admit, guy's been a complete and total pro. That's why Kyle Shanahan said this about Jimmy Garoppolo today being around practice.
We have a real good relationship with Jimmy. There's no secret here of what the situation is. I think he fully understands the situation. We fully understand the situation. So we make the best of it. And Jimmy's out there. He's feeling better and better each day. I still see him. We have a real good relationship with Jimmy, and he's done some really good things here. So fans getting pumped with him, and our players still loving seeing him. That doesn't surprise me at all.
By the way, though, Jimmy knows that there is no love between them officially, and that's why maybe this is part of the reason why what I think is the unthinkable, but a reason why the unthinkable could happen is because when it comes to all meetings and installs and everything this year, Jimmy has not been in them.
Yes, I think you have to report, with the rules of the NFL today and stuff. You have to report. So we made it the best for both. If Jimmy wanted to be in every single meeting and wanted to do everything, for sure we would let him. I would guess that isn't what he would want totally. And when we asked him, that was accurate. He didn't totally want that. So he's just trying to get his body ready for hopefully the next situation he goes into.
So he's not even doing the chalk talks. Do you think that has anything to do with the hypothetical scenario we are throwing out to the callers right now?
No, I don't, because I think most of what the 49ers do, they will reveal on tape between whatever they do, before they play the Rams this year and what the Rams have seen from them in the past. I don't think there are that many secrets. And I think the secrets that are there, most good coaches can figure out pretty quickly. So I don't think it's a huge issue one way or the other. Do I think the 49ers would prefer to trade him out of the division or even out of the conference? Yeah, I suppose. But if the Rams are the only place that shows interest, I don't see any reason that would keep them from doing this.
Art in San Jose. Art, you're on 95.7 The Game. Jimmy is a Ram, Jimmy not as a Ram. How you voting?
Afternoon, gentlemen. Hell no. No. Can you imagine a world, just paint a picture, imagine a world where annoying Sean McVay and Aaron Donald and ex-lover Jimmy G comes into the Levi Stadium and knocks us out of the championship game, goes to the Super Bowl and makes all the big throws he missed with us? Oh my God. San Francisco would burn themselves to the ground.
It sounds like a definitive no. Thank you very much, Art. Outstanding. The amount of things that would have to happen, the amount of data points that would have to come together for that scenario to go down are, a massive long shot. But he is right. Should that happen? How does Jed York go over to Kyle Shanahan and say, we got this right. Thank God you convinced me to get out of the Jimmy Garoppolo business because, every single year he's ever been healthy, he's gone to the Super Bowl, the NFC title game at the very least.
I will still tell you that it's not likely that the Rams would win that game because Jimmy Garoppolo all of a sudden turned into golden age Brett Favre, but that the Rams defense would do what the Rams defense has been doing the last several years. So the only way the caller's nightmare scenario happens is if Jimmy Garoppolo throws for 400 yards. And that seems highly unlikely. If the Rams beat the 49ers, it's going to look a lot like the conference final game in which the 49ers couldn't score when they needed to because the Rams defense turned stout because Aaron Donald eats human beings.
He does. By the way, if you're having trouble in the middle of your offensive line, boy, isn't that a story that Aaron Donald wants to pick up and read about?
I bet he is untroubled by that because it just means he gets to the pocket a nanosecond faster than he would against a good offensive line because he's that guy.
He does wreck games for a living. What do you do for a living? I wreck football games. My name's Aaron. This is Eric in Napa. Eric, Jimmy is a Ram, Jimmy not as a Ram. Yes or no?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me on. I'm on the complete opposite spectrum as are. Hell yes, I would do it any day, anytime, as long as the Rams are interested. Definitely don't think it happens. Jimmy has been a class act, super professional, but just imagine how hungry Nick Bosa would be if Jimmy G would be a quarterback for the Rams. He would be sacking them all day long. Jimmy G struggled against the Rams a little bit in the previous season, so just imagine if Nick Bosa's after him. Kyle Shanahan knows his weaknesses. Our defense knows his weaknesses. We would be in a great place if Jimmy went to the Rams. Definitely win two of those season games, and then if we see him in the playoffs, easy money for the 49ers, especially with Shanahan knowing all his weaknesses.
Dropping easy money. I mean, there would be a lot of institutional knowledge going in both directions. There's no doubt about that. Eric, thank you for the call. By the way, we are tracking this on Twitter as well. Do you care if Jimmy got traded to the Rams? No, coming in at 72%. And I would say it's coming in at 75% here on our unofficial Let's Talk to the Callers poll. We got 3 for sure. Jimmy could be a Ram. 1, hell no, don't do that. This is George of the Jungle. Oh, my goodness. George, thank you very much for the call. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you think?
Gentlemen, it's a beautiful day, and I think we've gone up to 80%. I really like Jimmy, but, you know, he can't beat us. He can win with us, but he can't beat us. So I would say send him away, get 3 first-round picks back, no matter how you have to.
Well, here's the thing. For 3 first-round picks, I'll trade Jimmy anywhere. I mean, if you're giving 3 first-round picks for Jimmy Garoppolo, yes, you do that deal at the speed of light. You'd be lucky to get a 5th rounder for Jimmy, you would think. Thank you very much, George. But there it is, as scientific a experiment has ever been run. 4 for, yeah, sure, go ahead. Deal him to the Rams. 1, hell no. I'm still on the side of hell no. I really am. I would say this, though. God, have you seen the Rams schedule? It's about as brutal a schedule a reigning Super Bowl champ has had in a long time. The Rams not only, of course, play the NFC West, which is thick and nasty. They play the AFC West, which is maybe the only division in football that you can even say is thicker and nastier than the NFC West, just by looking at it before we played it down yet. The Rams play the NFC West, the AFC West, Buffalo, Tampa, and they got a trip to Green Bay in December. That's a murderer's row of scheduling football games coming up for the LA Rams. By the way, welcome, boys and girls, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
So, you know, it's funny how negative people have been about the Niners. Like the last decade of Niners football has been bad, right?
For the most part, yes, it has.
For the most part, yes, it has. The 49ers have also had a level of, well, I guess in their eyes, because none of them got attached to a Lombardi trophy, the Niners have had a level of failure that most franchises would kill to have. Without even thinking about it, walk up to anybody on the street who seems in your mind's eye to be a 49ers fan and ask, how many times do you think the San Francisco 49ers have been to the NFC title game in the last 11 years? I wonder what their answer would be. They've been there 5 times. 5 NFC title game appearances in 11 years, and everyone agrees it's not been a satisfying decade. That's something else, right?
It's because their down years have been so hideous, but
they really have been. But you had the huge bottoming out in between 3 straight appearances in the Harbaugh era And they've been to 2 of the last 3 NFC title games in the Kyle Shanahan era. Like, that is a level of failure that the Tennessee Titans would sell their mothers to have, that the New York Jets would sell their parents to have. So, even when things are bad, I guess you could make the argument it's still been pretty good. Coach in Los Altos, thanks for the call, Coach. You're on 95.7 The Game. We will continue to leave the poll open as long as we got voters. What do you think of Jimmy to the Rams, yes or no?
Absolutely not. So first of all, your comment about would other teams kill for our level of quote unquote ineptitude? The answer is yes. Like 5 out of the last 11. I mean, and Jimmy took us to two in the last 3, I think. And yeah, we didn't win the big dance, but no, I don't want him going to LA. I don't want anybody I don't want to see in a Ram uniform. I mean, I'd like him to go to the Giants or and I heard the Giants were talking to him, the New York Giants, but I don't want to see him every time. I don't want that grudge match. I don't want to crush the guy. Like I'm a Jimmy G fan. I love Trey, but yeah, I don't want him going to the Rams. Rams are disgusting. So yeah, so the answer is a big fat no.
All right, we will score you a no, which closes the gap 4-3. Brian, yes.
In the last 10 years, the 49ers are 77-83-1, which when you consider that they've been in 4 conference titles because the decade starts in 2012.
Right.
That seems like an odd number for a team that's gone that deep in the playoffs that many times to have a losing record for the decade.
It's peaks and valleys. There is no plateau for the Niners. Yeah. They're either living somewhere near the top of the mountain or they're, exploring the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Yeah, I mean, and they're only 35 games ahead of the Jaguars in that time.
I'm going to miss Urban Meyer, aren't you?
No, just because he did everything he could do in less than a year. I don't know what he has left to amuse us with.
Whose hands would have to be down his pants, or whose pants would his hands have to be down for things to get worse? Maybe Deshaun Watson.
Princess Margaret.
This is Brian in San Jose. Brian, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to go with no on the Jimmy to LA thing. I heard somewhere, though, isn't there a scenario where the Niners just hold him and then they end up with some sort of compensatory pick at the end of the season? I know that's not realistic, paying him to be a backup, but is that thing? Am I just totally wrong with that?
I don't know, Brian. I'm not going to call you wrong when I don't really know, but I don't think there is a scenario where you cut a player and then get a compensatory pick. Ray, you got anything? I don't think that happens.
Yeah, I'm not NFL procedure guy. That's what Grandy's job is for. In fact, let's call Lucas at home and ask him.
Lucas, what's a compensatory pick for Garoppolo if they're... No. Lucas, God, I hope you're not listening.
Oh, in a completely unrelated note, please. Dusty Baker has tested positive for COVID.
Good luck, Dusty. Good luck, Dusty. We like him very, very much. Hopefully,
he's at the age where that can be worrisome.
He is, but hopefully he's taken all the rational, science-based measures to basically render this strain of COVID as, at worst, flu-like symptoms. At best, you had the sniffles for a little while. By the way, I did have it. Remember how I told you, maybe I can lose some weight because my smell and my taste hasn't come back? I had a brownie last night, right? It was freaking delicious. So I'm healthy again, and I'm as fat as I've ever been.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. This is Dave, Walnut Creek. Dave, we are 4 votes yes for Jimmy as a Ram. We are now 4 votes no for Garoppolo as a Ram. Are you going to break this tie here? What do you got?
Hey, how we doing? Hey, Davey here in the Bay Area, Walnut Creek. I'm not going to lie to you, born and raised in the Bay Area, but Rams fan here. I'm in favor of Jimmy G going to the Rams. We've had some big troubles with him every year we face him when he's been on the Niners, he puts up a good fight against us, and whenever he's not on the field, we have big success. So if Stafford were to go down, I'd love to have a salty vet like Jimmy G come on in, give us some good veteran experience in our huddle, and kind of give us some of that winning luck that he has against us every time we play him. But we have him come on our team and bring that in our huddle rather than against us.
All right, so an LA Rams fan is for it happening. We now have Jimmy to the Rams 5-4 in our totally scientific, certainly came right out of a lab experiment that we're running right now. By the way, let me just look at the depth chart. Let's say Matthew Stafford, this elbow problem turns into something that does become serious. Without looking, can you tell me who the backup quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams is?
It's a McCown almost certainly, and if it's not a McCown, it's Josh Johnson.
It's not. But by the way, outstanding guesses. John Wolford.
That's right.
Third season out of Wake Forest. Last year, he threw for 5 yards, which is only 4 more yards than he had interceptions. He had a 5-yard, 1 interception season with a QBR of 0.1.
Let's call John Ireland back and see if he knows who the third and fourth string quarterbacks are. I'm betting hard cash he doesn't.
Grandy was in my ear. What was your question? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying let's call John Ireland back and ask if he knows who the quarterbacks behind John Wolford are. Because I'm betting hard cash he doesn't.
No.
I'm betting hard cash that Sean McVay doesn't.
By the way, so I'm looking at their names right now. I've got the depth chart open, and it's rare that a quarterback gets to football, gets to the NFL, and I can honestly tell you that, I've never heard of that guy. Because I do watch college football more than I should. Bryce Perkins from Virginia, Ray, of course. The Virginia Cavalier, of course, that you talk so strongly about. He is in his second year, and then it is everyone's favorite Texas A&M Commerce quarterback. He's 6'3", Louis Perez,
and he's 27.
It's the sweet spot. So he's ready to enter his prime, is what you're saying.
You'll have to define prime here for me.
Oh, man. So we are at 5-4. This is DJ in San Jose. DJ, what do you got?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show. So I'm a little bit of a push, if you will. So here's the thing. If you can get contextual value for Jimmy, you absolutely have to move him. Absolutely. It doesn't matter where it is. In Seattle, L.A., pick a spot. But if you can't, then absolutely not. Why would you give it away? Why would you just, for a 7th-round pick of nothing, oh, yeah, sure, go ahead and let us do that. I'm a Jimmy guy. I am a Jimmy guy for sure. He's been great on the team. Everything everyone says about him when he's been healthy, which is the active question, is absolutely true. But he's a winner, and I wouldn't want to give it away, but if we can get value for it, then make the deal.
So, John, you initially opened with a position of push. May I count you as a yes? If the deal were to be right, can I count you as a yes?
3rd round and above, absolutely. 4th round is still in the middle. 5th round and below is no.
There we go. A little bit of a sliding scale. DJ, thank you very much.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
Remember those good old days?
I hated them then. I hate them now.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
The poll update. You can't say poll update is in your box, by the way, but thank you very much, Grandy. 70% would not care if they traded him to the Rams. 30% say they would care. Again, we're now, let's call it 5.5, 6 if the deal were right. Again, I want to go back to what Tim Kawakami was talking about today. If Deshaun Watson really does get a year here, if the penalty becomes a lot more severe than 6 games, why not work out a sliding scale trade with the Cleveland Browns? Make it easy on them to say yes. give yourself a little chance, should it work out, a chance to get some decent return. Kawakami suggested, if Deshaun Watson gets suspended 10 or more games and Garoppolo starts 10 or more games, the 49ers get a third rounder. If it's 12 or more, it could slide up to a 2. If Watson's suspension isn't that long, you go ahead and you get Jimmy, you get a 4th or a 5th rounder for him. Now, it makes a lot of sense, and part of this is basically Tim Kawakami saying, hey, if you're going to get Jimmy Garoppolo in to run your offense, it might be important that he know how to run your offense and get your terminology down, which means you might not be able to necessarily wait for a Deshaun Watson decision if it's going to be as muddy as Ray expects it to be. I think it's a lot more cut and dry and could be settled by Monday, actually. But if it does get sticky, how much longer can you wait till you really bring in someone more competent than Jacoby Brissett? Because all of a sudden, if you think, yeah, Brissett can get us through 6 games, do you think you can get him through 17? Interesting stuff. We go to Doc in Danville. Doc, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I say don't trade him to L.A. We have enough problems with L.A. as it is. They get Jimmy. He gets healthy. He's got more gas in the tank. We all know that. He can pull something out. Too risky. Get rid of him out of this area. Get rid of him.
Thank you, Doc. I appreciate it. So that is a no. We're at 6-5. It's closer on the radio than it is at the poll that we're running on Twitter right now. Anyway, I don't want to spend the rest of this entire segment debating something as hypothetical as this, when we actually have Kyle Shanahan talking about what is actually really happening at 49ers camp. And what he's seen enough of, as far as he's concerned, are fights between players. And I guess he came down pretty hard in real time, and he kept up that persona at the press conference today.
Yeah, I love the intensity of it. I don't think you have to fight to be intense, though. I mean, scuffles are scuffles, but then they lead to other stuff. I mean, I think that's why we had a guy in a protocol, because we took an unnecessary shot on someone, which led to the big fight. And then we had a bunch of haymakers and stuff thrown in there, which only break hands. I think our team's pretty tough. I think we're pretty physical. I think if most people probably voted on who was the most physical team on tape last year, I think we'd win most of that. And we didn't get in one fight last year, so I don't think that totally pertains to toughness.
That's a fantastic answer, all things considered, because I think he's right on all of his points. Throwing a punch at someone wearing a helmet is a great way to break a hand, first and foremost. Secondly, no one out here has to prove how tough they are. You're on an NFL practice field. By definition, you are tough. The hit that Marcus Johnson took, a little bit of a cheap shot from Fred Warner, that did make some people pop off. And he is in concussion protocols because of the Fred Warner cheap shot. And Kyle Shanahan talked a little bit on how Warner is allowed to go ahead and, ruffle feathers, but you can't be playing like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I want everyone challenging each other. I mean, I don't care how much crap each other talk. I don't care how close they get to fighting. I mean, they can do whatever they want to get themselves going and being as intense as they want and bring the best out of each other, which happens a lot that way. And it's the same on the field. But once you throw a punch, you get ejected or you get a penalty. And we pride ourselves on, I want people to be irritants. I want people to get as close as they can to all that stuff. I want people to get right on the line where they're about to black out. But you can't black out in football or you cost your team. So, but I love doing that to other people.
But how do you know where the third rail is unless you touch the third rail?
Which is something he doesn't want to see any more third rail exploratory missions in practice.
Yeah. But I think it's always a good thing to have chaos in practice, because it still allows for the fact that sometimes players just get in fights because they get pissed off. It's not that they're trying to prove anything. It's, hey, you pissed me off.
And look, what was Brandon Ayuk guilty of last year? Maybe not practicing hard enough, not caring enough, not playing enough. When the coaches were just looking, he needed a crowd to really start doing his thing. That bothered the 49ers to the point where Brandon Ayuk was in a doghouse for whatever reason at the beginning of last year. Brandon Ayuk is a camp standout this year, and he's feeling frisky, and Kyle Shanahan can't help but notice that the guy who went after Fred Warner is jumping out of practice.
I mean, it started throughout last year. I mean, everyone knows about last year, but as last year went, I mean, he was shocking us by talking at the end of the year, walking up to Jed and just asking him what's going on, and Jed like, oh my God, Ayuk talked to me. Him just walking into my office randomly and just staring at me and saying hi, and then me having to carry the conversation. But he started doing that a ton last year, and it's led into this offseason, which he had as good of an offseason as anybody on our team, and I think he's grown up a lot as a person, I think. But I also think that's expected. You know, you got a guy who went to junior college. I think he had 2 years at ASU, and he comes into the league, which was a COVID year, which you don't learn a lot in, and it's been really fun to get to know him more, and he's doing a hell of a job here.
Here you go. Brandon Ayuk. Like a peacock, finally pluming. Eh?
You got to stop drinking in the car on the way over.
Santana Martinez. Trade Jimmy to the Rams, yes or no?
No. You never trade a player to your own division. Ray, do you remember back in the 80s, 90s when the 49ers traded Carbon Policy, traded Charles Haley to the Dallas Cowboys? And that NFC Championship game, and you know what happened? The Dallas Cowboys went to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl, man.
It's
true. That did happen.
Technically it's true, but they didn't trade Charles Haley as much as they got rid of him because he was in the deepest part of his sort of mental issues. And was now he was intolerable in the locker room. And when you have something like that.
Didn't he actually pee on Carmen Policy?
No.
Like pee on his shoes?
No, the story is that he peed on Tim Harris's car.
Okay.
It may be apocryphal, but given his mental state at the time, it would not have been surprising. And the truth is, they were going to take anything from anybody for that. So that was not something where they really had much of a choice. They had to get him out of the building.
And another element to this, too, and we all know that nobody controls a football game technically more than a quarterback because he's got the ball in his hand so often. Charles Haley goes to Canton with a gold jacket that's waiting for him and a bust. Jimmy Garoppolo needs a ticket just like you and I to get into Canton.
Yeah, but, again, servant to the club, and that should never be forgotten.
He certainly did his job. He did his job to the best of his ability in a year where he, as a starting quarterback, had the right to ruffle feathers. Not once. No peacock's feathers were ruffled. In that moment, right? We're all back to feather
and for
analysis.
everybody who drags out the overthrown pass in the Super Bowl as a reason to not like him, keep in mind that there was a dropped interception last year in the conference final that kept the 49ers from going back to the Super Bowl. So if you want to play the what-if game, you can play it any number of ways.
Right. And I haven't heard anyone accuse Emmanuel Sanders of being a step slow either. It's all Jimmy's fault.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's, I don't know. At this point, I've lost the interest to dig that particular corpse back up. But, for everybody who wants to, spit on the grave before it's been dug, he made the 49ers far better than they had a right to be.
Kyle Shanahan today down in Santa Clara kept on talking about his backfield. Elijah Mitchell, sophomore season in the NFL. What will Kyle Shanahan be asking for and expecting of him?
Elijah is such an efficient runner. I mean, he doesn't mess around at all. He's going downhill. He creates edges on people, and he's trying to go through people every play, which is why we like him so much. When you do that and you're committed to that, sometimes you do leave some yards out there where you could have a little bit of a bigger play. But that's, I think, also why he has such a good yards per carry. But when you go out and you evaluate everything and you watch all the runs that you had, when you get a bunch of them, you do see places you can improve. And he had a couple big runs that could have been bigger. And I think that's what his goal is. He has the 40 to do it. But he runs like he's a 230-pound big back, which is what makes him such a good runner. So it's trying not to lose what has got him here, and then just add other elements to his game that his body's capable of doing.
I fell in love with him last year, and there is a big stable of running back talent this year, no doubt. To me, Elijah Mitchell doing everything he can to make sure that if they're divvying up 32 carries, that he gets at least 18 of them, I think that would serve the 49ers well. I really do, because he is the kind of guy who can lean on you and get better throughout a game for a guy who looks to be a little small, a little bit of a scat back, but he's better than that. He had the best rookie running back year basically in the history of the franchise last year. 49ers have had some really good running backs in their rookie years. Elijah Mitchell was basically better than all of them. Now, if he's going to be better than all of them again this year, it all starts up front. It all starts with blocking. And Kyle Shanahan is talking about rookie offensive lineman Spencer Burford, who was a fourth-round pick, the 134th overall pick of this last draft out of University of Texas San Antonio, looking like a starter.
Spencer he's done a great job. I mean, he's got all the skill set to do it. So it's about getting the reps and getting used to going against our D-line and just doing it down in and down out at this level. But he's got the ability to do it at a high level.
So if Burford is going to be a starter on one side, that leaves it between, Colton McKivitz, Daniel Brunskill, and Aaron Banks, who was such a disappointment last year he didn't dress, being a second-round pick, which ain't good. Things get interesting. And then, is it going to be Jake Brindle as this team's starting center? Might Brunskill? Might Colton McKivitz slide over? Kyle Shanahan talked about, even though his offensive line is getting a little maligned in these training camp practices, they're not looking to add a veteran at this particular time.
Well, very good with the people in our building. And, when you talk about a veteran stuff, which everyone does, that just means, it's always a lot easier when you've seen someone do it for 16 games or 17 games. But no one does do that till you give them the opportunity. We see in practice every day now. We saw it last year that we have guys in our building who are definitely capable of it. Now it's about getting into those games, and we'll try to give them some experience in preseason. But you show it in practice. But our O-line coach says it all the time. You don't know if an O-lineman can play until he gets his ass kicked in a game, because it's going to happen. It's going to happen a lot. And then how do you come back the next week? Are you rattled? Do you kind of hide, or do you rise to the occasion and learn how to deal with it? And that's really, to me, what playing O-line is in the NFL. And you don't know that till you give those guys those opportunities. But you got to believe in what the person's made of. And we got the guys athletically, and I also think we got the character in this room to handle those situations.
So there you go. All the sound today from Kyle Shanahan. We run our unofficial poll here, and I believe are we still at around? We're at a couple hundred votes on the Twitters, and it is 70% would not care if Jimmy Garoppolo were traded to the Rams. 30% would care. We're at 6. Go ahead and trade him, and 6 don't. So it feels like no one knows what to do with Jimmy Garoppolo, which brings us right back to the show that we were doing a year and a half ago.
Oh no, we've been in a hamster wheel to hell on this since I've been here.
How will you get through the miasma of Jimmy Garoppolo?
I'll get through that fine, as long as there's alcohol being sold over the counter.
By the way, quickly, what that caller mentioned a while ago about the compensatory pick, if Jimmy Garoppolo stays a Niner this year, then becomes a free agent and signs elsewhere, that's when the Niners would get a third-round pick back.
Okay. But there's no waiving him and they get a pick.
Correct. He has to be a Niner for the whole year and then sign as a free agent with someone else.
It is clear and evident that he will not be on the roster come week 1. So that ship is pretty much already sailed. Somebody from the Comcast Business text line says, Ray, do you remember when the San Jose Sharks traded a goalie to the Calgary Flames and then lost to him in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Who was that? Habibulin?
Mika Kiprasov.
Oh, Mika Kiprasov. Good pull. Nice.
No, I mean, no, you could trade a guy and get burned by him, but, I think the odds are if you thought that highly of him, you should have kept him.
Done scoring!
Him too.
No.
Haven't been the same since, Ray.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's independent of him.
Haven't been back to the Stanley Cup Finals since. That's all I'm saying. There is no doubt, should Jimmy Garoppolo become a Ram and then go to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl, that would be the low point of a lot of 49ers fans' existences. So hopefully we can just go ahead and avoid that. Meanwhile, the San Francisco Giants are 4 games under 500. They are 6.5 back of the wild card in the National League. They've lost 11 straight National League West games, swept in consecutive 4 games series. It's plural
Series.
I know, I'm just kidding.
No, Siri?
Yeah,
that's the plural of Siri.
I think that's what you talk to your phone about. You seem like the kind of guy who's got Siri turned off.
I've never used it.
Me neither. Believe it or not. Yeah, I got her turned off. Is it a her? Is it a they? It's not a him.
It's a you.
Oh, well, I did hear, though, and I don't know if this is true or not, that Siri's voice was a redigitized voice of Steve Jobs. But there's no way that Steve Jobs recorded an entire encyclopedia worth of answers. So that can't be it. Anyway, yeah, not everything I hear is right. For example, Charles Haley did not pee on Carmen policy.
No, I think something more severe would have happened to him.
Okay. You want a low point in the Giants season? Go ahead and lose your next 2 to Oakland. They don't play tonight, but the Bay Bridge set begins tomorrow. Saturday, it's Carlos Rodon, who is 9-6 with a 3.00 ERA against Adam Aller, who is 1-4 with a 7.68. If Aller beats Rodon, that would be bad. Then, if Logan Webb would turn around the very next day and lose to TBD, it would not be good. It would not be good. And I don't know what the ramifications of it would even be, other than dauber down all around, and then off you go to San Diego to get your brains beaten in by the Padres, who, look, might have Tatis back in somewhere in that Giants series.
Apparently, probably not. He begins a rehab stint, I think, this weekend.
Okay.
And you have up to 20 days to do something about it. But the rehab stint's going to take a little while.
Probably.
So they will probably miss him.
Well, and they're probably just going to, even let's say in his very first game, he's like, hey, Jimmy cracked corn and I don't care. I feel fantastic. They're still going to want to get his back up
he's
to
not
speed.
getting a vote on this.
Yeah. No.
He'll be declared ready when the Padres are ready to declare him ready. Because the only deadline they have is within 20 days. They either have to put him back on the IL or activate him. But that's in 3 weeks.
I did find the one and only bright spot. I shared it earlier on in the show, and I want to come back to it in case you missed it. There is one bright spot for a Giants team that is essentially devoid of bright spots. I mean, what do the Giants have? Their path out of this, the situation that they're in right now, the miasma of it all, is really simple. They need an awful lot of money and an awful lot of hope, and it's all got to come together and intersect in ways that it just isn't going to. Like, for example, let's say Trey Turner and Dansby Swanson both hit the market. I don't know why either Los Angeles or Atlanta would let that happen. Now, maybe you say, hey, they really think it's Gavin Lux time down in L.A., so they're ready to do that and save a little money somewhere. Again, I don't see the Dodgers needing to save money anywhere, but okay. Gavin Lux is their homegrown. Maybe that's the way they want to go. So now Trey Turner's on the market. You 1,000,000,000% have to make sure he's in a Giants uniform. Get that guy signed. Dansby Swanson. Again, why would the incredibly smart and profitable and sneakily, Ray, did you know that the Atlanta Braves are a Major League best 40-15 since June 1st?
Oh, no, they've been the best team in baseball.
You know, while we're all sitting around watching the Dodgers, who I think are the best team in baseball, the Braves are just putting together a monster summer here since June 1st, 40 and 15.
But the reason why nobody's noticed is because they can't make any headway on the Mets. They get to 2.5 and then they fall back again. Like they lost last night, they're 4.5 back again. But tonight they're winning 1,000,000 to nothing after 4 innings. So
tough to be up $1 million and nothing, but there they are.
It's not good pitching.
So
it's 8-1 in the third if you wanted to be pedantic about it.
We didn't. Trey Turner, Dansby Swanson, not only are you probably not getting either, but you need both. Because this upcoming free agent class is full of, well, that guy's old, that's mid to late 30s, that's mid to late 30s. Who's going to overpay on that mid to late 30 player? So these are like two guys who would be young. The other, Aaron Judge, hope and pray, and then back up the Brinks truck on that. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's taking the pinstripes off after he maybe wins a World Series and breaks Roger Maris's team record for home runs this year. I don't think that that's going to happen. But again, this is about praying and hoping and lots of money and praying and hoping. So then maybe Josh Bell or Brandon Drury officially become just a little bit too expensive for 22nd media market San Diego to keep around, especially if they're going to be in the Juan Soto gets a $500 million business. So again, you get a hope and pray on that. And then the ultimate hope and pray. Do you know what that is, Ray? The ultimate hope and pray for the Giants, because we agree they need star power. They need box office. They got to fill that ballpark. The ultimate hope and pray for the Giants is this: that the Angels don't have the guts to trade Ohtani this winter or next July, and he actually hits free agency. At which point you turn around and say, Shohei, we want to give you the first $550 million contract in the history of baseball.
Oh, no, if they have a line on anybody, they know they have to overpay. I mean, that's the thing. And you're right. Ohtani would be an overpay. But the only way to get back into the good graces of free agents is to sign a huge one. And we have a living example with the Warriors in Andre Iguodala. He broke a lot of people's feelings about this team when he signed with them back in 2014. I mean, he just changed the nature of how the Warriors are viewed by other players.
I wonder if a baseball player taking a sum of money that no one could say no to would really do that, though. Because
Juan Soto just did it.
Well, but Juan Soto didn't show up to a team where it's all about him. And you got to, in baseball, have something around. Because remember, it's an individual sport disguised as a team sport, where the one guy in the NBA shows up. Okay, well, that does change the DNA of everything you're about to do.
Well, Ohtani would do that. I think Trey Turner could do that. I mean, and if you get Turner, you don't need Swanson because they're both shortstops. But Turner could change that. There are a number of players who other players would go, well, that guy sees something there. Because it's been too easy for free agents to listen to the Giants gas bag them and then walk away. Bryce Harper being the most noticeable everyday player example recently.
Right.
It's he listened to him talk, and then he just said, I'm not interested.
Yeah. Stanton squashed the trade that apparently the Giants and Marlins had agreed to. So here's your one and only bright spot. Like, this is where the entire season lies. Like, you hope, obviously, that Carlos Rodon continues to pitch very well and decides, I'm going to stay here after all. I don't think that's going to happen, but you're hoping for that to happen. You obviously hope for Logan Webb to get back on the good foot, because he's been off it for just a little bit, and finish strong and continue to prove that he is a front-of-the-line major league pitcher that can win big. Joey Bart. I think that's the only other bright spot that you could really hope to even be looking for. And believe it or not, the man who couldn't hit, the man who was an automatic strikeout, and the man who is still hitting just .205 with 8 home runs and 16 RBI, he's getting better. Joey Bart's putting better at-bats together, and he's been doing it for over a month now. He's hitting .273 in his last 30 days with 4 homers and 9 RBIs. He's slugging He's slugging .485 over that 30-day span, which would be the best month of his career, even though we're just taking an arbitrary 30-day span. He's had brutal months. In April, he was hitting .214. Everyone said, well, he's young. That was a really weird spring training due to COVID, so we're not going to hold him to it. Then he comes back in May and he hits .093, and it was a disaster to the point where in June he gets sent down, which is a fork in the road for a player of his ilk. You going to get better, or are you going to not work out? He's come back in July. He hit .236. He's still striking out a little bit too often. We're only 5 days into August, obviously, but he's hitting .455 in August with what's more important than that average. Because it's a small sample size. I don't think you'll find any 11 at-bat stretch in his career where he's only struck out one time. Here we are. He's only struck out one time in his last 11 at-bats, and believe it or not, if you're going to be a Giant or considered a good Giant in any way, shape, or form, you better damn well play well against the Dodgers, right? He's hitting .296 against the Dodgers this season. I couldn't believe that when I looked at it. I was going through splits. I'm like, give me a good number in his splits. Like, what can I talk about today? He's hitting .296 against the Dodgers? Nobody's hitting .296 against the Dodgers this year, except Joey Bart, who we all agreed earlier in the year couldn't hit. So, I don't know what that means, Ray, but a sign of hope. A shtickle, a speckle of hope in Joey Bart's career. He needed one.
Well, I mean, also they can't lose tonight.
Correct.
Take it where you can get it.
I wonder if Gabe Kapler is going to get arrested at Outside Lands. What if he just goes nuts? And I'm not talking like he's drunk and unruly. It's that he actually let himself have a slice of cake and he's got a sugar high. And he's going bonkers. Crowd surfing. Looking for umpires to shove around. His own bench coach.
Punching out a policeman's horse.
Gabe Kapler just pawn in Game of Life.
Yeah.
So, there you go. Who's the idiot who said they need to sign both Trey Turner and Dansby Swanson? What a buffoon. Oh, yeah, because one of them couldn't play second or third. You're a shortstop. It means you've got a great glove. You could play anywhere. It's the kind of money that they would have to throw at either one of those guys where they would say, yeah, I'll play center field for you if you need to. I mean, look at it this way. Sign one of those guys, you're going to tell Brandon Crawford to either go to second or third base.
Well, that's why you wouldn't sign both Turner and Swanson, though. You could move Brandon Crawford. You could also move Trey Turner as far as that goes, because he's played both sides of the diamond.
Exactly. So just because somebody's a shortstop doesn't mean...
And that's all they can do ever.
Remember when the New York Yankees signed Alex Rodriguez? Dirt! I love Twitter geniuses. Or excuse me.
You read them.
Comcast
it's
Business
your fault.
Text Line.
It's your fault.
Is the plural of geniuses genii?
Genie.
Oh, thank you. I dream of. So, we have one segment left. It is our closing segment.
Thank God.
And in this closing segment, we will pay tribute to great closer introductions because there is a new one that kind of reminds me of one of my favorites of all time. So stick around for great closer entrance music. And this is not Trevor Hoffman. What was it? For Whom the Bell Tolls? What did he come into? Trevor Hoffman came into Hell's Bells. That's right. And then, of course, the king of all closer entrances was Enter Sandman, Mariano Rivera. Enter Sandman. Oh, can you find that, by the way? Can we come back with that at one point, Grant? If you can find me, Enter Sandman. God, when they were announcing him to the Hall of Fame, that was unbelievable. Enter Sandman. We'll have that for you. But that's not where we're going. Although, we are going to go with a New York closer. And then we're going to come on back to Sergio Romo, who had one of the great closer introduction songs of all time. And that's how we're going to wrap up today with the tribute to Outside Lands, which is the worst Outside Lands lineup I've ever seen. If you are going tomorrow, I'm not going, by the way. If you are going tomorrow, check out Parcels. Really good band. I wish I was going tomorrow just to watch Parcels. They're Australian, Ray. I think you'd like Parcels. And by saying I think you'd like them, you'd probably hate them like everything.
I will listen. I will keep an open mind.
Thank you.
And then I'll hate them.
Roadhouse?
No.
Watch? Keep an open mind? We're gonna.
No. You already said it's one of the worst movies ever made.
But it's
why
great.
would I do that to myself?
It's beautiful. It's like a pug. It's so ugly, it's cute.
I don't like ugly dogs. In fact, I don't like many dogs. In fact, if I'm not contractually obligated to like the dog that lives at our house, I wouldn't like him either.
Who signed you that deal? The wife?
The wife and the kids.
There you go.
No, I'd give that dog the burlap goodbye tomorrow.
Wow, you are looking for all the best Giants content. I think you just got a little pray and hope for Dansby Swanson, Ted
Turner,
Ted Danson, Trey Turner, Dansby Swanson, Ted Knight. Best Giants content, 95.7 The Game. Text the word Giants to 20357. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
The faithful are fired up for Trey Lance.
You know, with his athletic ability, it's really going to make us more dynamic this year.
Very high on him. I'm willing to give him a chance to see what he can do.
I'll take over and we'll do it. Let's go. I think he's going to take the Super Bowl, but stats, hopefully like 25 touchdowns.
Welcome to the Trey area.
95.7 The Game, the Bay Area sports station.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher. So donate today at carsforkids.org.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Progressive presents Married to Your Home.
I'm disgusting.
Oh, House, don't say that.
You could live someplace so much better than me.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah? Look at these uneven stairs. Gross.
House, you know I don't care.
Ugh, and the squeaky door hinge.
I think it's cute.
No matter how much you already love your house, you'll love it more knowing you could save big bundling your home and auto with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and build that papier-mâché volcano.
I am not cleaning this up.
Ooh, yeah, I meant the kids. Staples will help them move forward. Right now, Crayola 24-count crayons and 4-ounce Elmer's glue are just 50 cents each, and 1-inch binders are only $1.99. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in-store only, limit 30.
Did you get the Clement Horizon clean last night? I don't want another barnacle incident. Where's Ivan?
Kiki's head of docking operations just jumped ship.
What do you mean he's sailing around the world?
She needs a new marina manager to help keep her head above water.
Yeah, the tide's perfect, but we are slammed.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
What led to that ejection, Gabe?
You've been watching us since the All-Star break? We stink! I'm frustrated. I'm pissed off. I took it out on the umpire.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
I don't know if there's enough ayahuasca, and can ayahuasca hit lefties? It's the real question. Ayahuasca probably gets platooned.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Jimmy, he was the quarterback of the Niners last season, 15 minutes away from a Super Bowl.
So are you worried?
Yes!
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Not defending his own players. I'm sorry, Gabe Kapler is officially losing me. He really is. He's losing me. I think he's definitely lost his clubhouse.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Enter Sandman.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Someone said, Damon, it's not a closer intro, but never forget the Broadway is dark tonight. Oh, Omar Vizquel. Broadway is dark tonight. That was incredible. Almost pronounced the exact same way that
Enter Sandman
was pronounced when Mariano Rivera was being inducted into the Hall of Fame on MLB Network.
Enter Sandman.
When I was a kid, if you asked me, well, you could be a baseball player, what'd you want to be? It went from, I'd like to be a center fielder to shortstop, to then I thought closers were just so cool. When I was a kid, I kind of fell in love with Mitch Williams of the Chicago Cubs, who, of course, Mitch. But I thought the role of the closer was so cool, and I always thought, man, you even get your own entrance theme, which is super cool. Edwin Diaz of the New York Mets is having an all-star season, and if you would, Grandy, because it's worth a little build-up and run-up, and then we got to let the beat drop. Okay, it's modern, it's cool. He's sporting a career-best 1.44 ERA. He is allowed only 7 earned runs. He's got 24 saves against 1 loss. He's given up 27 hits in 43 2/3 innings, 87 Ks, 12 walks, and Mr. Met gets on top of the dugout with now Mrs. Met, and they play the fake trumpet, and don't call it Shea Stadium. Starts going pretty nuts. And honestly, this is a pretty good closer entrance theme. I like it. Ray, what do you think?
It's okay. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't move me one way or the other.
Well, wait for the beat to drop, because this is by Blaster Jack, one of your favorites, and Timmy Trumpet, who I'm guessing is the guy playing the saxophone. Name of the song is Narco. All right, Grandy, get on those 1s and 2s. Let this beat drop. See, if I were him, I'd throw my first pitch here. Narco. Start warming up right there. You got your whole intro to get to the mound, and then that beat drops. You throw your first, your 4 or 5 warm-up pitches to let the whole stadium know the closer's in the building. It's pretty good, right? I don't know if a Met has ever had a better intro song as a pitcher. Obviously, the king of New York intro songs was
Enter Sandman.
But that's pretty damn good. I like that an awful lot. And it made me think of what in my time here, and Rob Nen, obviously the 9th inning, which is about as good of a name for any closer's inning, he would come into Smoke on the Water, which was great. I mean, you want to talk about all-time guitar riffs?
Yeah, it's dated, but yeah, it worked for him.
Can you name the band?
Pink Floyd.
Deep Purple.
That's right. I'm wrong.
Sergio Garcia had my favorite closer. No, excuse me, not Sergio Garcia. He's on the Live Tour. Sergio Romo had my favorite entrance music in the history of Giants baseball. El Mechon, which I believe is, he's crazy. Someone's going to have to correct me here if I'm wrong about that. But it's by Banda Salononis. I've destroyed that name. Turn it up. This is great, though. This to me was perfect for Sergio. The only thing that would have been better is if he wore the My Little Pony backpack that was full of the candy that they used to make him carry in his rookie year out to the dugout, too. And then they could have had like a ball boy come out and get it.
They should have done that.
If we could change one thing about baseball, would you bring back the bullpen cart?
No.
No?
Make them walk. Longer time, more music.
You do get more music.
Want to reach the kids? I mean, but the pitcher has to pick better music.
This is great.
No, this is okay. I mean, it sounded like it's played at 78 speed. But
oh, yeah. No, there's... It's funny that the other song is called Narcos.
Anyways, and I'm sure that there are people somewhere complaining.
But we don't care about them.
I've never cared about any people, so
Damon, it's
fine by me.
Banda SF. Banda SF, thank you. Or Banda MS. Thank you very much. I love it. I love it. I miss Sergio Garcia. And Sergio Romo. And Jerry Garcia. And Cherry Garcia. Really, the entire Garcia and Romo family.
And Jesse Chavez, who just got traded for the 10th time in his career the other day.
Where is he now?
He is, who did he go to?
I don't even know.
I can't remember now.
It's all right. It's, you know what? I told you I was going to get you out of here at 53:50, which means you're 30 seconds away from being done, Ray. As a matter of fact, I wash my hands of you. Go.